Section 1 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 6, Chapter 7, Torture, Part 1. To the modern mind, the judicial use of torture as a means of ascertaining truth is so repellent and illogical that we are apt to forget that it has, from the most ancient times, been practiced by nearly all civilized nations. With us, the device of the jury has relieved the judge of the responsibility resting upon him in other systems of jurisprudence. That responsibility had to be met. A decision had to be reached, even in the most doubtful cases, and, where evidence was defective and conflicting, the use of torture as an expedient to obtain a confession, or by its endurance to indicate innocence, has seemed, until modern times after the disuse of compurgation and the judgments of God, to be the only means of relieving the judicial conscience. It was admitted to be dangerous and fallacious, to be employed only with circumspection, but there was nothing to take its place. That it should be used by the Inquisition was a matter of course, for the crime of heresy was often one peculiarly difficult to prove. Confession was sought in all cases, and, from the middle of the 13th century, the habitual employment of torture by the Holy Office had been the most efficient factor in spreading its use throughout Christendom, at the expense of the obsolescent barbarian customs. It is true that Spain was loath to admit the innovation. In Castile, which rejected the Inquisition, Alfonso X, notwithstanding his admiration of the Roman law, required that confession must be voluntary, and insisted that if obtained by torture, it must subsequently be freely ratified, without threats or pressure. In the kingdoms of Aragon, which admitted the Inquisition, torture remained illegal, and it was only by the positive commands of Clement V that it was employed, in 1311, on the Templars. By the time that the Spanish Inquisition was organized, however, torture in Castile was in daily use by the criminal courts, and there could be no question as to the propriety of its employment by the Holy Office. In Aragon, Peña tells us that, although it was forbidden in secular jurisprudence, it was freely permitted in matters of faith. Yet its use was jealously watched, for when the aid of torture was sought in the case of a prisoner accused of the murder of a familiar, the Cortes of 1646 complained of it as an unprecedented innovation, which was only prevented by the active intervention of the Diputados and Viceroy. Valencia had been less rigid in excluding torture from its courts, but so limited its use that in 1684 the tribunal reported that in cases of unnatural crime, of which it had cognizance subject to the condition of trial by secular process, it no longer used torture because the methods permitted by the fueros were so light that the accused felt no fear of them, and they were useless in extracting confession. We shall see that occasionally tribunals abused the use of torture, but the popular impression that the inquisitorial torture chamber was the scene of exceptional refinement and cruelty, of specially ingenious modes of inflicting agony, and of peculiar persistence in extorting confessions, is an error due to sensational writers who have exploited credulity. The system was evil in conception and in execution, but the Spanish Inquisition, at least, was not responsible for its introduction, and, as a rule, was less cruel than the secular courts in its application, and confined itself more strictly to a few well-known methods. In fact, we may reasonably assume that its use of torture was less frequent, for its scientific system of breaking down resistance in its long drawn-out procedure was more effective than the ruder and speedier practice of the secular courts, where we are told by Archbishop Pedro de Castro of Granada, it was notorious that no one confessed except when overcome by torture. In this respect, the comparison between the Spanish and the Roman Inquisition is also eminently in favor of the former. We shall have occasion presently to see the limitations which it placed on the use of torture. While in Rome it was the rule that all who confessed were convicted in matters of faith were tortured for the further discovery of the truth and the revelation of accomplices. In addition to this, there were many classes of cases in which torture was employed by Rome to extort confession and in which it was forbidden in Spain, those involving mere presumption of heresy, such as solicitation, sorcery, blasphemy, etc. Moreover, in Rome, the in arbitrio judicum applied not only to the kind and the duration of the torture, but also to its repetition. Spanish writers on practice, therefore, were justified in claiming for their own tribunals a sparing use of torture unknown in Italy, while, as regards its severity, the frequency with which in the trials we find that the accused overcame the torture would indicate that habitually it was not carried to extremity, as it so frequently was in the secular courts. No torture chamber in the Inquisition possessed the resources of the corregidor, who labored for 3 hours in 1612 to obtain from Diego, Duke of Estrada, confessions of a homicide. The water torture, the mancuerda, the potro, hot irons for the feet, hot bricks for the stomach and buttocks, garrotillos known as bone breakers, the trampa to tear the legs, and the bostezo to distend the mouth, and all this was an everyday matter of criminal justice. Footnote: Estrada relates that after the torture, he paid the executioner 200 ducats to preserve him from being crippled. The process was very painful, consisting of stretching the limbs and rubbing with an ointment composed of equal parts of fat of man, snake, bear, lion, viper, and frog, melted over a slow fire with oil of sweet almonds, of pericon, chamomile, rosado, and balsam of the East. The treatment was successful. End footnote. The indirect torture of especially harsh imprisonment was not unknown to the Inquisition, and was occasionally employed for the purpose of breaking down obstinacy. It was not, as in the medieval Inquisition, prescribed as an ordinary resource, but it was at the discretion of the tribunal and could at any time be brought into play, as in the case of a pertinacious heretic in 1512, who was consigned to the most noisome part of the prison and afflicted in various ways in hope of enlightening his understanding. In the later period of leisurely action, protracted imprisonment was frequently resorted to in the hope of inducing repentance and conversion, when wearing anxiety and despair weakened the will as effectually as the sharper agonies of the pulley and rack. There was also the ingenious device, frequently effective, by which the fiscal concluded his formal accusation with a demand that, if necessary, the accused should be tortured until he confessed. This was unknown in the earlier period, but the instructions of 1561 recommended it, giving as a reason its good results, and also that torture requires a demand from the prosecutor and a notification to the defendant, who is unprepared for it at this stage of the trial. After this, it became the universal custom in all cases admitting of torture that the profound impression produced on the unfortunate prisoner can be readily conceived. Torture itself, however, was regarded as too serious to be left to the arbitrary temper of a baffled or angry inquisitor, and was preceded by formalities designed to prevent its abuse. It was the last resort when the result of the trial left doubts to be satisfied. After the prosecution and defense had closed, and the consulta de fe had assembled to consider the sentence, if the evidence was too weak for condemnation, while the innocence of the accused was not clear, it could adopt a vote to torture and postpone the decision to await the outcome. Even in the ferocity of the early period, this deliberateness was frequently observed, although in the reckless haste of procedure it was often omitted. Thus, in the case of Diego Garcia, a priest accused of having said 20 years before, when a boy, that the sacrament was bread, the consulta held 2 meetings, January 18th and 19th, 1490, and finally voted torture. There was no haste, however, and it was not until February 11th that Garcia was exposed to the very moderate water torture of about a quart of water. No confession was obtained, and he was untied with the protest that he had not been sufficiently tortured, but it was not repeated, and on February 26th he was acquitted and restored to his fame and honor, though, with the curiously perverse inquisitorial logic, he was made to abjure de vehemente, and forbidden to celebrate Mass for 6 months. The vote of the consulta, however, was not universal, and in 1518 the Suprema ordered it to be always observed, but a clause in the instructions of 1561 reminding inquisitors that they must not inflict torture until after hearing the defense show how difficult it was to restrain their arbitrary action. Even in the early 18th century, in reviewing a summary of cases of Valencia from 1705 to 1726, the Suprema rebuked the tribunal for torturing Sebastian Antonio Rodriguez without previous consultation, but at this period the consulta de fe was becoming obsolete and everything was centering in the Suprema. The vote of the consulta was still only preliminary. After it, the accused was brought into the audience chamber where all the inquisitors and the episcopal ordinary were required to be present. He was notified of the decision of the consulta. If he was diminuto, the points in which his confession had failed to satisfy the evidence were pointed out. If a negativo, no explanations were necessary. If it was on intention or in caput alienum, he was made to understand it. He was adjured in the name of God and the Blessed Virgin to confess fully without false evidence as to himself or others, and if this failed to move him, a formal sentence of torture was signed by all the judges and read to him. It recited that in view of the suspicions arising against him from the evidence, they condemned him to be tortured for such length of time as they should see fit, in order that he might tell the truth of what had been testified against him, protesting that, if in the torture he should die or suffer effusion of blood or mutilation, it should not be attributed to them, but to him for not telling the truth. If the torture was to discover accomplices, care was taken to make no allusion to him and to give him no chance of clearing himself, for he was assumed to be already convicted. Even this sentence was not necessarily a finality, for if the accused offered a new defense, it had to be considered and acted upon before proceeding further. Moreover, he had theoretically a right to appeal to the Inquisitor General as from all other interlocutory sentences. This right varied at different times. A ruling by the Suprema in 1538 appears to indicate that it was granted as a matter of right, but the instructions of 1561 tell inquisitors that, if they feel scruple, they should grant it, but if satisfied that the sentence is justified, they should refuse the appeal as frivolous and dilatory. Still, the right to ask it was so fully recognized that if the accused was not 25 years of age, and thus a minor, his curador or guardian was required to be present in order to interject an appeal if he saw fit, and I have met with an instance of this in the case of Angela Perez, a Morisco slave, before the Toledo tribunal in 1575, where it was, as usual, unsuccessful, for the Suprema confirmed the sentence. Tribunals seem not infrequently to have allowed appeals, but with the growing centralization in the Suprema, they became superfluous, and a formula drawn up in 1690 directs that no attention be paid to them. When the indications of guilt were too slender to justify torture, the consulta de fe sometimes voted to threaten torture. Then the sentence was formally drawn up and read to the accused. He was taken to the torture chamber, stripped and perhaps tied in the potro or escalera, without proceeding further. A curious case of this was that of Leonor Perez, who at the age of 70 was sentenced, May 3, 1634, in Valladolid, to be placed in conspectu tormentorum. When stripped on May 10th, the executioner reported marks of previous torture. The proceedings were suspended, and on May 13th, she admitted that 20 years before she had been tortured in Coimbra. On June 14th, the sentence was again executed, but before being stripped, she confessed to some Jewish beliefs and then fainted. A postponement was necessary, and 2 days later, she revoked her confession. The case dragged on, and it was not until August 1st, 1637, that she was condemned to abjure de vehemente to 6 years of exile, a fine of 200 ducats, and to be paraded in vergüenza, but we still hear of her as in prison early in 1639. It required strong nerves to endure this threat of torture, with its terrifying formalities and abjurations, and it was frequently effective. End of section 1.
Section 2 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 6, Chapter 7, Part 2. The conditions held to justify torture were that the offense charged was of sufficient gravity, and that the evidence, while not wholly decisive, was such that the accused should have the opportunity of purging it by endurance proportionate to its strength. From the inquisitor's point of view, it was a favor to the accused, as it gave him a chance which was denied to those whose condemnation was resolved upon. This is illustrated by a highly significant case in the Toledo tribunal in 1488. Juan del Rio had lived long in Rome, where he was present in the Jubilee of 1475. By the arts of the courtier, he won the favor of Sixtus IV, and returned to Spain about 1483, loaded with benefices, among them a prebend in the Toledo Cathedral, which excited cupidity and enmity. He was an old Christian, of pure Biscayan descent, who could not be suspected of Judaism. But he was a loose and inconsiderate chatterer. In the Spain which he had left there was much license. In the Rome where he had so long sojourned there was more. He could not, on his return, accommodate himself to the new order of things, and his reckless talk gave the opportunity of making vacancies of his numerous preferments. The evidence against him was of the flimsiest. The most serious charge was that, when a tenant had been unable to pay rent on account of the Inquisition, he had petulantly wished it at the devil. At a later period he would have had a chance to purge the evidence by the water torture, but this was not permitted him. He was hurried to the stake as a pertinacious negativo, leaving his spoils to those who could grasp them. It was a well-accepted maxim of the civil law that torture should not be employed when the penalty of the crime charged was less severe than the infliction of torture, an equation of suffering which afforded to the doctors ample opportunity of defining the unknown quantity. This was fully accepted by the Inquisition, and we are told that torture is not indicated for propositions merely offensive, rash, scandalous, or blasphemous, or for the assertion that simple fornication is not a mortal sin, or for heretical blasphemy, or sorcery, or for propositions arising from ignorance, or for bigamy or solicitation in the confessional, or for lying under excommunication for a year, or for other matters which infer only light suspicion of heresy, even though for some of these offences the punishment was scourging and the galleys. Torture is freely alluded to as an irreparable injury, the use of which would be unjustifiable in such matters. This, however, was like everything else in this nebulous region, open to considerable laxity in application. When Francisco de Tornamira, a boy of 18 and page of the Duke of Pastrana, was tried in 1592, on the charge of having said that Jews and Moors could be saved if they had faith in their respective beliefs, he denied and was tortured till he confessed, and then the triviality of his offence was admitted by subjecting him only to abjuration de levi, to hearing a mass as a penitent in the audience chamber, and to a reprimand. The same tribunal in 1579 tried Stefano Grillen, an Italian who, in a discussion with some chance fellow travellers, maintained that the miracles at the shrines of Our Lady of Atocha and of La Caridad were wrought by the Virgin herself and not by her images. He freely confessed, but was tortured, apparently on intention, and was dismissed with the same trivial punishment as Tornamira. Even more suggestive is the case of Juan Pereira, a boy of 15, tried in 1646 for Judaism at Valladolid. The proceedings were dilatory, and he gradually became demented. Nothing could be done with him, and opinions were divided as to the reality of his insanity. The Suprema was applied to and sagely ordered torture to find out. It was administered April 22, 1648, but the method of diagnosis was not as successful as its ingenuity deserved, and in August he was sent to a hospital for 6 months, with instructions to observe him carefully. As his name after this disappears from the records, he probably died in the hospital. It is evident that the Inquisition did not take to heart the warning issued by the Suprema in 1533, that torture was a very delicate matter. When we come to inquire as to the character of evidence requiring torture for its elucidation, we find how illusory were all the attempts of the legists to lay down absolute rules, and how it all ended in leaving the matter to the discretion of the tribunal. As confession, though desired, was not essential to conviction, the negativo who was convicted on sufficient evidence was not to be tortured, but was to be relaxed. Even this rule, however, could be set aside at the caprice of the judge, though he was warned in such cases to put on record a protest that he did not direct the torture against the matters that had been proved, for the very good reason that endurance of torture might purge them and nullify the proof. It was impossible to reduce to a logical formula that which in its essence was illogical, or to frame an accurate definition of evidence that was insufficient for conviction yet sufficient for torture. It was easy to say that semi-plena evidence suffices, but what was semi-plena? One authority will tell us that a single witness, even an accomplice, justifies torture. Another that 3 accomplice witnesses are requisite. One impartial and unexceptionable witness, again, is sometimes held to require public fame as an adjuvant, but the records are full of cases in which torture was employed on the unsupported testimony of a single witness. The weight of other more or less confirmatory evidence was also keenly debated, without reaching substantial agreement. Whether flight before arrest, or breaking jail, or vacillation and equivocation when examined, or even pallor, was sufficient justification. It is not surprising, therefore, that, as a practical result, we are told that all these questions must be left to the discretion of the judge, to be decided in each individual case. Under such conditions, it would be useless to expect consistency of practice in all tribunals and at all periods. We have seen above that cases were sometimes suspended because evidence had not been ratified. Yet the Toledo Tribunal in 1584 tortured Lope el Gordo for that very reason, because the chief witness against him had not ratified his testimony, and it is satisfactory to add that Lope endured the torments and thus earned suspension of his case. The diminuto, whose confession did not cover all the adverse evidence, was, according to rule, to be tortured in order to account for the deficiency. If he endured without further admission, he was to be punished on the basis of what he had confessed, but if he did not thus purge the evidence, he was to be sent to the galleys. This was sometimes done in mere surplusage, apparently to gratify the curiosity of the tribunal, as in the Toledo case of Antonio de Andrada in 1585. Who confessed what was amply sufficient for his punishment, but, as there were some omissions, was tortured to elucidate them. In the 17th century, however, we are assured that there was much caution used in torturing diminutos, and that it was not done unless the omitted matters were such as to call for relaxation. If they concerned accomplices, however, whom the culprit was suspected of shielding, he was tortured in caput alienum. Retraction or vacillation of confession necessarily required torture to reconcile the contradiction. This occurred chiefly with timid persons, frightened by the demand of the fiscal for torture, and thus led to make admissions which they subsequently recalled, thus bringing upon themselves what they had sought to avoid. The question of intention in the performance of acts in themselves indifferent was, as we have seen, the frequent occasion of torture, as there was no other means known to the jurisprudence of the period, which was bent on ascertaining the secrets of the offender's mind. Yet it is possible that in some cases, when torture appears to be pure surplusage, there may have been the kindly intention of contributing to the salvation of the sufferer by inducing or confirming his conversion, for habitual persecution for the greater glory of God induced a state of mind precluding all rational intellectual processes, where the faith was concerned. Thus Rojas tells us that there should be no hesitation in the use of torture when the salvation of the culprit's soul was involved, so that he might be reconciled to the Church and undergo penance through which he might be saved. This reasoning was urged in the case of René Perot in 1624 by some of the consultores of the Tribunal of Toledo. His crime of maltreating the host was public and unquestionable, but he had varied in his statements as to his faith. The consulta de fe was unanimous in ordering torture to discover possible accomplices, but some of the members desired a special additional torture in order to confirm him in the faith and save his soul. That witnesses should be tortured in order to obtain or confirm their testimony is an abuse which, repulsive as it may seem to us, has been, with more or less disguise, a practice wherever torture has been used. It is true that the Roman law prohibited that one who had admitted his own guilt should be examined as to that of another, and this principle, adopted in the false decretals, became a part of the early canon law. The Inquisition, however, regarded the conviction of a heretic as only the preliminary to forcing him to denounce his associates. The earliest papal utterance in 1252, authorizing its use of torture, prescribed the employment of these means to discover accomplices, and finally Paul IV and Pius V decreed that all who were convicted and confessed should, at the discretion of the inquisitors, be tortured for this purpose. The cuestión prealable or definitive, in which the convict was tortured to make him reveal his associates, became, through the influence of the Inquisition, a part of the criminal jurisprudence of all lands in which torture was employed. It was, in reality, the torture of witnesses, for the criminal's fate had been decided, and he was thus used only to give testimony against others. The Spanish Inquisition was, therefore, only following a general practice when it tortured, in caput alienum, those who had confessed their guilt. No confession was accepted as complete unless it revealed the names of those whom the penitent knew to be guilty of heretical acts. If there was reason to suspect that he was not fully discharging his conscience in this respect, torture was the natural resort. Even the impenitent or the relapsed, who was doomed to relaxation, was thus to be tortured and was to be given clearly to understand that it was as a witness and not as a party, and that his endurance of torture would not save him from the stake. The instructions of 1561, however, warn inquisitors that in these cases much consideration should be exercised, and torture in caput alienum was rather the exception in Spain than the rule as in Rome. In the case of the negativo, against whom conclusive evidence was had, and who thus was to be condemned without torture, the device of torturing him against his presumable accomplices afforded an opportunity of endeavoring to secure his own confession and conversion. We have seen this fail in 1596 in the Mexican case of Manuel Diaz, nor was it more successful in Lima in 1639, with Enrique de Paz y Mayo, although the final outcome was different. He persistently denied through 5 successive publications of evidence as testimony against him accumulated in the trials of his associates. He was sentenced to relaxation and torture in caput alienum. It was administered with great severity, without overcoming his fortitude, and he persisted through 5 other publications, as fresh evidence was gathered. Yet at midnight, before the auto de fe, in which he was to be burnt, he weakened. He confessed as to himself and others, and his sentence was modified to reconciliation and the galleys, while good use was made of his revelations against 30 of his accomplices. The torture of witnesses, who were not themselves under trial, was permitted when they varied or retracted, or so contradicted other witnesses that it was deemed necessary thus to ascertain the truth, but whether clerical witnesses could be so treated was a subject of debate. As a rule, torture in such cases was directed to be moderate, neither light nor excessive, but when testimony was revoked it could be repeated up to 3 inflictions. As we have seen above, Volume 2, page 537, slaves testifying in the cases of their masters could always be tortured, if necessary, to confirm their evidence. In the prosecution of Juan de la Caballeria in 1488, as accessory to the murder of San Pedro Arbues, his slave girl Lucia gave compromising evidence which she was persuaded to retract, with the result that she was twice tortured and confirmed it. Like Majestas, in heresy there were no privileged classes exempt from torture. Nobles were subject to it, and so were ecclesiastics of all ranks, but the latter were to be tortured less severely than laymen, unless the case was very grave, and they were entitled to a clerical torturer if one could be found to perform the office. As in their arrest, so in torture the sentence by a Carta Acordada of 1633 had to be submitted to the Suprema for confirmation. As regards age, there seems to have been none that conferred exemption. Llorente, indeed, in describing a case in which a woman of 90 was tortured at Cuenca, says that this was contrary to the orders of the Suprema, which prescribed that the aged should only be placed in conspectu tormentorum, but I have never met with such a rule. In 1540, the Suprema ordered that consideration should be given to the quality and age of the accused, and, if advisable, the torture should be very moderate, while the instructions of 1561, which are very full, impose no limit of age and leave everything to the discretion of the tribunal. Cases are by no means infrequent in which age combined with infirmity is given as a reason for omitting torture or inflicting it with moderation, but age alone offered no exemption. At a Toledo auto de fe we find Isabel Canese, aged 78, who promptly confessed before the torture had proceeded very far, and Isabel de Jaen, aged 80, who at the fifth turn of the cords fainted and was revived with difficulty. In 1607 at Valencia, Jaime Chulela, aged 76, after confessing certain matters, was accused by a new witness of being an alfaqui. This he denied and was duly tortured. Not much more respect was paid to youth. In 1607 at Valencia, Isabel Madalena, a girl of 13, who was vaguely accused of Moorish practices, was tortured, overcame the torture, and was penanced with 100 lashes. In the same year, the tribunal showed more consideration for Juan de Heredia, a boy of 10 or 11, whom a lying witness accused of going to a house where Moorish doctrines were taught. On his steadfast denial, he was sentenced to be placed in conspectu tormentorum, which was carried out in spite of an appeal by his procurator, but he persisted in asserting his innocence, and the case was suspended. Mental incapacity, short of insanity, was not often allowed exemption, and it is creditable to the Valencia tribunal that when, about 1710, the Suprema ordered the torture of Joseph Felix for intention with regard to certain propositions, it remonstrated and represented that he was too ignorant to comprehend the object of the torture. End of section 2. Recording by Shena Sayre, Fresno, California. Section 3 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 6, Chapter 7, Part 3. It was a universal law that torture should not endanger life or limb, and although this was often disregarded when the work was under way, it called for a certain amount of preliminary caution to see that the patient was in condition promising endurance, caution admitted in theory, but not always observed in practice. When there was doubt, the physician of the Inquisition was sometimes called in, as in the case of Rodrigo Perez at Toledo in 1600, who was sick and weak, and the medical certificate that torture would endanger health and life sufficed to save him. But the Suprema was not so considerate when, in 1636, it ordered the Valencia tribunal to torture Joseph Pujal before transferring him to the hospital, as was done afterwards on account of his illness. Pregnancy has always been deemed a sufficient reason for at least postponing the infliction, but the Madrid tribunal, in Instructions of 1690, only makes the concession of placing pregnant women on a seat in place of binding them on the rack, while applying the exceedingly severe torture of the garrote, sharp cords, 2 on each arm and 2 on each leg, bound around the limb and twisted with a short lever. Hernia was regarded, at least in the earlier time, as precluding torture, and I have met with several cases in which it served to exempt the patient, but in 1662 the official instructions of the Suprema ordered that no exceptions be made on that account, save the omission of the trampazo vigoroso, which causes downward strain. In the other tortures, a good strong truss suffices to avert danger, and it should always be kept on hand in readiness for such subjects. In accordance with this, the Madrid tribunal in 1690 orders for hernia cases the use of the seat provided for pregnant women. As regards women who were suckling, there seems to have been no established rule. In 1575, when the Valencia tribunal proposed to torture Maria Hilo, the physician who was called in reported that it would expose the child to imminent risk, and the purpose was abandoned. In 1608, however, at Toledo, when the same question arose in the case of Luisa de Narvaez, the consulta voted in discordia, and the Suprema ordered her to be tortured. Besides these generalities, there were occasional special cases in which torture was abandoned in consequence of the condition of the patient, heart disease, excessive debility, repeated faintings during the administration, and other causes. The physician and the surgeon were always called in, when the prisoner was stripped, to examine him, and they were kept at hand to be summoned in case of accident. The tribunal seemed to have been more tender-hearted than the Suprema, which in its instructions of 1662 reproved inquisitors who avoid sentencing to torture on account of weakness or of a broken arm. This, it says, is not proper, because it forfeits the opportunity of obtaining confession in the various preliminaries of reading the sentence, carrying to the torture chamber, stripping him, and tying him to the trestle. Besides, after commencing, the torture is always to be stopped when the physician so orders. There was another salutary precaution, that there should be a proper interval between the last meal and the torture. About 1560, Inquisitor Cervantes says that the patient is not to have food or drink on the evening before or on the morning of the infliction, and in 1722 a writer specifies 8 hours for the preliminary fasting. In the administration of torture, all the inquisitors and the episcopal representative were required to be present, with a notary or secretary to record the proceedings. No one else save the executioner was allowed to be present, except when the physician or surgeon was called in. In the earlier period, there was some trouble in providing an official to perform the repulsive work. An effort seems to have been made to compel the minor employees to do it, but with doubtful success. Ferdinand, in a letter of July 22, 1486, to Torquemada, complains that the inquisitors of Saragossa had employed a torturer because the messengers had refused to do the work. and he suggests that the messenger be discharged and the torturer serve in his place without increase of salary. If this cannot be done, the salary should be reduced. No salaried torturer appears in the payrolls. The duties were not constant, and doubtless when wanted proper functionaries were called in and paid. But there is suggestiveness in a letter of Ferdinand in 1498, ordering the restoration of a certain Pedro de Moros, who had been dropped, to serve as messenger and for such other duties as the inquisitors might order, at 500 sueldos a year. At one time the alcaide of the prison seems to have been the official torturer, for in 1536 the Suprema writes to the inquisitors of Navarre that if their alcaide is not skilled in the business, they must find someone who is, and not work the implements themselves, as they seem to have done, for it is not befitting the dignity of their persons or office. In 1587 at Valencia, we hear that the messenger and portero served as assistants, and the Suprema ordered the work to be entrusted to a confidential familiar. Eventually, however, the tribunals employed the public executioner of the town, who was skilled in his vocation. When in 1646 at Valladolid, Isabel Lopez was ordered to be tortured on November 23rd, the alcaide reported that the public functionary was absent and the time of his return was uncertain. The torture was necessarily postponed, and on the 27th, Isabel took it into her head to confess and thus escaped the infliction. In Madrid, from March to August 1681, Alonso de Alcala, the city executioner, was paid by the tribunal 44 ducats for 11 torturings, at 4 ducats apiece. It seems strange that objection should be made to the torturer being disguised, but in 1524 the Suprema forbade him to wear a mask or to be wrapped in a sheet. Subsequently he was permitted to wear a hood and to change his garments, and in the 17th century a mask and other disguise were permissible if it were thought best that he should not be recognized. At every stage in the preliminaries, after reading the sentence, taking the prisoner down to the torture chamber, calling in the executioner, stripping the prisoner and tying him to the trestle, there was a pause in which he was solemnly adjured to tell the truth for the love of God, as the inquisitors did not desire to see him suffer. The exposure of stripping was not a mere wanton aggravation, but was necessary, for the cords around the thighs and arms, the belt at the waist with cords passing from it over the shoulders from front to back, required access to every portion of the body, and at the end of the torture there was little of the surface that had not had its due share of agony. Women as well as men were subjected to this, the slight concession to decency being the zaragüeyes or paños de la vergüenza, a kind of abbreviated bathing trunks, but the denudation seems to have been complete before these were put on. The patient was admonished not to tell falsehoods about himself or others, and during the torture the only words to be addressed to him were, "Tell the truth." No questions were to be put and no names mentioned to him, for the reason, as we are told, that the sufferers in their agonies were ready to say anything that was in any way suggested and to bear false witness against themselves and others. The executioner was not to speak to the patient or make faces at him or threaten him, and the inquisitors should see that he so arranged the cords and other devices as not to cause permanent crippling or breaking of the bones. The work was to proceed slowly with due intervals between each turn of the garrotes or hoist in the garrucha, or otherwise the effect was lost, and the patient was apt to overcome the torture. It was a universal rule that torture could be applied only once, unless new evidence supervened which required purging, but this restriction was easily evaded. Though torture could not be repeated, it could be continued, and, when it was over, the patient was told that the inquisitors were not satisfied, but were obliged to suspend it for the present, and that it would be resumed at another time if he did not tell the whole truth. Thus it could be repeated from time to time as often as the consulta de fe might deem expedient. The secretary faithfully recorded all that passed, even to the shrieks of the victim, his despairing ejaculations, and his piteous appeals for mercy, or to be put to death, nor would it be easy to conceive anything more fitted to excite the deepest compassion than these cold-blooded, matter-of-fact reports. As for the varieties of torture currently employed, it must be borne in mind that the Inquisition largely depended on the public executioners, and its methods thus were necessarily identical with those of the secular courts, while even when its own officials performed the duty, they would naturally follow the customary routine. The Inquisition thus had no special refinements of torture, and indeed, so far as I have had opportunity of investigation, it confined itself to a few methods out of the abundant repertory of the public functionaries. In the earlier period, only two tortures were generally in vogue, the garrucha or pulis and the water torture. These are the only ones alluded to by Pablo Garcia, and both of them were old and well-established forms. The former, known in Italy as the strappado, consisted in tying the patient's hands behind his back, and then with a cord around his wrists, hoisting him from the floor, with or without weights, to his feet, keeping him suspended as long as was desired, and perhaps occasionally letting him fall a short distance with a jerk. About 1620, a writer prescribes that the elevating movement should be slow, for if it is rapid, the pain is not lasting. For a time the patient should be kept at tiptoe, so that his feet scarce touch the floor. When hoisted, he should be held there, while the Psalm Miserere is thrice repeated slowly in silence, and he is to be repeatedly admonished to tell the truth. If this fail, he is to be lowered, one of the weights is to be attached to his feet, and he is to be hoisted for the space of 2 misereres, the process being repeated with increasing weights as often and as long as may be judged expedient. The water torture was more complicated. The patient was placed on an escalera or potro, a kind of trestle, with sharp-edged rungs across it like a ladder. It slanted so that the head was lower than the feet, and at the lower end was a depression in which the head sank, while an iron band around the forehead or throat kept it immovable. Sharp cords called cordeles, which cut into the flesh, attached the arms and legs to the side of the trestle, and others, known as garrotes, from sticks thrust in them and twisted around like a tourniquet till the cords cut more or less deeply into the flesh, were twined around the upper and lower arms, the thighs and the calves. A bostezo, or iron prong, distended the mouth. A toca, or strip of linen, was thrust down the throat to conduct water trickling slowly from a jarra or jar, holding usually a little more than a quart. The patient strangled and gasped and suffocated, and at intervals the toca was withdrawn and he was adjured to tell the truth. The severity of the infliction was measured by the number of jars consumed, sometimes reaching to 6 or 8. In 1490, in the case of the priest Diego Garcia, a single quart satisfied the inquisitors, and he was acquitted. In the Mexican case of Manuel Diaz in 1596, the cordeles were applied, then 7 garrotes were twisted around arms and legs, the toca was thrust down his throat, and 12 jarras of a pint each were allowed to drip through it, the toca being drawn up 4 times during the operation. In the Toledo case of Marie Rodriguez in 1592, the operation was divided, the cordeles being applied while she was seated on the banquillo, and were given 8 turns. She was then transferred to the trestle, and the garrotes were used, followed by the water. At the second jarra, she vomited profusely. She was untied and fell to the floor. The executioner lifted her up and put on her chemise. She was told that if she would not tell the truth, the torture would be continued. She protested that she had told the truth, and it was suspended. For 9 months she was left in her cell. Then the consulta de fe voted to suspend the case, and she was told to be gone in God's name. It was probably not long after this that these forms of torture gradually fell into disuse and were replaced by others which apparently were regarded as more merciful. In 1646, the Suprema applied to the Tribunal of Cordova for information concerning the garrucha and silla and for a description of the trampa and trampazo which it used, with an estimate of their severity. The tribunal replied that the silla had been abandoned because it could scarce be called a torture, and the garrucha on account of the danger of causing dislocations. For more than 30 years, the tribunal, as well as the secular courts, had discontinued its use, as also the brazier of coals, heated plates of metal, hot bricks, the toca with 7 pints of water, the depiñoncillo, escarabajo, tablillas, sueño, and others. The methods in use were the cordeles and garrotes, of which there were 3 kinds, the vuelta de trampa, the mancuerda, and stretching the accused in the potro or rack. The letter proceeds to describe at great length, and in much detail, these somewhat complicated processes. In abandoning the pulleys and the water jar, the patient gained little. He was adjusted for torment by a belt or girdle with which he was swung from the ground. His arms were tied together across his breast and were attached by cords to rings in the wall. For the trampa or trampazo, the ladder in the potro had one of its rungs removed, so as to enable the legs to pass through. Another bar with a sharp edge was set below it, and through this narrow opening the legs were forcibly pulled by means of a cord fastened around the toes, with a turn around the ankle. Each vuelta, or turn given to the cord, gained about 3 inches. 5 vueltas were reckoned a most rigorous torture, and 3 were the ordinary practice, even with the most robust. Leaving him stretched in this position, the next step was the mancuerda, in which a cord was passed around the arms, which the executioner wound around himself and threw himself backward, casting his whole weight and pushing with his foot against the potro. The cord, we are told, would cut through skin and muscle to the bone, while the body of the patient was stretched as in a rack between it and the cords at the feet. The belt or girdle at the waist, subjected to these alternate forces, was forced back and forth, and contributed further to the suffering. This was repeated 6 or 8 times with the mancuerda, on different parts of the arms, and the patients usually fainted, especially if they were women. After this, the potro came in play. The patient was released from the trampa and mancuerda and placed on the 11 sharp rungs of the potro. his ankles rigidly tied to the sides, and his head sinking into a depression where it was held immovable by a cord across the forehead. The belt was loosened so that it would slip around. 3 cords were passed around each upper arm, the ends being carried into rings on the sides of the potro and furnished with garrotes or sticks to twist them tight. 2 similar ones were put on each thigh, and 1 on each calf, making 12 in all. The ends were carried to a maestra garrote, by which the executioner could control all at once. This worked not only by compression, but by traveling around the limbs, carrying away skin and flesh. Each half round was reckoned a vuelta or turn, 6 or 7 of which was the maximum, but it was usual not to exceed 5, even with strong men. Formerly, the same was done with a cord around the forehead, but this was abandoned as it was apt to start the eyes from their sockets. All this, the Cordova tribunal concludes, is very violent, but it is less so and less dangerous than the abandoned methods. These remained practically the tortures in use. In 1662, the Suprema, in ordering the Tribunal of Galicia to continue the torture of Antonio Mendez, called upon it to report as to its manner of administering torture. Its answer of May 13th shows that it was using the mancuerda and potro, though after a somewhat primitive fashion. To this, by order of the Suprema, Gonzalo Bravo replied, May 22nd, with elaborate instructions, especially as to the trampazo, indicating that substantially the methods described by Cordova were recognized officially. Galicia appears to have puzzled over this until September 19th, when it apologized for its lack of experience and asked for detailed plans and drawings of the form of potro required. It is fairly presumable from all this that thenceforward these new methods were adopted in all the tribunals. End of section 3. Recording by Shena Ser, Fresno, California. Section 4 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 6, Chapter 7, Part 4. There was and could be no absolute limitation on the severity of torture. The instructions of 1561 say that the law recognizes it as uncertain and dangerous in view of the difference in bodily and mental strength among men. Wherefore, no certain rule can be given, but it must be left to the discretion of judges to be governed by law, reason, and conscience. All that Gonzalo Bravo can say in the instructions of 1662 is that its proper regulation determines the just decision of cases and the verification of truth. The discretion and prudence of the judges must look to this, tempered by the customary compassion of the Holy Office, in such way that it shall neither exceed nor fall short. How this discretion was exercised depended wholly on the temper of the tribunal. One authority tells us that torture should never be prolonged more than half an hour, but the cases are numerous in which it lasted for 2 and even 3 hours. In that of Antonio Lopez at Valladolid in 1648, it commenced at 8 o'clock and continued until 11. leaving him with a crippled arm. In a fortnight he endeavored to strangle himself, and he died within a month. Such cases were by no means rare. Gabriel Rodriguez at Valencia about 1710 was tortured thrice and condemned to the galleys, but this was commuted on finding that he was crippled por la violencia de la tortura. Nor was death by any means unknown. In 1623, Diego Enriquez at Valladolid was tortured December 13th. In the process an accident occurred and he was carried to his cell. On the 15th, the physician reported that he should be removed to a hospital, which was done with the greatest secrecy, and he died there. There is something hideously suggestive in such a matter-of-fact record as that of Blanca Rodriguez Matos at Valladolid, which simply says that she was voted to torture May 21, 1655, and it having been executed, she died the same day. The case was continued against her fame and memory, and in due course was suspended November 19th. The very large number of cases recorded in which the accused overcame the torture without confession would argue that it was frequently light. This is doubtless true to a great extent, but the surprising endurance sometimes displayed shows that this was not always the case. Thus, Tomás de León at Valladolid, November 5, 1638, was subjected to all the successive varieties and overcame them, although at the end it was found that his left arm was broken. So, in 1643, in the same tribunal, Engracia Rodriguez, a woman 60 years of age, had a toe wrenched off while in the Balestilla. Nevertheless, the torture proceeded until, in the first turn of the mancuerda, an arm was broken. It then was stopped without having extorted a confession, but her fortitude availed her little, for fresh evidence supervened against her, and some 10 months later she confessed to Jewish practices. Another of the same group, Florencia de León, endured the Balestilla, 3 turns of the mancuerda, and the potro without confessing, but she did not escape without reconciliation and prison. The process and its effects on the patient can best be understood from the passionless, business-like reports of the secretary, in which the incidents are recorded to enable the consulta de fe to vote intelligently. They are of various degrees of horror, and I select one which omits the screams and cries of the victim that are usually set forth. It is a very moderate case of water torture, carried only to a single jarra, administered in 1568 by the Tribunal of Toledo to Elvira del Campo, accused of not eating pork and of putting on clean linen on Saturdays. She admitted the acts, but denied heretical intent, and was tortured on intention. On April 6th, she was brought before the inquisitors and episcopal vicar, and after some preliminaries was told that it was determined to torture her, and in view of this peril she should tell the truth, to which she replied that she had done so. The sentence of torture was then read, when she fell on her knees and begged to know what they wanted her to say. The report proceeds. She was carried to the torture chamber and told to tell the truth, when she said that she had nothing to say. She was ordered to be stripped and again admonished, but was silent. When stripped, she said, "Señores, I have done all that is said of me, and I bear false witness against myself, for I do not want to see myself in such trouble. Please God, I have done nothing." She was told not to bring false testimony against herself, but to tell the truth. The tying of the arms was commenced. She said, "I have told the truth. What have I to tell?" She was told to tell the truth, and replied, "I have told the truth and have nothing to tell." One cord was applied to the arms and twisted, and she was admonished to tell the truth, but said she had nothing to tell. Then she screamed and said, "I have done all they say." Told to tell in detail what she had done, she replied, "I have already told the truth." Then she screamed and said, "Tell me what you want, for I don't know what to say." She was told to tell what she had done, for she was tortured because she had not done so, and another turn of the cord was ordered. She cried, "Loosen me, señores, and tell me what I have to say. I do not know what I have done. O Lord, have mercy on me, a sinner." Another turn was given, and she said, "Loosen me a little, that I may remember what I have to tell. I don't know what I have done. I did not eat pork, for it made me sick. I have done everything. Loosen me, and I will tell the truth." Another turn of the cord was ordered, when she said, "Loosen me, and I will tell the truth. I don't know what I have to tell. Loosen me for the sake of God. Tell me what I have to say. I did it. I did it. They hurt me, Señor. Loosen me, and I will tell it." She was told to tell it, and said, "I don't know what I have to tell. Señor, I did it. I have nothing to tell. Oh, my arms! Release me, and I will tell it." She was asked to tell what she did, and said, "I don't know. I did not eat because I did not wish to." She was asked why she did not wish to, and replied, "Ay, loosen me, loosen me. Take me from here, and I will tell it when I am taken away. I say that I did not eat it." She was told to speak, and said, "I did not eat it. I don't know why." Another turn was ordered, and she said, "Señor, I did not eat it because I did not wish to. Release me, and I will tell it." She was told to tell what she had done contrary to our holy Catholic faith. She said, "Take me from here and tell me what I have to say. They hurt me. Oh, my arms, my arms!" which she repeated many times, and went on. "I don't remember. Tell me what I have to say. Oh, wretched me! I will tell all that is wanted, señores. They are breaking my arms. Loosen me a little. I did everything that is said of me." She was told to tell in detail truly what she did. She said, "What am I wanted to tell? I did everything. Loosen me, for I don't remember what I have to tell. Don't you see what a weak woman I am? Oh, oh, my arms are breaking." More turns were ordered, and as they were given, she cried, "Oh, oh, loosen me, for I don't know what I have to say. Oh, my arms! I don't know what I have to say. If I did, I would tell it." The cords were ordered to be tightened, when she said, "Señores, have you no pity on a sinful woman?" She was told yes, if she would tell the truth. She said, "Señor, tell me it." The cords were tightened again, and she said, "I have already said that I did it." She was ordered to tell it in detail, to which she said, "I don't know how to tell it, Señor, I don't know." Then the cords were separated and counted, and there were 16 turns, and in giving the last turn, the cord broke. She was then ordered to be placed on the potro. She said, "Señores, why will you not tell me what I have to say? Señor, put me on the ground. Have I not said that I did it all?" She was told to tell it. She said, "I don't remember. Take me away. I did what the witnesses say." She was told to tell in detail what the witnesses said. She said, "Señor, as I have told you, I do not know for certain. I have said that I did all that the witnesses say. Señores, release me, for I do not remember it." She was told to tell it. She said, "I do not know it. Oh, oh, they are tearing me to pieces. I have said that I did it. Let me go." She was told to tell it. She said, "Señores, it does not help me to say that I did it, and I have admitted that what I have done has brought me to this suffering. Señor, you know the truth. Señores, for God's sake, have mercy on me. Oh, Señor, take these things from my arms. Señor, release me. They are killing me." She was tied on the potro with the cords. She was admonished to tell the truth, and the garrotes were ordered to be tightened. She said, "Señor, do you not see how these people are killing me? Señor, I did it. For God's sake, let me go." She was told to tell it. She said, "Señor, remind me of what I did not know. Señores, have mercy upon me. Let me go for God's sake. They have no pity on me. I did it. Take me from here, and I will remember what I cannot hear." She was told to tell the truth, or the cords would be tightened. She said, "Remind me of what I have to say, for I don't know it. I said that I did not want to eat it. I know only that I did not want to eat it." And this she repeated many times. She was told to tell why she did not want to eat it. She said, "For the reason that the witnesses say. I don't know how to tell it. Miserable that I am, that I don't know how to tell it. I say I did it, and my God, how can I tell it?" Then she said that, as she did not do it, how could she tell it? "They will not listen to me. These people want to kill me. Release me, and I will tell the truth." She was again admonished to tell the truth. She said, "I did it. I don't know how I did it. I did it for what the witnesses say. Let me go. I have lost my senses, and I don't know how to tell it. Loosen me, and I will tell the truth." Then she said, "Señor, I did it. I don't know how I have to tell it, but I tell it as the witnesses say. I wish to tell it. Take me from here." "Señor, as the witnesses say, so I say and confess it." She was told to declare it. She said, "I don't know how to say it. I have no memory. Lord, you are witness that if I knew how to say anything else, I would say it. I know nothing more to say than that I did it, and God knows it." She said many times, "Señores, señores, nothing helps me. You, Lord, hear that I tell the truth and can say no more. They are tearing out my soul. Order them to loosen me." Then she said, "I do not say that I did it. I said no more." Then she said, "Señor, I did it to observe that law." She was asked, "What law?" She said, "The law that the witnesses say. I declare it all, Señor, and don't remember what law it was. Oh, wretched was the mother that bore me." She was asked what was the law she meant, and what was the law that she said the witnesses say. This was asked repeatedly, but she was silent, and at last said that she did not know. She was told to tell the truth, or the garrotes would be tightened, but she did not answer. Another turn was ordered on the garrotes, and she was admonished to say what law it was. She said, "If I knew what to say, I would say it. Oh, Señor, I don't know what I have to say. Oh, oh, they are killing me. If they would tell me what, oh, señores, oh, my heart." Then she asked why they wished her to tell what she could not tell, and cried repeatedly, "O miserable me!" Then she said, "Lord, bear witness that they are killing me without my being able to confess." She was told that if she wished to tell the truth before the water was poured, she should do so and discharge her conscience. She said that she could not speak and that she was a sinner. Then the linen toca was placed in her throat, and she said, "Take it away, I am strangling and am sick in the stomach." A jar of water was then poured down, after which she was told to tell the truth. She clamored for confession, saying that she was dying. She was told that the torture would be continued till she told the truth, and was admonished to tell it. But though she was questioned repeatedly, she remained silent. Then the inquisitor, seeing her exhausted by the torture, ordered it to be suspended. It is scarce worth while to continue this pitiful detail. 4 days were allowed to elapse, for experience showed that an interval, by stiffening the limbs, rendered repetition more painful. She was again brought to the torture chamber, but she broke down when stripped and piteously begged to have her nakedness covered. The interrogatory went on, when her replies under torture were more rambling and incoherent than before, but her limit of endurance was reached, and the inquisitors finally had the satisfaction of eliciting a confession of Judaism and a prayer for mercy and penance. It is impossible to read these melancholy records without amazement that the incoherent and contradictory admissions through which the victim, in his increasing agonies, sought to devise some statement in satisfaction of the monotonous command to tell the truth, should have been regarded by statesmen and lawgivers as possessed of intrinsic value. The result was a test of endurance and not of veracity. In one case we find a man of such fibers and nerves that all the efforts of the torturer failed to elicit aught but denial. The cords may rasp through the flesh to the bone, and limbs be wrenched to the breaking, without affecting his constancy. In another, when a few turns of the garrote have twisted a single cord into his arm, or even at the mere aspect of the torture chamber with its grimly suggestive machinery, he will yield and confess all that is wanted as to himself and all the comrades whose names he can recall in the dizziness of his suffering. Yet with full knowledge of this, for centuries the secular and ecclesiastical courts of the greater part of Christendom persisted in the use of a system which, in the name of justice, perpetrated an infinite series of atrocities. End of section 4. Recording by Shena Ser, Fresno, California. Section 5 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 6, Chapter 7, Part 5. Yet, as though still more effectually to deprive the system of all excuse, the confession obtained at such cost was practically admitted to be in itself worthless. To legalize it, a ratification was required, after an interval of at least 24 hours, to be freely made, without threats, and apart from the torture chamber. This was essential in all jurisdictions. and the formula in the Inquisition was to bring the prisoner into the audience chamber, where his confession was read to him as it had been written down. He was asked whether it was true or whether he had anything to add or to omit, and, under his oath, he was expected to declare that it was properly recorded, that he had no change to make, and that he ratified it, not through fear of torture or from any other cause, but solely because it was the truth. Such ratification was required even when the confession was made on hearing the sentence of torture read, or when placed in conspectu tormentorum. This was customarily done on the afternoon of the next day, to allow the full 24 hours to expire, but there was sometimes a longer interval. Thus, in the case of Catalina Hernandez at Toledo, who confessed on being stripped July 13, 1541, it was not until the 27th that her ratification was taken, the inquisitors explaining that press of business had prevented it earlier. The declaration in the ratification that it was not made through fear of torture was a falsehood, for, in all jurisdictions, a retraction of the confession called for a repetition of torment, and in fact we sometimes find that when the confession was made, the prisoner was warned not to retract, for if he did so, the torture would be continued. This was possibly to evade a singularly humane provision in the Instructions of 1484, to the effect that, if the confession is ratified, the accused is to be duly punished, but if he retracts in view of the infamy resulting from the trial, he is to abjure publicly the heresy of which he is suspect and be subjected to such penance as the inquisitors may compassionately assign. The mercy of this, however, is considerably modified by a succeeding clause that it is not to deprive them of the right to repeat the torture in cases where by law they can and ought to do so. Still, it was probably the first portion of the provision that guided the Toledo tribunal in 1528 in the case of Diego de Uceda on trial for Lutheranism. At the sight of the torture chamber he broke down and admitted all that the witnesses had testified, but could not remember what it was. As this was evidently inspired by fear, the torture went on when, at the first turn of the garrote, he inculpated himself so eagerly that he was warned not to bear false witness against himself. He declared it to be the truth and was untied. Before he was called upon to ratify, he asked for an audience in which he ascribed his confession to fear and declared himself ready to die for the faith of the Church, and a week later he ratified this revocation, saying that he was out of his senses under the torture. He was not tortured again, and his sentence, some months later, was in accordance with the Instructions of 1484, to appear in an auto de fe, to abjure de vehementi, and to be fined at the discretion of the inquisitors. Such cases, however, were exceptional, and the regular practice was to repeat the torture, when a confession followed by another revocation subjected the victim to a third torture. Whether the process could be carried on indefinitely was a doubtful question, which some legists answered in the negative on the general philosophic assumption that nature and justice abhorred infinity. But this reasoning, however academically conclusive, was not respected in practice when a conviction was desired. There was one dissuasive from revocation, which was brought to bear when culprits gave unreasonable trouble, which was the penalty incurred by revocantes. This is illustrated, as also the troublesome questions which sometimes perplex the tribunals, by the case of Miguel de Castro, tried for Judaism at Valladolid in 1644. As a negativo, he was tortured and confessed, after which he ratified, revoked, and ratified again. A process was commenced against him for revoking. He was tortured again until an arm was dislocated and he lost 2 fingers, during which he confessed and then revoked the confession. He would have been tortured a 3rd time had not the physician and surgeon declared him to be unable to endure it. The Suprema ordered him to be relaxed to the secular arm, if he could not be induced to repent and return to the church, when, under the persuasion of 2 calificadores, he begged for mercy and confessed as to himself and others. Finally, he was sentenced to reconciliation and irremissible prison in San Benito, with 100 lashes as a special punishment for revocation, which was executed January 21, 1646. Some culprits, we are told, cunningly took advantage of the opportunity of retraction, by confessing at once as soon as subjected to torture, then recanting and repeating this process indefinitely, to the no small disgust of the inquisitors. A writer of the close of the 17th century, who mentions this, shows that the subject was then in an indeterminate condition, by suggesting as a remedy that they should be subjected to extraordinary penalties. A case at Cuenca in 1725, in which these tactics were successful, indicates that by that time a 3rd torture was not recognized as lawful. Dr. Diego Mateo Lopez Zapata, as soon as the torturer was ready to begin, exclaimed that he was ready to confess, and made a detailed confession of Judaic practices followed for nearly 50 years. The next day he revoked, and, when the torture was resumed, he repeated his confession, only to revoke it as before. The tribunal appears to have been powerless, and contented itself with making him appear in an auto de fe as a penitent, with the San Benito to be immediately removed, abjuration de vehementi, and 20 years' exile from Cuenca, Murcia, and Madrid. At an earlier period he would scarce have escaped without scourging, galleys, and irremissible prison. When torture was administered without eliciting a confession, the logical conclusion, if torture proved anything, was that the accused was innocent. In legal phrase, he had purged the evidence and was entitled to acquittal. Such indeed was the law, but there was a natural repugnance to being baffled, or to admit that innocence had been so cruelly persecuted, and excuses were readily found to evade the law. On such a subject there could be no definite line of practice prescribed, and the situation is reflected by the Instructions of 1561, which tell the inquisitor that, in such cases, he must consider the nature of the evidence, the degree of torture employed, and the age and disposition of the accused. If it appears that he has fully purged the evidence, he should be fully acquitted, but if it seems that he has not been sufficiently tortured, he can be required to abjure either for light or vehement suspicion, or some pecuniary penalty can be imposed, although this should be done only with great consideration. Thus the matter was practically left to the discretion of the tribunal, with the implied admission that, when torture proved unsuccessful, it was merely surplusage. The authorities naturally are not wholly at one with regard to the practical applications of these principles, except that acquittal should rarely be granted, and in fact, While the records are full of cases in which torture was overcome, it is somewhat unusual to find the parties acquitted, or their cases even suspended. About 1600, a writer tells us that these cases are to be treated with some extraordinary penalty, or with acquittal or suspension, according to the degree of suspicion that remains, but that Moriscos, however light the suspicion, must appear in an auto de fe and abjure de vehementi, and if there has been evidence by single witnesses, they must be sent to the galleys for 3 years or more. With other culprits, if the suspicion is light, there may be acquittal or suspension, but suspension is the more usual. It all depends upon the degree in which the evidence has been purged by the torture. As this degree was a matter purely conjectural, inquisitorial discretion was unlimited. The rule as to Moriscos is borne out by the Valencia auto de fe of 1607, in which there appeared 16 who had overcome the torture, most of whom were visited with imprisonment, scourging, or fines. With their expulsion in 1609 to 10, there was no further call for discrimination, and the general practice is expressed about 1640 by an experienced inquisitor who tells us that when there have been several single witnesses, the accused who overcomes the torture should be subjected to some severe extraordinary punishment, such as abjuring de vehementi, with confiscation of half his property, or a heavy fine, the latter being preferable, as it is more easily collected and the culprit endures it better in order to preserve his credit. That this reflects the current practice would appear from a Cuenca auto de fe, June 29, 1654. Don Andres de Fonseca had been required to abjure de vehementi at Valladolid in 1628. The evidence of his relapse was strong, but insufficient for conviction. He endured torture without confessing. Then further evidence supervened, and he was again tortured with the same ill success. He appeared in the auto as a penitent, abjured de levi with 10 years' exile and a fine of 500 ducats. Doña Theodora Paula had overcome the torture and had abjuration de levi, 6 years' exile, and a fine of 300 ducats. Doña Isabel de Miranda had been unsuccessfully tortured and was sentenced to 2 years' exile and 300 ducats. So, after fruitless torture, Doña Isabel Henriquez had the same punishment, and Manuel Lorenzo Madureira was sentenced to abjuration de vehementi, 10 years' exile, and 500 ducats fine. It is to the credit of the Valladolid tribunal that in 1624 it showed itself more lenient and suspended 6 cases in which torture proved fruitless, inflicting no punishment except 6 years of exile on Maria Perez, who was charged with false witness. Perhaps the frequency with which torture was overcome may be partially explained by bribery of the executioner. This was rendered difficult by the secrecy surrounding all the operations of the tribunals, yet it was possible, and the kindred of one who was arrested would naturally seek to propitiate the minister of justice in case the prisoner should fall into his hands. At the Valencia auto de fe in 1594, there appeared 96 Morisco penitents, of whom 53 had been tortured without extracting confessions. It may possibly be only a coincidence that, in 1604, Luis de Jesus, the torturer of the tribunal, was prosecuted for receiving money from Moriscos, but we may readily imagine that communities living in perpetual dread of the Inquisition might tax themselves to subsidize the executioner regularly. A similar case occurs in the Cordova auto of June 13, 1723, in which appeared the executioner Carlos Felipe, whose offense is discreetly described as fautorship of heretics and unfaithfulness in their favor in the discharge of his office. It is a little remarkable that, although the use of torture was so frequent and must have been generally known, there appears to have been a shrinking from admitting it in the sentences publicly read in the autos de fe, which habitually recited the details of the trials, possibly attributable, in part at least, to a desire to preserve secrecy, although it is particularly marked in the early period when secrecy had not become so rigid as it was subsequently. Indeed, in the sentence of Juan González Daza, who confessed under torture in 1484 at Ciudad Real, it is mendaciously asserted that he pertinaciously denied until he learned that his accomplice, Fernando de Theba, had confessed when he did so freely. This continued as a rule, though occasionally there is less reticence. In one sentence I have found it alluded to, that of Mari Gomez at Toledo in 1551. Sometimes there is a veiled allusion to it, as though the inquisitors could not conceal it wholly, but felt a certain shame in admitting it openly. Thus, in the sentence of Elvira del Campo, which gives a very detailed account of the incidents of the trial, it is stated that, on using más diligencias with her, she admitted the charges, and in the sentence of Dr. Zapata in 1725, cierta diligencia is alluded to as having been employed. It would of course be impossible to compile statistics of the torture chamber, or to form a reasonably accurate estimate of the number of cases in which it was employed during the career of the Inquisition. Some fragmentary data, however, can be had, as in the record of the Toledo Tribunal between 1575 and 1610. During this period, it tried 411 persons for heretical offences, admitting of the use of torture, and in this it was used once on 109 and twice on 8, besides 2 cases in which it had to be stopped on account of the fainting of the patient, and 7 in which confession was obtained before it commenced. There were also 5 cases in which the accused was placed in conspectu tormentorum. In all, we may say that here its agency was invoked in about 32% of heretical prosecutions. This is probably less than the average. In a number of cases tried by the Tribunal of Lima between 1635 and 1639, nearly all the accused appear to have been tortured, while the report of the Tribunal of Valladolid for 1624 shows that of 11 cases of Judaism and 1 of Protestantism, 11 were tortured, and in 1655 every case of Judaism, 9 in number, was subjected to torture. After all, numbers, however they may impress the imagination, are not supremely important. They are simply a measure of the greater or less activity of the tribunals, and not of the principles involved. Whenever there was a doubt to solve, whether as to the sufficiency of the evidence, the intention of the accused, the completeness with which he had denounced his associates, or other inscrutable matter, recourse to torture was a thing of course. In not a few cases indeed, there seems to have been an almost infantile confidence in its power as a universal solvent. About 1710, Fernando Castellon, on trial at Valencia for Judaism, claimed not to be baptized and was promptly tortured to find out, but without success. In 1579, the Toledo tribunal had to deal with Anton Moreno, an aged peasant, accused of entertaining views too liberal as to salvation. Torture seemed the only means of definition, and between the turns of the garrote he was made to express his opinions as to the saving effects of deathbed repentance, and the viaticum on a sinner who had been duly baptized with the water of the Holy Ghost. There was ghastly ludicrousness in the attempt, under such persuasion, to ascertain the beliefs of an untutored old man on the subtle questions of scholastic theology, ending with the result that he was adjudged to be worthy only of abjuration de levi, with a reprimand and hearing of a mass in the audience chamber. As the activity of the Inquisition diminished in the latter half of the 18th century, the use of torture naturally decreased, but until the suppression in 1813, the formal demand for it was preserved in the accusation presented by the fiscal. One of the early acts of Fernando VII on his restoration in 1814 was the issue of a cedula, July 25th, addressed to all officers of justice, reciting that in 1798, when the Royal Council learned that in the courts of Madrid the accused were subjected to the severest pressure to extort confessions, it investigated the matter and found that thumbscrews and other methods more or less rigorous were employed, and that this was without authority of law. Consequently, on February 5, 1803, the discontinuance of this was ordered, except fetters to the feet, and at the same time inquiries made of all courts in the kingdom showed that various kinds of compulsion were used, whereby the innocent were sometimes compelled to convict themselves falsely. In view of all of this, Fernando now ordered that in future no judge should use any kind of pressure or torment to obtain confession from the accused or testimony from witnesses, all usages to the contrary being abolished. This can scarce have applied to the Inquisition, but under the Restoration it had little to do with actual heresy, and before it was thoroughly reorganized, all doubts were removed by Pius VII. Llorente tells us that the Gazette de France of April 14, 1816, contained a letter from Rome of March 31st, stating that the Pope had forbidden the use of torture in all tribunals of the Inquisition, and had ordered that this be communicated to the ambassadors of France and Portugal. I see no reason for doubting this, although no such brief appears in the Bullarium of Pius VII, and we may assume that at last the Spanish Holy Office closed its career relieved of this disgrace. According to an arancel or fee list of 1553, the executioner was entitled to 1 real for administering torture, or to half a real if the infliction was only threatened. In the lay courts, the sufferer was obliged to pay his tormentor, for there is a provision that, if he is poor, the executioner is to receive nothing, and is not allowed to take his garments in lieu of the money. In the Inquisition where, for offences justifying torture, arrest was accompanied with sequestration, the tribunal necessarily took upon itself the payment, and, as we have seen in 1681, the fee had increased to 4 ducats. In cases which did not end with confiscation, the outlay was undoubtedly included among the costs of the trial charged against the sequestrated estate. In the Roman Inquisition, where torture was used so much more indiscriminately, a decision of the Congregation in 1614 relieved the accused from payment of the fee. End of section 5. Recording by Shena Ser, Fresno, California. Section 6 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 6, Chapter 8, The Trial, Part 1. The procedure of the Inquisition was directed to procuring conviction rather than justice, and in some respects it bore a resemblance to that of the confessional. The guilt of the accused was assumed, and he was treated as a sinner who was expected to seek salvation by unburdening his conscience and contritely accepting whatever penance might in mercy be imposed on him. Pressure of all kinds, mental and bodily, was scientifically brought to bear upon him to induce confession, and his refusal to confess, in the face of what was considered sufficient evidence, was treated as hardened and pertinacious impenitence, aggravating his guilt and rendering him worthy of the severest penalty. The arrest, as we have seen, was preceded by careful preliminaries. Evidence was accumulated in some cases for years, and when the accused was thrown into the secret prison, he was to a great extent prejudged. It was the business of the tribunal, while preserving outward forms of justice, to bring about either confession or conviction. The defense was limited and embarrassed in every way, and when the outcome of all this was doubt, it was settled in the torture chamber, always with the reservation that, if suspicion remained, that in itself was a crime deserving due punishment. In the earliest period, there were few formalities and no absolute estilo, or recognized method of procedure. In the enormous work crowded upon the inexperienced tribunals, the main object was the dispatch of business, and the success attained in this is seen in the frequent and enormous autos de fe. The records of the trials are hasty and imperfect, showing that little attention was paid to forms that might cause delay. The instructions of 1484 are crude, merely meant to supplement the traditional system of inquisitorial procedure with such regulations as should adapt it to the needs of the situation and to the intentions of Ferdinand and Isabella. They are largely devoted to the questions of confiscation and the fines accruing under the Edicts of Grace, and for the rest, they conclude by saying that, as all circumstances cannot be foreseen and provided for, everything is left to the discretion of the inquisitors, who, in all that is not especially prescribed, must conform themselves to the law and act according to the dictates of their consciences for the service of God and the sovereigns. The result of this discretion was that, in the assembly of the inquisitors in 1488, a long debate was required to reach the conclusion that there should be uniformity in the procedure and acts of all the tribunals, the existing diversity having led to many embarrassments. It is therefore scarce worth while to examine in detail the simple and varying forms of this period, except as we shall find them interesting in comparison with later practice. The desired uniformity was gradually attained by the Suprema, which under the independent organization of the Spanish Holy Office developed an elaborate system of procedure set forth in the Instructions of 1561 and furnished in 1568 with all necessary formulas in the Orden de Procesar of Pablo Garcia. Subject to such changes as subsequent experience demanded, this remained the standard to the last and was followed with more or less exactitude by the tribunals. When the accused was thrown into the secret prison, his case, in the hurry of the earlier period, was heard and dispatched with promptitude, but subsequently it became the custom for the inquisitors to exercise their discretion as to when they would call him before them, and we shall see what exasperating and calculated delays they sometimes interposed. He could, however, ask for an audience at any time, and it was an invariable rule to grant such requests, for the reason that he might have an impulse to repent and confess, which might be transitory. Such audiences, however, did not count in the progress of the case. When summoned to his first regular audience, he was sworn to tell the truth in this and all future hearings, and to keep silence as to all that he might see or hear, and as to everything connected with his own affair. He was made to declare his name, his age, his birthplace, his occupation, and the length of time since his arrest. After these formalities, if the case was one of heresy, there came an investigation into his genealogy. This, which accumulated a mass of information as to all infected families, and facilitated greatly researches into limpieza, was not a feature of the early trials. In those of from 1530 to 1540, it was still very informal, but by the middle of the century it had become minute, extending back to 2 generations, and including all uncles, aunts, and cousins, describing of what race they were, whether any of them had been tried by the Inquisition, and if so, how punished. The punctilious observance of this takes a somewhat ludicrous aspect in the trial at Lima in 1763 of a Mandingo Negro slave for superstitious cures. He was 70 years of age and had been brought from Guinea when a child, but was interrogated minutely as to parents and grandparents, uncles and aunts, and was made to declare that they were all of the race and caste of Negroes, and that none of them had been penanced, reconciled, or punished by the Inquisition. The accused was then interrogated as to his baptism, confirmation, and observance of the rites of religion. He was made to sign and cross himself, repeat the creed and usual prayers, and finally to give an account of his past life. After these preliminaries, of which the results were carefully recorded, he was asked whether he knew, presumed, or suspected the cause of his arrest. With rare exceptions, the reply was in the negative, and then followed what was known as the first of 3 monitions. There is no trace of this in the earliest trials, but toward 1490 an informal monition makes its appearance, and the instructions of 1498, in requiring the formal accusation to be presented within 10 days after arrest, prescribed that within that time the necessary admonitions shall be given. In 1525, a letter of Manrique shows that these monitions then were 3, but they still were negligently observed, and in trials from that time until 1550 they vary from none to 3. After the instructions of 1561, the 3 monitions became the established rule in cases of heresy, while 1 sufficed in lighter matters. The formula was formidable. The accused was told that, in the Holy Office, no one was arrested without sufficient evidence of his having done or witnessed something contrary to the faith or to the free exercise of the Inquisition, so that he must believe that he has been brought hither on such information. Therefore, by the reverence due to God and His glorious and blessed Mother, he was admonished and charged to search his memory and confess the whole truth as to what he feels himself inculpated or knows of other persons, without concealment or false witness, for in so doing he will discharge his conscience as a Catholic Christian. He will save his soul, and his case will be dispatched with all speed and befitting mercy, but otherwise justice will be done. At intervals, a 2nd and a 3rd monition were given, the last one ending with a warning that the fiscal desired to present an accusation against him, and it would be for his benefit, both for the relief of his conscience and for the favorable and speedy dispatch of his case, if he would tell the truth before its presentation, as thus he could be treated with the mercy which the Holy Office was wont to show to good confessors. Otherwise, he was warned that the fiscal would be heard and justice would be done. This brought an exceedingly effectual pressure to bear upon the anxious prisoner, especially when the system of delay, whether calculated or merely procrastinating, left him for months, and perhaps years, to lie in his cell, shut out from the world, brooding over his fate, and torturing himself with conjectures as to the evidence so confidently assumed to be conclusive against him. He was simply admonished to discharge his conscience, being kept in the dark as to the crimes of which he was accused, and left to search his heart and guess as to what he had done to bring him before the terrible tribunal. This had the further utility that in many cases it led to confession of derelictions unknown to the prosecution, his impassible judges coldly accepting his revelations and remanding him to his cell with fresh adjurations to search his memory and clear his conscience. This cruel device of withholding all knowledge of the charge appears to have been introduced gradually. In some cases, of about 1530, slight intimations of the nature of the accusation are given, but by 1540, complete reticence seems to be general. There was no formal instruction prescribing it, but it became the universal custom, based perhaps on the principle that the confession, like that to a priest, to be trustworthy must be spontaneous, showing the change of heart and conversion which alone could render the culprit worthy of mercy. Yet towards the end of its career, under Carlos III, and after the Restoration, The Inquisition occasionally granted an audiencia de cargos, in which the accused was apprised of the charges against him, and in trivial matters this frequently took the shape of summoning him under some pretext that would save his reputation, informing him of the alleged offences, and after hearing his explanations, determining what course to pursue. Even in so serious a matter as the celebration of Mass by a married layman, the Santiago Tribunal in 1816, after throwing Angel Sampayo into the secret prison, gave him an audiencia de cargos before proceeding further. How systematic reticence sometimes succeeded is indicated by the case of Angela Perez before the Toledo Tribunal in 1680. After lying in prison for 11 months, she asked for an audience, May 19th, to inquire why she had been brought to Toledo. She was admonished that she had already been told that no one was arrested who had not said or done something contrary to the faith. If she wished to discharge her conscience, she would be heard, and on her asserting that she had nothing to confess, she was sent back to her cell with an admonition to think it over and discharge her conscience. On June 13th, she sought another audience for the same purpose and with the same result. Then, on June 22nd, she was transferred from the Carceles Medias to the secret prison, and on the 25th she obtained another audience in which she entreated the inquisitors, in the name of the Virgin, to bring the charges, but all that she obtained was to have her genealogy taken and to receive the first monition. To this she replied that she had nothing to confess and wanted her case dispatched, as she had been 13 months in prison. The implacable methods of the Inquisition triumphed, however, for the next day she sought an audience in which she confessed that for 8 years she had observed the law of Moses. Even more suggestive, though in a different way, is the Mexican case of the priest Joseph Brunon de Vertiz, who was one of the dupes of some women pretending to have revelations. They were all arrested and he was thrown in prison September 9, 1649. In repeated audiences, he vainly sought to learn the charges against him. He fairly grovelled at the feet of the inquisitors. He made profuse statements of everything concerning himself and his accomplices. He submitted himself humbly to the Church and was ready to confess whatever was required of him, but all to no purpose. The strain proved too great for a mind not overly well balanced, and it began to give way. The first symptoms were complaints of demoniacal possession, followed, after an incarceration of 2 years and a half, by his writing a paper full of the wild imaginings of a disordered brain, in which he denounced the Inquisition as a congregation of demons, and the Jesuits as the most detestable enemies of God. Then he lay in his cell for more than 2 years, until July 23, 1654. He presented another incoherent paper. Finally he died, April 30, 1656, after more than 6.5 years of imprisonment, without ever learning of what he was accused. His body was thrust into unconsecrated ground, and the prosecution was continued against his fame and memory. On May 11, 1657, the fiscal at last presented an informal accusation for the purpose of summoning the kindred to defend the case. On October 22, 1659, more than 10 years after the arrest, the formal accusation was presented, and as defense was impracticable, Brunon de Vertis was condemned, and his effigy was burnt in the auto de fe of November of the same year. When, in the third monition, the accused was warned that if he did not confess, the fiscal would present an accusation, there was implied deceit, for whether he confessed or not, the trial went on in its inevitable course. It was usually in the same audience, after he had replied to the monition, that the fiscal was introduced with the accusation, to which he swore and then retired. This formidable document was framed so as to be as terrifying as possible. In cases of heresy, it represented that the accused, being a Christian baptized and confirmed, disregarding the fear of the justice of God and of the Inquisition, with great contempt for religion, scandal of the people, and condemnation of his own soul, had been and was a heretic, an impenitent, perjured negativo, and feigned confessor, that he had committed many and most grievous crimes against the divine majesty and the free exercise of the Inquisition, and was a fêter and receiver of heretics. Then followed the recital of the acts developed by the evidence, arranged in articles, reduplicated and exaggerated, and presented in the most odious light. Besides this, he was a perjurer, by refusing to confess in the audiences, after swearing to tell the truth, from which it was presumable that he was guilty of other and greater crimes, of which he was now accused generally, and would be specifically in due time. Wherefore the fiscal prayed that the accused should be found guilty of the crimes recited, condemning him to confiscation and relaxing his person to the secular arm, and declaring him to have incurred all the other penalties and disabilities provided by papal letters, instructions of the Holy Office, and pragmaticas of the kingdoms, executing them with all rigor, so as to serve as a punishment for him and an example to others. After this followed the terrible clause known as the Otrosi, demanding that he be tortured as long and as often as might be necessary to force him to confess the whole truth. One thoroughly unjustifiable feature of the accusation was that if there was evidence of other misdoings of the accused, wholly outside of the jurisdiction of the Inquisition, they were inserted because, as the instructions of 1561 remark, they serve as an aggravation of his heresies, and show his unchristian life, whence may be derived indications as to matters of faith. As soon as the accusation was read, it was gone over again, article by article, and the accused, while still confused by its menaces, taken at advantage, wholly unprepared, and without assistance of any kind, was required to answer each on the spot, his replies or explanations being taken down by the secretary as part of the record of the case. After this he was told to choose an advocate to aid in his defense. End of section 6. Recording by Shena Ser, Fresno, California. Section 7 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 6, Chapter 8, Part 2. The custom of allowing counsel in criminal cases is so comparatively recent in English law that their admission by the Inquisition may be regarded as an evidence of desire to render justice. In Spain, however, it was customary, and defendants too poor to retain them were supplied at the public expense. In the Royal Chancelleria, as organized by Ferdinand and Isabella, there were 2 abogados de los pobres. In the medieval Inquisition, during its earlier centuries, counsel were not allowed to the accused, and it became a settled principle of the canon law that advocates who undertook the defense of heretics were suspended from their functions and were perpetually infamous. Towards the close of the 15th century, however, in witchcraft trials, we find advocates admitted, but under the strict limitations that we shall see in Spain, and those who showed themselves too zealous in defense of their clients were subject to excommunication as faitors of heresy. When the Spanish Inquisition was founded, it was therefore a matter of course that the accused should be allowed the assistance of trained lawyers, and not only this but of procurators who attended to the business of the defense, performing the functions in some sort of the English solicitor, while the letrado represented the barrister and drew up the argument. In a number of trials at Ciudad Real in 1483, there appears to have been considerable freedom of choice, the accused selecting both advocates and procurators. During the persecution at Guadalupe in 1485, the defendants were mostly represented by Dr. de Villa Escusa as advocate and by Juan de Texeda as procurator, and the arguments in defense were well and forcibly presented. This was in accordance with the instructions of 1484, which order that if the accused shall ask for an advocate and procurator, the inquisitors shall grant the request, receiving from the advocate an oath to assist him faithfully, without cavils or malicious delays, but that if at any stage of the case he finds that his client has not justice on his side, he will help him no longer and report to the inquisitors. If the accused has property, they shall be paid from it, but if he has none, they shall be paid out of other confiscations, for such are the orders of the sovereigns. Yet this liberality was nullified by the clause requiring advocates to betray their clients, thus destroying all confidence between them and fatally crippling the defense. It was, however, in accordance with the ethics of the age, and we shall see how it developed in a manner to render illusory the services of the advocate. It would seem that the tribunals sometimes chafed under these rules and asserted discretion to disregard them, for in the case of the priest Diego Garcia in 1488, when he was told to select an advocate and a procurator, the fiscal refused consent, and he had to conduct his own defense, though at a subsequent stage of the trial Diego Tellez appeared for him. It was possibly in consequence of such cases and of other impediments to the defense that the Suprema issued a provision that all prisoners should be allowed to take a procurator and advocate, provided they were fitting persons. Also, that the children and kindred of the accused should not be prohibited from consulting as freely as they pleased with the counsel, and that he should have copies of the accusation, the depositions of the witnesses, and other papers in conformity with the instructions. All this, which was demanded by the simplest demands of justice, became, as we shall see, a dead letter. That the danger awaiting a too zealous advocate was not purely hypothetical is seen in the case of Casafranca, deputy of Ferdinand's Treasurer General of Catalonia, who was burnt in the auto de fe of January 17, 1505, and his wife in that of June 23. His father-in-law had been reconciled, and his mother, after condemnation, died in the secret prison. Francisco Franch, the royal advocate fiscal, had defended Casafranca, and the Inquisition prosecuted him for his unsuccessful attempt to avert his client's fate, although at that time he had risen to the position of regent of the royal chancellery. Ferdinand, who felt much interest in his behalf, made Inquisitor General Deza write in his favor to Francisco Páez de Sotomayor, an inquisitor specially deputed to hear the case, but this did not save him from bitter humiliation and dishonor. February 28, 1505, Sotomayor pronounced sentence in which his offense was described as endeavoring to induce a witness to revoke his testimony, and as impeding the Inquisition by useless and procrastinating delays, by which he had incurred excommunication, and moreover he was guilty of perjury by asserting a false and erroneous conclusion, for all which he had humbly begged pardon and mercy. After obtaining absolution from a priest, he was to stand the next day before the high altar of Santa Maria de Jesus during Mass, with a lighted candle, in penitential guise, and forfeit all payment for his services, which would have come out of Casafranca's confiscated estate. Both he and the fiscal accepted the sentence, but there was delay in his public penance, for he refused to utter certain words interlined in the sentence, which he asserted had been inserted since it was read to him. The fiscal threatened to appeal to the Inquisitor General and demanded that Franch be detained in prison until the appeal was decided, whereupon he yielded and the ceremony was performed on March 1st. When the efforts of counsel in behalf of their clients were thus effectually discouraged, nothing but the most perfunctory services could be expected from them, and the inquisitors need apprehend little trouble. Even this, however, was thought to give the accused too much chance, and all risk of inconvenient zeal was averted by depriving him of the right to select his defender and confining the function to one or two appointees of the tribunal who could be relied upon to favor the faith. The first intimation of this policy comes in the memorials of Jaén and Llerena in 1506, which complain bitterly that the inquisitors refused to allow the accused to select their advocates and procurators, forcing them to take such as they appoint who will do their bidding. The Jaén memorial describes them as enemies of the people, who desire arrests to be multiplied, as they charge 3,000 maravedis in every case, which for the 200 prisoners amounts to 600,000. This abuse, probably originating with Lucero, was so conformable to the tendencies of the Holy Office that it gradually became the rule. In 1533, one of the petitions of the Cortes of Monzon was that prisoners should be allowed to select their advocates and procurators, and to this no direct answer was made. In 1537, the Abogados de los Presos were already recognized as officials appointed by the tribunals. They were exclusively entitled to conduct the defense, and in 1540, the Suprema, in reply to a petition, said that, if the party desired a different advocate, it could only be on condition that he should act in consultation with the official one. Even this poor privilege was withdrawn, for in 1562, Valdez decreed that the official council should communicate with no other advocate. It is true that, in 1551, the Suprema had admitted that, if the tribunal had not been able to find a fitting lawyer for appointment, the accused could select one, but this was merely yielding to necessity. The chief qualification for an abogado de los presos was his limpieza and that of his wife. His subservience to the tribunal was assured by his dependent position, but to render this more absolute, about 1580, the Suprema ordered the Lima Tribunal, and probably all others, to make its advocates familiars, an office which bound them to the strictest obedience. Allowing for natural exaggeration, there is probably truth in the description given in 1559 by Antonio Nieto, a prisoner in Valencia, to his cellmate Pedro Luis Verga, who, after his first audience, was felicitating himself on Inquisitor Arteaga's promise to give him an advocate and a procurator. Nieto told him not to count upon it, for though the inquisitor might give him an advocate, he would give him nothing good, but a fellow who would do only what the inquisitor wanted, and if by chance he asked for an advocate or a procurator not of the Inquisition, they would not serve, for if they went contrary to the inquisitor's wishes, he would get up some charge of false belief or want of respect, and cast them into prison. The advocate thus became one of the officials of the tribunal, duly salaried and working in full accord with the inquisitors. In 1584, we find him of Valencia petitioning to have a place assigned to him in the autos de fe, where he could be recognized as such and, at his ease, see his client's sentence. The petition was granted, and he was allotted the last place among the salaried and commissioned officers. This became the established rule, but in time professional dignity was wounded at thus being relegated to a position inferior to the messengers and apparitors and jailers. In Valladolid and Granada, the advocates obtained promotion to outrank the physicians and surgeons, and in 1670 the licentiate Juan Marquez, advocate in the Seville tribunal, addressed to the Suprema a formidable memorial of 75 quarto pages of text and 15 of index, representing the slight thus put upon them and setting forth the dignity of the legal profession, the respect due to its learning, and, as regards the advocates of prisoners, the confidential position occupied and the fidelity with which they served the tribunals. It seems never to have occurred to him to put forward a claim based upon fidelity to their clients. In fact, the so-called advocate was simply an official instrument for securing confession and conviction, for which his ostensible position of friendly adviser gave him peculiar opportunity. No communication between him and his client was allowed, except in presence of the inquisitors and of the secretary, who made record of all that passed between them, thus keeping watch to see that he performed his duty. It is true that he was sworn to defend the prisoner with all care and diligence and fidelity, if there was ground for it, and if not, to undeceive him, but his real duty is described as urging the prisoner to confess fully as to himself and others, and to throw himself upon the mercy of the tribunal, for by denial he would only prejudice his case and suffer in the end. How any deviation from this was treated appears in the case of Benito Ferrer in 1621 before the Toledo tribunal. In the consultation, his advocate Argendona suggested some points of defense displeasing to the inquisitors, who promptly ordered him out of the audience chamber and sent Benito back to his cell to refresh his memory and discharge his conscience, and 2 days later Argendona had to put in the written defense without further opportunity of conference. The licentiate Egas had a more accurate conception of his duty when serving as advocate for Isabel Reynier, tried in 1571 for Protestantism in Toledo. The official record states that, after unavailing efforts to induce her to confess, he asked whether she had any enemies to disable, on which he could frame a defense, when she named several, but as the señores inquisidores wanted to dispatch the case, he told her that this would avail her nothing, for there was no presumption that enmity had caused false witness, and he went on to persuade her that she had already confessed enough to render her case hopeless. The impatience of the inquisitors was gratified, for the unfortunate woman was sent to the stake without Egas troubling them by putting in a written defense. The old rule remained in force, forbidding the advocate to defend an impenitent heretic. It made no difference, of course, in the result, but still permission to do so would have saved appearances. Such cases occasionally occurred, like that of Benito Peñas at Toledo in 1641, a harmless lunatic with some vague speculative heresies. His advocate, Juan Diaz Suelto, after a conference in which his client obstinately rejected his advice to forsake his errors and beg for mercy, reported that his efforts had been in vain, so that it was necessary for him to abandon the defense, in order not to incur the censures and other penalties imposed by the papal briefs, and also for the speedier dispatch of the case. Even as late as 1753, at Valencia, the same occurred in the trial of a swindling German named Hortzmann. If, even under these shackles, an advocate desired really to defend his client, he was deprived of the means to do so. Originally, as we have seen, the kindred and children were allowed freely to communicate with him, to furnish indispensable assistance and information, and to gather witnesses, and he was also supplied with copies of the depositions of the witnesses and other necessary papers. It seems to have been Lucero, the evil inquisitor of Cordova, who changed all this, for the memorials of Jaén and Llerena complain bitterly of such denial of justice, rendering nugatory all the means of defense, and depriving the kindred of all knowledge of the nature of the accusation. It expedited business, however, and facilitated conviction, and its usefulness overcame all scruples. In 1522, Cardinal Adrian forbade all communication between the advocate and the children or kinsmen of the accused, and this prohibition was repeated until it became the invariable rule. In the same spirit, the only document that he was allowed to have was a copy of the publication of evidence, which was a very different thing from the original depositions. To repress all initiative on his part, he was prohibited from putting forward any defense save what the accused might suggest in their open consultations in the audience chamber, or to call for any witnesses whom the latter did not name, and the inquisitors were instructed to punish any infractions of this rule because they were troublesome and impeded the course of business. If an advocate was suspected of undue zeal, the inquisitors had the right to interrogate him as to the measures taken for the defense, the sources of his information, and other details. The defense in every way was obliged to play cartes sur table, while the fiscal's hand was carefully guarded, and only such knowledge was permitted as served to confuse and mislead. It would seem scarce likely, under such regulations, that advocates would be guilty of really assisting their clients. But to guard against such possible derelictions of duty, inspectors were ordered, when visiting tribunals, to inquire whether they defend the accused maliciously and employ cavils for delay, and finally, whether or not they are necessary. At the same time, in its affectation of fairness, the Inquisition insisted on the accused having counsel. When, in 1565, Pedro Hernandez was tried at Toledo for Calvinism, he confessed at once, professed conversion, and begged for mercy. When told to select an advocate, he refused, until informed that it was imperative for him to have one to conduct his defense. Of course, this was a mere formality, for he was duly burnt in the auto de fe of June 17th. Inquisitors, moreover, were required to admit all documents offered to them, and to listen to anyone who might have the hardihood to appear in favor of a prisoner. Simultaneously with the development of restrictions on the advocate, the disappearance of the procurator completed the system of enabling the inquisitor to control the defense as well as the prosecution. One of the latest references to the procurator is a regulation of 1545, which infers that, if the accused made application, the tribunal would grant him one, with the reservation that this did not entitle the kindred to aid in the defense. This jealousy of outside assistance constantly increased, and some tribunals, such as Seville and Cordova, commenced to refuse admission to procurators, except in prosecutions of the absent and dead. The kindred might suggest the names of witnesses to the inquisitor, who would summon and examine them. Finally, Inquisitor Cervantes, when in 1560 he made a report on Barcelona, took the opportunity of pointing out the disadvantages of such representatives of the accused. Through them, he argued, the case became known. They anticipate the witnesses before they give evidence. They are able to identify them and furnish to the accused reasons for disabling them. The Bishop of Avila, a member of the Suprema, promptly admitted the force of this, and declared that procurators ought no longer to be allowed. This opinion prevailed, and in the instructions of 1561, their admission was forbidden, although in case of necessity, special powers might be given to the advocate. They continued, however, to be appointed in trials of the absent and dead, where it was unavoidable. The Roman Inquisition did not follow this example of the Spanish, and allowed the employment of procurators. Besides the advocate, there appears in many trials a personage known as the curador or guardian, a living evidence of the fatherly care of the Inquisition toward the helpless. Following the traditions of the Roman law, Spanish jurisprudence provided that, in suits and actions involving those who had not attained the full age of 25 years, the assent of a curador, either permanent or temporary ad hoc, was necessary to validate the legal acts of the minor. This provision, intended for the protection of the youthful and incapable, was retained in the practice of the Inquisition because it was necessary to render valid the various compulsory acts of the accused in the successive steps of his trial, but in order that it might not by any chance be of value to him, and to preserve the secrecy of the Holy Office, the custom was adopted of appointing the advocate, or preferably the jailer or messenger, or some other underling of the tribunal, to serve as curador. As it was thus wholly subversive of the object for which the function was created, there is grotesque cynicism in the pompous formalities through which the curador was interjected into the proceedings. He took a solemn oath that he would diligently and faithfully defend his ward, alleging all that was to his advantage, and preventing all that was injurious, advising with his advocate, and doing all that a good guardian could do for a ward. And if the latter, through his negligence, suffered injury, he pledged his person and property to make it good, giving as security another person, a fellow subordinate, who united with him in the liability, jointly and severally, renouncing all legal defense and placing themselves and all their possessions in the hands of the inquisitors. Being thus a mere formality, or rather a deception, involving the perjury of those who took the formidable oath, it may be dismissed from further consideration, except to cite a case illustrative of the rigid formalism of procedure. In 1638, at Valladolid, Blanca Enriquez, on trial for Judaism, represented herself as 22 years of age, and as usual was given a curador. She confessed to having been reconciled at Cordova 9 or 10 years before. A vote in discordia carried the case to the Suprema, which discovered that her previous trial had occurred in 1623, when she was 15, and consequently she was now 30. The curador therefore had rendered the trial irregular, and the Suprema ordered it to be repeated from the beginning. There was another form of assistance allowed to the accused, when the questions at issue involved nice theological points beyond the capacity of the ordinary advocates. Learned doctors were called in as patrones theologos to aid the accused after he had been heard in defense of his incriminated propositions. In ordinary practice, the propositions and his answers were read to them. To each one they said whether he had satisfactorily explained it or not, or whether he ought to retract, or whatever other conclusion they might reach. Then the whole was submitted to the calificadores, who pronounced their final censure. Nominally, the patrones were selected by the accused, but in this, as in everything else, the Inquisition sought to control the defense. When, in 1574, Fray Luis de Leon was told that he could have patrones, he named 4 from various places. The Valladolid tribunal referred the nominations to the Suprema, which replied by asking whom it was accustomed to give from among its calificadores, and, on being informed, ordered that the routine custom should be followed. Fray Luis's protest that he did not want calificadores who had already pronounced against him was set aside. Patrones were not meant to defend the accused in his heresies, but to undeceive him and tell him what he should believe. It is true that the Suprema finally receded from this position, but by a juggle continued for months, Fray Luis was forced to take a man whom he did not want, and who was only a new and disguised calificador. Conference between them was denied, and the opinion which the patron rendered was withheld from him. The wisest course for a theologian, in the hands of the Inquisition, was that adopted by Fray Thomas de Nieva in 1642, when on trial at Valladolid for certain conclusions defended by him in scholastic debate. He refused both advocate and patrones, saying that he was subject to correction by the Church and by learned theologians, and he did not propose to defend the inculpated propositions. End of section 7. Recording by Shena Sayre, Fresno, California. Section 8 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 6, Chapter 8, Part 3. We have seen that, after the accusation was read and answered, the prisoner was told to choose an advocate. Possibly 2 names were mentioned to him, both equally unknown, more often only a single name. He was not at liberty to refuse, and on his giving assent, the advocate, who had been kept in readiness in the antechamber, was called in. The proceedings up to that point were read to him, and he at once performed the duty of urging his client to confess. Whether successful or not in this, he stated that the next thing in order was to conclude. The fiscal was called in, who similarly announced that he concluded, and the inquisitors notified both parties of the conclusion. These formalities being over, the case was formally received to proof. The fiscal asked that his witnesses be ratified and publication of evidence be made. Ratification, as we have seen, frequently caused considerable delay, until the device was invented of ratifying at the time of deposition. When the evidence was thus in proper shape, the next move was its so-called publication. This might or might not be the final step of the prosecution, for it never was precluded from bringing in new evidence, and there might be half a dozen or more successive publications, especially when a group of Judaizers were on trial, and they broke down one by one and told what they knew about their associates. The effectiveness of this is illustrated by the case of Engracia Rodriguez at Valladolid in 1643. After her case had apparently reached its end, the Consulta de Fe voted her to torture, which was duly administered without eliciting a confession. Then from time to time came new publications of evidence, until her resolution gave way, and at the 7th publication, 11 months after her torture, she confessed to Judaism. She probably recognized that her kindred and friends were yielding, one after another, and incriminating her, and that it was useless to resist longer, with the certainty of which her advocate doubtless informed her, that persistence would indubitably end in her burning alive as an impenitent negativa. As this publication of evidence was the only inkling afforded to the accused of what was the case against him, and as it was assumed to give him ample opportunity of defense, it is worth a little special consideration. We have seen that the pretext of protecting witnesses was held as justifying the suppression of their names and of all circumstances that might lead to their identification. Even under the most rigid construction, this crippled greatly the defense, but rigid construction of their powers was not common among the tribunals. When once it was admitted that portions of the evidence could lawfully be suppressed, the selection of what should be made known became largely discretional. The endeavor to lay down rules for guidance as to this led to an infinity of instructions, more or less rigid or lax. In 1498, the Suprema called attention to the evils that had hitherto followed publication, wherefore in future care must be taken to omit all circumstances giving a clue to the identity of the witnesses, and this was repeated in 1499. Yet the glaring injustice of withholding from the accused a knowledge of details that might enable him to disprove the charges was recognized, but all instructions forbidding this were framed with an if that virtually authorized the wrong. For instance, the specification of time and place at which an act was said to have been performed was indispensable if the accused were to have a chance of detecting false swearing, yet such details might possibly lead him to identify the witness, and these opposing reasons gave rise to a series of varying orders which indicate how the Suprema vacillated between the desire to secure the advantage and the consciousness of the wrong. In 1525, it condemned the practice of the Toledo tribunal in omitting time and place. It was difficult to make the inquisitors observe this, and in 1527 a general order was issued to state the evidence as the witnesses had given it, neither more nor less. In 1530 it made a concession by ordering that it should be consulted when there was inconvenience in stating the month or year. Then in 1532 it laid down the positive rule that place and time and persons must be stated, for the principle that the witness must be protected was to be construed as preventing only direct recognition and not inferential. This was again modified in 1537 when, while again ordering that all the evidence must be given, this was qualified by the old injunction to suppress all circumstances by which the witnesses could be identified. About 1560, some instructions to Barcelona ordered that the time should be stated, while place is to be indicated in such general terms as shall not betray the witness. Finally, in the definitive instructions of 1561, time and place are ordered to be given, but at the same the omission is prescribed of all that may betray the witness. A caution that no evidence is to be used that is not in the publication gives a hint of other irregularities of even a more serious nature. The publication being a matter of supreme importance, it was the duty of the inquisitors personally to draw it up, and not entrust it to subordinates, least of all to the fiscal, who was technically the prosecutor. Orders to this effect were issued in 1529. They were repeated in the instructions of 1561, but in 1568 the Suprema was obliged to take the Barcelona tribunal to task for allowing the fiscal to do it, and a later writer informs us that inquisitors continued to shirk the labor and threw it upon the secretaries. The labor was doubtless great, When the witnesses were numerous and loquacious, and the delicate duty was apt to be recklessly performed by subordinates, fearful of rebuke if they allowed too much to be known. The custom was to give the evidence of each witness separately, as deposed by a certain person, and, when practicable, to divide it up into articles, each covering a separate charge or fact. In this process, the elimination of all circumstances that might give a clue to the identity of the witnesses was easy, and there was little scruple in misleading the defendant or in omitting whatever might be thought to weaken the case. In the publication read to Marie Gomez Lasazeda when on trial at Toledo in 1544, the evidence of one witness is divided and represented as given by two, with the object, as noted on the margin, of preventing her from identifying him. In the case of Gaspar de Torralva, before the same tribunal in 1531, the publication bears such notes as the evidence of the seventh witness omitted, the evidence of the eighth witness omitted. There was no possible supervision or control over this. The discretion of the inquisitors was absolute, and the prisoner was at their mercy. In many cases, the publication was scarce more than a slovenly repetition of the fiscal's accusation, and afforded to the accused no possible aid in his defense, as in that given to Juan de la Barra, tried for Lutheranism at Toledo in 1656. When it was drawn up more elaborately, it became confusing in the highest degree. One reads the long array of the assertions or the conjectures or the gossip retailed by 25 or 30 witnesses, vaguely set forth as what a certain person said or thought about another certain person, with no specifications of time or place, and one wonders how the prisoner could even grasp it sufficiently to form any definite conception of the character and weight of the evidence against him. And, with his life perhaps hanging in the balance, he was required to answer all this on the spot, article by article, and was closely cross-examined on his replies. That even an innocent man should compromise himself in the pitfalls thus cunningly laid for him was not unlikely, and yet this publication of evidence was represented as a special favor granted in view of the other restrictions imposed on the defense, a favor not always conceded in the secular courts. After this ordeal was passed, the advocate was called in and furnished with the publication and the answers of the accused. The two conferred together, under the eye of the inquisitor and pen of the secretary. If the accused rejected the renewed advice of the advocate to confess and discharge his conscience, the plan of defense was concerted. What this was, as a rule, made little difference. When in 1499 the Inquisitors General felt it necessary to instruct inquisitors that they must pay attention to the defenses and exceptions alleged by the accused, it indicates how they were recognized as prosecutors rather than judges. Yet it was freely admitted that, in view of the limitations of the defense, they should be most zealous in considering whatever it presented. The defense was so perfunctory a routine that the systematic writers mostly dismiss it with the curt observation that its witnesses must be zealous Christians and in no way connected with the defendant. Simancas, however, treats it at greater length, and his enumeration of its possibilities shows how restricted they were. He admits at the start the legal maxim that it is impossible to prove a negative, which was virtually, in most cases, the task imposed on the accused. Then he proceeds to define what the defendant can do. He can call on witnesses to prove his religious character, or to disable for enmity the opposing witnesses, or to show that at a certain time or place he did not say what was attributed to him. Then there are general pleas in abatement, extreme youth, second childishness, insanity, drunkenness, thoughtless speech, ignorance, jocularity, the pressure of fear under threats, or intense grief. Or he may recuse the judge, which should be referred to the Suprema and not to arbiters who cause much delay. Recusation of a judge was a right recognized in the traditional legislation of Spain. It was admitted in the Inquisition, and we have seen, in the cases of Carranza and Villanueva, how little the accused profited thereby, even when nominally successful. It was a recourse practically open only to the powerful or to the trained, at best but a dangerous expedient, and of necessity had to be done at the commencement of a trial. It evidently was not employed often enough for a definite form of procedure to have been provided. The instructions of 1561 required that, if an inquisitor be recused, he must abandon the case to his colleague. If he has none, or if both are recused, the matter must await the decision of the Suprema. This would indicate that the recused judge retired as a matter of course, but the Carranza and Villanueva cases proved that the objections of the prisoner had to be demonstrated as legitimate, and this is further indicated when the troublesome Jesuit, Padre Juan Bautista Poza's extravagant Mariolatry was condemned at Rome and approved in Spain. It took 7 years after his Elucidarium Dei Pari had been placed on the Roman Index in 1628 before the Spanish Inquisition could be compelled by the nuncio to prosecute him for his rebellious defiance. When on trial by the Toledo tribunal, he recused the Inquisitor Cienfuegos. His reasons were examined by the Suprema, which consulted the other inquisitors, and the recusation was sustained. How unusual was this proceeding is indicated by the boast of his triumphant brethren that this was one of the remarkable events that had occurred in Spain. Yet an incident in the trial of Fray Luis de Leon shows the advantage taken of any obstacle to prevent recusation. After 2.5 years of seclusion in prison from the world, he asked to know the names of the existing Inquisitor General and members of the Suprema, in order that he might recuse any whom he regarded as inimical. Yet this elementary piece of information was denied, in spite of repeated applications, in which his counsel joined, showing that the latter was debarred from telling him what was of public notoriety. Strictly speaking, recusation was not a defense, but merely a preliminary to it, and its rarity renders it of minor importance. Of the pleas in abatement enumerated by Simancas, that of youth amounted to little, for, as we have seen, as soon as the age of responsibility was reached, the offender was liable to punishment, and there was little mercy shown. In fact, there was a device, when the culprit was below the age of 14, of postponing the sentence until he had attained that age. Insanity was of much greater moment. The insane were recognized as irresponsible and were sent to hospitals. It was not infrequently pleaded and the tribunals were constantly on the watch to protect themselves against deception, yet it was long before definite rules were adopted with regard to the matter. In the enlightened view taken by the Inquisition regarding witchcraft, instructions of 1537 indicate a disposition to regard reputed witches as insane. Whenever the inquisitors considered this to be the case, all acts and words leading to such conclusion were to be scrupulously detailed in the records. Barcelona at the time had on hand a witch named Juana Rosquels, whom the physician and consultors considered to be out of her mind. Not knowing what to do, they referred to the Suprema, which ordered her discharge and somewhat inconsistently required her to be put under bail. Even more tentative was the case of Toledo in 1541 of Juan Garcia, a day laborer, favored with revelations of the wildest kind. In his audiences he replied unintelligibly to the questions asked, and, when the case came before the consulta de fe, it summoned him and asked whether he would take 100 lashes or confinement in a hospital. He very sensibly declined both, and the session terminated with a vote that his sanity be investigated. This was done in the most superficial way. The consulta de fe, when reassembled, voted to acquit him, with the warning that if he persisted in his wild talk he should have 100 lashes, whether insane or not. He was accordingly told to be gone in God's name. There evidently was as yet no method prescribed for dealing with such cases, and it is somewhat remarkable that the instructions of 1561 allude only to those, by no means infrequent, in which prisoners became demented during trial, and in this it is only ordered that they be provided with a curador, which infers that the trial was to be continued. In conformity with this, at Granada in 1665, a prisoner who had become insane after confessing was furnished with a curador, under whose auspices the case was carried to conclusion. He was condemned as a heretic, and his property was confiscated. As he had confessed and begged for mercy while still in his senses, he was absolved from censures so that he might enjoy the suffrages of the Church, while as to the penances requiring sanity for their performance, such as reconciliation, abjuration, exile, etc., their determination was postponed till he should regain his reason. When madness occurred after conviction and sentence, Peña tells us that the execution should be postponed until the reason is restored, for perhaps the culprit may repent and he is sufficiently punished by the madness. Even when it is feigned, this should be done, for it is a less evil that the crime should be unpunished than to destroy his soul by putting him to death impenitent. In any event, confiscation is to be enforced. When the accused was decided to be insane, the plan adopted was to transfer him to a hospital, but in 1570 the Suprema required to be consulted before this was done. Hospitals were not always willing to receive such patients, but they were constrained to do so, as appears by an order of the Suprema in 1574 in such a case. The diagnosis of insanity is sufficiently obscure to modern science, and it is not surprising that the Inquisition experienced difficulty in protecting itself against attempts at imposition, which were regarded as frequent. Peña informs us that insanity was always looked upon with suspicion, as probably fictitious, but he can only suggest that the jailers should keep careful watch and the inquisitors threaten or employ torture, to which there was no objection unless there was risk of death, and which was an effective means of detecting imposture. There was, in fact, as we have seen, no hesitation in having recourse to it when other means failed, but it is to the credit of the Inquisition that it was ready to exhaust all its resources in doubtful cases to determine the question of sanity, however much its ultimate conclusions might be warped by prejudice or preconceptions. An exceedingly illustrative case was that of Benito Ferrer, a wandering beggar, wearing priestly garments, arrested in Madrid, August 24, 1621, by the archiepiscopal police and confined in the spiritual prison. He was about to be discharged when, on September 20th, while Mass was being celebrated in the oratory, he sprang forward at the elevation of the host, snatched it from the hands of the celebrant, crushed it, and cast part of it on the floor, exclaiming, "O traitor God, now you shall pay me." The sacrilege, of course, caused the greatest excitement and indignation. The archiepiscopal court took cognizance of the matter and was about to discharge Benito as crazy when the Inquisition claimed him and sent him to Toledo for trial, with orders to push the case. Before leaving Madrid, he was examined by the commissioner, when he asserted his entire sanity, and explained his act by asserting that the host was not consecrated, for the priest and everyone else whom he saw were enchanted demons. Benito was undoubtedly a monomaniac, for in his subsequent audiences he stated that, in 1609, he had been bewitched, since when everyone he met was a demon, with much other wild talk. His advocate asked for an investigation into his sanity, which was performed somewhat perfunctorily, with the result that his extravagance was pronounced to be feigned. Still, the Consulta de Fe on November 23rd voted in discordia, and the Suprema ordered further examination into his record and antecedents. 20 years before, in his native Catalonia, he had endeavored to enter religion. 2 convents had refused to receive him, and 2 others had expelled him after a few months. The tribunals of Valencia and Barcelona were set to work on these faint traces. The friars of that time were dead or scattered, but after 6 months of search 2 or 3 were found who vaguely remembered him as a melancholy person of little sense who seemed to be possessed. Then followed further examinations of fellow prisoners and physicians, concurring in the belief that his insanity was a fiction, and fruitless efforts were made to induce him to admit it. Another Consulta de Fe, held September 10, 1622, voted unanimously for relaxation, but the Suprema was not yet satisfied and ordered torture as a last resort. When the sentence was read to him, he simply said that he was ready for what the Divine Majesty might be pleased to do with him. Then for 3 hours he was exposed to the extremity of torment, the blood dripping to the floor from his lacerated flesh, but amid his shrieks and groans nothing more could be extracted from him than, "God suffered more, I am here to serve his pleasure," and an offer that, if they would give him a Bible, he would prove them all to be demons. If torture meant anything as a test, this proved his insanity to be real. But 2 days later, a consulta de fe unanimously voted his relaxation as an impenitente negativo. Still, the Suprema was not satisfied. It thought that the torture had been insufficient, and it ordered him to be confined with persons of confidence who should keep strict watch over him. Accordingly, on November 23rd, his cell was changed and he was given as companions 2 friars and a physician awaiting trial, duly sworn and instructed. February 8, 1623, they were examined and pronounced him sane. But Dr. Antonio Gomez, who examined him, thought him liable to delusions. Many persons, he said, were sane in everything but one topic, on which they were insane. Still the Suprema hesitated and ordered continued observations, which were prolonged until November 4th, with the same result, when another consulta de fe unanimously voted for relaxation. The Suprema could hold out no longer against these repeated convictions. It confirmed the sentence, and he was burnt alive as an impenitent, January 21, 1624. Erroneous as the conclusion may seem to us, it was not reached without a prolonged and conscientious investigation, such as no other tribunal of the period would have given to such a case, though the archiepiscopal authorities were wiser when they promptly recognized Benito's madness. A nymphomaniac in 1688 caused the Valencia tribunal an even longer term of perplexity. Francisca Garcia was arrested March 28th as an alumbrada, one of the mystics against whom the Inquisition waged unrelenting warfare. She frankly admitted her sexual excesses, which she said were in obedience to the voice of God. During audiences at long intervals, her talk was so irrational that insanity was suspected. Physicians were called in who reported that she seemed to suffer from some mental weakness, and the alcaide said that he could not determine whether it was weakness or malice. Calificadores were consulted, who postponed for further decision the question whether she was hallucinated, crazy, or possessed. So it went on for 2 years and a half until, on September 19, 1690, it was resolved to keep her in prison, but that before presenting the accusation, another consultation with calificadores should be had. They examined her and reported that she cried aloud and wept and ejaculated and answered no questions directly, but still asserted that carnal indulgence was embracing God, so they reserved their opinions till another time. 18 months passed away, and in March 1692 she sought an audience in which she threw herself on the ground and with tears begged to be taught. She knew that she ought to be content with her husband, and with screams and cries she declared that she could not resist temptation save with the aid of God. A consulta de fe was promptly held, and another in January 1693, which could only recommend her detention in view of the evils to be apprehended if she were allowed to communicate with others. Then 2 years and a half more elapsed, with occasional reports from the alcaide and secretary to the effect that latterly the poor creature no longer talked lasciviously, in view of which it was voted, July 1, 1695, that the accusation should be presented and that calificadores should again examine her. To the report of this, the Suprema replied in vigorous language, pointing out that this was only recommencing the eternal round, and that the case promised to be immortal. It ordered that the prosecution should be promptly carried on in the usual way, and the sentence be submitted for its approbation. Here the record before us breaks off, and the final action is unknown, but it is evident that the unfortunate woman was to be treated as responsible, the hesitation of the tribunal having only resulted in her incarceration for more than 7 years in a dungeon, calabozo, where, if not insane at first, she probably became so in the darkness and despair of interminable confinement. However humane intentions might be, prejudice and ignorance misled them to cruelty. It marks a progressive improvement when, in time, it became customary, on receiving a denunciation, to interrogate the informer whether he knew if the accused was a drunkard or suffered from any mental disturbance, and, in instructions to commissioners in taking testimony, these inquiries were directed always to be made. This was a praiseworthy precaution, and the modern softening of temper produced a marked improvement in the treatment of the insane. This is well exhibited in 1818 in the case of Pedro Benito Lobarinas, in which the Suprema ordered the Santiago Tribunal to treat him with especial kindness and to give him every comfort compatible with his safe keeping. Confidential persons as well as the physicians are to be admitted to him, who in friendly talk could form an estimate of his mental condition, while investigations were also to be made at his place of abode. Still, the outcome of the case shows the conflict between humanity and extreme dread of doctrinal error. His offense was simply some propositions, and, in view of his sanity in all else, and his experience as a garden laborer, he was to be handed over to the gardener of some convent so walled as to prevent his escape, and to forbid his speaking with any one, so that he might have no chance to disseminate his heresies. As for the other pleas in abatement, such as intoxication, sudden anger, thoughtlessness, ignorance, jocularity, and the like, they could only be advanced in minor cases, like blasphemy and propositions not involving formal heresy. In such matters they were often alleged in extenuation and were given more or less consideration according to the temper of the tribunal, the penalties not infrequently being moderated in consequence. End of section 8. Recording by Shena Ser, Fresno, California. Section 9 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 6, Chapter 8, Part 4. Defense, when the accused denied the charge, was practically limited to tachas and abonos, the former being the disabling of witnesses by proving enmity or other disability, the latter being the accumulation of evidence to prove good character and assiduous religious observance. The interrogatorio de indirectas, to secure testimony disproving or explaining away specific accusations, was occasionally employed, and sometimes flaws or contradictions in the incriminating evidence were exposed, or an alibi might be proved when time and place were specified in the publication, but these cases were exceptional. In the great mass of trials on serious charges, no attempt at defense was made except by tachas and abonos. To the latter, little attention was usually vouchsafed, and the struggle, as a rule, was over the former. In this, the defense was heavily handicapped by the suppression of witnesses' names and the garbling of evidence in the publication to protect them from recognition. While occasionally the accused could identify one or two, in general he could only grope blindly and indicate persons with whom he had quarrelled, in the desperate hope that they might chance to be those who had given damaging testimony. Slender as was the prospect of accomplishing this, it was rendered additionally difficult by the obstructions placed in the way of his obtaining and presenting his evidence. He was permitted only to furnish the names of those whom he suspected, with a list of the witnesses on whom he relied to prove enmity, and a series of questions to be put to the latter, who during the years of his incarceration might have died or disappeared. We have seen how rigid were the qualifications exacted of witnesses for the defense, so that the inquisitor exercised his discretion as to whom he would admit, nor was he bound to put any interrogations which he deemed irrelevant or of which he disapproved. Indeed, it was held to be the duty of the inquisitor to expurgate the interrogatories, and if, in those of tachas, there was anything affecting the reputation of a married woman or the limpieza of a family, it was to be struck out. The whole matter was absolutely in his hands, and he could even refuse to admit the prisoner to any defense, as in the case of Martin de Jaén, a Morisco, burnt in the Toledo auto de fe of 1606, or Manuel de Mesones, penanced in that of 1610, on the ground that what they asked for was unnecessary or irrelevant. When defense was permitted, neither the accused nor his advocate had the privilege of examining such witnesses as were admitted, or of drawing forth all that they might have to tell. If they were residents of the city, the inquisitor would summon them. If at a distance, the interrogatories were sent to a commissioner. The witness to each bald question would answer yes or no, or perhaps might give some vague details, or say that he knew nothing, and there the taking of testimony ended. If inquiries were directed against parties who had not testified, they were generally suppressed, although the instructions were to investigate them also, in order more perfectly to keep the accused in the dark, and it was also suggested that they be examined personally, because, as enemies, they might have additional damaging testimony to give. When the witnesses for the defense, as frequently happened, were widely scattered, all this consumed considerable time, during which the prisoner in his cell was gnawing his heart in suspense, and when it was finished he was brought into the audience chamber, curtly informed that what he had requested had been duly attended to, and asked if he had anything more to say. Under the instructions of 1561, the results of the interrogations were carefully withheld from him, as we have seen above. Volume 2, page 543. In this system, in which the burden of proof was thrown upon the accused, while he was crippled in every way as to the means of proving innocence, injustice could only be averted by judges acting virtually as counsel for the defense, in place of which they habitually served as parties to the prosecution. How it worked can best be understood by a few instances with varying results. In 1494, Diego Sanchez of Zamora was prosecuted for Judaism in the Tribunal of Toledo. He had been trained from his 14th year in the cathedral where he had risen 20 years before to the position of organist and beneficiary. There were but two witnesses against him, Pedro de Toledo, a chaplain of the archbishop, who testified to seeing him eat squabs on a Saturday and eggs in Lent and remove fat from meat. The other was Maria de Santa Cruz, a servant girl burnt for heresy, who, on her way to the quemadero, being urged to clear her conscience by denouncing her accomplices, said that once when he was sick his father told him that he would not get well unless he sent some oil to the synagogue, whereupon he sent both oil and candles. She was beyond the reach of vengeance, but, as usual, her name and the circumstances were suppressed. There is grim comedy in the efforts made by Sanchez and his advocate to unravel this story. They repeatedly requested the dead witness to be recalled and re-examined and to have the date fixed, for Sanchez had once been delirious for some days, and it might have occurred then. A formal series of interrogatories was drawn up to be put to her, and 8 witnesses were to be examined to prove the truth of the delirium, all of which the inquisitors met with profound silence. Then, in hopes of discovering all possible enemies who might have testified, a long series of quarrels was detailed which he had had with members of his family and others. In this he chanced to stumble upon Maria de la Cruz, who had been his servant, but was a thief, and, becoming pregnant, had accused the manservant of his as the father. He dismissed them both, but took back the man. The girl fell into evil courses and was scourged through the streets, which she attributed to him, and repeatedly threatened revenge. He failed to identify Pedro de Toledo, but he proved an irreproachable career in the cathedral for 25 years, and he escaped with abjuration de levi and suspension for a year from celebrating Mass, enough to dishonor him. This hopeless floundering in the effort to rebut evidence of which the source was so carefully concealed appears still more strongly in the case of Diego de Uceda in 1528 before the same tribunal on a charge of Lutheranism founded on a chance talk with a stranger at Cerezo while traveling from Burgos to Cordova. The suppression of time and place and of details in the publication threw him on a false scent, and he imagined the accusation to have arisen from a conversation some nights later at Guadarrama with the archpriest of Arjona, and all his energies were wasted on the attempt to prove that the latter talk was blameless, leaving the real testimony against him uncontroverted. It was a game at cross purposes, in which the inquisitors allowed him to entangle himself hopelessly. Incidentally, the record affords a vivid picture of the agony of suspense endured by the prisoner in his cell during the inevitable delays arising from the method of procedure. He was chamberlain of Fernando de Cordova, clavero or treasurer of the Order of Calatrava. As such, he had followed the court, and his witnesses in abono were necessarily scattered. 6 months were consumed in finding them and securing their testimony, during which he sought repeated audiences, imploring the inquisitors for the love of God to dispatch his case. At one time, a second messenger was sent at his expense to Burgos and to Valladolid with long instructions, and he counted the days that it would take at 10 leagues a day, the customary allowance for foot couriers. At last he was summoned to an audience and told that all his witnesses save 4 had been examined, and he could name others in their place. This he declined. He had produced ample testimony as to character, but of course had failed to rebut the evidence of the unknown witnesses who had denounced him. As we have already seen, he was tortured, confessed, and revoked, and was sentenced to appear in an auto de fe to abjure de vehementi, with a fine of 60 ducats and some spiritual penances, leaving him a dishonored and ruined man for a few careless words to a stranger. It is to the credit of the tribunals that they seem generally ready to make all effort necessary to obtain the testimony of the witnesses whom they admitted. In 1573, the Suprema orders the Barcelona tribunal to advise a French prisoner so that he could procure from the King of France a safe conduct for the persons whom he sends thither to procure evidence for him, and the receiver is instructed to pay 64 ducats for the expenses of the commission, of course out of the sequestrated property. In 1682, in the trial at Barcelona of Margarita Altamira, a worthless woman, she named as a witness a day laborer whom she knew only as Isidro. He was hunted for in the city without success, and efforts were made to trace him. In Cardona, an Isidro Giralt was found and examined, but proved not to be the man. Then it was thought that he might be somewhere in the parish of Maya, and the commissioner of Solsona was ordered to find him and send him and his wife to Barcelona. But the search was vain, and no one of the name could be found there. Margarita was then asked if she could give any further indications to aid in finding him. She thought that perhaps Maria Barranco might know something, but on investigation Maria was found to be dead. Then she mentioned other witnesses who could testify to her good character, and they were duly summoned and interrogated. All this was as it should be, but it depended on the temper of the tribunal, and the prisoner had no power to help himself. This customary defense of disabling the witnesses for enmity, although it was mostly blind groping to identify them, was sometimes successful. The most extensive use of the tacha that I have met occurs in the Toledo case of Gaspar Torralba in 1531. His prosecution for Lutheranism was merely an effort to get rid of a troublesome and truculent neighbor in the little village of Vayona near Chinchon. There were 35 witnesses against him, for he was generally hated and feared. In his defense he enumerated no less than 152 persons, including his wife and daughter, as his mortal enemies, and he gave the reason in each case which amply justified their enmity. In this comprehensive dragnet he succeeded in catching nearly all of the adverse witnesses, and, in addition, he adduced abonos and indirectas to prove his orthodoxy and regular religious observance. The tribunal evidently recognized the nature of the accusation. He was admitted to bail July 1, 1532, and finally escaped with a moderate penance. Life must have been scarce worth living in Vayona when he was let loose. At Valencia, in 1604, There was quite a group of cases showing successful disabling of witnesses among Moriscos. Gaspar Alcadi, accused by 2 women of saying that he did not believe in Christianity, identified them and proved enmity so that his case was suspended. 1 woman accused 2 men, Vicente Sabdon and Fay Vicente, and 3 women, Angela Bastant, Angela Barday, and Jeronima Alamin, but they all succeeded in fastening it upon her and showing her hostility, with the result of a suspension of prosecutions. In 1607 there were several more cases of the same kind. A still more striking instance occurred in 1658 at Valladolid, when a dissolute woman accused 3 men and 13 women of Sanabria as Judaizers. They seem to have found little difficulty in identifying and disabling her, and were all acquitted, February 1, 1659. In general, however, the records show that the main recourse of the accused in seeking to identify and disable witnesses for enmity was rarely successful. After the wholesale forcible conversions of Jews and Moors, a defense was sometimes advanced by the accused that he was not baptized and consequently not a Christian nor subject to the jurisdiction of the Inquisition. There were subtle questions involved in this, on which theologians were not wholly in accord, but in practice the main point turned on whether the fiscal was obliged to prove the baptism. Against this was urged a decree of Paul IV in 1556, when some Portuguese in Italy defended themselves with this plea, and he ordered the prosecutions to proceed on the ground that if they had not been baptized, they would not have been tolerated in Portugal. An old inquisitor about 1640 says that in Saragossa he had a case of a Morisco who advanced such a plea, and on examination of his parish registers no record of his baptism could be found, although there were those of his elder and younger brother. In spite of this, on the strength of the papal decision, the prosecution went on, and his sentence of reconciliation was confirmed by the Suprema. In all this, the function of the advocate was reduced to a minimum. He was to make no suggestions to his client except to confess. He was not to advise him to disable any of the witnesses or to name witnesses of his own. His sole duty, we are told, was to abandon a pertinacious heretic and to admonish a Christian to tell the truth. If he chanced to gain outside information, he was not to communicate it to the prisoner, but to the inquisitors, and if any friend or kinsman spoke to him about the case, he was to say that he knew nothing of it. So, in the written defense which he was required to present, he could use no information of his own, for the accused alone could state facts, and the advocate could only set them forth. He could receive nothing from the prisoner or his friends, even after the case was ended. The tribunal fixed his fee, which was paid to him by the receiver. Under such circumstances, the argument which he would frame was not likely to be of any benefit to his client. If he were young, bright, and ambitious, he might endeavor to impress the tribunal with his ability, although the strict secrecy imposed deprived him of the incentive which publicity would give. For the most part, however, he would discharge his nominal duties with as little waste of energy as possible. He had nothing to gain by zeal, and would be careful not to offend the inquisitors and fiscal on whom he was dependent. While therefore we occasionally meet with a careful and well-reasoned argument, presenting the case of the accused in the most favorable light, and pointing out the irregularities and illegality and weakness of the evidence, in general the defense is perfunctory, of no real service to the accused, while ostensibly giving him the benefit of defense by a trained lawyer and enabling the tribunal to overrule what might be alleged in his favor. Meanwhile, at each stage of the case, the accused was subjected to searching examination. By rule, this had to be conducted by the inquisitors, and if there were two, both were required to be present. As the Suprema declared about 1520, this was necessary to enable them to vote intelligently. The fiscal, very properly, was not allowed to be present, and the notaries or secretaries were ordered to confine themselves to their duties in recording and not to interpose questions. The general instructions for these examinations are praiseworthy. In 1518, the Suprema ordered the avoidance of superfluous questioning, as it might lead the accused to contradict himself through ignorance, and in 1529, as the result of a visitation of Saragossa, it rebuked the inquisitors for asking irrelevant questions instead of confining themselves to the subject matter as required by the instructions. The questions were to be clearly and intelligibly put, and the accused was to answer them categorically, yes or no. He was not to be deceived or misled by being made to believe that there was evidence where none existed, nor was he to be questioned about accomplices unless there were sufficient indications concerning them. Unlike the medieval Inquisition, where every kind of deceit was allowed to entrap the accused into compromising himself, the final rules, formally expressed by Pablo Garcia, were that the inquisitors must carefully abstain from interrogating the prisoner about matters not included or indicated in the evidence, and from leading him to believe that mere suspicions were knowledge founded on proof. Yet, with marked inconsistency, the monitions with which the trials opened assumed, as we have seen, the guilt of the prisoner, that ample information existed of it, and that his confession was wanted for his own salvation. As a rule, in these earlier audiences, no questions were put except to ask the accused what he had remembered, and he was left to spontaneous confession without a guide as to what was expected of him. Sometimes, however, in the later periods, a special audiencia de preguntas was ordered, which might last for several days, as in the case of Beatriz Lopez at Valladolid in 1697. Ordinarily, the real examinations began when the accused answered to the accusation, and were continued after his replies to the publication. At any time, moreover, if he made admissions or a partial confession, the opportunity was taken, by skillful questioning, to bring him, step by step, to full acknowledgment of his offences. In this, leading questions were forbidden. All examinations were to be searching and thorough, and in 1654 the Suprema complained that many crimes remained unpunished because of the carelessness and looseness with which this duty was performed. Inquisitors, in general, were therefore instructed to repeat their questions again and again, until every detail of time, place, and circumstance was ascertained. End of section 9. Recording by Shena Ser. Fresno, California. Section 10 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 6, Chapter 8, Part 5. When the prosecution and defense had thus exhausted all their resources, the latter was required to conclude, and the case was pronounced to be concluded, although the fiscal could open it again, if new evidence appeared, and the accused could appeal from this as from all other sentences. It was then ripe for judgment, but the inquisitors were not authorized to pronounce sentence alone. The necessity for episcopal concurrence required the intervention of a representative of the bishop of the prisoner's diocese, and, in addition, the rule of the old Inquisition was preserved, under which some graduates in law and theology were assembled to deliberate and vote with the others. These were called consultors, and we have seen that they were a recognized portion of the inquisitorial organization. The whole body formed what was known as the consulta de fe, in whose hands lay the fate of the accused. The number of consultors was uncertain. In 1488, at Barcelona, we hear of a consulta in which 5 masters of theology and 5 doctors of canon law were called in, and of another in which there were 12 of each. But such assemblies were unwieldy, and in 1596 the Suprema restricted the number to 2 theologians and 3 jurists. There was a scandalous practice allowed by the instructions of 1561 of having the fiscal present without a vote in order to give information which would be apt to expand into argument. Subsequently, this seems to have been confined to some tribunals, but in all he could be called upon to elucidate any doubtful point, either orally or in writing. No such privilege was allowed to the accused. Even lawyers who served as abogados de los presos were declared, in 1538, to be ineligible for service as consultors. In the imperfect records of the early trials, there is often no allusion to a consulta de fe, although the sentence generally contains the customary formula that it has been rendered with the advice of learned and God-fearing men. Even this is sometimes omitted, but it is probable that the formality was usually observed, although in the haste of those terrible days it was, as a rule, little more than a formality. The ordinary custom was to assemble a consulta when a sufficient number of finished cases had accumulated to render an auto de fe desirable, and it could scarce find time for a conscientious scrutiny of the evidence. How business was sometimes dispatched is seen in the preparations for the great auto de fe at Ciudad Real, February 23, 1484. Among the victims were Juan de Fez and his wife, on whom the consulta passed sentence January 28, although Juan had only confessed, under threat of torture, the day before, and it was not until February 6 that he ratified his confession, so that the condemnation was pronounced before the case was finished. Yet discussion was not wholly wanting. In the case of Diego Garcia, at the consulta held January 18, 1490, 8 voted for torture and 3 for perpetual prison, but at a meeting next day they were unanimous for torture. which Diego endured without confession, and thus escaped with moderate penance. In those early days, it was possible, as the records inform us was done, to read the whole case from beginning to end, for in those hurried proceedings the records were brief. In later times, when the documents of a trial extended, perhaps over hundreds, or it might be thousands, of folios, this was manifestly impossible, and there was submitted to the consulta only an abstract containing what was deemed important, when of course it would be within the power of the tribunal to present it in such fashion as it desired. There was a salutary limitation on this by the Suprema in 1560, when it forbade the preparation of these abstracts by the fiscal, but the necessity for such prohibition is suggestive of existing abuses. Occasionally, the consulta exercised the power of summoning and examining the accused, as we have seen in the case of Juan Garcia in 1541, when there were doubts as to his sanity. It did the same with Juan Vasquez at Toledo in 1605, which resulted in dismissing the case. Whether in these assemblies the consultors had a deliberative or merely a consultative vote was a matter of some discussion. In 1515, Cardinal Adrian, and in 1518 the Suprema, instructed inquisitors that though they must not render judgment without consulting jurists, they need not follow their advice, but could consult others and state the reasons for rejecting the previous opinions. Arnaldo Albertino, on the contrary, after debating the question at length, decides that, under the canon law, inquisitors are bound by the majority vote. This ignored the self-dependent organization of the Spanish Inquisition, and Rojas asserts positively that the vote of the consultors is consultative and not decisive. Simancas decides that the true rule is that the inquisitors are not bound by the opinion of the consultors, although the question is debated. The Suprema instructed the Tribunal of Cordova that if the inquisitors and ordinary are in accord, their opinion prevails over that of all the consultors. Yet in Valladolid, unless there is a majority, even if the inquisitors and ordinary agree, there is discordia, and the case is referred to the Suprema. All this was settled by the instructions of 1561. Which declared that, if the inquisitors and ordinary were unanimous, their vote was decisive against consultors more numerous, but that whenever there was discordia between the former, the matter was to be referred to the Suprema, and, in important cases, even when there was unanimity, it was to be consulted before executing the vote. We have seen how the gradual centralization in the Suprema required all sentences, whether of torture or judgment, to receive its confirmation. Under this influence, the consulta de fe declined in importance, and tribunals began to neglect the formality of summoning it or even of appointing consultors. The concurrence of the ordinary was theoretically indispensable, but that sufficed, and the Suprema was quite content to overlook irregularities which marked the diminishing importance of the tribunals. Thus, in 1717, at Barcelona, in the case of Dr. Esteban Perpignan, for impeding the Inquisition, the ordinary could not attend and the inquisitors voted on it alone. They could not agree on a sentence, and the Suprema sent the case back with orders to vote on it again, in conjunction with the ordinary. They did so, but this time all three disagreed, and the Suprema finally rendered the sentence. It seems never to have thought of instructing them to call in experts and form a consulta de fe. Thus the time-honored institution, coeval with the establishment of the Inquisition in the 13th century came to an end. In a series of votes of the Tribunal of Madrid, extending through the 18th century, there is no indication of consultors being called in. Sometimes there are 2 inquisitors with the ordinary, and sometimes 1, sometimes 2 inquisitors without the ordinary, and occasionally, though rarely, a single inquisitor by himself. In the enumeration of the personnel of all the tribunals about the middle of the century, the insignificant one of Majorca had 8 consultors, Granada had 4, Cordova 3, Valladolid, Cuenca, and Santiago 1 each, and the others had none. The institution was rapidly dying out, and men no longer inspired to the honor of belonging to it. So it was under the Restoration. In the sentences of the period which I have seen, there is no reference to it save in some pronounced by the Canary Tribunal, which have the clause, without a consultor because it is united in the ordinary. Before the Suprema had rendered the tribunals mere agencies for collecting evidence and attending to the formalities of trials, the consulta de fe may occasionally have been of service in preventing or diminishing injustice. Incidents related above show that the consultors formed opinions of their own, and that the votes were often far from unanimous. This was encouraged by the routine of voting, in which the consultors voted first, and the senior inquisitor last, although doubtless, when there had been a preliminary discussion, the views of the inquisitors had been made known. Occasionally, we meet with debates in which each member of the consulta accompanies his vote with an exposition of his reasons, and sometimes even with elaborate written opinions, showing a conscientious expenditure of thought and labor. Unfortunately, doubts and disagreements generally were compromised by recourse to torture, after which the consulta would be reconvened to formulate the definitive sentence. Not the least cruel feature of the inquisitorial trial was the interminable delay to which the victim was commonly exposed. In ordinary criminal practice, especially in capital cases, the accused may seek, perhaps, to postpone the evil day, but in the Inquisition, where he was denied all communication with the outside world, and was kept in ignorance as to the progress of his own case, the agony of suspense concerning himself and those dear to him during dreary months and years was in itself a most severe and protracted punishment. This was thoroughly understood, not only from the repeated despairing cries of prisoners to have their cases dispatched, but from the habitual promise of such dispatch held out as an inducement for confession. The slow torture of delay was a well understood device of the old Inquisition to procure confession, when 5, 10, or 20 years interval between arrest and sentence was not infrequent, but, except in special cases, this would not seem to be the motive in Spain. It is rather attributable to callous indifference and the habit of procrastination. The prisoner was presumably guilty, and no good Christian need waste sympathy on the sufferings, mental and bodily, of a heretic too pertinacious for confession and conversion. In Spain, speedy justice was constantly urged on the tribunals as soon as the mad rush of the early years was over. While this lasted, such urgency was superfluous, for haste was necessitated by the enormous amount of work to be done, and was stimulated by impatience for the fines and confiscations, though the formalities of procedure were cumbrous, and there were multitudes of cases jostling each other as they wore through their several stages. In the great auto de fe at Ciudad Real, February 23, 1484, where there were 76 burnings in person or in effigy, besides the large number of reconciliations, there could have been no time wasted on each case. Among those relaxed was Juan Gonzalez Daza, whose trial commenced December 1, 1483, when the inquisitors granted 9 days for presenting proof. On December 10th, the fiscal asked an extension of time in view of his other occupations and the absence of witnesses, but he was obliged to take an oath that these were his reasons and not malice. On December 8th, evidence for the defense was already being taken before 2 deputies of the inquisitors, and on the 12th, that for the prosecution before 2 other deputies. Considering that human life was at stake, the work was most expeditious. Possibly, this speed soon slackened. Whether it did so or not, the Suprema was dissatisfied, for the instructions of 1488 ordered that prisoners should not be worn out in jail with postponements, and proceedings must be so prompt as to afford no cause of complaint. This urgency was repeated in the instructions of 1498, which fixed the limit of 10 days between arrest and the presentation of the accusation, during which the 3 monitions were to be given. After these cases were to be pushed with all dispatch and without awaiting further proof, for this had led to prolonged detention, causing injury to persons as well as to property. Again, in 1500, the tribunals were ordered to proceed summarily and not to permit delays, all these instructions showing that the procrastination was attributable to the prosecution and not to the defense. These instructions received scant obedience, and the delays were felt as a serious grievance by the accused. In 1510, we have a petition to Ferdinand from 5 women appealing for a speedy decision of their cases, which had been concluded, to which he responded by ordering the inquisitors to expedite them in accordance with justice. So, among the Aragonese petitions at the Cortes of Monzon in 1533 is a complaint that the prisoners of the Inquisition were vexed with the prolonged delays in giving them the accusation and postponing the publication of evidence, wherefore the Inquisitor General was prayed to prescribe briefer terms. To this the reply was merely that provision would be made for the good administration of justice and the speedy disposition of cases. If there were any intention of fulfilling this promise, it was resultless. Procrastination was habitual in all Spanish tribunals, as we learn from the repeated remonstrances of the Castilian Cortes of the period, which vainly represented that pleaders were impoverished and exhausted in the vain attempt to obtain justice, and that the jails throughout the land were crowded with prisoners. The Inquisition shared in this indifference to the sufferings of those in its hands. There were causes of delay in ratifying evidence and looking up the witnesses for the defense, and it had, besides, a practice, in all cases serious enough to appear in an auto de fe, of allowing them to accumulate until there were enough to render the solemnity impressive. This abuse was forbidden by the Suprema in 1518, 1532, 1539, and 1540, but its commands were disregarded. That it was a real grievance is shown by a summons addressed in 1534 by the Toledo fiscal to the Vicar General Blas Ortiz, reciting that it was 4 years since the tribunal had celebrated an auto de fe. Its prisoners were suffering much thereby in person, honor, and property, and the Inquisition was defamed in consequence. On the part of the accused and their kindred, there had been bitter complaints to the Inquisitor General and Suprema to the Emperor and Royal Council, and to persons of influence, and 3 or 4 months ago the Suprema and Inquisitor General had come to Toledo to see what was the matter, and had ordered the cases to be dispatched and an auto de fe to be held. When, however, we learned that the concurrence of the Vicar General was needed only for the torture of 9 persons and the sentencing of 10, we see how little occupation the tribunal had had during those 4 years, rendering the delay inexcusable, while moreover the effort to shift the blame on Blas Ortiz was transparent, for under the Clementines, inquisitors were required to wait only 9 days for the ordinary. The custom of waiting for an auto de fe continued, and if in 1570, 1571, and 1577 there were repeated orders that the cases of poor prisoners should be dispatched promptly without holding them for an auto, this urgency savors more of thrift than of mercy, for it infers that the rich who could defray their prison expenses might linger. The provision that the accusation should be presented within 10 days after arrest was repeated in 1518, and seems to have been considered as still in force in 1594, for its observance is included in interrogatories prepared for a visitation in that year, but the instructions of 1561, while requiring the fiscal to present it within that limit, give discretion to the inquisitors as to the time of admitting the prisoner to an audience after his arrest, and prescribe no definite intervals between the monitions. This discretion was abused to the utmost, and the Suprema seems to have abandoned all effort to check procrastination, except in special cases which threatened to become immortal. The tribunals kept their unfortunate prisoners lying for months before granting the first audience, and as this required no preparation, its postponement was mere callous indifference without excuse. In a group of 8 cases at Valladolid in 1647, a year was allowed to elapse between the arrest and first audience, and subsequent intervals varying from 1 month to 8 before the third monition, which was synchronous with the accusation. When there was this heartless delay at the commencement of a case, it is not to be supposed that there would be any alacrity in speeding the subsequent stages of the cumbrous routine, or any conscientious awakening from the supine indifference of the tribunals, with their multitude of officials and diminishing work. I have already alluded to the Mexican case of Joseph Brunon de Vertiz, in which there was nothing to prevent a regular and speedy course of action, and the brief abstract of the successive steps of his trial will show how he was tortured through suspense and anxiety to death. Between January 25, 1650, and his end on April 30, 1656, he was but once summoned to an audience, and then it was only to ask him whether he had anything more to say. Similar examples can be cited in the Peninsula. Gabriel Escobar, a cleric in the lower orders, was arrested by the Toledo Tribunal in 1607 on a charge of Illuminism, and in 1622 he died in prison, leaving his trial unfinished. On a similar charge, Vicente Hernan was arrested in Valencia September 23, 1592, and on August 25, 1695, the Suprema took the tribunal to task because the accusation had not yet been presented, and pointed out that 2 years and a half had elapsed since his last audience, and the case was no nearer an end than before. This procrastination continued to the end. A writer about 1750 attributes the endless prolongation of the trials to the inefficiency of the inquisitors, and this again to the meagerness of the salaries, which prevents the selection of capable men. But the Suprema itself was frequently to blame by its delay in acting when everything had to be submitted to its approval. Thus, when the Logroño tribunal sent to it, September 9, 1818, a sumaria on statement of the evidence against Fernando de la Joseja for irreverence to the sacrament, it was not until June 9, 1819, that it ordered prosecution, and when Valladolid proposed, November 12, 1818, to grant audiencias de cargos to Lázaro Matilla, this was not confirmed until June 15, 1819. End of Section 10. Recording by Shena Ser, Fresno, California. Section 11 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 6, Chapter 8, Part 6. Prosecution of the absent and of the dead formed, especially in the earlier period, a large part of the work of the Inquisition. The sudden development of systematized persecution naturally caused the exodus of thousands of conversos, in spite of the arbitrary measures adopted to prevent their escape, while the details adduced in the trials furnished evidence against other thousands who had died in external orthodoxy. It was no part of the policy of either church or state to condone the offenses of the fugitive or of the dead. If the faith could not be vindicated by burning their bodies, it could at least exhume the bones of the departed for cremation, and could symbolically consume with fire the effigies of those of whom neither the bodies nor the bones could be had, while the fisc gathered in the confiscations which followed on condemnation, including the collection of debts and the forfeiting of alienations. In this there was nothing repugnant to the spirit of the age or of the Latin systems of jurisprudence. In the spiritual sphere, the Church had long been accustomed to pass judgment on those who had passed to the judgment seat of God, and to exhume the remains of any heretic buried in consecrated ground. The imperial jurisprudence was equally unforgiving in cases of majetas, or treason, in which the dead could be prosecuted and their estates be confiscated, and the Theodosian Code extended this to heresy. As recently as 1600 in Scotland, the bodies of the Earl of Gowrie and his brother were brought into court to be present at their trial, and were duly sentenced to be hanged, quartered, and gibbeted. In 1609, Robert Logan of Restalrig, 3 years after death, was accused of complicity in the Gowrie conspiracy, where his bones were exhumed to grace the trial, in which he was convicted, and his estate was confiscated. As regards fugitives, in the continental systems of criminal law, it was regarded as absurd to allow contumacious absence to defeat justice. In Aragon, the absentee was summoned at his domicile to appear within 15 days, after which he was reputed contumacious, and his trial proceeded, but he had the right, even after sentence, to return and appeal, on reimbursing to the accuser his expenses. The abundant harvest thus provided for the early Inquisition may be estimated from the statement by a contemporary that, at the Toledo auto de fe of July 25, 1485, there were burned the effigies of more than 400 dead, and as many in that of May 25, 1490. The ceremony was impressive. A great monument, covered with black, was erected in front of the staging occupied by the inquisitors. The sentence of each culprit was read, and, as his name was called, the monument was opened, and an effigy arrayed in Jewish grave clothes was brought out and condemned as a heretic. Then a great fire was built in the center of the plaza, and all the effigies were consumed, together with the disinterred bones. After this, their names were announced in the cathedral, with a summons to the heirs to appear, within 20 days, and render an account of their inheritances which belonged to the king. We might suspect these figures of exaggeration, were there not other evidences of the magnitude of the work in progress, and of the informal haste with which it was conducted. In 1484, at Ciudad Real, a single proclamation to the children and heirs to appear and defend the deceased contains the names of 61 dead persons on trial, and a single sentence condemns 42, with a common enumeration of the Judaizing practices asserted to be proved against them. In none of these cases did the children and heirs put in an appearance to defend the memory and fame of the dead. These reckless and indecent proceedings were based on the instructions of 1484, which evidently reflect the current practice in ordering the prosecution of those who had been dead even for 30 or 40 years. And their property with its fruits to be taken from whomsoever is found in possession, although a manuscript copy contains a clause, omitted in the printed editions, exempting from confiscation property held in good faith by good Catholics for 50 years or more. In view of the activity at Ciudad Real and Toledo, it seems somewhat superfluous that Torquemada, in his supplementary instructions of 1485, deemed it necessary to warn the tribunals that the prosecution of the living should not cause them to neglect the dead, so that their bodies may be disinterred and burnt and their property be seized by the fisc. How far back the retroactive energy of the tribunals extended may be gathered from the case of Fernan Sanchez, who had been converted about 1416, had lived as a Christian until his death in 1456, and who yet was disinterred and burnt, and his estate confiscated by the Tribunal of Cuenca and Sigüenza, probably about 1525. Notwithstanding the massing of cases in the citations and sentences, the formalities of the somewhat cumbrous procedure were duly observed. The trials were not speedy, but as large numbers were in progress together, only the scantiest attention could be paid to each, and the result was a foregone conclusion. A single case will illustrate the process. At Ciudad Real, August 8, 1484, the fiscal is recorded as appearing and saying that he desires to proceed against certain deceased persons, and among them Beatriz Gonzalez. He asks the inquisitors to issue their letters of summons, citation, and edict, so that the children, heirs, kindred, and others who wish to defend their bodies and bones, their fame and property, may appear. The same day, the edict is issued, directed to the representatives of Beatriz and 2 others, some of the kindred addressed being named and others included under the generalization of parties interested. The edict recites that the fiscal is about to accuse Beatriz and the others of Judaism and asks to have them summoned in defense, wherefore they are cited to appear within 30 days after the edict is read to them, or before their house doors, or published in the public square, or read in the church of San Pedro and affixed to one of its doors. If they come, they will be heard with the fiscal, and justice will be rendered. If they do not appear, the fiscal will be heard, and the case will go on without them to the end. The 30 days constituted 3 terms of 10 days each, at the end of each of which the fiscal appeared before the inquisitors and accused the rebeldia or contumacy of the parties cited, and at the end of the 3rd, on September 6th, he presented the accusation, a copy of which was ordered to be given to the children, with 9 days in which to answer it. At the expiration of this time, on September 14th, the fiscal accused the further rebeldia and concluded. The inquisitors received the case to proof and assigned 30 days for it. On October 20th, the fiscal presented 4 witnesses who were separately and secretly examined by the inquisitors, the testimony consisting of the usual details of observing the Sabbath by lighting candles and wearing clean linen, with an intimation of having chickens killed by decapitation. Then followed an interval until January 18, 1485, when the fiscal asked for publication of evidence. The inquisitors granted this, ordering copies given to him and to the children if they asked for it, and assigning a term of 6 days for concluding. On January 24th, the fiscal accuses the persistent rebeldia and concludes. The inquisitors hold the children to be contumacious and conclude the case, assigning for sentence the 3rd or any following day. All this was in preparation for the great auto de fe of March 15th, where the sentence was read, condemning in mass a large number of the dead, confiscating their property, and ordering their bones to be dug up and burnt. This was the procedure under which thousands of the dead were condemned and their properties seized from the existing owners. The forms of justice were comfortably preserved, no heirs or children ventured to appear in defense, and the condemnation might as well have been pronounced at the beginning. This facility offered temptations to act on insufficient evidence, and occasionally, when persons of importance were concerned, there was a contest, as at Saragossa, where, on March 10, 1491, the fiscal presented his clamosa against a number of the dead, whose representatives defended them with persistent energy until December 1499, when there were 8 condemnations and 3 acquittals. Some check on the abuses inevitable to the system was attempted. In the reformatory instructions of 1498, which ordered that no prosecution of the dead is to be commenced unless there is proof sufficiently complete for condemnation. The practice of suspending cases where proof is imperfect is prohibited, in view of the hardship endured by the heirs, who are unable to marry or to dispose of their property, and under such circumstances acquittal is ordered. Procrastination and delay are also forbidden, and cases must be determined speedily. Sequestration under these circumstances inflicted great suffering until, as we have seen in the instructions of 1561, it came under the general prohibition of sequestrating property in the hands of third parties. By this time, prosecution of the dead had shrunk to an inconsiderable part of inquisitorial business, and this may possibly account for other ameliorations in procedure. The preliminary necessity of sufficing proof was insisted upon. Pains were to be taken to ascertain whether there were descendants, so as to cite them in person. No one who appeared as a defender was to be refused, even though he might be a prisoner on trial who could empower a representative. If no defender appeared, the inquisitor was to appoint a skillful and sufficient person who was not an official of the tribunal. By this time, also, another rule had established itself, which diminished the number of prosecutions, that they could only lie for formal heresy. Crimes involving suspicion of heresy, such as fatorship, receiving, and defending heretics, and many others, were excluded, for the reason that suspicion, however violent, was held to be extinguished by death. It was also generally admitted that stronger proof was required for prosecution of the dead than of the living, because, as Rojas explains it, semi-plena, or half-proof, suffices for the latter, apparently alluding to the fact that the dead could not be tortured. If they could not be tortured, so neither could they save themselves from relaxation by confession and abjuration. This naturally resulted in burning in effigy, except in the case of death during trial, when, if the prisoner had manifested repentance and sought readmission to the Church, his effigy was solemnly reconciled in the auto de fe. Nor does this somewhat grotesque ceremony appear to have aroused a sense of incongruity. Death in prison, as we have seen, was by no means infrequent, and, as the cases when once commenced were continued to the end, they furnish, during the later period, a considerable portion of the prosecutions of the dead. Suicide in prison was held to be confession of guilt and pertinacity. The sentence pronounced on the dead was even more impressive than that on the living. It declared him to have lived and died a heretic. His memory and fame were condemned, and his property was confiscated. And we order that, on the day of the auto, an effigy representing his person shall be placed on the scaffold, with the mitre of condemnation, and the San Benito bearing on one side the insignia of the condemned, and on the other a placard with his name, which effigy, after the reading of this, our sentence, shall be delivered to the secular arm and justice, and his bones shall be disinterred, if they can be distinguished from those of faithful Christians, and be delivered to the said justice to be publicly burnt, in detestation of such great and grievous crimes. And if there is any inscription on his tomb, or if his arms are anywhere displayed, they shall be erased, so that no memory of him shall remain on the face of the earth, except of our sentence, and of the execution which we order in it. And, that it may the more remain in the memory of the living, we order that the said San Benito, or one like it, with the said insignia and name of the condemned, shall be placed in the cathedral or parochial church of which he was parishioner, in a prominent place where it shall remain forever. Moreover, we order that the children and the grandchildren by the male line be deprived of all dignities and benefices and public positions that they possess, and be incapacitated for others, as well as to ride on horseback and carry arms and wear silk, camlet, and fine cloth, gold, silver, and corals, and other things forbidden by the laws. We have already seen how numerous, in the opening years of the Inquisition, were the trials of absentees, as shown by the burning of their effigies in the autos de fe. This arose not only from the flight of those alarmed by the activity of persecution, but also from the investigation of the records of all who for years before had changed their places of residence or had betaken themselves to the moors of Granada or beyond seas. This proportion of the early period was not maintained after the first hurried rush of expatriation was past, but still there continued to be many cases. When a Judaizer or Morisco was arrested, all who had been associated with him recognized the impending danger, and if there was possibility of concealment or of leaving the country, prudence counseled absence. The Inquisition sought energetically to trace those against whom evidence was obtained, and, if it failed, it prosecuted them in absentia. In some respects, this procedure differed from that in prosecution of the dead. The Instructions of 1484 give minute and precise details with regard to it, pointing out 3 courses which may be followed. The first is recommended as the safest and least rigorous, and is that furnished by the canon law in Capitulum Contumasiam, Chapter 7, Title 2, in Sexto, Book 5. Which provides that as contumacy renders suspicion vehement, a man who is suspect in the faith is to be excommunicated, when if he remains under the censure for a year, he is to be condemned as a heretic. Under this process, which conveniently converted suspicion into formal heresy, justifying condemnation, testimony was superfluous and conviction certain, so that, although it caused some delay, we can understand the preference expressed for it. It simply required the party to be summoned, with the customary monitions, to defend himself in matters of faith and the special charge of heresy, under pain of excommunication. If he did not appear, the inquisitor ordered the fiscal to accuse his contumacy, and to demand letters denouncing him as an excommunicate, and then, if he persisted in his contumacy for a year, he was declared a formal heretic. The citations were made by the customary edicts, proclaimed and affixed to the church doors of his domicile, and the excommunication was published in the churches with the customary solemnities. The second method was more speedy and was adapted to cases where the heresy could be completely proved. The accused was cited by edict to appear and prove his innocence, with steps similar to those used in summoning defenders in prosecutions of the dead. When the terms allowed were passed, if the evidence was conclusive, the absentee could be condemned without further delay. The third process was suitable for cases where the evidence, though incomplete, justified vehement presumption. An edict was issued against the accused, summoning him to appear within a specified time and furnish canonical purgation, with notice that if he did not present himself, or if he failed in his purgation, he would be held as convicted and be treated accordingly. This was the simplest and speediest, but the instructions say that, although rigorous, it was well grounded in law, and inquisitors at their discretion could adopt either of the 3 courses as best adapted to the case in hand. The first of these methods, utilizing the device of contumacy, became the one almost universally employed when time was of no consequence, but in the impatient temper of the early period, speedier processes were preferred. The case of Sancho de Ciudad and Marie Diaz, his wife, was tried by the second process and will serve as an illustration. Sancho was regidor of Ciudad Real and a well-known citizen. On November 14, 1483, the fiscal represented that many persons defamed for heresy had fled from the Inquisition, among whom, notoriously, were Sancho and his wife, whom he intended to accuse, and he asked the inquisitor, on receiving due proof, to cite them to appear. 2 witnesses then deposed that it was notorious that they were absent, and as they had departed about 15 days before the Inquisition came, it presumably was through fear. The edict was issued, and the case took its course, all citations and summonses being gravely pronounced before Sancho's house by a notary as though he were personally on trial. When the case reached the stage of proof, the fiscal presented 34 witnesses, the most damaging one being Sancho's daughter Catalina, who gave the names of her brothers and of numerous others accustomed to assemble in her father's house to participate in Jewish ceremonies. All the formalities of the trial were observed and duly notified before Sancho's door. By January 22, 1484, the Consulta de Fe voted for relaxation, which Sancho was duly summoned to hear read, and it was read in the audience chamber January 30th, empowering the authorities of any place where Sancho and his wife might be found to inflict on them the penalties of the law, and meanwhile, as their persons could not be had, it ordered their effigies then present to be subjected to the execution of the said penalties. If there is something grotesque in all this, at least the proceedings were decently in order, and if Sancho and his wife had cared to risk it, they could have been heard. How hurried and informal the process sometimes was is manifested by a case at Guadalupe in 1485. On July 13th, 3 witnesses were heard as to 10 persons who had left that place from 12 to 16 years before, and of whom public fame reported that they had gone to Malaga or to some other Moorish town and had turned Jews. On July 21st, the fiscal presented his accusation, asking for sentence without previous citation or other notice, because by law, in such cases and crimes of heresy, when notoriety is proved, nothing further is required. This was expressly assented to in the sentence, although it alluded to some kind of citation with 3 terms, published in the plaza and affixed to the church doors, and also to a consulta de fe, but all this was probably mythical, for in an auto de fe held on August 1st, 7 of the parties were included in one sentence, their effigies were relaxed to the secular arm, and their property was declared to be confiscated, while judges everywhere were empowered to seize and proceed against them. Neither of the 3 methods described in the Instructions of 1484 could have been employed in the interval of 18 days between denunciation and execution, but as one of the inquisitors was Francisco de la Fuente, an experienced judge from the tribunal of Ciudad Real, we must presume that there was nothing irregular in this quick dispatch. Although in these sentences the condemned is abandoned to any secular justice for burning, the whole proceeding was merely designed to secure the confiscations and enhance the solemnities of the autos de fe with additional commemoration of effigies. Its nullity in other respects was admitted by the rule that if a culprit who had been burnt in effigy should return spontaneously, confessing and repenting, he could be admitted to reconciliation, or, if he asserted his innocence, he was to be heard in his defense. This was decreed by Torquemada, October 10, 1493, with the reservation that it was a matter of grace and did not affect the confiscation. In 1494 there was a further provision that if the condemnation had been the result of false witness, it was the duty of the inquisitors to revoke the sentence ex officio without awaiting the appearance of the convict. No change of importance was introduced in the procedure by the Instructions of 1561. In practice, the prosecution for contumacy was the one ordinarily employed. The second method was sometimes used when the testimony was complete, and the third, summoning the accused to compurgation, became obsolete. The formula of the sentence in the first method avoids all allusion to the crimes alleged against the accused and bases the condemnation wholly on his remaining for a year under excommunication, thus proving himself to be an apostate heretic, the penalties for which are to be executed on his person, if it can be had, and in his absence, upon the effigy representing him. Of course, condemnation to the stake was inevitable when once the process was commenced, whether there was substantial evidence against the accused or not. Some authorities held that, whenever he could be caught, he was to be burnt, but Simancas expresses the considerate practice of the Inquisition in assuming that he is entitled to a hearing, whether he presents himself spontaneously or is captured, for there is no prescription of time against defense. If he comes within a year, he can plead against confiscation, but after the year he can be heard only as to himself, unless he is manifestly innocent or has been detained by a just impediment. It may justly be doubted whether any fugitive was ever burnt for contumacy, and the ordinary practice is seen in the case of 9 Judaizers of Beas, whose arrest was ordered by the Tribunal of Murcia, April 5, 1656. When the warrants reached Beas, April 12, they were found to have departed secretly about the end of February. 5 of them were traced to Malaga, and 4 were reported to have gone to Pietrabuena, but all efforts to capture them failed, and on July 27th, the fiscal asked for edicts of citation. The regular process and contumacy followed leisurely, ending in a sentence of relaxation if the culprits should be found, and if not, that their effigies should be burnt. This was confirmed by the Suprema, and was pronounced December 5, 1659, and executed April 13, 1660, in an auto de fe at Seville. Nearly 20 years later, 2 of the fugitives, Ana Enriquez and her husband, Diego Rodriguez Silva, were arrested at Daimiel. They were tried anew. The previous records were brought from Murcia and used, as well as evidence concerning their career during the interval. There was no thought of executing the former sentence. The Consulta de Fe voted for reconciliation with 2 years of prison and San Benito, which the Suprema changed to perpetual irremissible, and it was duly published in an auto de fe of December 17, 1679. Dilatory as were the proceedings in absentia in this case, they were speedy when compared with some others. The Valladolid tribunal issued a warrant of arrest against the Capitan Enrique Enriquez June 6, 1650, but he eluded it. His trial for contumacy dragged on until July 30, 1659, when sentence was rendered, confirmed by the Suprema, November 24th, and sent to Seville to be executed in the auto de fe of April 13, 1660. It would appear that these delays did not please the Suprema, for in 1666 it called upon the tribunals to report the sentences agreed upon against the absent and dead, and to push forward all unfinished trials. To this Barcelona replied that it had in hand 3 cases of absentees guilty of propositions, 2 of bigamy, 1 of a fraile who was said to have fled to France in order to embrace Protestantism, and another of a dead Huguenot, all of which would indicate that these cases constituted a considerable portion of the diminishing business of the tribunals. The Suprema thereupon ordered that if on examination prosecution appeared to be called for, the cases should be followed up closely to a vote in the Consulta de Fe, which was to be submitted to it for decision. Effigies of the dead and absent continued to be one of the attractions of the autos de fe. In the great Madrid celebration of 1680, the procession was headed with 34, of which all but 2 were burnt. They bore mitres with flames. On their breasts were placards with their names in large letters, and some of them carried chests containing their bones. At that of Granada in 1721, there were no living persons burnt, but there were 7 effigies, and the chronicler of the occasion assures us that the glory of Catholic zeal is acquired as much by carrying to the flames the dead as the living, and in this case the inquisitors, the alguacil mayor, and the secretaries bore them in the procession. Fired by this example, after the sentences were read, the ministers of the royal chancelleria exultingly carried them from the staging to the brasero where they were burnt. Even as late as 1752, at the arena, there were 6 effigies of fugitives and 1 of a dead woman. It will be seen from this presentation of facts from the records that the inquisitorial process as developed in the Spanish Holy Office, so far from being the benignant and equitable procedure asserted by its representatives and re-echoed by modern apologists, was one which violated every principle of justice. The guilt of the accused was assumed in advance. The prosecution was favored in every way. The defense was so crippled as to be scarce more than a pretext, while the judge, who was in reality the prosecutor, was shielded by impenetrable secrecy from all responsibility except to the Suprema. Many cases cited above show that the arbitrary power thus conferred was not always abused, for the individuals were not necessarily as vicious as the system, but the power existed, and its exercise for good or for evil depended on temperament and temptation. End of section 11. Recording by Shena Sayre, Fresno, California.
Section 12 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tricia G. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 7, Punishment, Chapter 1, The Sentence, Part 1. In the infliction of punishment, the Inquisition differed from secular courts in one important respect. Public law provided for impenitent heresy death by fire and confiscation, and visited on the penitent and on descendants certain disabilities, but apart from these, in its extensive field of jurisdiction over penitent heresy, suspected heresy, and other offences, the Inquisition had full discretion and was bound by no rules. It was the only tribunal known to the civilized world which prescribed penalties and modified them at its will. In this, as in so much else, it combined the legislative and the executive functions. The culmination of the work of the tribunal was the sentence, which embodied the result of its labors and decided the fate of the accused. In all cases that appeared in public autos de fe, the sentence was publicly read, and the opportunity was not lost of impressing on the minds of the people the lofty duties of the Holy Office and the enormity of the guilt which merited such chastisement. It afforded an occasion for the display of power, which was turned to the best account. There were 2 forms of sentence, con meritos and sin meritos. The former recited at length the misdeeds of the culprit. The latter was briefer and merely stated the character of the offense. The consulta de fe, when it agreed upon a verdict, usually defined which form should be used, and also whether or not the culprit should appear in a public auto. This, in itself, was a severe infliction, aggravated by the reading of a sentence con meritos. For lighter cases, the sentence was read in an auto particular, in the audience chamber, of which there were several varieties, as will be seen hereafter. The sentence con meritos commenced with a full recital of the details of the trial, through all the various steps of the cumbrous process, represented as a suit between the fiscal and the accused, and it specified the crimes proved against or confessed by the culprit. It was thus sometimes enormously long. In the famous case of Magdalena de la Cruz, a fraudulent beata revelandera, whose fictitious sanctity and miracles had deceived all Spain throughout a long career, the reading of the sentence at Cordova, May 13, 1546, occupied from 6 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon. In the sentence of Don Pablo de Soto, convicted of bigamy at Lima in 1761, all the examinations are detailed at full length, including information volunteered by him concerning persons and matters in no way connected with the case. The secretary appears to have copied verbatim the records of the successive audiences, as though to prolong the shame of the penitent. After these prolix recitals there followed the verdict, Christi nomine invocato, in which, if the trial had resulted in conviction, the inquisitors found that the fiscal had duly proved his charges, wherefore they must declare the accused guilty of the heresy alleged, with its corresponding penalties. As a rule, prisoners were left in ignorance of their fate until, on the morning of the auto de fe, they were prepared for it by being arrayed in the insignia which designated their punishments. So jealously were they kept in the dark that, when the customary proclamation was made of an auto 15 days in advance, with drum and trumpet, the officials were not allowed to approach the Inquisition, lest the inmates should hear the sounds and guess what was in preparation. At the great auto of Lima in 1639, we are told that, when the proclamation was made, the negro assistants of the jailer were shut up in a place where they could not hear it, so that they might not carry the information to the prisoners, and the workmen employed in making the mitres, sanbenitos, and crosses were assigned a room in the Inquisition where they could labor unseen, under an oath of secrecy. The effect of the sudden revelation, when it came, is indicated in the advice that it was better to give to those who were to appear their breakfasts in their cells, than to wait until they were all brought together for the procession, for then there was shame and confusion and suffering, the fathers seeing their sons and the daughters their mothers in the sanbenitos and other insignia that designated their punishments. The despair induced by the preceding long-drawn suspense occasionally found expression, as in the case of Diego González, who was reconciled for Judaism in the Valladolid auto of July 25, 1644. On the morning of that day, when the jailer entered his cell to give him breakfast, he was found pale and faint, with the blood flowing freely from a wound in his arm made with a nail from his bedstead, under the impression that he was to be burnt, and he had to be carried to the solemnity in a sedan chair. Llorente recounts a similar case, of which he was an eyewitness, in 1791, when a Frenchman named Michel Maffray de Rieux hanged himself in consequence of being thus kept in ignorance. The object of the delay in thus communicating the sentence was to prevent appeals to the Suprema. We have seen how, in opposing appeals to Rome, the Inquisition and the monarchs argued that they were wholly superfluous, in view of the appellate jurisdiction of the Inquisitor General, who was always prompt to rectify injustice committed by the tribunals, but this nominal opportunity was rendered for the most part illusory by this device of withholding knowledge of the sentence until appeal was impossible. This came about by degrees. Originally, it would seem that the tribunals exercised discretion as to withholding the sentence until the auto, although exceptions were rare. The instructions of 1561, while admitting a right of appeal in some cases, nullified it by ordering, in such cases, the tribunals to send the proceedings in advance to the Suprema, without allowing the accused to know of it. There evidently were contending influences, of justice on one side and convenience on the other, for in 1568 it was ordered that, in cases not of heresy, when the penalty was arbitrary, the culprit should be notified in advance of the auto de fe, and this was extended in 1573 by instructions that, in cases admitting appeal, the parties should be notified in time to enable them to do so. This concession to justice caused trouble, and on April 11, 1577, the tribunals were ordered to report on the evils arising from it. Apparently, the inquisitors reported adversely, for on September 18th they were ordered to return to the former practice of not notifying culprits prior to the auto de fe. There was, however, quite an extensive class of cases in which the right of appeal was not completely cut off by this. These were the more trivial ones, in which the sentence was rendered in the audience chamber, and in these both parties, the culprit and the fiscal, were required to assent on the spot, when either could appeal, for the fiscal had the same right as his opponent. It was included, in the commission issued to fiscals, in the long enumeration of their powers and duties, and was a right not infrequently exercised. Although the culprit thus had an opportunity to appeal, he was obliged to act without advice. In the case of Maria Casaya, in Toledo, December 19, 1534, when called upon to assent to her sentence in the audience chamber, she asked for delay. Then, in the afternoon, she begged to be allowed to consult her husband or her counsel, and, on this being refused, she accepted the sentence. Still, as public autos diminished and private autillos multiplied, the opportunity for appeals became more frequent and were sometimes successful. This was more apt to benefit ecclesiastics than laymen, for, except in cases involving degradation, they were never exhibited in public autos. Their sentences were read in the audience chamber, and they were more likely than the ordinary culprit to possess the education and intelligence requisite to profit by the opportunity. Cases of appeal by them are consequently not infrequent. Fray Lucas de Allende, guardian of the Franciscan convent of Madrid, was one of the dupes of Lucrecia de Leon, an impostor who pretended in dreams to have converse with God and the saints. He busied himself in writing out her revelations and was tried at Toledo, where he lay in prison from June 1590 until April 1596. He was sentenced to a reprimand and warning not to meddle with such matters, to accept certain definitions laid down by the tribunal, and to strict reclusion in a convent for a year. He vigorously protested that the sentence was absurd, and he appealed from it, to which the fiscal retorted by likewise interjecting an appeal. The Suprema heard both appeals, and decided, July 30, 1596, by confirming the sentence as to reprimand and warning, and omitting the rest. Even this did not satisfy the obstinate Franciscan, for when read to him, August 2nd, he refused to accept it, and appealed to the Pope, but, on being warned to reflect well, he on the same day withdrew this appeal and submitted. There can be little doubt, however, that the inquisitors suppressed the revocation of part of the sentence, for there follows a petition from him to be allowed to visit his native Villa Rubia before entering upon his reclusion, deceit of this kind being perfectly practicable in the profound secrecy of the tribunals. More successful was the Hieronymite Fray Martin de Casares, prosecuted in Valladolid for superstitious curing of the sick, and sentenced, in 1655, to reprimand and 4 years' exile from certain places. The Suprema had confirmed the sentence, and yet on appeal from him it remitted the exile. By this time the Suprema was supervising all action of the tribunals, and, as it gradually became the whole Inquisition, appeals grew to be superfluous, yet the custom of withholding the sentence was persistent. There was one class of cases, however, in which notification of the sentence was always made prior to the auto de fe, those in which the culprit was condemned to relaxation. The object of this was to give him a chance of saving his soul by confession and conversion. In the earlier period the notification was short, being only at midnight before the auto, but this, as we shall see hereafter, was subsequently extended to 3 days. In the medieval Inquisition, the inquisitor, when rendering sentence, always reserved the right to modify it, in the direction either of mercy or of severity, or to remove it wholly. He could do this, for he was practically independent and irresponsible to any superior, the only authority over him being the distant and most inaccessible Holy See. The Spanish Inquisitor occupied a wholly different position, being held in strict and constantly increasing subordination to the Suprema, and as commutations early became a source of large revenue, it is easy to understand that the tribunals were not permitted to participate in the proceeds. Already in 1498, the Instructions thus undertook to limit the power of inquisitors to modify sentences, by ordering that they should not grant commutations for money or favor or without just cause, and, when such existed, the commutation must be into fasts, almsgiving, and other pious uses. There could be no release from wearing the San Benito, and the rehabilitation of descendants was reserved for the Inquisitor General. It was difficult to enforce restrictions which recognized any right of inquisitors to modify sentences, and in 1513 Ximenes deprived them of it wholly and concentrated the power in the hands of the Inquisitor General. It was wholly a matter of finance, and we have seen, Book 5, Chapter 3, how it was henceforth utilized. The tribunal was recognized to have no power to modify a sentence when once pronounced. As an experienced writer says, although by common law inquisitors and ordinaries can change or mitigate sentences, it is otherwise under the Instructions, which declare that this is reserved for the Inquisitor General, the reason being that they have exhausted their powers. In the Indies, where distance rendered application to the Suprema virtually impossible, the tribunals seem to have retained the power of modifying sentences, even though they may rarely have exercised it. In 1663, an old woman, known as Isabel de Montoya, tried for sorcery in Mexico, was sentenced to appear in an auto de fe with the San Benito, to receive 200 lashes, and to serve for life in a hospital. In the audience chamber, November 5th, the sentence was read to her, in presence of the fiscal and her advocate. With the assent of the latter, she begged that the San Benito and the scourging be omitted. She had only been an impostor, and had had no pact, expressed or implied, with the demon, and in view of her age and sickness and crippling in the torture, she supplicated mercy. On November 7th, the fiscal replied to this, asking an aggravation of punishment because it proved her to be an impenitent in denying her pact and intention. November 21st, the Consulta de Fe assembled and unanimously confirmed its former sentence. The auto de fe was not celebrated until May 4, 1664. On the 6th she was duly scourged through the streets, and on the 15th she was delivered to the Hospital del Amor de Dios. Her pitiful prayer, urging age and sickness, was justified, for on June 17th a messenger from the hospital announced her death, and the inquisitors briefly ordered it to bury her. End of section 12. Section 13 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 7, Chapter 1, Part 2. As regards cruelty, it is impossible to generalize, where in the earlier periods so much discretion was allowed to the tribunals, and so much depended on the temper of the inquisitors, who might be stern or humane. In the case of the obstinate heretic or of the impenitente negativo, there was no question. The law of the land and universal public opinion alike condemned him to the stake. But, in the wide sphere of the penitent heretic and of the numerous offences of which the Inquisition had cognizance, there was an ample field for the display of severity or benignity. Against the barbarity of a case like that of Isabel de Montoya, which had too many parallels, may be set the tendencies of the Toledo tribunal about 1600. In its reports to the Suprema at that period, there frequently occur explanatory remarks, as though to apologize for the mildness of the sentences, which indicate its readiness to temper its judgments, such expressions as, "She was a poor and ignorant woman," "She was simple and ignorant," "She was spared heavier penance because she was only 16 years old," "She seemed a very simple and a very good woman," "Recent baptism and drunkenness." Occasionally, in bigamy cases, involving scourging and the galleys according to rule, the omission of these is justified by the age or weakness of the culprit. Sometimes, but not often, the suffering which the prisoner has endured during the prolonged imprisonment is taken into consideration, and is admitted as part of the punishment. This tendency towards mercy becomes more marked in the period of decadence, when the humanitarian development of the age made itself felt even in the Inquisition, and it offers a suggestive contrast to the savage fanaticism of the secular courts of the land, which claimed to be more enlightened than Spain. In 1765, a wooden crucifix on the bridge of Abbeville was mutilated, and the Bishop of Amiens published a monitoire, ordering, under pain of excommunication, anyone having knowledge of the matter to denounce the offender. Duval de Saucourt, a councillor in the court of Abbeville, who was inimical to the abbess of Villancourt, accused her nephew, the Chevalier de la Barre, a youth of 19. The only evidence was that he had once passed a procession without lifting his hat, that he had talked against the Eucharist, and had sung impious and licentious songs. He was doubtless irreligious and debauched, and his evil reputation sufficed, in the court of Abbeville, to justify a sentence of amputating his tongue and right hand, and burning him alive. Appeal was made to the Parlement of Paris, which, by a vote of 15 to 10, confirmed the sentence, with the mitigation of beheading before concremation, and this was duly executed July 1, 1766. The annals of the Spanish Inquisition offer nothing more hideous than this, and the comparison is the more instructive in that its penalty for sacrilegiously outraging an image of Christ, the Virgin, or the saints, with aggravating circumstances, was merely appearance in an auto de fe with the insignia of a blasphemer, abjuration de levi, and 100 lashes or vergüenza or exile, according to the character of the offense and of the culprit. The Inquisition boasted that it was no respecter of persons, and, in one point at least, its rules offer a favorable contrast to those of the secular law. In Spanish law, the privileges of gentility were fully recognized, and for many crimes the penalties assigned to gentle blood were much milder than those inflicted on the commonalty. This was reversed in the Inquisition, where it was prescribed that, in matters of faith, nobles should be punished more severely than plebeians. This was doubtless owing to the assumption that they were more intelligently trained and less exposed to error, besides the fact that their example was more impressive. On the other hand, however, the clergy, for whom less excuse could be found, were treated with much greater leniency than the laity, and, far from being utilized as examples, their frailties and errors were shielded as much as possible from public view, in order not to diminish popular reverence for the Church. The penal resources of the Inquisition, as we shall see, were endless. While, for certain well-defined offences, certain penalties were customary, the discretion of the consultas de fe was bound by no definite limitations as to what were known as penas extraordinarias, and they could devise whatever seemed appropriate to special cases. Infinite gradations and intricate combinations were resorted to in the effort to fit the penalty to the offense of each individual, and also doubtless often to secure unanimity in the consulta de fe, so that not infrequently there are 6 or 8 separate and distinct inflictions in a single sentence. It would be too much to expect that, in so composite an institution, during more than 3 centuries of existence, there should have been strict consistency in the exercise of this discretional power, but, making allowance for the infirmities of human nature under the temptation of irresponsibility, it can scarce be said that it habitually abused its authority, according to the barbarous standard of the times, except in the infliction of pecuniary penalties on which its finances depended, and in the vindication of its authority against all who dared to question its supremacy. It was callous to the sufferings of those whom it prejudged as guilty. It devised the most atrocious formulas of procedure. But, when it had secured confession or conviction, it was not systematically and ferociously cruel, as has so often been asserted. As regards the enforcement of the sentence, it is to be observed that the penalties divide themselves into 2 classes. Some, such as relaxation, confiscation, fines, scourging, the galleys, reconciliation, and abjuration, were within the power of the tribunal. Others, like imprisonment, the sanbenito, exile, and reclusion, depended to a greater or less degree on the will or the fears of the penitent. Theoretically, as we have seen, punishment was regarded as penance, voluntarily accepted by the penitent for the salvation of his soul, but the Inquisition, unlike the Father Confessor, did not rely wholly on the penitential ardor of the sinner. Punishment retained enough of the character of penance to justify the theologian in treating its non-performance as a proof that repentance had been feigned, and that the offender had relapsed into heresy, the penalty for which, under the canons, was death by fire without trial. In the earlier time this was enforced in so far as was possible. Thus, in 1486, at Saragossa, Rodrigo de Gris, who had been condemned to perpetual imprisonment in a designated house, with the penalty of relapse for leaving it, escaped and was burnt in effigy as a relapsed, and in 1487, Cristoval Gelva, of whom the hospital of Nuestra Señora de la Gracia was assigned as a perpetual prison, was burnt in effigy for escaping. This continued for some time to be the theory, but in practice, while summoning the fugitive as an impenitent relapsed to appear for judgment, it was deemed safer to proceed against him in the ordinary way in absentia, waiting for a year and prosecuting him for contumacy. Such a case appears to be that of Bartolomé Gallego, who escaped in 1525 from the penitential prison of Toledo, and was condemned to relaxation in effigy, November 3, 1527. Some 40 years later, Pablo Garcia explains that the suspicion arising from flight, joined with that of remaining under excommunication for a year, afforded sufficient proof for declaring a fugitive a relapsed heretic, and relaxing his effigy. It was only when evidence could be had of subsequent acts of heresy that direct proceedings for relapse were justified, and this was decided in a case where a fugitive was relaxed in effigy, and the Suprema revoked the sentence and rescinded the confiscation. The theory of relapse was evidently giving way. Simancas tells us that, although supported by high authorities, it is cruel and false and not founded in law. The fugitive is impenitent, not relapsed. If he returns or is captured, he is to be heard, and if prepared to obey the Church, his flight only deserves an increase of penalty. How rapidly the ancient severity was disappearing is manifested by a case in Valencia in 1570. Pedro Luis Verga was prosecuted for Protestantism on a vague accusation that, when studying in Paris in 1555, he had consorted with the dreaded Juan Perez, and had shared his opinions, for which he was reconciled and sentenced not to leave the kingdom. He disobeyed, and in 1570 he was heard of in Genoa, giving utterance to heretical opinions. Now this was a case of relapse as well as of non-fulfillment of penance, but he was prosecuted for contumacy as a simple fugitive. It was in evidence that the old rule had become obsolete when inquisitors sometimes prescribed in their sentences that the penance was to be performed under pain of impenitent relapse, as in the case of Juan Franco, condemned at Toledo in 1570 to 8 years of galleys for Protestantism, and of Juan Cote, by the same tribunal in 1615, to irremissible perpetual prison for the same heresy. Towards the middle of the 17th century, Alberghini gives the various opinions held on the subject, and concludes that of Simancas was commonly accepted. Cases of non-fulfillment were not infrequent, for, as we shall see, the discipline of the penitential prisons was exceedingly lax. Any penitent could absent himself and then throw off the sanbenito, which was the customary accompaniment of imprisonment, but, although this was canonically relapse, such cases were treated with what in those days might be considered as mercy. Thus Diego Gonzalez, reconciled for Judaism at Valladolid in 1644, and condemned to prison and habit, was recognized in 1645 at Medina de Rioseco without the sanbenito. On being tried for this, the consulta de fe was not unanimous, and the Suprema sentenced him to 100 lashes. It was the same with sentences of exile. In 1667, at Toledo, Francisco Lopez Rodriguez, who had been reconciled in 1665 and had already been prosecuted for non-fulfillment of penance, was tried for doing so again, and was condemned only to 100 lashes and 2 years more of exile. So, in 1669, Juan Lopez Peatin, for infraction of exile, had only 2 years added to the original term. A curious case, however, in 1606, shows how penitents were expected to fulfill their penances. Gaspar Godet, a Morisco, had been condemned at Valencia to reconciliation, 100 lashes, and perpetual prison, of which the first 8 years were to be passed in the galleys. After 5 years' service, his galley was captured by the English near Lisbon, and he was set free. He ought strictly to have conveyed himself on board of another galley to serve out his term, but he seems to have imagined that he was released from his sentence. He quietly returned to his native Torre de Llovis, and resumed his profession of surgeon. He was, of course, reported to the tribunal, which seized him in August of 1606, and condemned him not only to complete his sentence, but to undergo 100 lashes, and to pay a fine of 200 libras, although the maximum fine that could legally be imposed on a Morisco was 10 ducats. The renewed activity of the Inquisition, in the early 18th century, seems to have been accompanied with a recrudescence of severity in these cases. In the Valencia auto de fe of February 24, 1723, Antonio Roguero was reconciled and condemned to irremissible prison and sanbenito. He escaped, but was captured, and in the auto of March 12, 1724, he was condemned to 200 lashes and 5 years of galleys, after which he was to be returned to prison, but the Inquisitor General mercifully commuted the scourging and galleys to 5 years of presidio, or labor in an African garrison. So, in the Valencia auto of June 25, 1724, Joseph Ventura of Fez, a Moorish convert, had been reconciled with 3 years of prison and San Benito. He fled, was captured, and in the auto of July 1st, 1725, his prison was made perpetual and irremissible. Again he fled, to be again caught, and in the auto of September 17, 1725, he was condemned to 5 years of galleys, after which he was to be returned to prison. All these were cases of formal heresy for relapse in which the canonical punishment was burning. For offences less heinous, which inferred only suspicion of heresy, there was an occasional practice of including in the sentence a penalty for non-fulfillment of the penance. This was in every respect an arbitrary matter, concerning which no generalization can be formulated, for it is frequently impossible to divine why, in a group of similar cases, some sentences should carry this threat and some should not. This apparently objectless diversity is markedly exhibited in the auto of May 13, 1565, at Seville, where there were a large number of penitents thus arbitrarily differentiated. In the cases where the threat was employed, there was slender indication of mercy, for where exile for life or a term of years was imposed, the penalty for non-fulfillment was that it should be completed in the galleys. In one case, that of Abel Josis, for conveying arms to Barbary, the sentence was merely a prohibition to sail to Barbary, but a violation of this was visited with the galleys for life. It should be added, however, for the credit of the Inquisition, that it not infrequently made threats which it had not the cruelty to execute. Thus the tribunal of Toledo, on a charge of divination, banished from Spain a priest named Fernando Betanzas, with a threat of the galleys for disobedience. Not long afterwards, the Bishop of Salamanca found and arrested him, and the Suprema, December 22, 1636, ordered the tribunal of Valladolid to investigate the case, after which the Suprema contented itself with deporting him to Portugal, and warning him that, if he returned again, he should be sent to the galleys. The case of the Augustinian Fray Diego Caballero in 1716 indicates how non-fulfillment of penance might convert into formal heresy that which was mere suspicion. For uttering unacceptable propositions, he had been sentenced by the tribunal of Cordova to reclusion for 4 years in the convent of Guadix. He fled from there and continued to repeat his erroneous utterances, for which the Toledo tribunal pronounced him to be relapsed in grave crime, and sentenced him to abjure de vehementi, to be suspended from his orders for a year, to perpetual deprivation of preaching, confessing, and the right to vote and be voted for, to 10 years' exile from a number of places, to 4 years' reclusion in a designated house, where for 6 months he was to be confined in a cell. He was also to wear a San Benito while his sentence was read in the audience chamber, and the next day it was to be read to the assembled brethren of his Toledo convent, who were to administer to him a circular discipline, and he was to forfeit half his peculium, and all this under pain of being held as an impenitent relapsed. What is noteworthy here is not only the severity of this long accumulation of penalties, but also the abjuration de vehementi, which rendered reincidence in the abjured errors a matter for the stake. End of section 13. Section 14 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 7, Chapter 1, Part 3. In the medieval Inquisition, it may be said that acquittal was virtually prohibited. A sentence of not proven might possibly be rendered, but acquittal was an admission of fallibility, and was regarded as a bar to subsequent proceedings in case further evidence was obtained. This principle was maintained in the Roman Inquisition, although in the 18th century exception was made in cases where the adverse evidence was clearly proved to be fraudulent. The Spanish Holy Office was not quite so sensitive, and had no hesitation as to repeated prosecutions, so that to it acquittal was a less serious matter. Moreover, while sentences of not proven were not unknown, there was an equivalent device by which the accused could be dismissed without admitting his innocence, suspending the case and discharging him, subject to the liability of its being reopened at any time. The furious zeal of Torquemada rendered acquittal peculiarly distasteful to him, as we have seen above, Volume 1, page 175, a case in which he set aside acquittals at Medina del Campo, and insisted on conviction, although, at his instance, the parties had been tried twice and had been tortured without confession. This temper on his part could not but impress itself on his subordinates, and yet we occasionally meet with acquittals in this early time. Acquittals, however, which manifest a strange mental confusion, and betray the unwillingness to admit the prosecution of the innocent, for they couple acquittal with punishment. Thus at Guadalupe, in 1485, in the case of Andrés Alonso of Trujillo, the sentence recites that the fiscal had not proved his accusation as fully as he ought, wherefore the inquisitors absolved the accused, but, as the evidence aroused some suspicion in their hearts, for the satisfaction of their consciences and his, they sentenced him to abjure de levi, and, as some infamy had accrued to him from the accusation, they removed it and restored him to his former good repute, and lifted the sequestration on his property. Whereupon he duly abjured de levi, renouncing all manner of heresy, and especially that of which he was accused, promising to be always obedient to the Church, after which he was absolved ad cautelam from any excommunication which he might have incurred, and of all this he asked to have a certificate. All the acquittals that I have met of this period bear this illogical character, sometimes even requiring abjuration de vehementi, and inflicting penalties for the offense of which the accused is pronounced innocent. In Barcelona, the Inquisition had been established 12 years before the first acquittal was granted, and, from such record as we have, it would appear that there were acquittals of more than one kind, conditional and unconditional. Thus, in 1499, Jaime Castañe and Eufrosnia Pometa were acquitted, but were required to abjure publicly on May 2nd, and on October 5th, Luis Palau was acquitted. In 1500, on September 18th, 4 women were acquitted absolutely, 2 men were acquitted with penance, and 2 women and a man were acquitted with abjuration. Then, on October 5th, the memory and fame of Juan de Ribes Altes were cleared, and on December 20, 1501, Blanquina Darla was acquitted absolutely. In a record of the Toledo tribunal from 1484 to 1531, there are 86 cases of acquittal, or an average of somewhat less than 2 per annum, which, in view of the intense activity of the earlier period, indicates how few escaped when once the Inquisition had laid its hand upon them. Some of these cases show how long the conditional acquittal persisted. Thus, of those acquitted, Hernando Parral was required to abjure, and Francisca Ramirez and Catalina Beata Negra abjured de vehementi. Unless there is a mistake by the scribe, Leonora de la Oliva of Ciudad Real was acquitted and scourged October 3, 1521, and again had the same sentence October 13, 1530. In 1520, Alonso Hernandez was acquitted with public penance, and in 1513, Sancho de Ribera was acquitted with confiscation. One entry is difficult of comprehension, that of Inés González, who was voted to acquittal with reconciliation and confiscation, but the confiscation was remitted. Practically, acquittal amounted only to a sentence of not proven. In the formula for it, Pablo Garcia calls special attention to the omission of the word definitive, pointing out that it is not final, for the case could be reopened at any time that fresh evidence was obtained, and even without it, as we have seen in the case of Villanueva. In matters of faith there is no finality, no cosa juzgada, and it was so declared by Pius V in the bull Inter Multiplices, invalidating all letters of absolution and acquittal issued by inquisitors and other spiritual judges. In strict accordance with this principle was the rule that sentences of acquittal of the living were not to be read at the autos de fe, unless at their especial request, while acquittals of the dead were read. In either case, the sentence simply stated that he had been accused of heresy, and no details were given. If living, he did not appear at the auto, and if dead, there was no effigy. All this was in direct contradiction to the glowing eulogy of Paramo, who, as we have seen, states that the inquisitors used every means to prove the innocence of the accused, and, when they succeeded, took care that he should go forth like a conqueror, crowned with laurel and the palm of victory. Yet Paramo had some justification in the fact that there were rare exceptional cases in which the acquitted was thus honored. The only instance of this that I have met in Spain was that referred to above, Volume 2, page 561, where 14 residents of Cadiz were falsely accused. In Peru, however, several cases are recorded. In the Lima auto of 1728, Dr. Agustin Valenciano appeared in the procession on a white horse with a palm, and proclamation was made of his innocence. In the great auto of January 23, 1639, there were 7 thus honored after their 3 years of incarceration, and in that of October 19, 1749, the effigy of Don Juan de Loyola, who had died in prison in 1745, headed the procession bearing a palm. This last case is perhaps explicable by Jesuit influence, for he was of the family of Saint Ignatius, and further reparation was made by creating his brother, Don Ignacio de Loyola y Haro, alguacil mayor of the tribunal, while 3 nephews were made familiars. The reluctance of the tribunals to pronounce a sentence of acquittal is illustrated in the case of Francisco Marco, tried at Barcelona for bigamy in 1718. Unable to prove the charge, which was punishable with scourging and galleys, the tribunal sentenced him to have his sentence con méritos read in the audience chamber, to be reprimanded and threatened, and to be banished from Barcelona and Madrid for 6 years. In the earlier period this sentence would have stood, but by this time the Suprema was in full control, and it expressed great surprise at so unjust a decision, inflicting so foul a stigma on the accused. It declared null and void all the acts of the process, it ordered Marco to be discharged at once, and that the inquisitors should defray out of their salaries all the cost of his imprisonment. The indisposition to acquit found expression in the device known as suspension. When the effort to convict failed, the case could be suspended, thus leaving matters as they stood. The accused was neither acquitted nor convicted. The case could at any moment be reopened and prosecuted to the end, and it hung over the unfortunate victim while it saved the infallibility of the tribunal. The earliest allusion to it that I have met occurs in the Instructions of 1498, which show that it was a usage already established and abused, for it is forbidden in prosecutions of the dead, except when further evidence is expected, and acquittal is ordered when the proof is imperfect, because there are many cases of suspension that inflict hardship through the sequestrations continuing in force. Suspension was a convenient resource for a tribunal, unable to convict, yet unwilling to acquit, and desirous to conceal its failure. At first it was comparatively rare, but in time it became a favorite method of escaping a decision, and, as it gradually, for the most part, replaced acquittal, in its development it might even remove the stigma. In the great majority of cases it was practically the end of the matter, and it was usually accompanied with lifting the sequestration. Some authorities held that a case could not be entered as suspended if there was enough in it to justify a reprimand, or even when the offense was trivial and the defendant was cautioned not to speak or act in that fashion, but this rigidity of definition was not observed in practice. When suspension was decided upon, the accused was not permitted to know it. He was simply brought into the audience chamber. If he had been confined in the secret prison, he was put through the customary inquiries as to what he had seen and heard, and was sworn to secrecy. He was told that for just reasons he was granted the favor of returning home, and that he must seek to discharge his conscience, for his case was still pending. This mystery served to keep him in suspense, but, after he found the sequestration or embargo lifted from his property, he could doubtless fathom its meaning. If he demanded a definite sentence of conviction or acquittal, he had the right to do so, but I have met with no instance of this, and few could have been hardy enough thus to tempt their fate. If he asked for a certificate that he was freely discharged, or that his case was suspended, it was not to be given, but the Suprema might grant him one to the effect that he was discharged without penance or condemnation. Suspension wholly without penance was, however, unusual, for the infallibility of the Inquisition was commonly emphasized by accompanying it with some infliction more or less severe. The lightest of these was the reprimand and warning administered when discharging the accused. In 1650, the Tribunal of Toledo summarily got rid of quite a number of cases in this fashion, 4 on June 18th, 2 on the 25th, and 3 on the 30th, and those were fortunate who escaped so lightly. About the same time, Doña Gabriela Ramirez de Guzman, accused of superstitious sorcery, was not only reprimanded when her case was suspended, but was banished for a year from Toledo and Madrid, and the same penance was assigned to Domingo de Acuña when his trial for propositions was suspended. How little incongruity was recognized in this is illustrated by the case of Martin Miterovich, at Madrid, in 1801, when one of the inquisitors voted to suspend the case and confine him for life in the hospital of Ceuta. In fact, as suspension grew more frequent in the closing years of the Inquisition, it was often coupled with severe inflictions. Thus, August 30, 1815, the Tribunal of Llerena suspended the case of Maria del Carmen Caballero y Berrocal, but sentenced her to reprimand, 200 lashes, and 3 years' seclusion in a hospital. At the same time, in view of her ingenuous confession, the scourging was suspended until her amendment should earn its forgiveness, and the same phrases were used with her accomplice, Nicolas Sanchez Espinal, who was sentenced to reprimand, certain spiritual exercises, and perpetual exile from the province. In cases like these, however, suspension had somewhat outgrown its original purpose of a substitute for acquittal, and was a more than doubtful mercy, for the case remained unconcluded, though visited with full penalties, and could at any moment be reopened. That originally it was merely a convenient device for escaping the admission of having prosecuted the innocent is manifested by cases of which the records are full. Thus, in 1607, Francisco Dendolea, a Morisco of Ceuta, was tried at Valencia on the evidence of a witness that, when limosnero, or almoner of Ceuta, he had, under pretext of begging for the poor, used his office to serve notices of the commencement of the fast of Ramadan, and give other ceremonial instructions. He proved that he never was limosnero, and the charge fell to the ground, but the case was merely suspended. So, in 1653, Doña Isabel del Castillo was prosecuted for Judaism at Toledo. She had previously been reconciled at Valladolid, and it was found that the evidence related to a period prior to the reconciliation. She of course ought to have been acquitted, but the case was suspended. Even more self-evident is the case of the Benedictine padre Francisco Salvador, tried at Valladolid in 1640, for sundry propositions presented in a competition for a professorship. The Consulta de Fe voted to suspend the case, and the Suprema, in confirming the sentence, added that a certificate should be given to him that no offense had been found that would in any way prejudice him. There was also a kind of imperfect or informal acquittal, which consisted in admitting the accused to bail at the end of the trial. It saved the tribunal from the trouble of a decision and of an acknowledgment that the prosecution had been in error, but it was cruel to the party involved, as it left him but partly liberated and with the stigma of heresy. Its working is fairly exemplified by the case of Petronila de Lucena, tried in 1534 at Toledo on a charge of Lutheranism. After nearly a year's incarceration, her brother, also under trial, revoked in the torture the evidence which he had given against her. There was no other testimony, yet she was not acquitted but merely released, March 20, 1535, under bail of 100,000 maravedis, to present herself when summoned. The security was furnished and she was delivered to the bondsmen as her jailers. On June 27th she petitioned for release, for the discharge of the bondsmen and for the removal of the sequestration, which included some articles of personal necessity in the hands of the jailer. She was, she pleaded, poor and an orphan. She needed the property and wished to be free to dispose of herself. No notice was taken of this, and 16 months later, on October 20, 1536, she applied again. This time an order to lift the sequestration was issued, but there is no record of her having been released from subjection to bail. She thus remained under the ban, and at the age of 25, the two careers open to a Spanish woman, marriage and the nunnery, were virtually closed to her. There was yet another kind of acquittal, still more informal, in which the accused was simply discharged and bade to be gone, without a sentence, leaving him under the dreadful uncertainty of what might be his position. An instance of this is the case of Miguel Mesquita, tried for Lutheranism at Valencia in 1536. The evidence was of the flimsiest, and the inquisitors merely ordered him to be released from prison without making further provision. The comparative frequency of these various forms of release, in the earlier period, may be inferred from the record of the Toledo tribunal from 1484 to 1531, in which there are 86 cases of acquittal, to only 4 of suspension, 4 of release under bail, and 2 of simple discharge, the latter forms thus being negligible quantities. The proportions changed rapidly with time, showing how much more in harmony with the spirit of the institution were the forms which evaded acknowledgment of error. A record of the same tribunal, from 1575 to 1610, contains an aggregate of 1,172 cases of all kinds, in which there were 51 acquittals, 98 suspensions, and 30 simple discharges. This tendency continued with increasing development. A Toledo record from 1648 to 1694 comprises 1,205 cases, of which but 6 ended in acquittal, 1 in discharge for mistaken identity, and 104 in suspension, nearly all of the latter coupled with a reprimand in the audience chamber, apparently a scolding for having given the tribunal so much bootless trouble. The suspensions were, in nearly every case, ordered by the Suprema, as though the inquisitors shrank from the admission which it involved. This repugnance existed to the last. In 1806, Don Matias Bravo, an ex-agonizante and calificador of the Saragossa tribunal, was tried in Madrid on the charge of uttering certain propositions. He was acquitted, but, in view of his disorderly life, especially in regard to the sixth commandment, he was sentenced to a reprimand, to 15 days of spiritual exercises, and to make a general confession at such time as he could do so without disrepute. The same spirit is seen in the instructions of the Suprema, October 14, 1819, to the Cuenca Tribunal, authorizing the arrest and trial of Maria Martinez for propositions. In case, it says, the trial shows that she has not erred in the matters charged, or in anything else, she is to be reprimanded and warned, and told that the tribunal is keeping a watch over her acts. There was another kind of suspension, by far the most frequent of all. It often happened, especially in the latter periods, that the summaria, or collection of evidence against a presumed offender, proved insufficient to justify prosecution. In such cases it would be quietly voted to suspension. It was filed away in its place among the records, ready to be exhumed at any time when further information might supply deficiencies and induce active proceedings. Thousands of these abortive processes reposed in the secreto of the tribunals, the subjects of which were unconscious of the dangers which had threatened them, or that their names were on the lists of suspects of the dreaded tribunal. That they were kept under surveillance is indicated by an occasional note, such as one respecting a certain Johann Wegelin, a Calvinist. There is a summaria which has been withdrawn because he became insane and returned to his own country. Or in another case, suspended because he died in 1802. Yet, taking it as a whole, when we consider that the inquisitorial system was so framed as to put every temptation in the way of the judges to condemn, for the sake of confiscations, fines, penances, dispensations, and commutations, it is rather creditable that acquittals and suspensions should occur in the records even as frequently as we find them there, though of course we have no means of knowing whether those who thus escaped were among the wealthy or the poor. End of section 14. Section 15 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 7, Chapter 1, Part 4. There was still another possible form of sentence. The barbarians who overthrew the Roman Empire brought with them an ancestral custom, known as compurgation, or in England as the wager of law, by which a defendant, in either a civil or criminal action, could maintain his title or his innocence by taking an oath and bringing a specified number of men who swore to their belief in its truth. They were known as conjurators or compurgators, and were in no sense witnesses. They pretended to no knowledge of the facts, but only to their confidence in the veracity of their principle. This crude method of establishing the truth was maintained in all the lands occupied by the Teutonic tribes except in Spain, where the Visigoths early yielded to the influence of the Roman law. It was eagerly adopted by the clergy, who found in it a convenient means of escaping from the harsher expedients of the ordeal or the wager of battle, so that it acquired the name of canonical purgation. In the 13th century, the Inquisition found it used in the trial of heretics, and necessarily included it among the resources for doubtful cases, although inquisitorial methods were too thorough to call on its frequent employment. The Spanish Inquisition naturally inherited compurgation among the other traditions of the institution. When conviction could not be had by evidence or torture, and yet the suspicion was too grave to justify acquittal, it could sentence the accused to undergo compurgation. He could not demand it, nor could he decline it, though he might appeal from the sentence, and failure in compurgation was equivalent to conviction, while success was not acquittal, but required abjuration and penance at the discretion of the tribunal, because, although legally shown not to be a heretic, The accused had to be punished for suspicion. The early instructions were silent on the subject, and such cases of the period as I have met indicate that there was no rigidly prescribed method of procedure, although, in the main, they accord in showing it to be a kind of trial by jury after the tribunal had failed to reach a decision. The general features of the process can be gathered from the case at Saragossa of Beatriz Beltran, wife of the Juan de la Caballeria, accused of complicity in the murder of San Pedro Arbues, who died in prison and was relaxed in effigy in the auto of July 8, 1491. She was put on trial for Judaism in 1489. The evidence against her was by no means decisive, while the defense discredited the witnesses and proved by abundant testimony her devotion to the Church, her regular attendance at Mass and confession for more than 20 years, her liberality in the celebration of Masses, and her long hours spent in daily prayer. She could not be tortured in view of her advanced age and severe infirmities, and on August 9, 1492, the Consulta de Fe voted unanimously that, as torture was out of the question, she be sentenced to canonical purgation at the judgment of the inquisitors when, if she should purge herself, she should abjure publicly as vehemently suspect of heresy and of Judaizing, and should perform penance at the discretion of the tribunal. The next day the inquisitors pronounced that she was not convicted but vehemently suspect, wherefore she should purge herself with 12 conjurators. They were duly selected, and a term of 3 days was assigned, within which the ceremony should be performed. They assembled in the Aljaferia on August 23rd, when the publication of evidence and the defense were read to them. She was sworn to tell the truth, and was asked whether she had committed these crimes, to which she replied in the negative, and was then removed from the room. The inquisitors again read the accusatory evidence and the defense, the compurgators were sworn to tell the truth, and the inquisitors polled them. The first one, Pedro Monterde, said that he believed Beatriz to have sworn truly, for he had known her for 15 years and had always held her to be a good Christian. The rest unanimously concurred, and the purgation was successful. Then, on September 8th, she appeared in an auto as a penitent, and on the 17th she abjured all heresies, and especially those of which she was vehemently suspected, after which the inquisitors rendered sentence, declaring her to be vehemently suspect of the crimes which she had abjured, and, as these suspicions and crimes could not be left unpunished, they penanced her with forbidding her to commit these crimes, with the payment of all costs of her trial, the taxation of which they reserved to themselves, and with performing such penance as they might impose on her. The record fails to inform us what was that penance, but it probably transferred to the tribunal a large portion of the property that had escaped her husband's confiscation. The threat that failure would imply condemnation was by no means an idle one. About this time, Fray Juan de Madrid was tried before the tribunal of Toledo. There was much adverse evidence in full detail, and the only defense lay in disabling the witnesses. This was partially successful, but enough remained to justify the inquisitors in saying in the sentence that he could have been condemned on it, but that, in benignity and mercy, he was offered compurgation. He willingly accepted it, and named his compurgators, but half of them refused to sustain his oath of denial, declaring that through their knowledge of him they held him as suspect. This was conclusive. He was considered to be convicted of the charges, and the Consulta de Fe had no hesitation in voting him to relaxation. In like manner, on February 3, 1503, Jaime Benet was burned at Barcelona because he failed in the compurgation enjoined on him. A change, probably attributable to the growing desire for absolute secrecy, prescribed by the instructions of 1500, altered profoundly the prevailing theory of compurgation, for it prohibited the reading to the compurgators of the evidence and defense. In their presence the accused was to deny under oath the charges which were recapitulated by the inquisitors, and the compurgators were simply to be asked whether they believed that he swore the truth, and no other questions. There seems to have been some trouble in abrogating the custom of reading the evidence, for the prohibition had to be repeated in 1514. In the project presented to Charles V in 1520 by the Conversos, with the object of rendering the inquisitorial process less effective, there was included a modification of compurgation in such wise as to facilitate escape. Of course, no attention was paid to this, but that some alteration of the process was required by justice is manifest from one or two minor reforms soon afterwards. In 1523 it was ordered that the fiscal should not be present after the compurgators were sworn, which is suggestive of his influencing them adversely. Still more essential was a regulation of 1529, forbidding those who had testified against the accused from serving as his compurgators. Apparently it was one of the results of suppressing the names of witnesses that the poor wretch, in his ignorance, would sometimes call upon those to save him who had been procuring his destruction, and the inquisitors had not sufficient sense of justice to exclude them, although they had power to refuse admission to anyone supposed to be friendly to him. There was also a favorable modification of the ancient practice requiring unanimity on the part of the conjurators, for Simanacas tells us that the inquisitors, when specifying the number to act, could also designate how many defections would be allowed without prejudicing the result. Yet by the middle of the century, when Simanacas wrote, compurgation was becoming obsolete. He denounces it as blind, perilous, and deceitful, and says that it especially should not be forced upon those of Jewish or Moorish descent, for it is equivalent to sending them on the direct road to the stake, since no one could help thinking ill of them, or at least doubting their innocence. Besides, nearly all men are now so corrupt, and Christian charity is so cold, that scarce anyone can be found who will purge another, or who will not have an evil suspicion and interpret matters for the worst. To defeat the accused, it suffices for the conjurators to say that they do not know, or that they doubt whether he has told the truth, and who is there who will not feel uncertain when he knows that no one is exposed to purgation unless he is vehemently suspected? This is echoed by the instructions of 1561, which indicate how compurgation was passing out of use by the brief allusion vouchsafed to it. It is to be performed in accordance with the instructions, with such number of compurgators as the consulta de fe may prescribe, but inquisitors must bear in mind that the malice of men at the present time renders it perilous, that it is not much in use, and that it must be employed with the utmost caution. Still, subsequently to this, Pablo Garcia gives full and curious details as to procedure, which show how it had become hedged around with limitations that rendered it a desperate expedient for the accused. The compurgators had to be old Christians, zealous for the faith, who had known the accused for a specified number of years, and were not of kin or well disposed towards him. He was required to name more than the number designated, so as to allow for those who might have died or be absent, showing that he had to act in the solitude of the cell where perhaps he had been confined for years. When the sentence of compurgation was announced to him, he was given a certain term in which to make his selection, and if he allowed this to elapse, he was at the discretion of the tribunal. No communication with the compurgators was allowed, and when they were assembled, each one was separately and secretly examined to ascertain whether he lacked any of the necessary qualifications, what were his relations with the accused, whether he would give anything to secure his discharge, whether anyone had spoken with him and asked him to serve, or whether he had intimated to any of the kindred that he was willing to act. While thus carefully guarding against possible friendship, it is significant that there was no instruction to inquire into possible enmity. The ceremony was performed with considerable impressiveness. On the table of the audience chamber there were placed with much solemnity a cross, the Gospels, and 2 lighted candles. The prisoner was brought in, his list of selections was read to him, and he was asked if he recognized them, to which he assented and said that he presented them as his compurgators. They were then asked if they wished to serve or not. If they accepted, a solemn oath was taken by the prisoner to tell the truth, and not to conceal it for fear of death, or for loss of property, or of honor, or for any other reason. The inquisitors then recited the charges, which created vehement suspicion, and asked him, under his oath, whether he was guilty of them, and, after he had answered, he was led back to his cell. Then, if necessary, the nature of compurgation was explained to the compurgators, and they were sworn to answer truly, and not to deny the truth for hate, or love, or fear, or affection, or other motive. They were kept apart, without communication with each other, and each was examined separately and in secret whether he understood what had passed, and whether, in accordance with what he knew of the accused, he believed that he told the truth, and after replying he was made to promise secrecy under pain of excommunication. The answers were carefully taken down, and were signed by the compurgators. Conducted after this fashion, it is easy to understand why compurgation should be characterized as blind and perilous. The accused had to make his selection blindly, and the qualifications required of compurgators almost ensured their unfavorable opinion, at a time when the operations of the Inquisition had caused every man to look upon his neighbor with suspicion, especially when that neighbor was one whom the tribunal required to undergo compurgation. Yet, although the Inquisition thus risked little in subjecting doubtful cases to it, there was ample reason for allowing it to fall into desuetude. Secrecy had become a cardinal principle in all inquisitorial proceedings, and it was violated by calling in a dozen laymen to see the prisoner, to hear the charges against him, and to participate in the judgment to be passed upon him. Besides, it was an acknowledgment that there were cases in which the assumed omniscience and infallibility of the Holy Office were at fault, and had to be supplemented by the random opinions of a few men selected by the accused. As practiced for centuries in the ecclesiastical courts, it had been an easy method for the guilty to escape merited chastisement. As modified by the Inquisition, it became a pitfall for the innocent. It was wholly at variance with the inquisitorial process as developed in Spain, and, while its place in the canon law prevented its formal abolition, the tribunals had exhaustive discretion as to its employment, and that discretion was used to render it obsolete. Still, it maintained its place as a legal form of procedure. Even as late as 1645, among the interrogatories provided for a visitation, the question was still retained as to whether the forms of the instructions were observed in canonical compurgation, although a writer of the same period tells us that it is not to be employed because, if the accused overcomes sufficient torture, he is to be discharged. In the Roman Inquisition, we find compurgation ordered as late as 1590, in the case of a priest of Piacenza, accused of certain heretical propositions. The compurgators were to be 5 beneficed priests of good character and acquainted with the life of the accused. If the compurgation was successful, he was to be proclaimed of good repute as to the faith, and was to perform salutary penance for the imprudence of his utterances. By the middle of the 17th century, however, Carena tells us that it had been virtually disused by the congregation as most perilous, fallacious, and uncertain. From this brief review of the various characteristics of the sentence, it will be seen that the Inquisition had at hand formulas adapted to every possible exigency in the administration of its extensive and highly diversified jurisdiction. Until the development of the authority of the Suprema over the local tribunals, the use made of these formulas depended on the temperament of the individual inquisitors, shielded as they were from responsibility by secrecy and by the virtual suppression of the right of appeal, except in trivial matters. It must be borne in mind, moreover, that, even when their sentences may seem merciful, there was always behind them the most grievous infliction of an infamy which affected the honor and the fortunes of a whole lineage. End of section 15. Section 16 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 7, Chapter 2, Minor Penalties, Part 1. In the preceding chapter, the general penal system of the Inquisition has been considered, but for its proper comprehension, a brief exposition of its several penalties is requisite. In this, it is unnecessary to treat of confiscation and pecuniary penance, which have already been discussed as constituting the financial basis of the existence of the Holy Office. Reprimand. Of the minor inflictions, the most nearly universal was the reprimand. It is naturally absent from the severer sentences of reconciliation and relaxation, but, with these exceptions, scarce any defendant escaped it, no matter how groundless the accusation was proved to be, or how plainly his innocence was manifested. The freedom with which it was administered is evidenced in a phase of frequent occurrence in the reports of the Toledo tribunal, "As no offense was proved, he was reprimanded and warned for the future." We have seen that some strict constructionists held that reprimand was incompatible with suspension, but that this principle was universally disregarded. The same authority asserts that no reprimand was to be administered without a formal sentence, but cases are numerous in which it is expressly recorded that the party was reprimanded without a sentence, and sometimes this was by special command of the Suprema. In the Valladolid tribunal there were 8 such cases in the year 1641. To scold the defendant was one of the prerogatives of the inquisitor, from the use of which he rarely abstained, especially as it afforded the opportunity of expatiating on the benignity which imposed penalties so incommensurate with the offences. The severity of the infliction varied with his temper and power of invective, but constant practice rendered him skillful in detecting the sensitive places and in applying the lash where it would be most keenly felt. There were those among the victims who regarded this as a severer penalty than a pecuniary penance, and it is not surprising that it occasionally drew forth remonstrance and retort, which were promptly suppressed by the infliction of a fine for the expenses of the tribunal. No record was made of reprimands beyond the fact of their utterance, but there is one which chances to have been preserved, as it seems to have been carefully elaborated and reduced to writing. It was administered by the licentiate Juan de Mañosca, who had been president of the Chancellery of Granada, to an unlucky gentleman prosecuted for having said that belief in matters of faith was good breeding. He had made the case worse by arguing, in his defense, that he could conceive of no word more applicable to the matter than cortesia, and that his long residence at the court had familiarized him with all the niceties of the Castilian tongue. For this, as a proposition ill-sounding and savoring of heresy, Mañosca belabored him through 10 closely written pages of savage ridicule. In the Andalusian tunny fishery, he said, "There may have been an infinity of tunnies, the smallest of them as big as you, and yet not one of them will show the least particle of salt, although they have lived in the midst of salt." So he went on, quoting the scriptures, the classic poets, and Plato, to prove that the unfortunate culprit was an ignoramus, closely approaching a heretic. Such ignorance was likened to the unfruitful ears of corn, which, according to Christ, are only fit to be swept up and burnt, and the diatribe concluded with the significant warning that it was the Inquisition which gathered such worthless stocks and delivered them to the secular arm, that they might pass through temporal to eternal flame. Doubtless the culprit was a fool, but his folly merited no such terrific warning. Abjuration. Suspicion of heresy, as we have seen, was in itself a crime requiring punishment. In accusations of formal heresy which failed of proof, there remained as a rule at least suspicion, and there was besides a number of offences which, though not in themselves heretical, were brought under the jurisdiction of the Inquisition by a more or less forced assumption that they inferred suspicion of heresy, that no one who believed rightly as to sacraments and points of doctrine could be guilty of them. In the Old Inquisition, this suspicion was classified as light, vehement, or violent, and these distinctions were retained in the New. Violent suspicion, however, may be discarded from consideration here, for it sufficed for condemnation, and in practice it admitted of no disproof or explanation, for, although theoretically it might be explained away, this was but a bare possibility. As Peña says, it created presumption of law, as when a man remained for a year under excommunication. The distinction between light and vehement suspicion was somewhat nebulous. Like everything else in the vague region of morals, it was incapable of accurate definition, and each case had to be decided on its own merits, according to the temper of the judges. Alberghini's attempted test of infrequent or habitual performance of acts inferring suspicion fails utterly in practice, and moreover leaves unsettled the more important and common class of cases where testimony was insufficient for conviction and yet too strong for acquittal. Moreover, suspicion might be modified by exterior circumstances, as when Miguel Calvo tells us that, with Moriscos, however slender may be the suspicion, it must be treated as vehement. It was evidently impossible to prescribe any absolute rule, and it is to the credit of the Inquisition that it rarely pronounced suspicion to be vehement, while light suspicion occurs in almost all sentences short of reconciliation. Thus, in the Toledo record from 1648 to 1794, there are 314 abjurations de levi and only 51 de vehementi, or about an average of one every 3 years. Whatever other punishment might be visited on suspicion, abjuration of heresy in general, and especially of the heresy suspected, was indispensable. This could be administered either in the audience chamber or in a public auto de fe, and was an impressive ceremony. In the face of a cross, and with his hand on the Gospels, the culprit swore that he accepted the Catholic faith and detested and anathematized every species of heresy, and especially that of which he was suspect. He pledged himself always to keep the faith of the Church, and to be obedient to the Pope and the papal decrees. He declared that all who opposed the Catholic faith were worthy of condemnation, promising never to join them, but to persecute them and denounce them to prelates and inquisitors. He swore to receive patiently and humbly all penance imposed on him, and to fulfill it with all his strength. If the abjuration was for light suspicion, he consented and desired that, if he failed in any part of this, he should be held as impenitent, and he submitted himself to the correction and severity of the canons, so that the penalties prescribed in them should be executed on his person, and finally he called upon the notary to record it, and on all present to serve as witnesses. If the abjuration was for vehement suspicion, he consented and desired that, if he failed in his promises, he should be held and considered as a relapsed, and suffer the penalties provided for relapse. This was the difference between abjuration de levi and abjuration de vehementi, so often alluded to above, and it was of no small import under the canons. After the former, reincidence in the offense entailed no special penalty. It was at the discretion of the tribunal merely to repeat the previous sentence, or to aggravate it, as the case might appear to deserve. But, after the latter, reincidence was relapse, for which the canons decreed irrevocable burning, ipso facto and without trial. To impress this on the penitent, his abjuration de vehementi was written out, and he was made to sign it. Then, on the next day after the auto de fe, he was brought into the audience chamber, it was read to him, and he was warned to observe its conditions, for, if he should again fall into any heresy whatever, he would be treated as a relapsed without mercy, and it would be the same if he did not perform the penance imposed. In spite of these impressive formalities, I think it doubtful whether, after the first furious rush of persecution was past, the extreme penalty of relaxation for reincidence after abjuration de vehementi was customary. As a rule, in the later periods, inquisitors rather endeavored to avoid relaxation, and, while they were callous, they were not apt to be unnecessarily cruel. I have not happened to meet with such a case, while I have found more than one in which the canons were not observed. In fact, a learned writer of the second half of the 17th century argues elaborately, with the citation of many authorities, to show that reincidence after abjuration de vehementi does not incur the punishment of relapse, despite the penalties expressed in the formula, and this would appear to have been tacitly accepted, for a custom arose of specifying in the sentence whether or not the abjuration should entail the penalty. Thus, in 1725 at Cuenca, Dr. Zapata, accused of Judaism, was required to abjure de vehementi with liability to relaxation, while in 1794 at Toledo, Damaso José López de Cruz, for heretical propositions, was sentenced to similar abjuration without such liability. There was another distinction between the two forms of abjuration, for those who abjured de vehementi were subject to the disgrace of appearing in an auto de fe, and of wearing a sanbenito de media aspa, or with one band of color across it, before and behind. The instructions of 1561 state that, when there is semi-proof, or such indications that the accused cannot be acquitted, there are 3 remedies, compurgation, torture, or abjuration. But this is scarce correct, for those who succeeded in compurgation were always, and those who overcame torture were generally, required to abjure. The instructions add that abjuration, whether for light or vehement suspicion, is rather a measure to inspire fear for the future than a punishment for the past, and therefore it is usually accompanied with pecuniary penance. In fact, it was only in trifling cases, or in suspensions, that abjuration was not associated with much severer penalties. This was inevitable in the large class of offences which, by a strained construction, inferred suspicion of heresy. In these, when guilt was proven, it received its appropriate punishment, perhaps of scourging or the galleys, and the abjuration was a mere formality to satisfy the artificial ascription of heretical belief. In cases of suspicion of real heresy, abjuration, whether de levi or de vehementi, was a necessary adjunct to the punishment. Thus, in the Toledo auto of February 7, 1694, Luis de Vargas, for suspicions of Judaism, was sentenced to abjure de levi, to pay a fine of 200 ducats, and to be exiled for 6 years from various places. So, in 1715, at Toledo, the Carmelite Fray Francisco Martinez de Salazar, for crimes vehemently suspect of heresy, appeared in the audience chamber with a sanbenito de media aspa, in the presence of 12 priests. He abjured de vehementi, was sternly reprimanded and threatened, and sentenced to a long list of penalties, including deprivation of functions, reclusion for 6 years in a convent, and a circular discipline in the Carmelite house of Toledo. On this composite sentence, the consulta de fe had evidently exhausted its ingenuity, and the abjuration was merely a formal necessity to justify the rest. Yet, while abjuration in itself can scarce be termed a punishment, it was, even when only de levi, an infliction of no little severity, in consequence of the infamy which it entailed, as we have seen in the Villanueva case, where the victim and his kindred struggled for so many years in Rome to have it removed. End of section 16. Section 17 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 7, Chapter 2, Part 2. Exile. Frequent allusions above to exile as occurring in sentences indicate how customary a feature it was in the penal system of the Inquisition. By itself, or in combination with other penalties, it was an unfailing resort in offenses that did not incur the graver punishment of imprisonment. It could be varied indefinitely to suit the peculiarities of each case, and the tribunals exercised the wildest discretion in its employment. In its usual form, it designated certain places and a fixed number of leagues around them which the penitent was forbidden to enter. A list of proscribed localities, as a rule, indicated Madrid, or rather the royal residences, the seat of the tribunal, the dwelling place of the culprit, if this was not comprised in the others, and any other towns, sometimes amounting to 4 or 5, where he had been known in his guilty career. Although this was a convenient resource to the tribunal, it was a somewhat irrational penalty, the severity of which could hardly be guessed at, for while it might be scarce more than an inconvenience to one offender, it might be the destruction of a career to a merchant established in business, or to a professional man with an assured clientele. Considerations of this kind, however, rarely influence the tribunals, and in the Toledan record of 1575 to 1610, we find exile included in 167 sentences. The length of exile was always specified, and varied from some months to a lifetime, but it usually was a term of a few years. Sometimes it was divided into 2 portions, the first preciso, or absolute, the second voluntario, or dependent upon the will of the tribunal, apparently as an incentive to amendment. A variant of this occurs in the case of Diego de Toro, sentenced for bigamy at Toledo in 1652, to 4 years of exile absolutely, and 4 years more, which he was to fulfill whenever the tribunal should see fit to order it, thus holding it over him indefinitely. It was not often that the Inquisition exercised the power of banishment from Spain, but it did not hesitate to assume such authority when it saw fit, and a converse to this was the occasional prohibition to leave Spain, of which an instance is cited above. Another form, in which the wide discretion of the tribunals was exhibited, was forbidding the penitent to approach within a specified distance of the sea-coast. This was not infrequent in sentences on Moriscos, whose relations with Barbary always excited apprehension, but it is not apparent why the Valladolid tribunal, in 1659, when sentencing Diego de la Peña for Jewish tendencies, should have included an inhibition to approach within 8 leagues of any seaport without a special license. Again, we sometimes find a penitent exiled to some particular place for a term of years, and this is frequently combined with provisions for keeping him under surveillance. Thus, the Valladolid tribunal in 1659 sentenced Isabel Rubilla and Maria Martin for sorcery to reside for 4 years in a place to be designated, where there was an official to whom they must present themselves monthly, and who would report as to their amendment. This was sometimes a form of commutation for imprisonment, as in the case of Isabel Núñez, sentenced at Cuenca to prison and San Benito, which was modified to 4 years' exile at San Clemente. December 24, 1657, she presented a notarial certificate of her being there, and begged that, as she was 74 years old and very poor and miserable, she might be released, in honor of the birth of the prince, Felipe Prosper, or at least have the place changed to Alcalá, Guadalajara, or Pastrana, where there were people who would help her. This pitiful petition was simply endorsed to be filed with the papers of the case, which indicates that it was refused. A more rigorous example of this, which shows that no limit was placed on the discretion of the Inquisition, was the banishment for life to the Philippines in 1802 of 2 frailes concerned in the imposture of Isabel Maria Herraiz, known as the Beata of Cuenca. Conversely, a penitent might be prohibited to leave a designated place, as when, in 1599, Rodrigo Ramirez, a Morisco of Ypres, was forbidden for 3 years to leave Ypres without license. As the ordinary form of exile was easily violated, the sentence, as we have seen before, was frequently accompanied with a threat of increased penalties for non-fulfillment. In Toledo this seems ordinarily to be a doubling of the original term, but frequently it was more severe, as in 1604, at Valencia, the sentence of Bartolome Posca added to this 100 lashes, and in 1607, Francisco Giner, condemned to 5 years' exile, was threatened with 3 years of galleys. It was probably to check, in some degree, the facility for evasion that the Suprema, in 1665, required the tribunals to furnish it with a description of the culprit whenever they pronounced a sentence of exile. As this always comprised Madrid, and as the capital was likely to attract the homeless waifs, details which might assist in their identification were useful. Raising houses. In the imperial jurisprudence, houses in which heretics held their conventicles were forfeited to the Church, and this provision was adopted in the legislation of Alfonso X. When prosecution was systematized in the 13th century, this was modified to tearing down all houses in which heretics were found, the site remaining forever accursed and unfit for human habitation. This was accepted by the Church, and found its way into all the lands that admitted the Inquisition. Aragon adopted it, and when, about 1340, the spiritual Franciscan Fray Bonanato was burnt, and his disciples were scattered, the building which they had occupied at Villafranca del Pañades, near Barcelona, was levelled to the ground. In the early days of the Spanish Inquisition, the strict enforcement of the rule would have led to great destruction and serious impairment of the value of confiscations. It seems therefore to have been reserved for buildings in which the heretics or apostates had been accustomed to assemble, and then the king, as the recipient of confiscations, decided the matter. A letter of Ferdinand, May 23, 1501, to Aliaga, his receiver at Valencia, states that the inquisitors have asked him to decree the destruction of a house in which a synagogue had been found, to which he assents with the suggestive addition that the civic authorities must be ordered to offer no opposition. It turned out that Ferdinand had already given the house to Juan Perez, the scrivener of sequestrations, whereupon he ordered Aliaga to have it appraised and to pay the value to Perez. He seems to have offered no opposition to Lucero's operations in Cordova, where a number of houses were torn down as having served as synagogues, and he ordered them rebuilt when the Congregación Católica assembled at Valladolid in 1509 pronounced the prosecutions fictitious. When the confiscations passed to the Inquisition, financial considerations apparently got the better of zeal, for when, in 1539, at Valencia, trials of a number of Judaizers revealed that a crucifix had been maltreated in a house used for their assemblies, and the tribunal desired authority for its destruction and the erection of a memorial chapel, the Suprema replied cautiously with a number of questions as to value, location, and expense, as there were no funds for the purpose, and it ordered the auto de fe to be held, reserving decision as to the house. The subsequent proceedings against the convicts, who revoked their confessions, show that the house was still standing 4 or 5 years later. There was no such hesitation in the stimulated excitement following the discovery of Protestantism in high places in 1559, when, in the Valladolid auto de fe of May 21, the Callasa family were nearly exterminated, the house of the mother, Leonor de Vibero, where the little group used to assemble, was razed, and a pillar was erected on the spot with an inscription that can still be read. During the pontificate of Paul IV and the reign of Philip II, the Holy Office of the Inquisition condemned this building of Pedro de Callasa and Leonor de Vibero his wife to be torn down and levelled with the ground, since here the Lutherans assembled to hold meetings against our Holy Catholic faith and the Church of Rome, May 21, 1559." Similarly, in the great auto of Seville, September 24, 1559, the houses of Luis de Alarego and Isabel de Baena, which had served as Protestant conventicles, were destroyed. A thrifty disposition to restrain inconsiderate zeal for obliterating the receptacles of heresy was manifested by the Suprema in 1565, when it forbade the raising of a house unless it belonged to the delinquents, and thus would not have to be paid for. This restriction, however, was not observed on an occasion which was perhaps the latest as well as the most conspicuous example of the practice. In the great Madrid auto of July 4, 1632, which was honored by the presence of Philip IV, among those who were burnt were Miguel Rodriguez and his wife Isabel Núñez Alvarez, in whose house not only were held Jewish meetings, but an image of Christ had been scourged, and when it shed blood and thrice spoke to them, they consumed it with fire. Of course it was doomed, and on the day after the execution, the Inquisition ordered it to be appraised in order that the owner might be compensated. He was the licentiate Barquero, a highly respected jurist, who protested against its destruction until he received good security for its value. No time was lost. On the 6th, the Inquisitor Cristoval de Ibarra, accompanied by the Admiral of Castile, the Duke of Medina de la Torres, and other gentlemen, many familiars and a crowd of workmen, and preceded by a guard of halberdiers with banner and drums, marched to the spot, where a secretary read a proclamation of the Toledo tribunal to the effect that it ordered the demolition of the house where a holy Christ had been scourged and maltreated. Then the drums beat, and the workmen assailed the structure so zealously that by 9 o'clock that night there was not a vestige of it left, the populace eagerly aiding them in tearing the stones from the walls and carrying off the timbers. The site was not left, as the canons direct, to be a receptacle of filth. Money was raised, and a Capuchin convent was erected, known as La Paciencia, in remembrance of the patience with which Christ had borne the indignities heaped upon him. Spiritual penances. It might be presupposed that, in dealing with spiritual offenses, and professing that its main object was the salvation of souls, the Inquisition would incline rather to spiritual exercises than to pecuniary and corporal punishments, that it would seek to instruct and elevate the spirit rather than to afflict the body. Religious persecution, however, has always preferred the harshness of coercion, and has held that the surest way to bring conviction to the soul was to torment the flesh. We need therefore not be surprised to see how insignificant a place spiritual penances held in the sentences of the Holy Office, and it would scarce be worth while to consider them except to note how little was the importance attributed to them by the tribunals. Except in trifling cases, which merited no real punishment, such spiritual penances as we occasionally meet with are conjoined with material penalties. A man sentenced to imprisonment may perhaps be required to fast on Fridays for 6 months or a year, and to recite on those days a prescribed number of Ave Marias and Pater Nosters or other prayers. Pilgrimages to shrines as distant as St. Thomas of Canterbury or St. James of Compostela, so frequently prescribed in the medieval Inquisition, were unknown. It is true that the formula of sentence on the reconciled, condemning them to prison, requires them on Saturdays to make a pilgrimage to some designated shrine in the vicinity, where on their knees they must repeat with devotion 5 Paters, Ave Marias, Credos, and Salve Reginas, but this was not often used in practice. Clerical offenders, sentenced to reclusion in convents, frequently had spiritual exercises included among numerous other inflictions. While this moderation was the rule, occasionally, of course, the unlimited discretion of the tribunals made exceptions, as in a singularly ill-judged penance imposed at Toledo in 1653 on Jerónima Méndez, a child 10 years of age, convicted of Judaism, who was sentenced to a month's instruction in the faith and the daily recitation of the Rosary for a year. Seeing that the Rosary consists of 17 Paternosters, 16 Gloria Patris, 153 Ave Marias, and the Apostles' Creed, one can estimate the burden imposed on a child of such tender years, and how little it would conduce to training the youthful penitent in a love for the faith. Such an infliction, however, was exceptional, and it frequently happens, in the reports of the tribunals, after detailing the material portions of a sentence, that there is a mere general allusion to some spiritual penances, which suggests how slender was the consideration bestowed on them. There is one type of better promise, not infrequent in the later period, such as a sentence pronounced at Toledo in 1777 on Antonio Rubio and Diego González, condemned for heretical acts and blasphemy, the former to 5 years' labor in the arsenal of Cartagena, and the latter to 3 years in the Presidio of Cuta, both of whom were required, before leaving prison, to perform 15 days of spiritual exercises under a director who would instruct them. The hearing of Mass as a penitent, which was a very frequent infliction, cannot be classed as a spiritual penance. It was a simple humiliation, and was so intended, especially when performed publicly in church. Unusual penalties. A few instances will indicate how the tribunals sometimes used their wide discretion in adapting to any given case what was deemed an appropriate penalty. It is true that when Valencia, in 1539, made Fray Torres, a priest, appear in a public auto de fe with a bridle in his mouth and a pannier of straw on his back, the Suprema rebuked it and forbade such eccentricities for the future. So when, in 1568, Inquisitor Morales reported that, during his visit to San Sebastián, he had condemned certain offenders to have sermons preached at their expense, the Suprema mildly remarked that this was a novelty. In an auto de fe at Llerena in 1579, there was a negress named Catalina, the slave of a man of Zafra. It was doubtless through consideration of his interests that she was spared the corporal chastisement visited on her accomplices, but there was a distinct invasion of his rights in a prohibition to him to sell her without license from the inquisitors. In 1607 at Valencia, a single witness accused Maria Tubari, a Morisca midwife, of using Moorish ceremonies in baptizing infants, and of circumcising the males. The proof, against her denial, was not thought sufficient to justify torture, and she was required only to abjure de levi, but she was deprived for life of practicing her profession. There was wisdom, if a trifle arbitrary, in a sentence at Toledo in 1685 on Lucas Morales for blasphemy, for it included, among other penalties, a prohibition to gamble, a sensible provision against relapse, for gaming was recognized as the most prolific source of blasphemy. There was the same latitude in vindictive as in deterrent punishments. At Valladolid, from 1635 to 1637, there were several Judaizers convicted of maltreating an image of Christ. The consultors voted for relaxation, but the Suprema approved the decision of the inquisitors that they should have the right arm nailed to a stake in the form of a cross, while their sentences were being read in an auto de fe. Less symbolical and still more original was a spectacle devised for the Mexican auto of December 7, 1664, where one of the penitents was stripped to the waist, while 2 Indians smeared him with honey and covered him with feathers, in which guise he was made to stand in the sun for 4 hours on the staging. Even recruiting for the army was not beneath the dignity of the tribunal, as when, in 1650, Toledo condemned Andrés de Herrera Calderón for blasphemy to serve for 4 years in the campaigns against Portugal and Catalonia, where, doubtless, he enriched his vocabulary of expletives. There evidently was no defined limit to the power of suiting the penalty to the inquisitorial conception of the offense, and the tribunals made ample use of their prerogative. End of section 17. Section 18 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 7, Chapter 3, Harsher Penalties, Part 1. The Scourge. Although at first sight the use of the lash as a persuasive to correct religious belief may appear somewhat incongruous, it must be borne in mind that, under the euphemy of the discipline, it has always formed a prominent feature of penance, especially among the monastic orders where, in the daily or weekly chapters, it was liberally administered for all infractions of the rule or other sins, as a preliminary to absolution. In fact, the touching of the penitent's shoulder with a wand by a priest in absolution from excommunication is a symbol of the discipline which was anciently indispensable. In the Old Inquisition it was in frequent use, although there it was rendered a matter of edification through its infliction by priests during divine service or in religious processions. That it should form part of the penal resources of the Spanish Holy Office was therefore natural, although it lost its penitential aspect and became purely punitive and vindictive. It was no longer the priest who wielded the discipline with an indeterminate number of strokes during an indeterminate series of feast days. The tribunal prescribed the number of lashes, and they were laid on by the vigorous arm of the public executioner. The penitents who had to suffer appeared in the auto de fe with halters around their necks. If there was one knot in the halter, it signified 100 lashes. If 2, 200, and so on, 100 being the unit and the minimum number. The next day the populace was treated to the spectacle. Mounted astride of asses, bared to the waist, with halter and mitre bearing inscription of their offences, and a pie de amigo holding the head erect, they were paraded through the accustomed streets, with a guard of mounted familiars and a notary or secretary to make record, while the executioner plied the penca, or leather strap, on the naked flesh, until the tale was complete and the town crier proclaimed that it was by order of the Inquisition for the crime specified. A clause in the proclamation, after the great Madrid auto of 1680, forbidding, under pain of excommunication, anyone to throw stones at the penitents, indicates that the populace had a playful habit of thus manifesting its detestation of heresy. In 1568, the Suprema rebuked the Barcelona tribunal for condemning to public scourging penitents reconciled for heresy. This, it said, was contrary to the estilo of the Inquisition, and in future the lash was not to be used unless there was some other crime than heresy. This indicates how completely the scourge had become punitive, and how it was dissociated from the ancient discipline, but if such regulation existed, it met with scant recognition. All the offences subjected to the Inquisition were constructively heretical, and there never seems to have been any discrimination exercised between them. Indeed, we have seen that the lash was especially indicated for heretics who were tardy or variable in their confessions, and Judaizers are constantly seen to be subjected to it. Scourging was a favorite penalty which was lavishly and often mercilessly employed. In the Saragossa auto of June 6, 1585, out of a total of 79 penitents, 22 were scourged. In that of Valencia in 1607, of 47 penitents, 24 received the lash. This, however, exceeds the average. The Toledo reports, from 1575 to 1610, present 133 cases of scourging, which, allowing for a break in the record, give about 4 per annum. On the other hand, a collection of autos de fe celebrated between 1721 and 1727, embracing in all 962 cases, affords 297 sentences of scourging, or about 30%. When we recall that, in the list of officials reported by Murcia in 1746, There figures Joseph Garcia Ventura as notario de acotaciones, a notary of scourgings, to keep record of the stripes, with a salary of about 2,500 reales, we realize how prominent a feature it was in inquisitorial penology. The brutalizing effect on the populace of these wholesale exhibitions of flogging, especially of women, can readily be estimated. The usual number of lashes prescribed was 200, though in occasional cases 100 sufficed. In the 297 just alluded to, 290 were of 200 lashes, and only 7 of 100. It was rare that 200 were exceeded in any one infliction, though sometimes it was mercilessly duplicated, as in the Seville auto of September 24, 1559, Martin Fernando Saldrian, a shepherd, for blasphemy was scourged in Seville and again in his native town. Alonso Martin of Carmona, for Lutheranism, was scourged in both Seville and Carmona, and Juan de Aragon of Malaga, who had pretended to be a familiar, was scourged in Malaga and again in the scene of his offense. Probably 200 lashes were about the limit of safety, especially with those enfeebled by prolonged incarceration, for the infliction was excessively severe. We hear of Margarita Altamira reduced to such extremity after a scourging that the viaticum was administered to her. There was no mercy for age or sex. In the Valencia auto of January 7, 1607, Isabel Madalena Conteri, a Morisca girl of 13, after overcoming torture, had 100 lashes. Jaime Chulaila, a Morisco of 76, who had been tortured, had 100, and the same was administered to Francisco Marquino, aged 86, for sorcery in treasure-seeking, while Magdalena Cajete, aged 60, who had escaped torture on account of heart disease, was not spared 100. As the 18th century advanced, there appears to be more readiness to remit the execution of sentences of scourging on account of age and infirmities and of accidentes, which probably mean crippling by torture. Then there develops a tendency to spare women, and finally men. The sentences continue to be pronounced, but they are remitted by the Inquisitor General. In 1769, at Toledo, Jerónimo Clos, for bigamy, was pardoned the 200 lashes of his sentence, which could not have been for infirmity, as he was not released from hard labor for 5 years in the royal works at Cartagena. From this time scourging may be regarded as obsolescent, and soon to become obsolete. Under the Restoration, from 1814 to 1820, in the votos secretos, there is not a case in which the lash was inflicted, for when included in the sentences, it was always remitted by the Suprema. The clergy, of course, were not subjected to the disgrace of public scourging. In their cases, it took the form known as a circular discipline, administered in a convent by all the inmates in turn. Vergüenza. Vergüenza, or shame, was the same as scourging, with the lashes omitted. The culprit, stripped to the waist and with the pie de amigo, was paraded through the streets with the insignia of his offense, while the town crier proclaimed his sentence. It was naturally regarded as less severe than scourging, and was sometimes substituted for the latter when the penitent was too aged or feeble to endure the lash. For the beldams and ruffians who were often its subjects, it could have had but few terrors, but it was greatly dreaded by those of sensitive nature. The inquisitors took little count of this when dealing with Judaizers and Moriscos, who had a keen sense of personal dignity, and Pedraza informs us that those exposed to it regarded death as a mercy, preferring to die rather than to endure a life of infamy. To young women the exposure was especially humiliating, yet on the whole it may be regarded as more humane than the pillory of our forefathers, for the penitent was not exposed to the missiles of a brutal populace. Vergüenza was a comparatively infrequent punishment. In the Toledo reports of 1575 to 1610, it occurs in but 26 sentences, which may be compared with the 133 scourgings, and the records of the same tribunal from 1648 to 1794 present but 10 vergüenzas to 92 scourgings. In the very severe series of autos de fe between 1721 and 1727, the comparison is 13 to 297. Mordaza. The mordaza, or gag, as we have seen, was regarded as increasing greatly the severity of the infliction of which it formed part. It was sometimes used in scourging and vergüenza, when the so-called penitent was a hardened blasphemer, or likely in some way to create scandal. It was likewise employed in the autos de fe on pertinacious and impenitent heretics, of whom it was feared that they might on their way to the stake produce an impression on those not firm in the faith. Its use was not frequent, although, in the dread inspired by Protestantism, in 1559, at the great Seville auto of September 24th, 12 of the victims wore the mordaza. There were also 12 thus gagged in the Madrid auto of 1680, but these numbers were exceptional. End of section 18. Section 19 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 7, Chapter 3, Part 2. The Galleys. Enslavement in the galleys, to labor at the oar, would appear to be even more incongruous than scourging as penance for spiritual offenses. It was a Spanish device, unknown to the elder Inquisition, and had its origin in the thrifty mind of Ferdinand. We shall presently see how exercised were the monarch and his holy office over the problem presented by the maintenance of those condemned to the canonical penalty of perpetual prison, and Ferdinand, whose Sicilian possessions required a powerful navy, bethought him of the expedient of utilizing his able-bodied prisoners to man his galleys, the galley propelled by oars being as yet the equivalent of the modern battleship. Galley service was recognized as so severe that the old fueros of Aragon forbade it under heavy penalties, except with the free assent of the individual, and it was not until the curtailment of ancient privileges, in the Cortes of Tarazona in 1592, that judges were permitted to use it as a punishment for robbers. In Castile, the pressure for slaves to man the galleys is indicated by a royal cedula of November 14, 1502, commuting the death sentence of criminals in the secular courts, and ordering them to be sent to the galleys. It was probably about this time that Ferdinand turned to the Inquisition, which was bound by no laws, for relief from overcrowded prisons and undermanned galleys. Even the callous morality of the age seems to have been shocked at this, and, as usual, the sanction of the Holy See was sought for the iniquity. It was of course granted, and Alexander VI, in a brief address to the Inquisitors, May 26, 1503, recited that Ferdinand and Isabella had represented to him that those condemned to perpetual prison relapsed into heresy, that there was a lack of prisons in which they could be confined without perverting others, and that multiplication of prisons would lead to dissemination of heresy, that their power to commute imprisonment into other perpetual punishment had been called into question, and that they had asked him to provide a remedy. As the chief solicitude of the Inquisitors should be the prevention of relapse, he therefore empowered them to change the perpetual prison of penitents into other penalties, deportation to the colonies or imprisonment in the royal galleys, where, in perpetual confinement, they might render enforced service, or to any other perpetual punishment according to their quality and offences. That full advantage was taken of this there can be no doubt, to the relief of the prison funds and the facilitation of the conquest of Naples. We chanced to hear of the transfer at Barcelona, January 24, 1505, of 19 prisoners from the jail of the Inquisition to the galleys of Ramon de Cardona, which we may fairly accept as an example of what was on foot everywhere. In fact, the eagerness of the tribunals to disembarrass themselves of their prisoners seems to have led to their discharging on the galleys those in every way unfit for the service, for the Suprema was obliged, in 1506, to declare that men over 60, clerics and women, were exempt from the punishment of the galleys. Even Ferdinand himself, towards the close of his career, seems to have shrunk from the responsibility of openly authorizing an extension of this heartless business, for when, in 1513, the Inquisitor of Sicily asked permission to send to the galleys those condemned to perpetual prison, Ferdinand threw the decision back on him. To build prisons will cost much money, he said, but the galleys may deter men from confessing their heresy. The Inquisitor is therefore to think the matter over and do what he deems best. The conclusion reached is unknown, but we may reasonably surmise that the Palermo tribunal did not waste its funds in constructing prisons. Ferdinand's hesitation seems to have been shared by Charles V, for in 1527 the Suprema ordered that penitents should not be sent to the galleys, but should have other penances. The motive for this humane provision, however, did not long withstand the more pressuring economical considerations. In 1529, Rodrigo Portuondo, Captain General of the galleys, was instructed that no one sent to them by the Inquisition should hold any office or administration, or have charge of the rations, showing that the prohibition had been rescinded. Apparently the superior intelligence of the penitents had rendered them more useful as petty officers and accountants than as slaves of the oar, but this alleviation of their misery did not satisfy the spirit of persecution, and it was probably to prevent it that the formula of the sentence was service at the oar without pay, unless indeed the penitent was of gentle blood, in which case he could be sent to serve as a gentleman or as a soldier. We have already seen to what profitable account the Inquisition turned the power which it had assumed to grant dispensations from this abhorrent servitude, and a case in 1558 indicates how it guarded against any invasion of its prerogative. Philip II was led to interest himself in the case of Andres de Frias, condemned to the galleys, and asked to have him dispensed from the remainder of his term. To this the Suprema demurred, saying that the statement of Frias was untrue, for in Rome he had treacherously stabbed to death the procurator of the Inquisition, Dr. Puente, after dining with him and promising to sup with him. Moreover, the 17 months which he claimed to have served had not been as a galley slave as required by his sentence. Still, if he would present himself and manifest repentance, there might be opportunity for the king to show him mercy, but otherwise it would greatly impair the authority of the Inquisition. Philip was not given to interceding for those sent to his galleys, for galley slaves continued to be in great demand. In 1567, the Venetian envoy, Antonio Tiepolo, explains the weakness of the Spanish navy by the fact that its galleys were manned with slaves and horcats, who were not numerous enough to keep many galleys at sea. It would be, he says, impossible to man them with free men, as in Venice, for no one would serve voluntarily, as the ill treatment of the crews is notorious, and their dying for lack of the necessaries of life. It is true that there was a curious source of supply, besides the ordinary criminals and heretics, for the prelates of the religious orders were accustomed to condemn their peccant brethren to the galleys, from the same economical motive that had actuated Ferdinand, to save the expense of maintaining them in prison. Still, the needs of the armadas were pressing. Philip turned to the Inquisition for aid, and in 1567 the Suprema issued 2 decrees intended to assist in manning the royal galleys. One bore that sentences must not be for less than 3 or 4 years, for otherwise the penitents cost the king more than the service he got from them, and this was enforced by a royal cedula of 1584. The other suggested being equivalent to an order, that sentences to the galleys could be substituted for those to prison and San Benito. The practical deduction drawn from this is expressed by a writer of the period, who says that, if the accused confesses but does not satisfy the evidence, he is to be tortured, and if he still fails to satisfy the evidence, it is customary to send him to the galleys, but this must be for not less than 3 years. To appreciate fully this atrocity, it must be borne in mind that torture could only be used in cases of doubt where the evidence was defective, so that, besides the torture, the victim was sent to the galleys for suspicion of heresy. Even this did not satisfy the royal exigency, and a further inexcusable step was taken. We have seen that tardy and imperfect confessions were visited with scourging and sometimes with the galleys, while the buen confitente, who confessed promptly and freely, was allured with promises of special consideration and mercy. Yet, in 1573, the Suprema issued a carta acordada ordering that conversos, even when buen confitentes, should be sent to the galleys, and this it repeated in 1591 with injunctions for its enforcement. The name of religion has not often been more brutally prostituted than in these provisions, and their success may be measured by a report of the inquisitors of Saragossa to Philip, of an auto celebrated June 6, 1585, in which they call his special attention to their zeal in furnishing him with 29 galley slaves for 6 years, besides 3 left over from a previous auto, and this in Aragon, which forbade galley service as a punishment for the most heinous crimes. The galley captains naturally were not punctilious in discharging the men when their terms had expired, giving rise to perpetual friction. The sentence ordinarily was to a term of prison or exile, of which the first 3 years or more were to be passed at the oar, and this was set forth in the certificates given to the penitents. The tribunals kept watch over them, and demanded their return to serve out the rest of their sentences, but this was not an easy task. The vigilance exercised is illustrated by a royal cedula addressed to the captain of a galley, ordering him to release 2 men whose terms had expired, and warning him that in future all such persons were to be returned to the tribunal that had sentenced them. This was followed, in 1568, by general instructions to Don John of Austria, as Captain General of the Sea, and to all captains of galleys, reciting the complaints of the Sicilian tribunal that its reclamations of its penitents were not complied with, and ordering their restoration to their tribunals without waiting for demands. This was ineffectual, and in 1575 we find the Barcelona tribunal instructed to prosecute the captains who impede the discharge of those who had served out inquisitorial sentences. The trouble was perennial, and in 1645 we have a formula of requisition for the return of the party specified, under pain of excommunication and of 500 ducats, and the tribunal of the port where the galleys lie is requested to see to its execution. A significant note, however, adds that this is scantly courteous to such great men as the generals of the galleys, and that it is better to ask the tribunal of the port to procure the release by friendly negotiation. The cases could not have been infrequent in which men, utterly unfit for the privations and ill usage of the galley slave, were condemned to this hard service, and no doubt many perished in consequence. Yet exceptions on this ground were reluctantly admitted, if we may judge from a rebuke administered, in 1665, by the Suprema to the Barcelona tribunal, in a case where this was asked. The opinions of the physician and surgeon were insufficient. Other professionals must be called in and examination be made as to the penitent's condition, when, if it appears that he is unfit for the service, the sentence can be commuted to 8 years of exile as proposed. It is a marked expression of the humanitarian development of the 18th century that, even in the fierce persecution of its first quarter, in 1721 it was ordered that, before imposing a sentence to the galleys, the delinquent should be examined by the physician and surgeon, and, if incapacitating weakness appeared, it should be mentioned in the vote of the consulta de fe that, in consequence of it, the sentence was commuted to irremissible imprisonment. The succeeding autos show that this bore fruit in sundry commutations, although the alternative of irremissible prison was not observed, and less severe penalties were sometimes substituted. In the 64 autos de fe between 1721 and 1727, of which we possess details, there were 92 sentences to the galleys and 7 to service in the presidios. There was a certain relation between the two. In the 17th century legislation on offenses connected with the coinage, the galleys were provided for commoners and presidio service for gentlemen, and, as the century drew to a close, we find the Inquisition no longer sending gentlemen to serve as soldiers on the galleys, but to Oran, Ceuta, Gibraltar, Badajoz, Peñon, and other royal works and garrisons. In the 18th century Inquisition, the galleys for all classes were gradually supplanted by the presidio, if we include in the term enforced labor in the royal dockyards and arsenals, as well as in the African garrisons. Galleys were disappearing from the sea, and in the Inquisition they were superseded by the bagne in its various forms of hard work. In 1742, the Toledo tribunal condemned Rafael Núñez Hernández for certain errors to 8 years of exile, of which the first 5 were to be passed serving the king in the unwholesome quicksilver mines of Almadén, and the last sentences to the galleys that I have met occur in 1745, when Nicolas Serrano was condemned at Toledo for bigamy to 8 years of service in them, and Miguel Gutierrez and Francisco Garcia at Valladolid for relapse into Judaism to 10 years. After this, the galleys may be said to be obsolete, even for bigamy, as is seen in a sentence of the Valencia tribunal in 1781. The presidio continued as a punishment under the Restoration, but cases were so rare that there was question as to the reception of the convicts in their places of destination. In 1818, the Seville tribunal sentenced 3 persons, 2 for propositions and 1 for bigamy, to 2 years' service in Ceuta or Melilla, and it asked the Suprema to get the Minister of War to issue orders to the governors to receive them. The Suprema replied that this was the business of the tribunal. It must do as on former occasions, and if necessary could write to the governors. The forçats were duly received, and it is pleasant to add that, in 6 months, the Suprema humanely remitted the punishment in order that they might return and support their families. For this, an order from the Secretary of the Council of War was required and procured. For women, the equivalent of the galleys was service without pay in hospitals, houses of correction, and similar institutions. Apparently these female convicts were not always regarded as desirable inmates, and though, in the pre-revolutionary times, no opposition was ventured, under the Restoration there was sometimes difficulty in securing their admission. In 1819, the Seville tribunal appealed to the Suprema, representing that it had been unable thus to dispose of Juana de Luna, for the same reasons which it had experienced in the cases of Ana Barbero and Leonor Macias. The Inquisition inspired no such terror as of old, for the Suprema could suggest no means of overcoming the difficulty, and could only instruct the tribunal to devise some method of executing its sentences. It is not to the credit of the Roman Inquisition that it followed the example of the Spanish and included the galleys in its list of punishments. Carena, indeed, tells us that it was the most usual of all, and was the customary penalty in a wide variety of offenses. End of section 19. Section 20 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 7, Chapter 3, Part 3. Reconciliation. That reconciliation to the Church, which was represented as a loving mother, eager to welcome back to her bosom her erring children, should be regarded as a punishment, seems a contradiction in terms, yet so it was, and the Suprema did not hesitate to speak of those, who had been condemned to reconciliation. It would not be easy to invent a more emphatic illustration of the perversion of the spirit of religion by persecuting fanaticism. The apostate or the heretic, who had abandoned the Church after admission through the waters of baptism, could only be reincorporated by abjuring his errors and applying for reconciliation. In the case of conversos, who secretly adhered to the Mosaic or Mahometan law, there could be no question as to this, nor was there with such heretics as Protestants. To what extent other errors might constitute formal heresy requiring reconciliation, or might infer suspicion of heresy, light or vehement, was a problem for the calificadores, and sometimes was an intricate one, for the gradations of theological error are infinite and subtle. In the tumultuous proceedings of the early period, when, under edicts of grace, penitents came forward by the thousand, confessing their errors and begging for reconciliation, the ceremony was naturally simple. Under the instructions of 1484, the form prescribed by Joan Andrea was to be used. The inquisitors declared that the penitent had been an apostate heretic, who had followed the rites and ceremonies of the Jews and had incurred the penalties of the law, but, as he now says that he has been converted and desires to return to the faith with a pure heart and faith unfeigned, and is ready to accept and perform the penances to be imposed, they must absolve him from the excommunication incurred through the said crime, and must reconcile him to Holy Mother Church, if, as he says, he is converted to the holy faith truly, and without fiction. No mention is made here of any subsequent ceremonies, although at least abjuration must probably have followed. When procedure was less hurried, and there had been time for its elaboration, the process became impressive. The sentence recited that the penitent was admitted to reconciliation, that as penance he was to appear in an auto de fe without girdle or cap, in a penitential habit of yellow cloth, with 2 red aspas or bands forming a St. Andrew's cross, and a candle in his hand, when, after his sentence is read, he should publicly abjure the errors confessed, and all other errors and apostasy, after which, "we order him to be absolved, and we absolve him from any excommunication which he has incurred, and we unite and reincorporate him in the bosom and union of the Holy Mother Catholic Church, and we restore him to participation in the holy sacraments and communion of the faithful," to which was appended a recital of the various punishments to which he was condemned. After the auto de fe was ended, the abjuration was administered. This was similar to the abjuration de vehementi already given, and in it he consented, in case of relapse, to submit to the penalties of the canons. On the conclusion of this, he was formally absolved, and the next day his abjuration was read over to him, with a warning that in case of relapse he would be burnt. As described in an account of the Madrid auto de fe of 1632, this ceremony was imposing. The penitents to be reconciled were brought before the Inquisitor General, who was presiding. While they kneeled before him, he read a short catechism, comprising the creed with some additions, to each question of which they answered, "Yes, I believe." Then the secretary recited the abjuration, in which they followed him. The Inquisitor General then pronounced the exorcism and the customary prayers, and the royal chapel chanted the Miserere, during which the chaplains of the Inquisition struck the penitents with rods on his shoulders. After this, the Inquisitor General recited the customary verses and prayers, and the royal chapel sang a hymn, while the black cloth was removed from the cross, which had been covered as a sign of mourning, and the Inquisitor General concluded the ceremonies with a hymn. Superficially, there is nothing formidable in this reception of a wandering sheep back into the fold, but the serious aspect of reconciliation, justifying its characterization as a punishment, lay in the penalties which were virtually inseparable from it, and were customarily included in the sentence: imprisonment, sanbenito, confiscation, and disabilities, with occasionally scourging and the galleys, some of which we have already considered, while others will be treated hereafter. There was further the fact that the canons pardoned the heretic but once. If, after reconciliation, he was guilty of reincidence, there was no mercy for him on earth, although the Church in its kindness would not close the portals of heaven on him, and, if truly contrite, would admit him to the sacraments, although it would not spare him the stake. The crucial question of relapse, however, will be considered in the next chapter, and meanwhile it should be said that the Spanish Inquisition did not always enforce this cruel precept. In the later period, second reconciliations were by no means infrequent, and, even in the earlier time, men sometimes shrank from the holocausts which the strict enforcement of the rule would have caused amid a population terrorized into suddenly forswearing their ancestral faith. In Majorca, under the Edict of Grace, there were 338 reconciliations, August 18, 1488, followed by 96 on March 26, 1490. Soon after this, an Edict of Mercy was published, under which there were reconciled a second time no less than 288 of the previous penitents. One of these, Antonia, the wife of Ferrer Prats, was even reconciled a third time, June 28, 1509. Scattering cases of second reconciliations can also be found elsewhere. There was a rule that the reconciled were not to be subjected to scourging or the galleys, even though they might have deserved them by varying and revoking confessions, but I cannot find that this was observed, for, in both the earlier and later periods, cases as we have seen were numerous in which reconciliation was accompanied with these corporal punishments. On the other hand, although the principle was absolute that reconciliation carried with it confiscation and perpetual prison, cases sometimes occur in which these penalties were lightened. In the Toledo auto of November 30, 1651, there were 9 reconciliations, in which the accompanying punishments were mostly trivial. In one case, the sanbenito was removed immediately on return to the Inquisition. It seems almost a travesty on solemn religious observances that effigies of the dead should be admitted to reconciliation, but, as the grave afforded no refuge from the Inquisition, this was a logical outcome of the system, when a defunct heretic had recanted and sought reincorporation with the Church. As he could not be reconciled in person, he had to be reconciled in effigy, especially as the sentence was necessary to secure confiscation of his estate. The only occasion of this was the death, during trial, of a prisoner who had confessed, professed conversion, and received sacramental absolution on his deathbed. His trial would necessarily be continued and result in reconciliation, and the Inquisition saw no incongruity in parading his image before the people, and performing with it the solemn farce of reconciliation. There was a somewhat inexplicable instance in Majorca of 3 Judaizers, who had died in prison during their trials in 1678, after manifesting the necessary signs of repentance. They were not included among the 212 reconciliations in the autos de fe of 1679, but, 13 years afterwards, Their effigies were reconciled in the auto of July 2nd, 1691, and no theologian seems to have asked himself what was their spiritual condition during this prolonged interval. This reconciliation in effigy was not, as Llorente states, an innovation introduced under Philip III, but was practiced from the beginning, for there was an instance of it in Beatrix Senner, deceased, thus reconciled May 2nd, 1499, at Barcelona. Apparently the age of responsibility was the only minimum limit in reconciliation. In the Madrid auto of 1632, Catalina Mendez, a child of 12, was reconciled with San Benito and 6 months' imprisonment. At Toledo, in 1659, Beatriz Jorge and Ana Pereira, Portuguese Judaizers each 10 years old, were reconciled. The former had her San Benito removed at once. The latter was sentenced to confiscation and 4 months in prison. Reconciliation brought with it one alleviation, for the reconciled, as penitents, were entitled to the fuero of the Inquisition. This was derived from the penitential system of the Middle Ages, which deprived the penitent of bearing arms during the long series of years for which penance was imposed, and no one could be expected to assume it unless protected by the Church against his enemies. In this the Inquisition stood in place of the Church, and cast its jurisdiction over its penitents during their term of penance. In 1501 we find a certain Pan Basante of Teruel, a reconciliado, to whom Ferdinand had restored his confiscated property, complaining to the king that he was persecuted and maltreated by his debtors and his neighbors, and that the inquisitors, to whom he had appealed for protection, neglected to aid him, whereupon Ferdinand promptly ordered them to come to his assistance, to enforce, by their officials, the payment of his just claims and to punish the aggressors. So far was this carried, that at Granada in 1654, the reconciled penitents had an advantage in trade over the faithful, by proclaiming exemption from the alcavala, or royal tax on sales. When the citizens complained of this discrimination, the fiscal of the tribunal admitted that the question was a difficult one. To subject the penitents to the royal jurisdiction would give rise to great embarrassments, yet at the same time the inquisitorial jurisdiction ought to be a punishment and not a reward. That it was a reward we have seen from the eagerness with which it was claimed by all who could put forward the slenderest pretext. End of section 20. Section 21 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 7, Chapter 3, Part 4. The Perpetual Prison. Imprisonment for life was the penance imposed by the canons on the heretic who, under the persuasive methods of persecution, sought reconciliation to the Church. It was so decreed, indeed, by Pope and Emperor before the Inquisition was organized, and that institution relentlessly enforced the laws. That the Spanish Holy Office should accept it was a matter of course. Its expense, however, had proved a source of tribulation in the 13th and 14th centuries, and it was none the less so in Spain, for, large as were the confiscations and pecuniary penances, they were squandered as fast as they accrued. In Torquemada's supplementary instructions of December 1484, the receivers are ordered to provide for the maintenance of the prisons, which shows that the sovereigns admitted their responsibility, but, in the chronic financial disorder of the time, no regular provision was made, either for their establishment or support. It is true that, in 1486, at the earnest request of the inquisitors of Saragossa, Ferdinand ordered the receiver to construct a perpetual prison in accordance with their desires, but it is safe to assume that he prudently postponed replying to their inquiry as to the maintenance of the captives. In 1492, when the tribunal sentenced Brianda de Bardaxi to 5 years' imprisonment, it was to the Tower of Saliana, and this, in a few days, was changed to the convent of Santo Sepolero in Saragossa. In fact, for want of prisons, the custom was general of consigning reconciled penitents to strongholds, hospitals, convents, or even to their own houses, the latter presumably being such shelter as friends or kindred could afford to those who had been stripped by confiscation. The instructions of 1488, indeed, authorize inquisitors, in view of the multitudes condemned to perpetual imprisonment and the lack of prisons, to designate to the penitents their houses, where they must confine themselves under the penalties provided by the laws. But this, it was added, was only meant to be temporary, and the sovereigns were supplicated to order that, at each tribunal, the receiver should provide a large enclosure with little huts and a chapel, where the prisoners could hear mass, and could each work at his trade and earn his living, and thus relieve the Inquisition from heavy burdens, due care being taken to keep the sexes apart. The only answer to this prayer seems to have been the device of relieving the prisons for the benefit of the galleys. The laxity of quartering penitents on public institutions, or in private houses, led to impracticable rules in the effort to counteract its evils. An instruction issued about this time by the Suprema orders that no one be admitted to reconciliation without condemning him to confiscation and perpetual prison, if he has been a heretic, and those thus condemned must perform their penance most rigidly, not speaking with anyone except on the days when they go to mass and hear sermons. On other days, both in going out and in eating, they must show themselves true penitents, holding no intercourse with wives and children. This seems to have received scant obedience, and in 1506 the Suprema ordered that sanbenitos be placed on all prisoners, and that they must not leave their houses, and then in 1509 it prescribed that perpetual prisons must be provided. Apparently this was partially successful, for it was followed by instructions that all who had been or should be condemned must be placed in them, where they can ply their trades, or their kindred can supply them with food, or they may beg alms for their support. Thus, in 1510, Llerena selected 2 pairs of houses for the purpose, which Ferdinand ordered the governor of Leon to have appraised. Cuenca also seems to have obtained a prison, but an inadequate one, for in 1511 the Suprema authorized the tribunal to permit all the sick, and all who had been confined for 2 years, to betake themselves to their homes. Where such prisons existed, the discipline must have been exceedingly lax, for in 1512 the Suprema issued a general provision empowering the tribunals to allow the destitute occupants of the perpetual prisons to go out by turns to beg in the cities, but they must wear their sanbenitos and return by nightfall, under penalty of relapse, and this was repeated in 1513. Then the further effort to provide prisons seems to have been abandoned, for in 1514 Ximenes issued an order permitting the reconciled to fulfill their penances in their own homes. This fluctuating policy, and the extraordinary laxity which it reveals, were not due to any humanitarian impulses. It was simply a continuous effort to shirk the responsibility of maintaining those whose property had been confiscated, and who were required by the canons to be incarcerated for life. The Inquisition obtained the plunder, it inflicted on its victims disabilities which increased enormously the difficulty of self-support, it rendered them odious to the population by making them wear the sanbenito, it was in duty bound to provide prisons where they could be immured, and prevented them from infecting the community, but it neglected this duty and virtually told them that they might beg or starve. That death by starvation, indeed, was not uncommon, is asserted in the project of reform drawn up in 1518 by order of Charles V. Still, the tribunals seem to have made some progress in providing themselves with penitential prisons, for in 1524 the Suprema deemed it worthwhile to order that they should be inspected monthly, and the results be recorded in a book to be kept for that purpose. By no means all had done so, however. Barcelona, which occupied the royal palace, had found room there in 1489 for its penitents, and in 1544 we hear of Jerónimo de Quadras as alcaide on a salary of 50 ducats, out of which he was to pay for a person to conduct the prisoners to mass and to bring them back. Valencia was less advanced, for it could have had no prison in 1540, when it sentenced 3 women to keep as a prison such place as should be designated to them, but in 1546 it secured the services of Jerónimo de Quadras as alcaide at a salary of 30 ducats. In 1550, however, he complained that he had never received his pay, and in 1554 we find the perpetual prison of Brianda de Garcete commuted to confinement in her own house, or other designated place, which would indicate that the attempt to establish a prison had been abandoned. In 1553, Logroño apparently had none, for it assigned, to Juan Prevost, Bilbao and 2 leagues around as a prison, with the San Benito. This need not surprise us, for, if in some tribunals there was an attempt to provide a perpetual prison, it was exceptional. In 1537 the Suprema had formally declared that it would be a novelty to support the penitents at the cost of the fisc. This could not and ought not to be done. There was no objection to their performing their penance in their own homes, and the tribunals could arrange it accordingly. A few months later this was repeated. The reconciled could be sent to their houses to perform their penance, if they had no other means of support. At length, the instructions of 1561 endeavored to introduce some system in this scandalous state of things. The sentence of reconciliation condemned the penitent to prison and San Benito for a specified term, during which he was to wear the habito publicly over his other garments. He was to be confined in the perpetual prison, going to mass and sermon on Sundays and feast days, and on Saturdays performing certain devotions at a designated shrine. To enforce this discipline, the instructions stated that, as many tribunals had no perpetual prison, houses should be bought for the purpose, as, without them, there were no means of knowing whether the reconciled performed their penance. The alcaide should help them in their necessity by giving them materials to work at their trades and help to support themselves, and the inquisitors should visit the prisons several times a year. This seems to have been followed by an effort to induce the tribunals to provide prisons, for in 1562 Toledo was taken to task for having none. It not only did not supply the deficiency, but demurred to the suggestion that it should at least furnish a person to see that the penitents performed their penance, and it was told that for 3,000 or 4,000 maravedis of extra pay, the portero could attend to this. In 1570, the Suprema resumed the attempt to bring about this much-needed reform. It told the tribunals that they could rent houses until they should be able to purchase, and they must appoint proper persons as alcaides to watch over the penitents. The result of this pressure was gradual. In 1577, the Cistercian convent of Santa Fe in Saragossa made formal complaint to the Pope of the number of penitents quartered upon it, and Cardinal Savelli, the head of the Roman Inquisition, interposed with the Suprema to relieve it of this oppression. It was not until 1598 that the Mexican tribunal, nearly 30 years after its foundation, built a capacious prison adjoining its own structure. In 1600, for the first time, there is an allusion in the Toledo record to a Cárcel de la Penitencia, and in 1609, Valencia was busy in erecting one at a cost of 5,110 libras. It had been planned to have 3 floors, but was economically reduced to 2. Whether all the tribunals yielded to the pressure and established penitential prisons, it would be impossible to say, but they probably did so, if only in some perfunctory fashion that justified the appointment of an alcaide. Simultaneously with this there came a change in the name, and the Carcel Perpetua was known as the Casa de la Penitencia, or de la Misericordia. It does not follow that the establishment of prisons was attended with any increased strictness of discipline. The Inquisition persistently refused to accept the burden of supporting its prisoners, and left them to shift for themselves. Where prisons existed, there were few penitents in them, although condemnations to imprisonment were frequent, and in 1641 Philip IV conceived the idea of liberating them all. The Suprema sent his decree to the tribunals with orders to report whether they had any prisoners and what were their cases, to which Valencia replied that it had one, imprisoned for persistent sorcery, whereupon the Suprema ordered the sentence to be commuted and the prisoner to be discharged. The royal project fell through. All prisons were not as empty as that of Valencia, and a discussion occurring in 1654 at Granada, to which allusion has already been made, illustrates the character of the imprisonment rendered necessary by the refusal to support the prisoners. They gained their living chiefly by hawking goods around the city. This at length aroused the shopkeepers, and the corregidor represented to the tribunal that scandals were occasioned by their entering houses and committing indecencies. There was loss to the king, for, as penitents, they were not subject to the alcavala and other imposts. Thus favored, they undersold the shopkeepers, who had lost half their trade, while the penitents grew rich, for they came almost naked from the secret prison, and in a short time they were well clothed and enriched. The tribunal admitted the force of this, and on December 24, 1654, issued an order that, for 2 weeks, they might cry their wares through the streets, but not enter houses, and subsequently be restricted to selling in shops. At this the prisoners complained bitterly of the deprivation of a privilege of long standing in all places where there was a tribunal, for without it they could not earn a living or support their wives and families. Thereupon the fiscal, Dr. Joseph Francisco Cresco de Escobar, seeing that both sides would appeal to the Suprema, printed for its enlightenment a memorial which reveals to us the character of penitential imprisonment. He states that, in accordance with the instructions of 1488, the tribunals had provided penitential prisons, the one at Granada being of ample capacity for the observance of the instructions of 1561. He quotes the canons and conciliar decrees to show that recanting heretics are to be immured for life, whence he argues that the prison should be afflictive and penal. Now, however, it is only nominal. The so-called prisoners go out at all hours of the day, without restriction, without a companion, without labor save what they voluntarily undertake, all of which is liberty and not captivity. They wander at will through the city and suburbs. They amuse themselves at the houses of their friends. They spend, if they choose, only part of the night in the prison, which serves them as a comfortable lodging-house free of rent. The instructions require that the alcaide shall see that they perform their penance, but this has become impossible, and there are no means of restricting their intercourse with the faithful. As for their plea that they leave the secret prison broken in health and stripped of their property, that they have no chance to learn trades and must support their families by trading, the answer is that only through the mercy of the Holy Office do they escape burning, and they should be thankful that their lives are spared. Their poverty is a trifling penalty for their crimes, and their children only share the punishment of paternal heresy. With all this laxity, there was a pretense of maintaining the old rigor, which regarded prison breaking as relapse, but the real offense lay in the fugitive throwing off the San Benito. There seems to have been little desire to recapture those who absented themselves, for the formula of the mandate to search for and arrest fugitives only concerns itself with those who escape from the secret prison and who thus are still on trial. But when from any cause penitents were returned to the tribunal, Their treatment is exemplified in the case of Juan González, who escaped from the Casa de la Penitencia of Valladolid, July 3, 1645. His story was that, having gone out to collect some money due to him, he gambled it away, got drunk, went to sleep under the walls of the Carmelite convent in the suburbs, and, on awaking next morning, and fearing punishment, he wandered away, throwing off the San Benito and seeking work. Thus he reached Irún, and designed passing into France, but was recognized by a priest who had seen him in Valladolid. He was handed over to the commissioner, and was passed from familiar to familiar, till he was lodged in the secret prison of Valladolid. The fiscal claimed that his flight and throwing off the San Benito proved him to be an impenitent and pertinacious relapsed into Judaism, who must be relaxed, but his sentence was only 200 lashes and irremissible prison. Sentences to imprisonment continued as usual, but growing indifference as to providing for their execution is indicated by a correspondence between Barcelona and the Suprema in 1718. At that time, the tribunal had but 4 cases under trial. It still occupied the ancient royal palace, but, after it had condemned for Judaism Maria Menses to irremissible, and her daughter Catalina de Solis to perpetual prison, it did not know what to do with them, and applied for instructions. There was, it said, no penitential prison, nor could it find that there ever had been one, neither was there an alcaide. It possessed no house that could be used for the purpose, and no official could be spared from his other duties. The Suprema replied by inquiring whether there was a prison for familiars in which a room could be used for the women, or whether some little house near the palace could be had, and some official or familiar could serve as alcaide. The tribunal rejoined, negativing the proposed use of the prison for familiars. It would see whether a house could be had, but there was no money for the purpose. As for the officials, they were all fully occupied, and no one would take the position without salary. This the Suprema met with a peremptory order to rent a little house and appoint an alcaide at the ordinary wages. Under this pressure some kind of provision must have been made, for, in an auto of January 31, 1723, the tribunal condemned 4 Judaizers to irremissible prison. During the recrudescence of persecution at this period, the number of condemnations to imprisonment was large. In the Granada auto of December 21, 1720, there were 27, and in 64 autos between 1721 and 1727, there were 740. How these numerous prisoners were accommodated, it would be difficult to guess, for the neglect of the penitential prisons was progressive, and, in the census of all the tribunals, about 1750, but 3 reported to have alcaides, Cordova, Granada, and Murcia. It does not follow that others had not prisons, but only that they had no prisoners and cared to have none. For instance, in 1794, when the Suprema inquired of Valencia whether its prison would suit for the priest Juan Fernandez Sotelo, whose health required a change from the convent where he was recluded, the tribunal craftily replied that its prison was constructed with cells and dungeons, and that, in the eyes of the people, confinement in it produced infamy, so that quarters for Sotelo had better be found in some convent in the suburbs. Apparently it forgot all this when, in 1802, it complained that the salaries of its secretaries had not been raised in 1795, while that of the alcaide of the penitential prison had been increased from 120 to 2,200 reales, although he had nothing to do and enjoyed the use of a house in the prison as good as those of the inquisitors. In fact, by this time penitential imprisonment was virtually obsolete. After the subsidence of the active persecution of Judaism, the Toledo tribunal, which in 1738 pronounced 12 sentences of prison, did not utter another until 1756. Then a long interval occurs of 38 years before the next one, which was for heretical propositions. It would not, perhaps, be safe to say that, in the concluding years of the Inquisition, this form of punishment was wholly unknown, but no cases of it have come under my observation. There was the same reduction in the duration of imprisonment as in its severity, owing presumably to the same economical motive. As we have seen, the medieval Church recognized only lifelong imprisonment as the fitting penalty for the heretic who saved his forfeited life by recantation, and, in recognition of this, the penitential prison in Spain was officially known as the perpetual prison, the sentences being always for perpetual imprisonment. At a very early period, however, it was clearly recognized that the literal enforcement of this was a physical impossibility. Bernaldez tells us that in Seville, up to 1488, there had been 5,000 reconciled and condemned to perpetual imprisonment, but they were released after 4 or 5 years with sanbenitos, and these were subsequently removed to prevent the spread of infamy throughout the land. At Barcelona, the tribunal had scarce been established when we find it drawing a distinction in its sentences to perpetual imprisonment, some being cum misericordia and others absque misericordia, thus anticipating the so-called irremissible perpetual prison, and from the sentences it would appear that without mercy was exceptional. This inevitable laxity provoked opposition on the part of the more rigid authorities, and in 1509, while Ximenes was in Oran, there was a discussion on the subject in the Suprema, when we are told that his temporary representative, Rojas, Archbishop of Granada, stood alone against the other members. What was the nature of the decision is not recorded, but it probably favored the laxer view, for Ximenes and the Suprema in 1516 deemed it necessary to order that all sentences to prison and sanbenito must be perpetual, in accordance with the canon law. If, in any case, the inquisitors thought that there should be a remission, it must be left to the discretion of the Inquisitor General. The tendency to shorten the term was irresistible. The conservatives had to yield, and, by the middle of the 16th century, Simancas tells us that perpetual prison was customarily defined to be 3 years, if the penitent was repentant, while those condemned to irremissible prison were usually released after 8 years. So purely technical did the term perpetual prison become, that inquisitors saw nothing incongruous in such sentences as perpetual prison for 1 year, or for 6 months, which are constantly met with, as well as perpetual prison followed by terms of exile. The real infliction was therefore much less severe than it appears in the records, and, when periods longer than 8 years were intended, they were specified, as when Salvador Raso, for Molinism, was sentenced in the Granada auto of July 4, 1745, to 10 years, of which the first 5 were to be spent in the galleys, a hardship remitted on account of his infirmities. The terms of imprisonment were frequently shortened, moreover, sometimes from humane motives, but more often from financial considerations, for the dispensing power in this, as in the other penalties, was a source of profit. Thus Mayor Garcia, a Morisca of Daimiel, condemned in the Toledo auto of September 21, 1550, to perpetual prison for 6 months, on January 13, 1551, petitioned the tribunal for release, as was customary with others, saying that her husband would pay what the inquisitors should demand. The matter was promptly arranged with Inquisitor Alonso Perez for 4 ducats, to help to build the staging for an auto de fe, a somewhat heavy payment for 2 months' relief. This dispensing power was the subject of a prolonged struggle between the tribunals and the Suprema. In the early period, at Barcelona, the former endeavored to secure it by the device of discretional sentences, which inquisitors could curtail or extend at will, and this was recognized in a letter of the Suprema, October 4, 1499, authorizing them, under such sentences, to dispense with the imprisonment, but not with the sanbenito. In 1513, however, Ximenes forbade this without his consent, and the repetition of the order in 1514 and 1516 shows that it was difficult of enforcement. In spite of this, when the Valencia tribunal, February 25, 1540, condemned 5 Moriscos to habit and prison for as long a time as we shall determine, the Suprema insisted that, when discretion was specified, it must alone be that of the Inquisitor General, a mandate that had to be repeated more than once, even as late as 1592. The question of this, as of all other commutations, was inevitably settled, as we have seen, in favor of the Inquisitor General. In many cases there was no concealment that it was purely an affair of bargain and sale, but it is pleasant to record that often it was prompted by humanity. Petitions for abridgment of the penance were numerous, and were usually sent in at the time of the greater feasts, which are alleged as a reason for mercy in addition to the misery of the penitent. As an example of these petitions may be mentioned the case of Violante Rodriguez, who, with her husband Duarte Valentin, was arrested for Judaism March 15, 1664. After 3 years' trial, she was sentenced at Granada, February 24, 1667, to 2 years' imprisonment, while her husband was similarly sentenced at Cuenca. About August 10th, she petitioned for commutation, alleging that she had 8 little children deprived of both parents. The Suprema promptly sent to Granada for the details of the case, but the tribunal delayed until October 8th, when it accompanied its report with the suggestion that she should be released with spiritual penances after the expiration of the first year, as she had manifested true repentance. Growing impatient, on December 24th she again petitioned the Suprema, alluding to her 7 children, thus showing that one had meanwhile died. That she was duly discharged in February there can be no doubt, and there is no trace in the correspondence of any pecuniary consideration. Some of the petitions for release, in truth, were well calculated to inspire compassion, such as that of Simón Méndez Soto in 1666, wherein he describes himself as 84 years old, blind, deaf, crippled on both sides, with many infirmities, and penniless, and he supplicates release that he may seek for cure. There would appear to have been no minimum age for imprisonment, short of irresponsibility. The Toledo tribunal condemned for Judaism Garcia, son of Pedro the Potter of Aguda, a boy 11 years of age, to perpetual prison. In the Cuenca auto of June 29, 1654, for the same offense, Escolástica Gómez, aged 12, and Isabel Díaz Jorge, aged 14, had the same penalty, and in the Toledo auto of October 30, 1701, José de León, a boy of 16, was sentenced to irremissible prison. End of section 21. Section 22 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 7, Chapter 3, Part 5. The San Benito. The San Benito, or penitential garment, was the invariable accompaniment of reconciliation and prison, constituting together the carcel y habito of the sentences, although it was not exclusively reserved for such cases. It was not invented by the Spanish Inquisition, even though we can scarce agree with an enthusiastic writer who traces its origin to the fall, when God made the delinquents put on penitential habits of skins, corresponding with the sacos benditos now used in the tribunals. The penitential habit of sackcloth sprinkled with ashes, customary in the early Church, has passed into a proverb. That the penitents of the Inquisition should be required to wear such a garment was inevitable, and, from the foundation of the institution, in the 13th century, they were distinguished from other penitents by 2 yellow crosses, one on the breast and the other on the back. From Eymerich we learn that in Aragon this garment was like the scapular worn by the religious orders. This saco bendito became known as the San Benito, or more commonly, abito, and was necessarily inherited by a new Inquisition. In 1486, at the Toledo auto of December 11th, 200 penitents, reconciled under the Edict of Grace, were required to wear in public such a garment for a year under penalty of relapse. For those reconciled after trial, the infliction was more severe. In 1490, Torquemada ordered that they should wear during life a San Benito of black or gray cloth, 18 inches long and 9 inches wide, like a small tabard, hanging on breast and back, with a red cross before and behind, occupying nearly the entire field. This was hung over the outer garment, and was a conspicuous indication to all beholders of the shame of the wearer, rendering it a punishment regarded as exceedingly severe. In 1514, Ximenes changed the cross to an aspa de San Andres, a St. Andrew's or oblique cross, of which the bars traverse diagonally the breast and back. Finally, the instructions of 1561 describe the habito penitencial as made of yellow linen or cloth, with 2 red aspas, although in some parts of Aragon there are particular customs as to colors which must be observed, referring probably to the use of green cloth in place of yellow, which seems to have been the case in Valencia and Sicily. In some tribunals there was also in use, for those who abjured de vehementi, a San Benito de media aspa, or half-cross, consisting of a single diagonal band. Those who were to be relaxed appeared in the auto de fe in a black San Benito, on which were painted flames and sometimes demons thrusting the heretic into hell. Llorente tells us that abjuration de levi was performed in a samara, or yellow San Benito without aspas, but I have met with no allusion to its use. The distinction between the San Benito de dos aspas and the one de media aspa was maintained, and the former was understood to indicate that the wearer had been guilty of formal heresy, that he and his children were subject to the consequent disabilities, and that he was liable to the stake in case of relapse. The latter was worn only during the auto de fe, after which it was laid aside. Although, in the early period, the San Benito was imposed perpetually, the expression is to be taken in the same sense as imprisonment. As a rule, the two were coterminous, and the sentences are almost invariably habit and prison for 2 years, or perpetual or irremissible, as the case may be. Where, indeed, the heresy was trivial or technical rather than real, or the conversion seemed genuine and spontaneous, the San Benito was merely a symbol to be worn only during the auto, or even for a briefer period, although it nonetheless left its ineffaceable stigma. There were gradations suited to every case, as is well illustrated in the Granada auto of May 27, 1593, where, in 3 cases, it was removed after reading the sentence, in 2, after returning to the Inquisition, in 2, after 24 hours, one of these being the licentiate Juan Fernandez, who had Judaized for 36 years. In one case it was imposed for 2 years, and in another for 3, and Leonor Fernandez had 2 years of San Benito and 4 of prison. It was even put on the effigy of Doña Inés de Torres, from which it was removed after reading the sentence, because she had confessed and died as a Catholic, with ample signs of contrition. Thus the tribunal could vary the penalty at its discretion, and was not bound to the rule of coterminous habito y carcel. In the Toledo auto of March 15, 1722, 2 girls of 14, Manuela Diaz and Maria de Mendoza, were sentenced to 6 months of prison and 2 months of San Benito, while in that of February 24, 1723, Manuel Jimenez had perpetual prison and 1 year of San Benito. From the fact that, in the sentences, the penitents are told that they are not to go out of their prisons or their houses without the San Benito, it is inferable that it was not worn within doors. Discarding it, as we have seen, was a grave offense, punishable as non-fulfillment of penance, and in the Edicts of Faith, the denunciation of this, as of other infractions, was required. There was one occasion, however, in which this was done on a large scale with impunity, for in the Palermo Rising of 1516, against the Inquisition, there was a universal throwing off of San Benitos. When order was restored and the tribunal was re-established, there was a fruitless effort made to reimpose them. In 1522, the Suprema wrote to Inquisitors Calvete y Cervera, calling attention to this as a great disservice to God and a heavy charge on the souls of the penitents, who must be compelled to resume them, and all secular and ecclesiastical authorities were commanded to assist. Then again, in 1525, Inquisitor General Manrique insisted on the resumption of the San Benitos, but at the same time he cautioned the inquisitors not to cause scandal or trouble, and we may assume that the attempt was practically abandoned. Cruel as was the imposition of the San Benito, it was a punishment inherited from the elder Inquisition, but Spanish ingenuity invented a still more cruel use of it to stimulate the detestation of heresy. This was the preservation of the San Benitos, with suitable inscriptions, conspicuously displayed in the churches, thus perpetuating to future generations the memory of the crime and punishment of the delinquent. The origin of this may perhaps be traceable to the ceremonies observed in the early period, when penitents were relieved of the habito. As described, in 1490, at Barcelona, they were assembled in the Inquisition and preached to by the inquisitor. A fortnight later they gathered in the parish church of Santa Maria del Pino and heard Mass. Then they marched in procession to the chapel of Our Lady of Montserrat, again heard Mass, offered 12 dineros apiece to the Virgin, and passed the night, after which their San Benitos were taken off and hung in a prominent place near the door. Of course, in the case of those who were burnt, the San Benito was hung up at once, and this remained the rule, as we learn from the instructions of 1561. The San Benito of the reconciled was hung when it was removed, whether during the auto or after years of prison; that of the relaxed immediately after the auto. The custom must have been of gradual growth. There is no allusion to it in the Instrucciones Antiguas, nor have I found any indication as to the time when it became imperative, except that, in 1512, there is a decision of the Suprema expressing the will of the king and the cardinal that the San Benitos of the relaxed and reconciled of the Campo de Calatrava shall be hung in the churches, except those of the reconciled in the time of grace, and that, if any of the latter have been hung, they are to be removed. This indicates a custom favored by the authorities, spreading, but as yet subject to question. It had already passed to Sicily, where one of the incidents of the Rising of 1516 was the tearing down of the San Benitos in the churches, and so great was the popular detestation of it that, at the end of the century, it had not been possible to restore the practice. It mattered little to the descendants that the San Benitos of the victims in the early years had escaped this publicity. The perversity which inspired it developed into such malignity that, in 1532, the Suprema ordered the tribunals to make from their records lists of all burnt or reconciled, even under edicts of grace, and to suspend in the churches whatever San Benitos were found to be lacking. The inexcusable cruelty of including the voluntary reconciliados under edicts of grace caused this portion of the order to be revoked in 1538, but, in 1539, it was declared inapplicable to those which had already been hung. If they had been removed, they must be replaced. The question was revived in 1552, and opinions were divided, but the decision to retain them prevailed. Meanwhile, in 1548, the Suprema stimulated the tribunals to fill all vacancies, whether arising from omissions or the surreptitious removal of old ones, and it ordered the hanging of new ones as soon as the autos were held, in order to anticipate the complaints and importunities of the sufferers and their kindred. Then, as though the tribunals were slack in their duty, in 1555 the Order of 1532 was revived and repeated. The willful viciousness of this is indicated by the instructions of 1561, which point out that, as those reconciled in time of grace are exempt from wearing the San Benito, so their San Benitos ought not to be suspended in the churches. The object was the cruel one of perpetuating the infamy of the victim and rendering it as galling as possible to his kindred and descendants. As the San Benitos wore out or became illegible with time, they were replaced and finally superseded by yellow linen cloths, bearing full details of the name, lineage, crime, and punishment of the culprit. Originally they were hung in the cathedral of the city of the Inquisition, but this did not bring the disgrace sufficiently close to the descendants, and in some places at least they were ordered to be transferred to the parish churches of the delinquents, whose infamy was thus kept alive in the memory of their neighbors. A single instance will illustrate the spirit actuating this. In 1519 the Suprema ordered this transfer made by the Tribunal of Cuenca, but the command was slackly obeyed and was repeated in 1529. Then the descendants of Lope de Leon and Alvar Hernandez de Leon, residents of Belmonte, petitioned the Suprema, saying that the wives of Lope and Alvar had been reconciled. They were natives of Quintanar, where they had committed their heresy, and the descendants now begged that the San Benitos be hung in the church of Quintanar and not that of Belmonte. To this the Suprema replied, April 15, 1529, by instructing the tribunal to hang the San Benitos in the residence of the descendants, in a place so public that the reconciliation of the women should be notorious to all. It is true that the descendants secured delay until the pressing orders came of 1548, when, on November 9th, the San Benitos of the women were hung in the church of Belmonte. This policy of distribution cannot have been universal, for, when the Toledo Cathedral desired to be relieved of the great accumulation of San Benitos, the Suprema forbade it, adding that if it was desired to have them in the parish churches, it must be done with new ones, leaving the originals in the cathedral. At length, in 1538, the inquisitors Yañez and Loaiza distributed them among the parish churches, when Sebastián de Orozco tells us that it caused infinite misery to the descendants, leading them all or nearly all to change their family names, so that in Toledo the names actually borne by the conversos disappeared. Change of name was not the only device resorted to by the descendants, for they were constantly at work removing surreptitiously the evidence of their infamy. As early as 1518, the Saragossa tribunal was ordered to prosecute with rigor those who had abstracted them from the Dominican Church. Their zeal was stimulated by the fact that the inquisitors, in making up the records, included all who had been reconciled under edicts of grace, thus affording legitimate ground of complaint, as shown by a long-continued struggle at Fregenal. In 1556, Dr. Ramirez, Inquisitor of Llerena, protested to the Suprema against the efforts of the people of Fregenal for the removal of the names of those reconciled in time of grace. It would leave but few, for, in 1491, there had been 357 reconciliations there, of which 354 had been under the edict. To render ancestral infamy more accessible to the public, besides the San Benitos, the names and details were inscribed on a tablet of parchment. This became torn and nearly illegible, and, on August 23, 1563, it was solemnly replaced by another, written in large letters, with printer's ink, and varnished to ensure its preservation. The secret warfare waged against this perpetuation of infamy is described, in 1572, in a deposition of the familiar Rodrigo Carvalho. The people of the town, he said, were mostly descendants of conversos, resorting to perjury and every other means to conceal their origin. The sacristans were generally conversos, who connived at the methods employed to destroy the evidence, and the sanbenitos were stolen. There used to be 599, and now there were only 10 or a dozen, worn and torn and so placed that they could not be read, while the tablet with the names was gradually being defaced and rendered illegible. Thus it continued until 1576, when Inquisitor Montoyo brought to Fregenal a new set of sanbenitos prepared from the records, which were duly suspended, and a tablet containing names and details was placed where all could read it. This list shows the obstinate persistence with which the names of the spontaneously reconciled were retained. It contained 162 relaxed and 409 reconciled, all, with very few exceptions, in the years from 1491 to 1495. There were none between 1499 and 1511, and none later than 1511. Struggles similar to this were doubtless on foot in numerous other places. The churches themselves do not seem to have looked with favor on this desecration of their sacred precincts. At Cuenca there was apparently an attempt to hide the sanbenitos, of which the tribunal complained in 1571, when the Suprema ordered it to see that nothing was put before them, even on feast days. The parish church of San Salvador, at Cifuentes, went further, and in 1561 appealed to Pius IV, explaining to him the Spanish custom, and representing that not only was the attractiveness of the church marred by the prominence assigned to the sanbenitos, but that they led to many scandals, all of which would be prevented if they were removed to some less prominent place or laid away altogether, but that license from the Holy See was requisite for this. The Pope gave the required license, subject to the assent of the Inquisition, to the removal, which, of course, rendered it inoperative. The Cathedral of Granada was more fortunate, for when, in 1610, Inquisitor General Sandoval consecrated as Archbishop Pedro González de Mendoza, the latter asked him, as a special favor to his bride, that she should be relieved of the sanbenitos. Sandoval assented, and the permission came soon after Mendoza had reached Granada. It was celebrated with great rejoicings and ringing of bells. The sanbenitos of the Moriscos were transferred to the church of San Salvador, in the Albaicin, while those of the Judaizers were hung in the church of Santiago, which was the parish church of the Inquisition. Even when there was not this open antagonism, there was apt to be neglect, which was practically more damaging. In 1642, the Valencia tribunal learned that some of those in the cathedral had fallen and were allowed to lie. It made an investigation, and, from the report, it would seem as though every available spot was thus decorated, and that all required attention for their preservation. The sacristans promised to do what was necessary, but apparently they had been quite willing to see them disappear. Conscious of this ecclesiastical indifference, and of the constant effort of those interested to make way with the visible records of their infamy, the Suprema was incessantly active to counteract the results. The instructions of 1561 insist imperatively on the duty of hanging the new sanbenitos and renewing the old, so that the memory of the infamy of heretics shall be preserved forever. And inquisitors, on their visitations, are commanded to see that the parish churches are kept with unbroken lines of the mantetas and insignias of their culprit parishioners. Philip II was no less urgent. In his instructions of 1595 to Manrique de Lara, he calls special attention to the subject. There are sanbenitos now to be hung, and others which have never been hung, apparently through favoritism, for which the inquisitors deserve rigorous punishment, for this is the severest penalty which the Holy Office can inflict on heretics and their descendants, and Manrique is to see that all deficiencies are made good. In fact, the most pressing business of the inquisitor in visiting his district was to attend to this. In 1569, the Suprema ordered everyone, before starting, to have full lists made out of the relaxed and reconciled of the region to be traversed, and, in each place, these lists were to be compared with the existing sanbenitos, and all that had disappeared were to be replaced. In 1600 and 1607, these instructions were repeated with still greater urgency, as a matter not to be neglected for a single day, in view of the evils that would follow. That nothing was to be allowed to interfere with this pious duty is seen when Valencia had no money wherewith to defray the expense of renewals, and was told to borrow it from the Depositario de los Pretendientes, the sacred deposits of those seeking to prove their limpieza, which were thus used to preserve the muniments that might destroy their hopes. How, in fact, the sanbenitos were employed for this purpose is indicated in a perquisition conducted at Tortosa in 1577 by the inquisitor Juan de Zúñiga. The sanbenitos were carefully examined and lists were made out, classified firstly into those of which the trials could be identified and those of which no trace could be found in the records, and secondly into the penalties inflicted. Then 2 of the oldest residents, a notary and a priest, were summoned. The lists were gone over with them, and their evidence was taken as to the descendants of the culprits, especially whether any had changed their names so as to elude disabilities. Thus a close watch was kept on them, and every care was taken that the infamy of their ancestors should be lasting. As the 17th century wore on, it would seem that the zeal of the tribunals in the matter of sanbenitos was flagging. A general carta acordada of February 27, 1657, assumes this, in calling their attention to the instructions of 1561, and to subsequent orders of similar import. As many autos de fe had recently been held, and as it was understood that, in some places, the sanbenitos had not been hung in the churches, the tribunals were commanded forthwith to make out lists of the relaxed and the reconciled, and to have corresponding sanbenitos suspended in the churches, as well as to renew the old ones which were worn out. In view of the importance of this to the service of God, a full report in detail was imperatively required to be furnished within 4 months. This may have excited the tribunals to spasmodic activity, but, if so, its influence was but temporary, for, in 1691, we find the Suprema ordering reports as to the length of time that had elapsed since sanbenitos had ceased to be hung in the churches. Lists of deficiencies were called for. The old sanbenitos were to be examined, and statements were to be rendered as to what were lacking and what had become illegible, so that the Suprema might take requisite action. This looks as if the custom had been falling into desuetude, but it was by no means abandoned, and as late as August 26, 1753, when a deceased delinquent named Horstmann was burnt in effigy at Valencia, 2 sanbenitos were ordered to be suspended, one in the cathedral and one in the parish church of San Lorenzo. Still the same tribunal furnishes, in 1783, a refreshing evidence of the decline of intolerant zeal in the gradual diffusion of enlightenment. The cathedral had been undergoing restoration, during which the sanbenitos had been carefully stored in a room of the Inquisition. On the completion of the work, the tribunal suggested to the Inquisitor General Beltran that it would not redound to the service of God or of the public to hang them up again, to which Beltran assented. If the chapter did not ask for them, the tribunal was not to raise the question or to do anything in the matter, and, from an endorsement on the letter, it is to be inferred that the sanbenitos were allowed to repose undisturbed. It was not to be supposed that, when the Cortes of Cadiz, February 22, 1813, abolished the Inquisition, it was satisfied to permit the continued existence of the sanbenitos, which perpetuated so many dreadful memories. A decree of the same day recited that Article 305 of the Constitution provided that no punishment should extend beyond the criminal to his family; that the means by which, in public places, the memory of penalties inflicted by the Inquisition was preserved, brought infamy on families, and even exposed to evil repute persons of the same name. Therefore all portraits, pictures, or inscriptions, recording the punishments imposed by the Inquisition, existing in churches, cloisters, convents, and other places, were to be removed or blotted out within 3 days after receipt of the decree. The condition of Spain was not such as to ensure any wide obedience of this decree, although it is scarce likely that the French armies had left many sanbenitos hanging in towns occupied by them during the war. What occurred elsewhere may probably be guessed by the example of Majorca, when the Constitution of Cadiz was enthusiastically received, and the sanbenitos were removed from the church of San Domingo, but they were providently stored away and were again hung up after the Restoration in 1814. In the Revolution of 1820, however, they were torn down and burnt, and the Inquisition was leveled to the ground. The custom of suspending in the churches the habitelli, or sanbenitos of the reconciled and relaxed, seems to have been borrowed by Italy from Spain, at least in some places. It is to the credit of the Roman Inquisition that it disapproved this barbarous practice, as appears from a decree of 1627 ordering them to be removed from the Cathedral of Faenza and to be secretly burnt. End of section 22. Section 23 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 7, Chapter 3, Part 6. Disabilities. Disabilities have already been considered in their relation to the finances of the Inquisition, arising from the sale of dispensations, but they formed too important a portion of the penal system not to require further treatment in this connection. They differed, however, from other punishments in that, although specified in the sentences, they were the inseparable consequences of condemnation for heresy, and thus, in some sense, self-operative, for the severity of the laws for the suppression of misbelief was not content with confiscating the property of those whose lives were spared. The reconciled heretic was not only turned adrift penniless, but was subjected to restrictions incapacitating him from earning a livelihood. As this refinement of cruelty could not be applied to those who were burned, it was visited on their descendants. This latter provision was derived from the imperial legislation against treason, which disabled children of traitors from holding office and succeeding to collateral estates. Frederick II, in his Ravenna decree of 1232, made this applicable to the children and grandchildren of heretics, which was eagerly incorporated into the legislation of Alexander IV and Honorius IV, although Boniface VIII mitigated it slightly by exempting grandchildren in the female line. As part of the canon law, this of course governed the Spanish Inquisition, and if there were those who questioned the justice of punishing orthodox children for their parents' heresy, they were triumphantly silenced by Alfonso de Castro, who pointed to original sin as an irrefragable proof that this was in accordance with the will of God. The application of these restrictions to reconciled penitents apparently originated with the Council of Béziers in 1246, which ordered that penitents should not hold public office, or serve as physicians or notaries, or wear silk garments or gold and silver ornaments or other vanities, In short, that their apparel should befit those whose lives constructively were to be passed in repentance. These provisions were not carried into the canon law, but apparently became traditional in the Holy Office. In the instructions of 1484 there is nothing said as to the disabilities of descendants, but inquisitors were instructed to order penitents, after completing their penance, never to hold public office or benefices, or to serve as procurators, tax collectors, farmers of the revenue, grocers, apothecaries, physicians, surgeons, bleeders or brokers, thus prohibiting the professions which they had specially made their own. Moreover, they were not to wear gold or silver, coral, pearls, or other precious stones, or garments of silk or camlet, or other finery, or to ride on horseback or bear arms, and all this during life under penalty of relapse. There was evidently doubt as to the application of these restrictions to the descendants of those relaxed, but that there was an effort made in that direction is shown by their procuring, in 1486, from Innocent VIII, a brief enabling them to farm the revenues of churches. In the Assembly of Inquisitors, in 1488, the matter excited considerable debate, resulting in instructions that each tribunal in its own district should enforce, under heavy penalties, the disability of children and grandchildren to hold any office or dignity that could be considered public, and the list of prohibited callings was enlarged by including those of merchants, notaries, scriveners, advocates, farmers of revenues, and some others. The sumptuary restrictions were not extended to them, for they were not penitents, but they were forbidden to wear the insignia of any dignity, secular or ecclesiastic. The omission was made good in a decree issued by Torquemada, April 22, 1494, but it was so slackly obeyed that when, in 1502, the sovereigns ordered its enforcement, they allowed a certain time for those affected to become acquainted with its provisions. Ferdinand himself had an occasion to recognize the hardship of the rule, for in 1500 the mother of Pedro Ruiz, a member of his royal guard, was condemned, and consequently he was incapacitated from riding and bearing arms. Unwilling to lose him, Ferdinand wrote to Torquemada for letters of dispensation to be brought back by the messenger. We have seen how, in the struggle over the profits of dispensation, the sovereigns abandoned to the Inquisition the cosas arbitrarias, or sumptuary restrictions, and assumed to themselves, by the pragmaticas of 1501, control over the disability to hold office and to follow certain professions and trades, which limited so greatly the ability of the reconciled and of the children and grandchildren of the condemned to support themselves. A humane exception was made, however, in 1502, under which children reconciled below the age of 14 were exempted from the operation of the pragmaticas. As these were municipal laws, they were subject to the secular officials, who were ordered to enforce them under pain of confiscation and loss of office for negligence. It was easier to publish edicts than to get them executed. The civil magistrates seem to have paid little attention to the pragmaticas, while the Inquisition did what it could within its allotted sphere. The Suprema issued orders to the tribunals to punish with all rigor those who disregarded the sumptuary restrictions, who were said to be numerous, in great contempt of the Holy Office. It was probably to stimulate zeal that, in 1509, it modified the penalty of relapse to a pecuniary penance, which it authorized the inquisitors to impose at discretion, bearing in mind the gravity of the case and the wealth of the offender. The sums thus realized were considerable enough to tempt the cupidity of the courtiers, for in May 9, 1514, we find the king making over to 4 of his ushers the penalties levied on the sons of Alonso Gallo of Toledo, and on April 1st he ordered Vasquez de Busto, alguacil of Toledo, to collect all the penances of this kind, to pay 1/2 to the receiver for the tribunal, and divide the other half between the fiscal, Martin Jimenez, and a servant of Secretary Calcena. The punishments decreed in the Pragmaticas were also modified to fines, as we learn from a letter of June 20, 1515, dividing those incurred in Seville between Calcena and Aguirre, after setting aside 1/3 for the tribunal, and from another letter of January 8, 1516, bestowing on Fernando de Hoyos, portero of the Cuenca tribunal, the penalties incurred by the wives of Pedro de Vaguera and of Quiros and Jaime Boticario for exercising the profession of apothecary. At length it was recognized that the Inquisition was the only instrumentality to be depended upon for the enforcement of the Pragmaticas, and Charles V, in a cedula of March 30, 1528, placed the whole business in its hands. He recited the laws of Ferdinand and Isabella, with their severe penalties for negligent officials, in spite of which he was informed that, in many places, they were disregarded, wherefore he granted to the Inquisition all necessary powers and ordered it to see to the execution of the law. Possibly there may have been some opposition by the secular authorities to this invasion of their jurisdiction, which called for a repetition of the cedula, March 2, 1543. In pursuance of this, the Suprema, in Cartas Acordadas of 1548, 1549, and 1566, called the attention of the tribunals to the number of persons engaged in prohibited callings, or wearing forbidden articles, and it urged them to be active in detecting and punishing the offenders. The construction of the laws was rigorous. There was a nice question whether, when a parent was condemned in absentia as contumacious, the children were subject to the disabilities, for the heresy was presumptive and not proven. Farinacci held that they were not, for the absentee, even though burnt in effigy, could always return and prove his innocence. Peña represents the stricter Spanish view, that the fugitive was condemned as a heretic and his children were incapacitated. The matter was threshed out in the case of the son of Antonio Perez, who was deprived of a pension on the Church of Cuenca. This was the final decision of the Rota after full argument. It served as a precedent, and the sentence of the absent contained the same enumeration of disabilities as that of one who was burnt in person. Some doubts arose as to whether the Pragmaticas prohibited trade in general. All such points were reserved to the king, and when, in 1566, it was proposed to prosecute some merchants, the Suprema ordered the cases to be suspended until he should be consulted. It was less cautious when, in 1542, it forbade all reconciled penitents to keep schools, or even to teach children their letters. A question arose whether the prohibition to ride on horseback comprehended mules, but Simancas decides it in the affirmative, and even desires to include vehicles, as it is fitting that all such persons should walk on foot. Even the limits of the canon law were disregarded in the panic occasioned by the discovery of Protestantism in 1559, for in the Seville auto of September 24th, when Juan Ponce de Leon was burnt, the disabilities of his descendants in the male line were extended to the 4th generation. An ecclesiastical career was closed to penitents and their descendants, who were forbidden to enter holy orders. There was some question raised whether those who were in orders could obtain or retain benefices, but it was decided in the negative. The practice, as stated about 1640, was that, on their visitation, the inquisitors dealt summarily with cases concerning the cosas arbitrarias, while those which involved the holding of benefices or public office were sent to the tribunal for trial. In the edicts of faith which they published, denunciations were invited, and all persons were required to give information as to any infractions of the laws of which they were cognizant. As everyone who had the misfortune to fall into the hands of the Inquisition was a marked man thereafter, and was liable to the suspicion that he had incurred disabilities, a suspicion apt to grow stronger with time and to affect his descendants, it became important for those who were not thus affected to have some evidence of the fact. In the earlier time the Inquisition was chary about affording this relief, but did not absolutely refuse it when the sufferer applied to the Suprema. It was not everyone, however, who could obtain the intervention of the Suprema. Popular prejudice was strong, and no one knew what took place within the precincts of the tribunals. Blighted careers were thus numerous. Escobar, in his work on limpieza, tells us that, at the origin of the Inquisition, it punished the lightest offences with extreme severity, and this, after the lapse of a century and a half, was still disastrously affecting the descendants. It was inhuman that a word inadvertently spoken through levity or anger, or in jest, should bring infamy on the delinquent and his posterity without limitation of time. The memorial of 1623, by a member of the Suprema, discusses the same evil. The writer says that the Inquisition is surrounded by enemies who are daily multiplied through those afflicted by the tribunals. It is not merely those who are relaxed or reconciled or compelled to abjure de vehementi, but there are many well-affected old Christians, punished with lighter penalties, who, if they remain defamed and their posterity disabled from honors, must necessarily add to the number of enemies, and it is pitiable thus to afflict them for trivial causes. The tribunals did not cease to afflict the people, but some relief was afforded by a practice, which gradually came into use, of including, in a sentence for light offences or of acquittal, a clause declaring that the party and his descendants were not subject to disabilities, and that he could have a certificate to that effect. 2 examples of this, occurring in Valladolid in 1638, will suffice. In the case of Agustin Lopez, tried for blasphemy, the Consulta de Fe could not agree, and the Suprema sentenced him to reprimand and exile, adding that the sentence should be no bar to offices of honor or in the Inquisition. So a sentence acquitting Miguel Ruiz of a charge of sorcery says that his imprisonment shall not be an obstacle to him and his children, and that he shall have a certificate to that effect. That Ruiz had not even been confined in the secret prison, but in the public jail, shows how sensitive was the popular mind. These certificates de no obstancia, as they were called, would appear as a rule not to be issued unless specially applied for, and yet how important they were to the individual and his posterity is manifested by a petition presented, January 17, 1818, by the licentiate Mariano de Santander y Alvarez, setting forth that, 20 years before, in 1798, his father had been arrested and prosecuted by the Valladolid tribunal, because, in his trade as a bookseller, he had sold prohibited books. In the final sentence, it was declared that his imprisonment and prosecution did not prejudice him or his descendants in the enjoyment of their civil rights, but the secrecy of the Inquisition, and the loss of the certificate given to the father, prevented the petitioner from furnishing the proofs necessary to his admission as an advocate in the royal chancellery, wherefore he begged for a proper testimonial. The Suprema had the statement verified and ordered a certificate to be duly issued. From this, as well as from the memorial of 1623, it appears that not merely reconciliation, but even abjuration or lesser penalties inflicted disabilities, if not as to the cosas arbitrarias, at least as to the attainment of an honorable career. In the closing years of the Inquisition, this sometimes led to a merciful moderation of the sentence, as in that pronounced, August 27, 1817, on Francisco Mosquera Villamarino of Santiago, Bachiller clásico y profesor del sexto cuerpo de cánones en su Real Universidad, for certain propositions. He escaped with a reprimand in the audience chamber and without abjuration, it being expressly stated that he was treated with this benignity in order not to prejudice him in his career, though he was warned that the Inquisition would keep a watch on him. Popular prejudice, as we have seen, intensified the cruelty of the cruel laws. How inveterate was this is manifested in the case of Joseph Calot, who in 1791 sought in marriage the daughter of Pablo Bordo, a merchant of Valencia. The parents refused assent, and the lovers eloped. Bordo brought the matter before the royal audiencia, showing that Calot was the great-grandson of Clara Muñoz, who at the age of 19 was reconciled for Judaism in the Barcelona auto de fe of April 2, 1724, and was sentenced to irremissible cárcel y habito, although after 2 years her husband, Antonio Antonelli, obtained her release. In view of this dissent, the audiencia decided that Bordo's opposition to the marriage was reasonable and just, thus inflicting an indelible stigma on Calot and his posterity. In some way the affair reached the Suprema, who wrote to Valencia for details, and in transmitting them, the inquisitors added an expression of sympathy for Calot in the dishonor cast upon him. The punishment of his great-grandmother did not disable him from the professions, but it would be difficult to restore him to his good fame without calling in question the justice of the sentence of the audiencia. Even the Inquisition did not venture to repair an injustice caused by its assiduous training of the population in an unreasoning abhorrence of heresy. The penalty for disregarding the disabilities settled down to the thrifty one of a fine. As regards those imposed by the pragmáticas, the Suprema in 1531 replied to an inquiry from the Tribunal of Avila y Segovia that, although the laws prescribed confiscation for infractions, yet the practice was to penance culprits in accordance with their wealth and station and the degree of the offense. So, in respect to the cosas arbitrarias, it decreed in 1536 that although the instructions of 1484 provided the pain of relapse, they did not require the inquisitors to condemn the infraction as such, and the practice was to impose pecuniary and spiritual penances. Cases of prosecution for infraction are not very numerous in the records, chiefly owing, we may presume, to the customary sale of rehabilitations. In the Tribunal of Toledo they amount only to 91, and of these it is noteworthy that there are only 3 posterior to 1586, 2 in 1600 and 1 in 1616. When they occurred, the penalty was at the discretion of the tribunal, and Toledo exercised this with great moderation in 1579, when Bernardino de Aldana, a ribbon weaver, spontaneously denounced himself. His mother, Isabel Alvarez, had been burnt by the Cuenca tribunal, yet he had worn a velvet cap, had carried a sword, and had ridden on a mule with a saddle. He was married, and had done this to satisfy his wife and her kindred, and besides his brother had told him that they had been rehabilitated. His artless story seems to have moved his judges, for he escaped with a reprimand and a fine of 2 ducats. In 1703 the Tribunal of Madrid was more severe with Simón de Andrade, a reconciled penitent, who had worn the prohibited articles. He was harshly reprimanded, was fined in 50 ducats, was banished for a year, and was required to surrender the cosas arbitrarias, but we are told that he was permitted to keep the garments which he had on, to cover his nakedness, especially as they were of ordinary cloth. Clerical offenders. In a land where theocratic influence was so strong, it was inevitable that there should be especial favor shown to erring ecclesiastics. The Church has ever sought to conceal from the public the knowledge of weaknesses that might diminish veneration for its ministers, and scandal has been more dreaded than sin. The Inquisition established its jurisdiction over both the secular and the regular clergy, but it exercised that jurisdiction in accordance with the general policy of the Church. Every care was taken to keep clerical offences from public knowledge, except in cases of formal heresy or of administering the sacraments by those who held only the lower orders. As a rule, in place of being confined in the secret prison during trial, they were housed in some convenient convent, where their presence need excite no surprise. When convicted, they were not exposed in the public autos de fe, but their sentences were read in the audience chamber with closed doors, though in certain cases a prescribed number of other clerics were summoned to be present as witnesses. Even then, they did not wear the penitential habit, as did laymen. For aggravated offenses, the ordinary punishment was reclusion in a designated convent for a specified term, a penalty which might be infinitely varied. Perhaps 6 months or a year was to be passed in a cell. The culprit was to be last in choir and refectory. He might be suspended for a term or perpetually from some or all of his functions, and of the right to vote or be voted for. Spiritual penances might be superadded, or at his entrance he might be subjected to a zurra de rueda, or circular discipline, in which all the members of the house, including the lay brethren, took a hand. All these greater or less aggravations could be varied or accumulated to meet the exact shades of guilt. This conventual reclusion was adopted, perhaps, partly for concealment, and partly as a milder form of incarceration, but the mercy was doubtful, if we may trust the story told by Llorente of a Capuchin guilty of aggravated abuse of the confessional, who, when condemned to 5 years' reclusion in a convent of his order, begged to have it changed to incarceration in the secret prison. He had been, he said, provincial and guardian. He knew how the brethren treated those thrust upon them as criminals, and it would cost him his life. His prayer was refused, and his prevision was correct, for he died within 3 years. I have met, however, with cases in which the recluded fraile survived longer terms. As a rule, no doubt, life was not rendered pleasant, but it depended on circumstances. The Franciscan, Francisco Ortiz, sentenced to confinement for 2 years in a cell in the convent of Torre Laguna, without intercourse with his brethren, refused to leave his retirement on the expiration of the term, and remained there until his death, 12 years later, the object of veneration to all around him. There might or might not be sympathy for the penitent, and his treatment naturally corresponded. When, however, the offense was formal heresy, entailing reconciliation or relaxation, the cleric was obliged to appear in an auto de fe like any other culprit. Cases of the kind were common enough in the early period, when many conversos had entered the Church, but, after the thorough weeding out by the Inquisition, they became rare. An essential preliminary was degradation from the priesthood, which was of 2 kinds, verbal and formal, the former sufficing for cases of reconciliation, while relaxation required the latter. Verbal degradation effaced the orders, but not the priestly character, and, in the later period, publicity was often avoided by executing the sentence in the audience chamber, as in the Toledo cases of Jacinto Vázquez Aranzo, a priest convicted of Judaism and condemned to the galleys December 4, 1688, and of Buenaventura Frutos, cura of Mosejon, sentenced February 19, 1722. Originally, the ministration of a single bishop sufficed for verbal degradation, while 2 were required for formal, until Gregory IX, to facilitate the operations of the Inquisition, decreed that, in cases of heresy, the bishop of the culprit could perform the ceremony in the presence of some abbots and other learned men, and finally, in 1551, the Council of Trent permitted a single bishop to officiate in all cases of formal degradation, and his vicar general in verbal degradation. The ceremony of public formal degradation was impressive. The culprit marched in the procession bearing the mitre and sanbenito of relaxation, which were removed on the staging in order that he might be seen in his priestly vestments and tonsure. In the case of Fray Joseph Diaz Pimiento, a relapsed Judaizer, burnt at the Seville auto de fe of July 25, 1720, we are told that an immense crowd was assembled, for no degradation had been witnessed there since 1623. The auto was celebrated in the church of San Pablo, but as soon as Fray Joseph's sentence was read, he was taken by a number of officials to a scaffold in the Plaza de San Francisco, where the Bishop of Lycopolis, the assistant of the Archbishop, performed the ceremony. His tongue, the palms of his hands and fingertips were scraped and rubbed with tow. The tonsure was erased by cutting his hair, and he was deprived of his orders one by one in the reverse order of their bestowal. He was then handed over to his superiors of the Mercenarian order, who stripped him of the habit, after which the mitre and sanbenito with painted flames were replaced on him, and he was taken to the juzgado, or secular court, and delivered to the deputy assistente of the city to be formally sentenced and conducted to the brasero. End of chapter 3. End of section 23. Section 24 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 7, Chapter 4, Punishment, the Stake, Part 1. The condemnation of a human being to a death by fire, as the penalty of spiritual error, is so abhorrent to the moral sense, and so oppugnant to the teachings of Christ, that modern apologists have naturally sought to relieve the Church from responsibility for such atrocity. On the surface, a tolerably plausible argument can be made. The ministers of religion, the spiritual courts, the Inquisition itself, rendered no judgments of blood. Any ecclesiastic who might be concerned in them incurred irregularity, requiring a dispensation before he could validly perform his functions or obtain preferment. The execution of heretics was a matter purely of secular law, and burning them alive is not prescribed in canon or decretal. The earliest recorded example of concremation is that administered by Robert the Pious of France to the Cathari of Orleans in 1017, and its embodiment in positive law has not been found earlier than in the decrees against Waldenses by Pedro II of Aragon in the Council of Gerona in 1197. In 1231 Frederick II included it in the Sicilian constitutions, and in 1238, by his Cremona decree, extended it throughout the empire, while Alfonso the Wise of Castile in 1255 adopted it for Christians who turned Jews or Moors. It thus became part of the public law of Christendom, not so much from the initiative of rulers as from a recognition of what had become a custom through the spontaneous ferocity of popular fanaticism. The Inquisition, through whose agency heretics were consigned to the stake, did not itself condemn them to it, but merely pronounced them to be heretics of whose conversion no hope was entertained. It cut them off from the Church, which had nothing further to do with them, and abandoned or relaxed them to the secular arm for due punishment. It assumed that it condemned the crime and the civil judge the criminal, and, in relaxing him, it adjured the judge to spare his life and not to spill his blood. This latter was a device invented by Innocent III, before the Inquisition existed, to preserve from irregularity the spiritual courts in degrading clerics guilty of forgery and handing them over to the secular authorities for execution. This shifting of responsibility to the civil power was not through any sense that the laws punishing heresy with burning were cruel or unjust, for the Church taught this to be an act so eminently pious that it accorded an indulgence to anyone who would contribute wood to the pile, thus assuming the responsibility and expending the treasure of the merits of Christ in stimulating popular ferocity. That this indulgence was well known in Spain appears in the evidence in the trial of Jan of Antwerp for Lutheranism at Toledo in 1561. In fact, when Luther argued that the burning of heretics was contrary to the will of the Spirit, Leo X included this among his heresies condemned in the bull Exsurge Domine. Consequently, the secular power had no choice as to what it should do with heretics delivered to it. Its act was purely ministerial, and if it listened to the hypocritical plea for mercy, it was liable to prosecution as a fautor of heresy and to deprivation of its functions. The Church enforced this by embodying in the canon law a provision that princes and their officials must punish duly and promptly all heretics delivered to them by inquisitors, under pain of excommunication, which became heresy if endured for a year, and inquisitors were required to proceed against them, but were cautioned to speak only of executing the laws without alluding to the death penalty, in order to escape irregularity. As elsewhere, so in Spain. The Inquisition abandoned the unrepentant or relapsed heretic to the secular arm, which was bound to sentence and execute him. In the hurried informality of the early period, it seems to have been indifferent whether the magistrate pronounced a sentence or not. A contemporary account of the Toledo auto of August 14, 1486, describes the reading of the sentences of the inquisitors and the condemned being carried at once to the Vega for execution, where they were burnt till not a bone remained, without any allusion to the formality of intervention by the secular power. When, however, the form of a condemnation by the alcalde was observed, as at Cordova in 1484, he uttered it by virtue of the sentence of the inquisitors, which rendered unnecessary anything more than condemning the culprit to be burnt alive, wherefore he ordered the alguacil mayor to carry it into effect. In the inquisitorial sentences of the period, the adjuration for mercy is generally lacking. In that of Mencia Alonso, condemned at Guadalupe, November 21, 1485, not only is it absent, but the duties of the secular officials are treated as purely ministerial, for it ends, "As a limb of the devil and accursed and excommunicate, she shall be taken to the place of burning, so that by the secular justice of this town, or by any other laymen, justice shall be executed upon her according to the custom of these kingdoms." That the function of the magistrate was not judicial is manifested in the refusal to communicate the trial to him. When those of Brescia, in 1486, refused to execute the sentences of the inquisitor without seeing the trials, Innocent VIII ordered the inquisitor to excommunicate them if they delayed more than 6 days, no matter what the local laws might be, for heresy was a purely ecclesiastical crime. In accordance with this is the assertion in the Repertorium de Privatate Hereticorum, printed at Valencia in 1494, that the magistrate has no right to have the process shown to him that he may judge as to the justice of the sentence. Inquisitors are not to concede any such right, for his sole duty is to execute it without delay, and if he hesitates he is subject to deprivation of office and condemnation as a heretic. This principle was fully admitted by secular jurists themselves. Torreblanca, who is attached to the Royal Chancellery of Granada, states that the duty of the civil magistrate is purely executive, and he has no right to examine into the merits of a case or to act in a judicial capacity. In fact, the secular power could be dispensed with altogether. The Venetian signory was not always as prompt as it should be in suppressing heresy, so, to avoid delays and embarrassing questions, the papal nuncio there, with his fiscal, auditor, and other officials, had faculties to condemn to mutilation and death all heretics without incurring irregularity or other ecclesiastical penalties, notwithstanding all canons and decretals to the contrary. Such provisions were issued in 1547 by Paul III and in 1550 by Julius III, and were doubtless customary. Peña reduces this to a general principle, for, without referring to special papal faculties, he asserts that the intervention of the secular judge is unessential, and that, if he were not accessible, the tribunal can condemn the heretic to death. If accessible, he must execute the sentence if he wishes to escape the heavy penalties of fautorship and impeding the Inquisition. There was little danger of such reluctance on the part of secular officials in Spain, where the oath exacted of them by the Inquisition obliged them to execute whatever sentences the tribunal might require. In fact, the only indication I have met with of possible hesitation involving punishment occurs in a mandate, September 5, 1725, to the Toledo tribunal, directing that, in autos de fe, the first sentences read should be those of relaxation, thus reversing the usual order, so that the convicts might be delivered at once to the royal judge without permitting delay in the execution of the sentences under any pretext, since the tribunal had complete jurisdiction to compel him, by censures and other penalties, to its exact performance. The Inquisition regarded the sentence of the magistrate as a mere perfunctory formality. The doctors had pointed out conclusively that heresy was a crime over which he had no jurisdiction, and if he were to assert it, he would render illusory the sentence of the bishop or inquisitor. Consequently, in preparation for an auto de fe, the tribunal, in advance, gave to the secular authorities a list of the condemnations, so that the sentences might be drawn up, and the wood, the stake, and the garrots be prepared for immediate execution. It is true that thrift induced a certain amount of equivocation, when, in 1579, the royal alguaciles of Saragossa claimed payment from the confiscations for their services and for the cost of the wood, and Philip II emphatically rejected the demand as unexampled, adding that the inquisitors could not order such payment without irregularity, and that the executions were in virtue of the sentences of the secular judges, and not of the inquisitors. This, however, was the merest quibble. In autos generales, the magistrates were asked to be present to receive the convicts and, execute on them the penalties imposed by the canon law of the kingdom. In autos particulares, held in churches which must not be polluted by judgments of blood, the Suprema pointed out, in a consulta of April 7, 1690, that the secular judges could wait at a designated place when it sufficed that a notary informed them in writing that, N had been declared a heretic by sentence of the Holy Office, simultaneously delivering the convict, when they must accept this assertion, and without delay execute the sentence, unless they wish the Holy Office to prosecute them as fautors of heretics and impeders of its free jurisdiction. At the same time, the judges are to continue as usual to pronounce the formal sentence. Still, the estilo of the Inquisition required the ghastly comedy of asking mercy. In the official formula of the sentence, the clause announcing relaxation to the civil magistrate proceeds, whom we ask and charge most affectionately to treat him benignantly and mercifully. In sentences of the absent and dead, where the effigy alone was abandoned to the secular arm, there is no prayer for mercy, as there was no effusion of blood to create irregularity. In the rigid formalism of inquisitorial procedure, after the Suprema had established its minute control, it is safe to assume that this official formula was universally followed. All this affords ample proof that the avoidance of irregularity was the only motive that actuated the Inquisition in this matter, but if further evidence is required, it is furnished by the fact that still greater scruple existed in the exercise of the temporal jurisdiction acquired by the Spanish Holy Office over all matters concerning its officials, because such cases were not provided for in the commissions of the Inquisitors General, from which were delegated the powers of the tribunals. In 1514, the question arose when Micer Castillo, assessor in the Saragossa tribunal, was murdered, and two of his assassins, Joan Uguay and Pere Gasco, were tried and convicted. The inquisitors dared not deliver them to the secular arm for execution, and various devices were discussed, but the matter was settled by procuring from Leo X his motu proprio, cum sicut accepimus, January 28, 1515, in which he granted faculties to the inquisitors to arrest, try, and deliver for punishment, to the secular authorities, anyone who had struck, mutilated, or slain an official of the Inquisition, even if it entailed effusion of blood, or mutilation, or death, without incurring any note of irregularity. Under this, the tribunals acted when such cases arose, notably in Granada about 1545, when 7 persons were thus relaxed, 6 Moriscos and an old Christian, who, while in prison, killed the alcaide and his assistant, and who were hanged before burning. In time, the cardinals of the Roman Inquisition were beset with similar scruples, and, to relieve their consciences, Pius V, October 9, 1567, granted a decree empowering them to participate in the sentences of blood without incurring irregularity. This applied only to Italy, but it was otherwise with the terrible bull Si de Protegendis, April 1, 1569, commanding the delivery to the secular arm for the punishment due to high treason of anyone maltreating or even threatening an official of the Inquisition, or destroying or altering its records. This was ordered to be published throughout the world. The Spanish Inquisition claimed the benefit of it, and had a Castilian version of it published every year. It made no allusion to irregularity, tacitly assuming that none was incurred, and it was often cited in Spain to that effect. Still, when in 1579 the Toledo tribunal desired the death penalty for Francisco de la Bastida, for personating an official of the Inquisition, and there was no secular law to that effect, a special brief was obtained from Gregory XIII, empowering it to find him guilty of death and deliver him to the secular arm for execution without incurring irregularity. There seems to have arisen a fresh sense of insecurity about 1605. The brief of Leo X was well nigh forgotten. Some tribunals had copies of it, but most of them had not, and the bull Si de Protegendis did not specifically meet cases that arose. Supplication was therefore made to Paul V to extend to Spain the 1567 decree of Pius V, which he granted by a brief of November 29, 1605, repeated in 1607. In this he bestowed the fullest powers, not only on inquisitors, but on all their officials, in all cases, whether of faith or not, coming within their competence, to participate in sentences of torture, mutilation, or death without incurring irregularity. This would appear ample enough to remove all possible scruples, and yet subsequently contingencies occasionally arose which excited debate or called for papal intervention to quiet sensitive consciences. In the work of exterminating heresy, the rules which governed the Spanish Inquisition were more merciless than those framed by its predecessor. At first, in the medieval tribunals, it was only the pertinacious and impenitent heretic who was consigned to the stake. He who recanted and professed conversion, even at the last moment, was admitted to reconciliation. Then gradually, as it was found that these enforced conversions were frequently insincere, relapse was regarded as proof of impenitence and pertinacity, and was subjected irremissibly to the death penalty, and this included those who had abjured for vehement suspicion. The treatment is exemplified in the case of Fray Bonato, the head of a little body of spiritual Franciscans in Catalonia. He was pertinacious until the flames had roasted him one side, when his resolution gave way. He professed conversion and was rescued, but some years later he was found to be still cherishing his heresies, and in 1335 he was burnt alive. The number of burnings in the Spanish Inquisition, during its first half-century, could never have occurred under the old rules. Indeed, in the first rush and fury, the case of Juan Chinchilla, in 1483, Volume 2, page 468, indicates that even frank confession failed to save from the stake those who had sought reconciliation in a term of grace, but had been prevented by causes beyond their control. Even when rules began to be framed, the instructions of 1484 placed the lives of those on trial at the discretion of the tribunal, for they required that repentance and asking for reconciliation must be expressed prior to rendering the final sentence, to entitle the culprit to mercy; while even then, if the inquisitors considered that the repentance was feigned, and they had not fair hope of genuine conversion, they were empowered to declare him an impenitent and relax him to the secular arm, all of which was left to their consciences. The rule thus expressed presents 2 points, the development of which requires separate consideration. As regards the time of confessing and begging mercy, which the instructions limit to the period prior to the rendering of the sentence, this was extended to the time of reading of the sentence at the auto de fe. Yet this was grudgingly admitted by the instructions of 1561, which say that often when convicts on the staging profess conversion, the inquisitors receive them to reconciliation, but this ought rarely to be done, for it is a very perilous thing which should be suspected to come from dread of death rather than from true repentance. Yet, in spite of this warning, it was customary to suspend proceedings with those who, at the auto de fe, before the reading of their sentences, claimed to be penitent. They were remanded to the Inquisition, and if they confessed fully as to themselves and others, they were reconciled with appropriate punishment. Such cases were of constant occurrence. In the Cordova auto of April 12, 1722, there were 4. Even while the sentence was being read, the doubt was thrown in favor of the culprit, as in the Murcia auto of May 17, 1722, when Inés Álvarez Pereira, convicted as an impenitent Judaizer, begged mercy during the reading of her sentence, professed that she wished to confess and be converted, and was sent back to prison where she was reconciled. In fact, in public autos, where there were convicts to be relaxed, there was always a room arranged under the staging to which the repentant culprit was at once transferred, and one of the inquisitors descended to take his confession before he should have time to change his good resolutions. In such cases, reconciliation was accompanied with confiscation, irremissible prison, and sanbenito, and usually 100 or 200 lashes for tardy confession. The instructions of 1561 were justified in claiming that little reliance was to be placed on conversions thus obtained. For the most part, the awful experience led penitents who thus escaped to cherish their beliefs in secret, but occasionally there was one whose conscience could not pardon the weakness that led to a betrayal of faith. Diego López Duro, an humble retailer of tobacco, condemned for Judaism, recanted while on the staging, and was reconciled with imprisonment. In 1700, one day when hearing Mass, he stood apart from his fellow prisoners, and in a loud voice told the priest that he lied, for the law of Moses was the only true one. He would have been slain on the spot had he not been hurried out to save him from popular wrath, but for him there could be no mercy. The inquisitors labored long to save his soul by inducing him to recant without success. He was pertinacious to the last, and was burnt alive in the Seville auto of October 28, 1703, one of those martyrs whose constancy explains why Judaism has been indestructible. After the reading of the sentence was concluded, recantation did not avert the death penalty, as in the elder Inquisition, but it was modified to garroting or strangling before burning, for it was received as a principle that a Christian was not to be burnt alive. This was recognized at least as early as 1484, when in a Saragossa auto a culprit is recorded as strangled before burning, porque murió reducido. In addition to this, the traditions of the old Inquisition introduced at first a certain irregularity in practice, and it did not follow that delivery to the secular arm inevitably inferred execution. In a list of quemados y relaxados at Ciudad Real, there are several cases up to 1523 of those who were relaxed, and yet had penances of various kinds, showing that they had recanted after delivery to the magistrate, and yet were spared the death penalty. In fact, it continued for some time to be a matter of debate, in which opinions were divided, whether a man who had been returned by the secular judge to the inquisitors, because he recanted and promised full confession, could be again relaxed for execution. The older doctors inclined to the merciful view, and Simancas tells us of such a case in Cuenca, which was referred to the Suprema, when many experts held that the culprit could not be again relaxed, for he had made a true confession, and the secular arm had renounced its rights. Even as late as 1640, an inquisitor says that the rigor of executing a man who repents after delivery to the magistrate is not customary in Spain. In this he would seem to be mistaken. I have never met with a case, later than those alluded to, in which conversion professed after sentence secured reconciliation. The tendency to rigor was too strong. The instructions of 1561 make no allusion to such a possibility, as they grudgingly allow mercy for earlier confession. Peña forbids it. He admits that it was the ancient custom, but such conversions are not to be trusted, and experience shows that such penitents are only rendered worse. It was the universal practice to garrote those who professed repentance after sentence, and the dreadful alternative of death by fire, when thus impending so imminently, wrought so many conversions on the way to the brasero, even among those whose resolve had held out thus far, that burning alive became comparatively infrequent. In the first 3 autos held at Barcelona in 1488 and 1489, all the converts professed a desire to die in the Christian faith, and all were strangled before burning. At the great auto of May 21, 1559, at Valladolid, where Dr. Casalla and other Protestants suffered, there were 14 relaxed in person, of whom only one, the Bachiller Herrezuelo, is characterized as a pertinacious heretic and consequently burnt alive, the rest being garroted as repentant converts. In 1571 there were hanging, in the parish church of Logroño, 157 sanbenitos, of which 101 were of those reconciled and 56 of those relaxed. Of the latter 9 were in effigy and 47 in person, of whom only 4 were specified as burnt alive. The weakness of human nature afforded but rare examples of those who could stand the final test of fiery martyrdom. Notwithstanding the practice of executing all who delayed conversion until after hearing their sentences, there still were those who argued that they should be admitted to reconciliation, basing their contention on the ancient rule and on the silence of the instructions of 1561 on this point. In 1674, the Suprema felt called upon to quiet the doubts of the Granada tribunal by insisting that this rigor had been the invariable custom of the Holy Office. Still, the question was debated until a Carta Acordada of May 24, 1699, disposed of it authoritatively. This declared that, in consequence of existing doubts, the Suprema had examined the matter carefully, reaching the conclusion that technically the delivery to the secular arm was coincident with the reading of the sentence. The Inquisition thus remained without jurisdiction, which had passed to the royal justice for the execution of the sentence. Therefore, if the convict was not converted before the reading of the sentence, he was not to have mercy or be admitted to reconciliation, even if he begged for it, but the royal justice was to execute and fulfill the sentence. If the conversion was real and not feigned, the latter being presumable at such a time, any of the confessors who assisted the culprit could reconcile him to the Church and confess him sacramentally. Thus his body was irrevocably forfeited, although his soul might be saved. After so formal a definition, no arguments in favor of mercy could be urged. In the 64 autos de fe between 1721 and 1727, there was a total of 77 cases of relaxation in person. In the Relations, it is not always stated distinctly whether the victim was burned alive or garroted. But, from the details given, the estimate cannot be far wrong that not over 13, or about 1 in 6, endured the severer punishment. In the Granada auto of January 21, 1722, there were 11 relaxed, all of whom professed conversion after their sentences were read, and all were garroted before burning. So rigid was the interpretation of the rule that it could not be dispensed with, even to gratify the intense longing for expiation which sometimes possessed the 11th-hour convert. In the Cordova auto of April 12, 1722, Antonio Gabriel de Torres Cevallos, relaxed for Judaism, was converted after the reading of his sentence. At the brasero, with copious tears and signs of repentance, he loudly proclaimed his Christian faith, praising the mercy of God and of the Holy Office, and demanding to be burnt alive in order to offer God satisfaction for his sins, but this was refused. He was duly garroted, and, he gave his soul to God to the great consolation and edification of all the people. An unpleasant doubt obtrudes itself whether in all cases the preliminary strangling really relieved the sufferer from death by fire. Spanish executioners are said to possess such dexterity in manipulating the garrote that they can prolong the death agony for hours when they are not bribed to give a speedy release. In the universal venality of the period, it is possible that those, whose friends failed to earn the good will of the minister of justice, were by no means insensible when the torch was applied to the faggots. There may have been more than mere lack of skill in the incident at the Cuenca auto of June 29, 1654, which gave Bartolome Lopez the opportunity of displaying his nerve. He had delayed professing conversion until after the reading of his sentence, and was consequently relaxed for strangulation and burning. At the brasero, seeing that the executioner, Pedro de Alcalá, bungled in garroting Violante Rodriguez and Ana de Guevara, he said to him, "Pedro, if you do not treat me better, you had better burn me alive." End of section 24. Section 25 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 7, Chapter 4, Part 2. According to inquisitorial jurisprudence, there were several causes which entailed relaxation. The first of these was pertinacity, the obstinacy which led the heretic or apostate to avow and defend his errors, and to resist the well-meant effort of his judges to save his soul by inducing conversion. This heroic temper, which preferred martyrdom to denying what it believed to be the truth, was not common, but the annals of the Inquisition are illustrated by cases of unknown and forgotten victims whose persistence through torment and persuasion to the fiery death at the brasero ennobles human nature, whether they are Moslems or Jews, Protestants or mystics. It was a blind perversity that refused to see in this aught but hardness of heart, inspired by Satan, and with empty rhetoric sought to draw a distinction between this and true martyrdom. Thus Simancas tells us that we should not be surprised to see heretics sometimes carried rejoicing to the stake. This is not true alacrity, but madness, not patience, but fierceness, and there is wide difference between barbarous fierceness and the modest constancy of the true martyr. Then there are those who, by certain arts, so benumb the body that it does not feel torments. There are also those who deprive the mind of sense, so that they meet death without fear, but that gentleness and placidity, that sublime humility and humble sublimity, we see only in the martyrs of Christ. Yet, to do it justice, the Inquisition, at least after the first fury of its career was spent, earnestly sought the salvation of its victims rather than to send them through temporal to eternal flame. We have seen that, in the case of those sentenced to relaxation, it advanced the notification of their fate in order to enlarge the opportunity of the ghostly counselors whom it deputed to labor with them. Even before this extension, the instructions of 1561 order inquisitors to do everything in their power to induce conversion, so that, if nothing else can be accomplished, the culprit may not die without the knowledge of God. During the fortnight previous to an auto de fe, those sentenced to relaxation were to be summoned to repeated audiences, where they were to be earnestly entreated to confess and recant, with promises of mercy, and learned theologians were required to be present to aid in the exhortations. Even prior to the consulta de fe, pious inquisitors spared no effort to convince the erring of their errors. One relates how, in 1630, he had to deal with 2 Protestants, an English and a Frenchman, who were pertinacious, saying that they had been brought up in their pretended Reformed religion and knew nothing of Catholicism. Their simplicity went so far as to ask to be allowed to return to their native lands, or that persons learned in both religions should dispute before them, so that they might learn which was best, for, as they were illiterate, they could not themselves dispute. The inquisitors set theologians to work upon them, when, after considerable labor, they were converted. Devotional books were given to them, which they eagerly devoured. The trial was delayed, and, by the time the witnesses were ratified, the heretics were good Catholics. When 3 days' notice of impending relaxation was given, the time was utilized to the utmost. There was a pertinacious heretic to suffer in the Seville auto of December 10, 1719, a Moorish slave, baptized under the name of Francisco Andres, who had renegated and was persistent when his sentence was made known to him. Then 12 calificadores, 2 each from the orders of Mercenarians, Minims, Franciscans, Dominions, Augustinians, and Jesuits, with 8 familiars, were assigned to his conversion. They were successful, and he escaped with prison and San Benito for 4 years. A remarkable case at the Seville auto of July 5, 1722, shows, however, that, after delivery to the secular arm, the Inquisition considered that its functions were ended. There were 4 pertinacious Jews, 2 men and 2 women. 9 calificadores and 11 familiars labored with them in vain during the 3 days. They persisted through the reading of the sentences, and were delivered to the secular magistrate. The 2 men and the elder of the women succumbed at the last, professed conversion, and were garroted and burnt. The younger woman, known as La Almiranta, at the brasero begged audience of the deputy assistente, told him that she desired to confess and give evidence as to other Jews, and was remanded to the royal prison. Word was sent to the tribunal, which replied that it had nothing further to do with her. She was kept until the 7th, and, when taken to the brasero, was more pertinacious than ever, saying that, as her companions had died as Catholics, they were accursed, and that she had pretended to yield in order that her ashes, which were holy, should not be mingled with theirs. Of course she had the martyrdom which she craved. In exceptional cases, pertinacity seems to have been allowed the privilege of preliminary strangulation. At a Valladolid auto of May 29, 1691, there were 5 pertinacious women condemned for Judaism, described as being from 24 to 27 years of age and very handsome, who excited general compassion. On being delivered to the magistrate, 2 of them weakened, while 3 persisted in their faith, yet they were all garroted before burning. A large portion of the cases of pertinacity arose from the death in prison, during trial, of those who did not ask on the deathbed for the consolations of religion, and who had no opportunity of obtaining mercy by conversion. Thus in the Granada auto of May 13, 1725, Out of 7 burnings in effigy, 6 were of those who had died in prison. Suicide in prison was treated harshly, for Simancas tells us that the suicide is to be condemned as fully convicted and impenitent, even though he had previously confessed and professed repentance, to which Rojas adds that, although his effigy is to be burnt, his heirs are allowed to prove insanity, difficult as that is. The negativo, the man who denied his heresy in the face of what was deemed competent testimony of guilt, was classed as an impenitent heretic and doomed to relaxation. This was the inevitable logic of the Inquisition, although it led to the most tragic of all situations, that of being tortured to death in honor of the faith which the sufferer held. It was impossible, under the inquisitorial system, to allow a possible heretic to escape merely because he unflinchingly affirmed his orthodoxy, and yet, when a man asserted it up to the brasero, knowing that it would not avail him, it was impossible not to recognize him a true believer who would not save his body at the expense of falsely confessing apostasy. 3 such were in the Granada auto of May 27, 1593, burned as negativos and consequently burned alive. Such men were true martyrs, especially as rigid constructionists denied them the consolations of religion in their last moments. At the Toledo auto of October 28, 1723, Diego de Quiros was in this position, and a Jesuit who heard him in sacramental confession was severely censured for doing so while he persisted in maintaining his innocence. Again the question came up in the Toledo auto of July 1, 1725. Fernando de Castro was relaxed as an impenitent negativo, and was sentenced to burning alive. On account of the heat, the execution was postponed until the afternoon, and the convict was meanwhile placed in the public prison. With cries he earnestly begged for sacramental confession, but the frailes in attendance declined unless he should admit his heresy, which he steadfastly refused to do, asserting the witnesses to be perjured and the judgment unjust. At this juncture there came a Jesuit father who yielded to the despairing appeals of the poor wretch and heard him in confession, whereupon the judge took the responsibility of modifying the sentence to preliminary strangulation. The frailes loudly rebuked the Jesuit, and were joined by the public, disappointed of the promised spectacle of the burning alive of a fellow creature. Considerable debate followed, and a priest named Candido Munoz wrote an argument justifying the Jesuit, but his labor was superfluous, for, while his tract was in the press, the Suprema issued a Carta Acordada, October 11th, ordering that in such cases the priest should hear the confession and confer absolution or not, according to the disposition manifested, but in future no one but the appointed theologians were to attend the convict to the last. Thus it was left to this late date to admit the dying victim to the sacraments, probably, we may assume, on the doctrine that the blood of martyrdom is the most efficacious of all sacraments. Such cases could not have been common, but those must have been numerous in which the unjustly convicted negativo found his resolution give way at the approach to the brasero, and, in order to escape burning alive and to obtain the sacraments, falsely confessed to having entertained heresies which his soul abhorred. There was also the diminuto, who made a confession that did not satisfy the evidence, and thus was held to be imperfect. A confession that was not full was regarded as fictitious. It inferred impenitence and therefore entailed relaxation. We have seen how, under the early edicts of grace, any omissions in the hurried confessions was construed as rendering them imperfect and subjecting the penitent to prosecution and relaxation. Especially was imperfect denunciation of accomplices regarded as diminutio. If the accused confessed all that was in evidence against himself and omitted the acts of accomplices who were proved to have been with him, or if he named only those who were absent or dead or already convicted, it was proof of malice and impenitence. He was not truly converted, and was subject to relaxation after torture in caput alienum. The denial of heretical intention in acts confessed, which was frequent in those against whom Judaic or Moorish customs were proved, constituted the accused a negativo in the substantial part of heresy, which is intention, or a diminuto, implying, according to the common opinion, impenitence and pertinacity involving relaxation. Thus Hernando de Palma, a Morisco, accused of teaching and conducting Moorish ceremonies, denied and overcame severe torture, whereupon the Consulta de Fe voted for appearance in an auto and abjuration de levi. Ignorant of this, he asked for an audience, and confessed that, for 7 or 8 years, he had practiced some Moorish rites, without regarding them as contrary to the faith. In this he persisted, and was burnt in the Toledo auto of 1606. Revocation of confession was similarly impenitence and pertinacity, as in the case of Manuel Thomas, who confessed to Judaism after the accusation was presented, then revoked the confession and persisted in the revocation, for which he was relaxed in the Toledo auto of 1585. When the Reformation plunged the Church into a struggle for life, of which no man might foretell the result, there arose a demand for sharper measures of repression. The dogmatizer or heresiarch, he who not only condemned his own soul to perdition, but sought to carry others along with him by disseminating his pestiferous doctrines, might recant and make his peace with God, but not with God's earthly ministers. Simancas well expresses the hatred intensified by fear, which was aroused by the teachers of the new doctrines. The heresiarch, he says, the master of errors, is to be relaxed, and under no circumstances is to be received back into the Church. He is unworthy of pardon who has led others into error, like a murderer who has slain many. He is a crafty homicide who daily sheds the blood of souls. He who teaches heresy slays, not with the sword, but with the poison of his doctrine. He kills not the body, but the soul, not with temporary, but with eternal death. Wherefore he is worthy of the severest punishment. And of all others, the teachers of the Lutheran heresies are in no way to be pardoned. Yet the Church had always professed to welcome to reconciliation its erring children, who renounced their errors and begged for mercy, provided they were not relapsed, and the Inquisition from its inception had acted on this principle. On this were based the powers deputized to it, and when, in 1558, the discovery of the Protestants of Valladolid was so exploited as to throw Spain into agitation, and it was desired to make an example of Dr. Agustin Casalla, some further grant of faculties was felt to be necessary. Paul IV was nothing loath. In 1555 he had apparently desired to show that Rome was not to be outdone by Geneva in persecuting rigor, and that, if Calvin in 1553 had burnt Servet for denying the Trinity, he could be equally zealous for the faith. By the bull Cum Quorundam he decreed that all who denied the Trinity, the divinity of Christ, his conception through the Holy Ghost, his death for human salvation, or the perpetual virginity of the Virgin, and who did not confess to inquisitors and abjure their errors within 3 months, and all who in future should maintain those heresies, should be treated as though they were relapsed, and as such should be forthwith relaxed to the secular arm. Having thus extended the catalogue of unpardonable heresies, he was quite ready to grant the additional powers sought by the Spanish Inquisition. By a brief of January 4, 1559, he bestowed on the Inquisitor General and Suprema a faculty to relax all heresiarchs and other heretics, even though they were not relapsed, and though they desired to abjure their heresies, when it was believed with verisimilitude that the abjuration was not sincere, but was only to escape punishment. This was, in fact, no more than the power assumed in the Instructions of 1484, but under it, as we shall see hereafter, were relaxed some conspicuous heretics, such as Dr. Casalla at Valladolid and Juan Ponce de Leon at Seville, although they had renounced their errors and sought reconciliation in advance of the autos de fe. It thus became a principle in inquisitorial jurisprudence that the Inquisitor General and Suprema could relax dogmatizers, irrespective of pertinacity or relapse. This was not confined to Protestants. About 1600, the Suprema had to decide the case of a Morisco alfaqui, accused of being a teacher of Islam, who confessed to teaching his wife but denied other proselytism. A consulta presented to the Suprema argued that, although by law a dogmatizer must be relaxed, yet if he spontaneously denounces himself and is sincerely repentant, he can be reconciled, for his conversion and humility serve as an example to those whom he has misled. In the present case, however, the alfaqui has only confessed partially and to save himself, wherefore he should be relaxed, and to this the Suprema assented. Yet this severity had exceptions. In the Seville auto of July 5, 1722, Pedro de Alpuin, reconciled with perpetual prison and San Benito, had 5 years of galleys added for being a teacher of the law of Moses, and even these were remitted in consideration of his infirmities. End of section 25. Section 26 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 7, Chapter 4, Part 3. Relapse was the most fruitful source of relaxation, at least after the first rage of the Inquisition had exhausted itself. It has been already stated that, after reconciliation or abjuration de vehementi, any backsliding was held to indicate that the conversion had been fictitious, that the culprit was impenitent and pertinacious, and that he was to be abandoned to the secular arm without hope of mercy. This was an unvarying principle of the canon law. The Suprema, in a case brought before it in 1536, declared that it could not dispense for that which the law enjoined, and therefore it was powerless to relieve the relapsed from his punishment. Simancas is equally emphatic. The relapsed is to be condemned without hope of pardon. In the first audience of the accused, the inquisitor was required to tell him that, if he would discharge his conscience, his case would be dispatched with speed and mercy, but if the charge was relapse, the word mercy was to be omitted because no mercy could be shown. Even prompt and full confession was of no avail. The law was absolute and implacable. This severity was greatly enhanced by the elastic definition given to relapse. The reconciled penitent had to walk warily, for any unconscious return to ancestral habits was sufficient to convict him. About 1500, the Suprema decreed that penitents communicating with unreconciled heretics were to be held as relapsed, and all evidence coming before the tribunals was to be scrutinized for proof that would justify prosecution, evidently of those who might chance to be incidentally named in it, and then, if this proved insufficient for conviction, any admission of the accused, not contained in his former confession, could be used to condemn him as a fictitious convert. How this was construed in practice we learn from Simancas, who says that he is considered a relapsed who, after abjuring heresy, talks with heretics or visits them, or makes presents to them, or favors and communicates with them, so that he cannot but be held to do it as a consequence of his heresy. The man who had been reconciled thus lived in unceasing danger that, at any moment, some acquaintance might be tried and convicted, and his name might occur in the evidence as being on good terms with him. Safety, indeed, could only be secured by resolutely isolating himself from his family and his race. It was the same with those who had only abjured for vehement suspicion. The instructions of 1561 declare absolutely that, if they confess or are convicted, they must be relaxed, for the inquisitors have no power to reconcile them, although they are not truly but only fictitiously relapsed. Still, there were some exceptions. Self-denunciation for relapse, it was admitted, required relaxation under the law, but it was argued that such second confession was not really a conviction, for it showed that the penitent was not incorrigible and should be admitted to mercy. Such cases must have been exceedingly rare, but we have seen one in that of Ursule de la Croix, Volume 2, page 572, where, it will be remembered, a third self-denunciation was visited with the stake. Moriscos enjoyed a special exception. The wholesale enforced conversion of the Moors of Castile in 1502 and of the kingdoms of Aragon in 1525 filled the land with nominal Christians, whose baptism served no other purpose than subjecting them to the Inquisition. They were largely vassals of nobles, to whom their services were indispensable, and to subject whole populations to the penalties of a relapse which was inevitable was a prospect that might well stagger the statesman, if not the churchman. In the unsparing rigor of the canon law, escape from this was to be sought only in Rome, and in March 1510 Ferdinand asked for a bull enabling the converts to avoid the penalties of relapse. The request was doubtless granted, and was followed by numerous papal briefs, issued during the remainder of the century, which bore the shape of empowering the inquisitors general to appoint confessors with power to absolve Morisco penitents with secret absolution and penance, even if they had relapsed repeatedly, or to proclaim terms of grace, during which absolution could be had irrespective of relapse, together with other devices, the futility of all which we shall see hereafter. This was but one of the many attempts to solve the increasing difficulties of the Morisco problem, and its only relation to the general policy of the Inquisition is to prove how easily, when sufficient motive existed, the unsparing cruelty of the canon law could be set aside. Under that law, we can readily conceive how large a portion of the executions were due to relapse. Details are lacking as to the earlier period of activity, but the later records are sufficient to indicate how efficient an agent it was in procuring victims. In the great Madrid auto of 1680, there were 18 Judaizers relaxed in person, of whom 10 were for relapse, 6 for pertinacity, and 2 for denial or imperfect confession. In the terrible Mallorquin autos of 1691, all the relaxed, 38 in person and 7 in effigy, were condemned for relapse, having been reconciled in 1679, and of these only 3 were burnt alive as pertinacious. At the Granada auto of January 31, 1723, of the 11 Judaizers relaxed, all were relapsed. At that of Cordova, April 23, 1724, 7 out of 8 were relapsed, and the same was the case with all of the 6 relaxed in the Cuenca auto of July 23, 1724. In these last 3 autos, only 1 person was pertinacious, the rest all professed contrition and conversion, and would have escaped with reconciliation instead of strangulation, had it not been for the rigor in the treatment of relapse. A case already alluded to exemplifies this, and is worth relating in some detail, if only for its psychological interest. Fray Joseph Diaz Pimiento was born in Cuba of old Christian parents in 1687. He was bred to the Church, and his life was an example of the license pervading the colonies. He drifted around the shores of the Caribbean, involved in all kinds of disreputable adventures. In Mexico he forged a certificate of baptism in order to obtain ordination under age. In the Dutch colony of Curaçao, he professed conversion to Judaism and was circumcised, in the hope of getting a few $100s from the Jews. After incredible hardships, he fell into the hands of the Inquisition of Cartagena de las Indias, where he recanted, was reconciled, and was sent to Spain for reclusion in a convent. While confined in the episcopal prison, he broke jail, but was captured at Jerez, and was put in a convent, heavily fettered, where he endeavored to get assistance from some New Christians who were under suspicion, but in this he failed, although to excite their compassion he wrote to the commissioner of the Inquisition that he was a Jew. Then again he escaped and fled to Lisbon, where he worked for a Dutch shipmaster, who promised to carry him to Holland, whence he could sail for Jamaica. Then a sudden impulse took possession of him, which carried him to Seville, where he presented himself to the Inquisition. At first he professed to be a Christian, but after a few days he told the alcaide that he was a Jew, and in this he persisted, stubbornly refusing to make defense. Necessarily, as a relapsed, he was condemned to relaxation in the auto of July 25, 1720, and, during the 3 days prior to the auto, all the learning and piety of Seville were enlisted in his conversion, while prayers for his soul were put up in all the churches. Then came another revulsion, and after 2 days he announced that the grace of God had touched him, and that he was a Christian. But for his relapse, this would have saved him. As it was, it only obtained for him preliminary strangulation, and this he sought to reject, for at the stake he begged to be burnt alive in order to prove that his conversion was the result of conviction and not of fear. This could not be permitted, and the deputy assistente sentenced him to be garroted and burned and his ashes scattered as usual. The pile was fired at 5 p.m. It took until daybreak to reduce the body to ashes, and it was observed that the customary stench was absent. Then the Hermandad de la Caridad asked to have the ashes to give them Christian burial, as he had died a Christian, but the assistente refused and ordered them to be scattered over the fields, in obedience to the royal pragmaticas and apostolical constitutions, all of which, we are told, was done, to the great honor of the Holy Catholic faith. Yet, notwithstanding the canons that prohibited mercy to the relapsed, and withheld, even from the Inquisitor General, the power to pardon, cases, as have been stated above, are not infrequent in which the relapsed were admitted to a second reconciliation. Even as early as 1486, we hear of Miser Gonzalo de Santa Maria, of the great Converso family of Burgos, who was thrice penanced by the Inquisition, and who finally died, not at the stake, but in jail, under a sentence of perpetual prison. Some scattering cases of penances subsequent to relaxation occur at Barcelona between 1491 and 1502, mingled with others in which the full penalty of relaxation was inflicted, though no reasons are alleged for the distinction. In 1511, at Cuenca, Leonor and Juana Rodriguez, who had been reconciled in time of grace, were reconciled again for fresh delinquencies. In the later period, instances of the same benignity occur more frequently, although accompanied with punishment severe enough to show that the trivial evidence required to prove persistency was far exceeded. Thus, in the Toledo auto of December 27, 1654, Gaspar de los Reyes was sentenced, as a relapsed observer of the law of Moses, to abjure de vehementi to 6 years of galleys and a fine of 1,000 ducats, while his wife, Isabel Rodriguez, and his mother, Maria Lopez, both relapsed, had the same sentence, save that exile replaced the galleys, and the fine was 600 ducats each. A more unusual case was that of Manuel Rodriguez Moreira, who was relaxed for relapse in the Toledo auto of September 8, 1704, after rejecting an offer of mercy. There is even an instance, December 8, 1681, of a sentence of reconciliation, citra paenum relapsi, without the punishment of relapse, but this is explained by the tender age of the culprit, Diego de Castro, who was but 10 years old. Remembering the prudent intimation given to inquisitors that sometimes fines were more productive than confiscation, the heavy mullets inflicted on the relapsed who were admitted to mercy suggest that possibly there may have been financial reasons, in special cases, for benignity. We have seen the number of executions for relapse in the Mallorquin autos of 1691. Besides these, there were 22 cases of those who had been reconciled in 1679 who were not relaxed, but penanced in various ways, including fines ranging from 1 to 500 libras, and aggregating in all 6,500 libras. It is difficult not to recognize in this a speculative exercise of rigor or mercy. As the 18th century wore on, it would seem that the canonical penalty of relaxation came to be enforced only on the relapsed who were pertinacious, or refused to confess and beg for mercy. In the Valladolid auto of June 13, 1745, there are 3 illustrative cases. Luis de la Vega, who had been reconciled in 1701, was relaxed as an impenitent relapsed, who persisted in denying his guilt. Miguel Gutierrez, reconciled in 1699, and Francisco Garcia, reconciled in 1706, were admitted again to reconciliation with irremissible prison and San Benito, 10 years of galleys and 200 lashes, a somewhat doubtful mercy, but, if the sentence was justifiable, the offense unquestionably under the canons called for relaxation. It was only in formal heresy that relapse entailed relaxation, for, as we have seen, the stake was reserved for heretics. Where heresy was merely inferential, as in bigamy, blasphemy, solicitation in the confessional, reading prohibited books, and other offenses reserved to the Inquisition, relapse was treated only as an aggravation, to be punished with such additional severity as the circumstances might indicate. Even relapse in the crime of administering the sacraments without being in orders, which the Roman Inquisition treated as the equivalent of heresy, was visited in Spain only with the ordinary penalties, in somewhat rigorous measure. Thus Juan Vicente Esquirel y Morales, a man with a number of aliases who had been a foot soldier, was penanced for this offense at Granada in 1727. He persisted in his evil courses, and, in the Cordova auto of March 4, 1731, he was forbidden to wear clerical garments and was sentenced to 200 lashes and 10 years of galleys. The latter half of the 18th century witnessed the gradual disappearance of relaxation. Llorente tells us that during the reign of Carlos III, 1759 to 1788, he has found accounts of only 10 autos de fe in which there were but 4 cases. Probably the latest instance was that of Isabel Maria Herraiz, an impostor known as the Beata de Cuenca, who died in prison without confession, and, being thus unable to recant and beg mercy, was burnt in effigy in 1802. When it came to relaxing a living fellow creature, however, the Inquisition by this time was honestly desirous of escaping the necessity. Padre Miguel Sorano, cura of Esco in Aragon, was an unmanageable heretic, who discarded tradition and the fathers, and held that Scripture was the sole authority. Purgatory and limbo were human inventions. Fees for masses were simony. Tithes were a fraud. The Pope was not the vicar of Christ, and his decretals were mere devices to raise money. All this he embodied in a book which he audaciously submitted to his bishop and other theologians. Tried by the Saragossa tribunal, he was pertinaciously impenitent, impervious alike to argument and threats, and there was no alternative but to vote for relaxation. Then the Suprema ordered fresh testimony to be sought, and renewed efforts at conversion, but all proved fruitless, and again relaxation was voted. As a last resource, the Suprema ordered an investigation into his sanity. All the population of the vicinage was examined, and one doctor was found to say that some years before he had been dangerously sick, which might have affected his brain, and since then he had talked freely of these heretical doctrines. Taking advantage of this, renewed efforts were made to convert him without coming to a vote. While this was in progress, he was attacked with mortal illness, and, at the end of 20 days, he was told that the end was near. He merely said that he was in the hands of God. He refused all the consolations of religion, and passed away unrepentant in 1805, to be buried in unconsecrated ground, when the Suprema ordered the case to be closed without proceeding to conviction and burning in effigy. We shall see that 20 years later the Episcopal Inquisition was less merciful. End of chapter 4. End of section 26. Section 27 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 7, Chapter 5, Punishment, the Auto de Fe, Part 1. The Act of Faith, the Auto de Fe, was the name by which the Spanish Holy Office dignified the Sermo of the Old Inquisition. In its full development, it was an elaborate public solemnity carefully devised to inspire awe for the mysterious authority of the Inquisition, and to impress the population with a wholesome abhorrence of heresy, by representing in so far as it could the tremendous drama of the Day of Judgment. It was regarded as an eminently pious duty. Ferdinand, in 1499, congratulating the inquisitors of Saragossa on the reports of their autos, and the consequent edification of the people, exhorts them to continue to serve God and to discharge their consciences and his. In a similar mood, Cardinal Adrian, in 1517, urged the Tribunal of Sicily to celebrate one as early as possible, for, besides the service to God, it would greatly edify the people. The old designation of Sermo was derived from the sermon with which the proceedings commenced, originally preached by one of the inquisitors, but subsequently by some eloquent fraile, who dilated on the supreme importance of preserving the faith in its purity and of exterminating heresy and heretics. To ensure a large audience, an indulgence, usually of 40 days, was granted to all present at the pious work. At the height of its power, the Inquisition spared no labor or expense to lend impressiveness to the auto publico general, as demonstration of its authority and of the success with which it performed its functions. In the earlier and busier period, the exhibition was simpler and confined to the practical work in hand. Thus, in the first one celebrated at Toledo, August 16, 1486, the victims were marched on foot to the plaza, their hands tied with ropes across the breast, wearing sanbenitos of yellow linen with their names and the inscription, Hereje condenado, and bearing mitres on their heads. In the plaza they were ranged in tiers on a staging, while the inquisitors and their officials occupied another staging opposite. The sentence of each one was read, and, although the culprits were numerous, the affair, commencing at 6 a.m., was over by noon, when the convicts were carried to the brasero, or quemadero, for burning. Apparently the exhibition consisted only of those condemned to the stake, to the exclusion of the reconciled or otherwise penanced. The autos of the period, moreover, were not confined to the seats of the tribunals. We hear of them in the smaller towns, and, from a letter of Ferdinand, November 21, 1498, it appears that the convicts were distributed to their several bishoprics, where the celebration and execution, though on a minor scale, would bring the terror of the Inquisition and the danger of heresy more directly home to the people. By 1515, however, we may assume that they were centralized in the tribunal cities, for a royal cedula of that year orders the Tribunal of Murcia to confine its autos to the city of Murcia, and not to celebrate them in Orihuela. It was evidently desired to render them more impressive, and this was further accomplished about the same time by requiring all penitents to appear in them, for in 1517 we find the Suprema instructing the Tribunal of Navarre that in future abjurations de levi were not to be made privately, but in the public autos, which were to be celebrated with all solemnity. There was cruelty in this, for appearance in an auto was in itself a severe punishment, and we shall see that subsequently autos particulares, or private autos, were instituted which enabled those guilty of lighter offences to escape without public humiliation. Thus far autos were held at the discretion of the tribunals, which celebrated them whenever there was an accumulation of finished trials requiring relief to the prisons. A consulta de fe would be assembled, the sentences would be agreed upon, and a day would be appointed. It probably was not often that any external interference was apprehended, as at Cuenca in 1520, where the tribunal had so excited popular passion by arresting the deputy corregidor, in some collision of jurisdictions, that it was obliged to procure a royal cedula instructing the corregidor not to permit the inquisitors to be impeded in the performance of their functions. Gradually, however, in this, as in so much else, the Suprema assumed control. A commencement of this is seen in 1537, when it ordered that, whenever an auto was proposed, it should be apprised before any one else, but even the instructions of 1561 leave as yet the determination with the tribunals. It could not have been long after this, however, that the permission of the Suprema became requisite, for in 1585 we find the Inquisitor of Cuenca, Jimenez de Reynoso, writing, September 3rd, for a decision of certain cases, and for authority to hold an auto, as there were 30 penitents, many of whom being poor were a charge on the fisc. The Suprema delayed its answer, and on October 14th Reynoso sent a special courier, asking the reply to be returned by him. The auto was necessary for the benefit of the sick prisoners, as there was a pestilence raging, and also for the relief of the treasury. It was only by special entreaty that the receiver had paid the expenses of the last month, saying that there were no funds. This brought a speedy answer, with the desired permission. Finally, the customary routine was for the tribunal to send a list of the cases in readiness, and to ask for license to hold an auto. If the Suprema approved, it ordered the auto to be celebrated without delay. Apparently, in the active work of the 18th century, there was an effort to regain control of the matter, for a Carta Acordada of June 5, 1720, orders that no auto be held without advising the Suprema and awaiting its commands. As public autos became less frequent, they lost the simplicity of the earlier period, and grew to be imposing demonstrations of the authority of the Inquisition. Possession was taken of the principal square of the city, and 2 vast stagings were erected, one for the penitents and their ghostly attendants, and the other for the inquisitors with their officials and all the ecclesiastical and secular authorities, while the windows of the surrounding houses were filled with the notables of the place and their families. The participation of prelate and magistrate in the processions and spectacle was compulsory, for though, as a rule, they were proud to take their places, causes of quarrel were too frequent and bitter not occasionally to render them unwilling thus to do honor to their imperious adversaries. In 1486, the local authorities of Valencia absented themselves from an auto, and, when this was reported to Ferdinand, he rebuked them and ordered them in future always to be present, for nothing was so important as the service of God. Similar commands had to be repeated not infrequently. About 1580, a royal cedula to the viceroy and officials of Majorca instructs them to lend the weight of their authority to the Inquisition by accompanying the inquisitors in the procession to the staging, and then conducting them back to their palace. In 1588, the president of the Royal Council of Castile issued a general order to all the judges of the royal courts to march in the processions, and in 1598 the inquisitors were empowered to compel by excommunication the attendance of all public officials. The staging, on great occasions, was elaborate and costly, and the question of defraying the expense was variously decided. In 1553 we find the Suprema settling it in Cuenca by requiring the city to erect it as was customary in Toledo. These two cities and Madrid remained charged with it, but elsewhere it was paid by the tribunals. At the great Madrid auto of 1632, Philip IV ordered the city to construct the staging in conformity with plans drawn by his chief architect, and the same course was followed in that of 1680, where we have long details of the complicated structure erected under the superintendence of commissioners of high rank, who esteemed the duty to be an honor. It was essential that both inquisitors should be present, and a single inquisitor was forbidden to celebrate a public auto in the absence of his colleague. The day selected must be a feast day, ordinarily a Sunday, in order to ensure a larger audience. It sometimes chanced, however, in the eccentricities of spiritual jurisdiction, that the city lay under an interdict on the day appointed, and in such a case, the Inquisition had to yield. In 1582, the Suprema instructed the tribunals that, when this occurred, they should endeavor to have the interdict lifted for the occasion, but, if those who had cast it refused, the inquisitors must not assume to lift it of their own authority, and must postpone the auto or do the best they could. In all other respects, the inquisitors were masters of the situation. Repeated royal cedulas, commencing in 1523, addressed to the authorities of the cities, made the inquisitors virtual rulers for the time. They were authorized to erect stagings in the public plazas, to regulate the police arrangements of the towns, and even to assign to the secular and clerical officials such seats and precedence as they saw fit. The climax would appear to be reached when Philip II empowered them to distribute at their will the windows of the private houses overlooking the scene. Against this, in 1595, the president and judges of the Audiencia of Granada protested, begging that house owners should be allowed to rent their windows, and pointing out the hardship of a gentleman of high degree securing the use of a window for his family, and being turned out because the inquisitors chose to give it to a notary for the use of his wife. Philip, however, held good, except in so far that he gave the inquisitors instructions to have special consideration for the houses of the judges and alcaldes. How the tribunals exercised the police power thus conferred on them is exemplified in the Seville auto of September 24, 1559, when they forbade anyone, between the preceding midnight and the close of the solemnity, to carry arms or ride on horseback in the city, under penalty, for common folk, of 100 lashes, and for gentlemen, of forfeiture of the horse or mule, 30 days of prison, and a fine of 50,000 maravedis. Numerous relations are extant, in print and in manuscript, of the great autos publicos generales, giving in more or less detail the elaborate ceremonial which developed itself in the effort to render impressive these crowning manifestations of the piety that regarded, as the highest service to God, the extermination of those who persisted in worshipping him according to their own consciences. These show that fashions varied somewhat with time and place. They give the point of view of the spectator, and we may preferably take as our guide a memoir of the 17th century, showing the internal machinery, according to the custom of Toledo, drawn up for the instruction of succeeding inquisitors. The minuteness of the rules prescribed shows what importance was attached to rendering the spectacle imposing, and to making manifest the subordination of the civil power, while the care taken to designate the exact place of every man or body of men indicates how fruitless was the authority granted to the tribunal in these matters to prevent the inveterate quarrels as to precedence. At the great Madrid auto of 1632, the Franciscans, indignant at the position assigned to them in the procession, after lively altercation retired sullenly to their convent, for which the Suprema prosecuted them. These undignified squabbles were so much a matter of course that our author, in describing the report to be made to the Suprema, assumes that a place must be reserved in it for them and for the reasons which governed the tribunal in its decisions. When cases sufficient for an auto have accumulated, the tribunal reports them to the Suprema, which orders it to be held. Then the inquisitors determine on a feast day, which should be at least a month off, in order to give sufficient time for the preparations. Word is then sent to the corregidor and the dean of the cathedral chapter to convene their respective bodies at 9 o'clock the next morning, to receive a communication from the Inquisition, and at the appointed hour, some of the higher officials, with familiars, announce to them and to the bishop the expected celebration. Then in due time, mounted familiars and notaries, with drums and trumpets and clarions, and the standard of the Inquisition, move in procession through the streets, and at stated places a bellman rings a bell, and the town crier proclaims, "Know all dwellers in this city that the holy office of the Inquisition, for the glory and honor of God and the exaltation of our holy Catholic faith, will celebrate a public auto de fe at such a place on such a day." No time is lost in making preparation. Commissioners are appointed for the erection and ornamentation of the staging, and wax is provided for the candles in the procession of the Green Cross on the evening before the auto. All the mendicant orders and the parish churches are invited to take part in the procession and the auto. Letters of convocation are dispatched, summoning all familiars, notaries, commissioners, consultores, and calificadores of the district, under penalties and censures, to come on the day previous to the procession of the Green Cross. The frailes, who are to assist the condemned during their last night on earth, are selected and notified. Carrozas, canonical mitres about 3/4 of an ell in height, are ordered, with flames for those who are to be relaxed, and in the ordinary form for bigamists, sorcerers, and false witnesses. Also sanbenitos with flames for the relaxed, with 2 aspas for the reconciled, and with 1 aspa, behind and before, for those abjuring de vehementi. Also halters for the relaxed and for those to be scourged. If there be effigies, they are made half length, to be carried on poles by porters. If there are bones, the boxes containing them are black, to be placed at the foot of those to which they belong. The effigies wear mitres with flames, and the sanbenitos with flames on one side, and on the other the name, residence, and crime of the culprit. Green crosses are also provided to be carried by the relaxed, yellow wax candles for the penitents, and bundles of osiers for the reconciliation ceremonies. There must also be a box for carrying the sentences, of crimson velvet with gold fringe and a gilt lock and key, while a list of the relaxed and the effigies is given to the magistrates, so that they have the sentences ready. Besides these, there is the large green cross to be borne by the Dominican prior, and the white cross by the mayor domo of the cofradia, in the procession of the preceding evening. The standard to be carried by the fiscal is to be made of crimson damask, richly embroidered on one side with the royal arms, a green cross rising from the crown, and a sword and olive branch to right and left, on the other side a shield with arms of San Pedro Martir. The staff is to be gilt, ending in a cross, with pendant cords bearing gold and silver tassels. Elaborate trappings are to be provided for the mules ridden by the officials, and silver-plated batons for the familiars who marshal the procession. The parish church usually supplies the carpets, hangings, and other adornments of the staging, and the singers for the evening procession and the reconciliation ceremonies. Then the preacher is appointed, usually a Dominican calificador, though in Galicia a bishop is generally selected, and in Madrid the royal confessor. The day before the auto, the altar on the staging is decorated, and torches and candles are arranged around the place where the green cross is to be set. The inquisitors assign all the windows overlooking the plaza. They order that no coaches shall traverse the streets, and decide where the barriers are to be erected. The municipal authorities surrender the city to them and do whatever they require. In the evening preceding the auto, the procession of the Green Cross takes place. a solemn affair in which the standard is borne by a crowd of familiars and gentlemen. The white cross follows with the religious orders, the cross of the parish church with its clergy, the green cross carried by the Dominican prior and his frailes with torches and chanting the Miserere. The procession winds through the designated streets to the plaza, where the green cross is planted above the altar and is guarded by Dominicans during the night. The white cross is carried on to the brasero, where it is guarded by a body, existing in some cities, known as the soldiers of the Zarza, whose function is to guard the brasero and plaza, and to furnish the wood for the burning. The Inquisition itself is guarded during the night by soldiers who, before daybreak, arouse the officials by beat of drum. Within the building, the sanbenitos and insignia are arranged in order, and porters are assembled in readiness to carry the effigies and bones, and such penitents as have been disabled from walking. At 9 p.m., the senior inquisitor, with a secretary, visits those who are to be relaxed, and informs them of their approaching fate. With each of them he leaves 2 frailes to guide them. If any of the pertinacious or negativos are converted, they are to be heard immediately and their confessions received, when the inquisitors with the ordinary determine whether to admit them to reconciliation, and the same is done with those converted on the staging. Before dawn, Mass is celebrated in the audience chamber, and also at the altar of the Green Cross. By daylight, breakfast is given to all who are to appear in the auto, and also to the frailes assigned to the relaxed. They are not taken from their cells till the hour of forming the procession, when the penitents are ranged along the walls of the audience chamber in the order of their marching. All are dressed in their sanbenitos with the requisite insignia. The procession starts with the soldiers of the Zarza at its head. Then the cross of the parish church, shrouded in black, with an acolyte who tolls a bell mournfully at intervals. Then come the penitents, one by one, each with a familiar on either side. First are the impostors, then personators of officials of the Inquisition, followed in order by blasphemers, bigamists, Judaizers, Protestants, the effigies and chests of bones, and finally those to be relaxed, each with 2 frailes. Mounted officials follow, then familiars in pairs, the standard of the Inquisition, and finally the inquisitors bringing up the rear. Thus the procession moves through the designated streets, filled with a densely packed crowd, kept off by railings, to the plaza, where the culprits are seated in the same order, the lightest offenders on the lowest benches. The staging is provided with 2 pulpits, from which the sentences are read alternatively. Between them is a bench elevated on 2 steps, on which the penitents are brought successively, to sit with their faces to the tribunal and hear their sentences read. The bench is furnished with a rail, kindly provided for them to cling to in case of fainting, for, with the exception of the relaxed, this is the first definite announcement to them of their fate. Below the seats of the tribunal there is a room handsomely fitted up for refreshments, to which the inquisitors, officials, municipal officers, and clergy resort from time to time, and a similar one is provided for the familiars and persons of note. To the former is brought any pertinacious convict who may be converted on the staging previous to hearing his sentence, and there an inquisitor and secretary take his confession, after which the inquisitors and ordinary consider the case. If he is to be admitted to reconciliation, he is sent back to the Inquisition in a coach or chair, or is replaced on the staging to return with the rest of the penitents. If any culprit dies on the staging, if he is to be condemned to relaxation, his sentence is read and his body is delivered to the secular arm. If he is one of those to be reconciled, he is absolved and the parish church buries him in consecrated ground. If simply one penanced, he is absolved ad cautelum, and the church buries him. After the preaching of the sermon, a secretary mounts a pulpit, and in a loud voice reads the customary oath, elaborately pledging all the officials and people present to obedience to the holy office, and to the active persecution of heretics and heresy, to which everyone responds, Amen. If the king is present, the senior inquisitor goes to his balcony, and, on the cross and gospels, administers to him an oath to defend the faith, to persecute heretics, and to show all necessary favor to the Inquisition. Then the sentences are read from the alternate pulpits, the alguacil mayor producing each culprit to hear his sentence. In this there must be no interruption, as all the sentences must be read, if it lasts till nightfall, for which torches and torch-bearers must be in readiness. Although the sentences of the relaxed are left to the last, yet, if the auto is prolonged into the night, they are introduced earlier, as it is essential that the burning should be executed in broad daylight. As these sentences are read, the effigies and chests of bones are ranged on one side of the stage, and the living convicts on the other. They are then delivered to the secular arm, and the judge who utters the sentences does so, either on the stage, or at the table of the secretaries, or outside of the staging. If there is a Compañía de la Zarza, it marches in squadron into the plaza, when the sentences are read, and the men discharge their arquebuses. They surround the condemned, and march with them to the brasero, to protect them from the populace, which in some places is accustomed to maltreat and even to kill them, against which the inquisitors give special instructions. The magistrates provide the asses on which they ride, and the wood to burn them. The frailes in charge attend them to the last breath, and exhaust all effort to bring about their repentance and conversion. The public solemnities conclude with the ceremonies of abjuration and reconciliation, after which the alguacil mayor and the familiars conduct the penitents back to the Inquisition, where they have supper and are locked up, 3 or 4 in a cell. The priests of the parish church remove the black veil from their cross and take it back, while the Dominicans bear the green cross to the Inquisition, singing psalms and escorted by the municipal officials. The next morning the reconciled have the terms of their sentences read over to them. They and the other penitents take the oath of secrecy, and they are conveyed by the alcaide to the penitential prison. At 10 o'clock the alguacil mayor, with a secretary and familiars, all mounted, with the public executioner and town crier, take out those sentenced to scourging and vergüenza, and the punishment is duly administered through the customary streets. On their return, those whose sentences include the galleys are furnished a certificate of their length of service, and are transferred to the royal prison, and with this concludes the stately ceremony by which the Holy Office, at the height of its power, impressed its terror on the population. The place of burning, the quemadero or brasero, as a rule was outside the city. With this the tribunal had nothing to do, except that a secretary and alguacil were present to certify and report as to the execution of the sentences. Consequently, the documents of the Inquisition furnish no details, but some may be gleaned from a relation of the Madrid auto of 1632. For this occasion, the city had constructed the brasero beyond the Puerta de Alcalá. As there were 7 to be burnt, it was made 50 feet square, and had the requisite stakes with garrets. The confusion and crowd were great, and so also was the fire, which lasted until 11 o'clock at night, by which time the bodies were reduced to ashes, so that the memory of the impious might vanish from the earth. The scattering of the ashes over the fields, or into running water, was a prescription of old standing, to prevent disciples of heresiarchs from preserving fragments to be venerated as relics. This was not an easy matter, for the total calcination of a human skeleton requires a prolonged intensity of heat not likely to be maintained where wood was expensive, and the bones found with the cinders on the site of the old quemadero of Madrid, when, about 1868, the Calle de Carranza was cut through it, would indicate that part, at least, of the remains of the victims were allowed to lie where they had perished. End of section 27. Section 28 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 7, Chapter 5, Part 2. The auto publico general, while looming large in popular imagination, represented, in truth, but a small part of inquisitorial activity. It was a solemnity on a grand scale, in which the Holy Office magnified its importance, but by far the greater number of cases were dispatched in autos particulares, or autillos, held in churches, or in the audience chamber, or anywhere that circumstances might dictate. In the Toledo record, from 1575 to 1610, there are contained but 12 autos generales, in which 386 culprits appeared, while 786 cases were settled in autos particulares. As stated above, appearance in a public auto was, in itself, a severe punishment, and the sentence always specified whether the offender was to be subjected to a humiliation entailing consequences on him and his family so greatly dreaded that, at a Toledo auto of December 13, 1627, Juan Núñez Saravia, a wealthy Portuguese, vainly offered 12,000 ducats to escape it. The great majority of cases deserved no such severity. The jurisdiction of the Inquisition extended over a wide field. It was, in a certain sense, a custos morum, and took cognizance of a vast number of comparatively trivial offences: careless speeches, blasphemies, propositions of all kinds, indecent writings and works of art, sorceries and conjurations more or less innocent, and the like, which it disposed of without summoning the entire population as spectators. Clerical offenders, moreover, as we have seen, unless degraded for formal heresy, were shielded from the scandal of publicity in the audience chamber. The auto particular, or private auto, was often celebrated in a church, to which the spiritual and civil authorities were not invited, but where such portion of the public as could find room were at liberty to be present. More frequently it was held in the sala, or audience chamber, and here again there was a distinction, for the sentence defined whether it should be with open doors or closed, and in the former case the bell was often tolled in order to invite a curious crowd of spectators. Even the apartments of the senior inquisitor were sometimes used in this manner, as when, March 23, 1680, 3 alguaciles of the corregidor of Toledo, for maltreating the purveyor of the tribunal, were sentenced in the apartments to various terms of exile. When nuns were the culprits, the autillo was customarily performed in their convent, as in the case, August 8, 1658, of Sor Josefa de Villegas, for superstitions and sorceries, who was sentenced to various penances through the grating of the Augustinian nunnery of San Torquato, in presence of the nuns, and, on February 13, 1685, Sor Dionisia de Rojas was sentenced in the choir of the Franciscan house of Santa Isabel, in the presence of the superior and 4 elderly sisters. As financial distress grew more and more acute in the 17th century, the tribunals shrank from the heavy expenses attendant on the elaborate demonstrations of the great public autos, which, however gratifying to their pride, bore too heavily upon their diminishing resources, exposed as they were to the royal exactions. In Barcelona there would seem to have been no public auto between 1627 and the revolt of 1640. In Valladolid, none between 1644 and 1667. In Toledo one was held, after prolonged consideration, January 1, 1651, in which the number of culprits shows that it relieved the prisons of a long accumulation. It was the last public auto celebrated in Toledo, and there was none even in a church between 1656 and 1667. Seville appears to have been less hampered and celebrated public autos generales in 1631, 1643, 1648, 1656, and a most impressive one in 1660, at which less fortunate tribunals unloaded their convicts, for there were 7 relaxations in person, 27 in effigy, and 52 penitents, but this appears to be the last of its kind there. In fact, the public auto would have been abandoned ere this, but for the rule that judgments of blood must not be rendered in churches. As early as 1568, the Suprema had decreed that, when there was a relaxation, the auto must be held in the plaza and not in the church, which was in accordance with the ancient authorities. When the public autos became an onerous burden, we can imagine that this led to hesitation in pronouncing death sentences, for when this was unavoidable, the convict became a troublesome personage. A suggestive case was that of Juan López, condemned to relaxation for Judaism at Valladolid in 1633. After he lay in prison for 30 months, with no prospect of getting rid of him, the Suprema ordered him to be tortured and another vote to be taken, which resulted, September 1, 1637, in a revised sentence of reconciliation with severe punishments. A device less damaging to the purity of the faith was to transfer a convict from one tribunal to another for execution. Thus when, at Valencia, the Morisco Jerónimo Buenaventura was condemned for pertinacity, there was no auto in which to execute the sentence. On November 19, 1635, the Suprema ordered him to be sent to Valladolid, apparently under the impression that he would be burnt there, but, after 2 years, Valladolid reported that it had no public auto in which to dispatch him. So in 1638, the Suprema ordered his transfer to Saragossa. Whether he met a speedy death there, we have no means of knowing, but there is something peculiarly revolting in thus sending a poor wretch from one corner of Spain to another, in order to find some place in which to burn him economically. When any tribunal managed to celebrate a public auto, it was utilized to disembarrass the others. Thus the Toledo auto of 1651 had effigies contributed by Cuenca, Cordova, and Seville. In 1655, Santiago celebrated a public auto, to which Valladolid sent for relaxation 1 living person and 4 effigies, 2 of the latter having been kept waiting since 1644 and 1648. The Consulta de Fe of Murcia, on July 18, 1658, voted to relax 9 fugitive Judaizers of Beas, but the formal sentence was delayed until December 5, 1659, in preparation for the great public auto at Seville, April 13, 1660, when the effigies were duly cremated. The imposing Madrid auto of 1680, the last of its kind, was a general jail delivery to which all the tribunals contributed their embarrassing convicts. There was no prospect of an improvement in the situation, although it was supremely humiliating to the Inquisition that it could not afford to burn those whom it condemned, promptly and on the scene of their transgressions, under the alternative of exercising a compulsory mercy. Some relief must be found, and a partial attempt was made, in a Carta Acordada of September 4, 1657, permitting effigies to be relaxed at autos particulares in churches. Toledo promptly availed itself of this by relaxing, December 9th, 8 effigies of fugitives in such an auto, but the other tribunals seem to have discountenanced the device. The further step of overthrowing the traditional prohibition of uttering sentences of blood in churches appears to have been under consideration in 1664, when the Suprema called on the tribunals for information as to relaxation in person or in effigy in autos particulares. In reply, Valencia reported that the sentence of Gaspar López, to be relaxed in effigy, voted in 1641, had never been published for lack of an auto, although the corresponding sentence of confiscation had been executed, which the Suprema pronounced to be highly irregular. It required time to familiarize the conscience with so revolutionary a measure, and the project slumbered for a quarter of a century, but the pressure to escape the burden of public autos increased, and the Suprema finally conquered its scruples. A Carta Acordada of September 23, 1689, pointed out that, in view of the diminished resources from confiscations and of the increased cost of celebrating these public functions with due solemnity, they were avoided as far as possible, and it was no longer practicable to reserve for them the relaxed, whose numbers, unfortunately, were daily increasing. They had to be fed while lying forgotten in their cells, after their cases were finished. Even the expense of transferring them from one tribunal to another was considerable, and it was kindly added that there was risk to their souls in detaining them so long while in ignorance of their fate. Weighing all this, and in view of the fact that there were cases of relaxation in churches both before and after the instructions of 1561, and that the Council of Constance, sitting in the cathedral, had condemned Jerome of Prague, the Suprema reached the conclusion that judgment of relaxation could be rendered in churches, provided the sentence of the civil magistrate was uttered outside. The tribunals were therefore instructed that they could relieve themselves of their convicts in autos particulares in churches, delivering them to the secular arm outside of the sacred limits. To such autos the civic and cathedral chapters were not to be invited, and the rule as to time was to be observed, so that the burning could be performed by daylight. Against this there arose a protest on the part of the secular magistrates, who felt slighted at not being invited and having seats allotted to them. To meet this, the Suprema, April 7, 1690, addressed to the king a consulta deploring the impossibility of celebrating the autos with the ceremonial and impressiveness of old. But great numbers of those deserving relaxation had accumulated in most of the tribunals. There were not funds to maintain them in prison or to dispatch them in general autos, and to bring them together would excite horror, as occurred in the auto of 1680. It therefore proposed that the secular officials be stationed outside of the church where the convicts should be delivered to them, but this was not acceptable to the civil authorities, and a compromise was effected, July 20th, designating the single official who was to represent the secular arm. The tribunal was to send him a message, appointing time and place. He was to be at the church door when the procession arrived. He was to follow the inquisitors, the fiscal, and the ordinary, and have a seat near them, and, after the sentences of relaxation were pronounced, he was to leave the church for a place agreed upon, where the convicts were to be brought to him, when he sentenced them and executed the sentences. Thus came to an end the gorgeous general public autos, in which, during its more prosperous days, the Inquisition had made so profound an impression on the imaginations of men. Thenceforth, no matter how many living beings and effigies were consigned to the quemadero, the ceremony was conducted within the sacred precincts of a church, in a simpler and more economical fashion. The great autos of Majorca, in 1691, in which so many unfortunates perished, were held in the church of San Domingo. Yet still there was elaboration of display. A writer, in 1724, giving an account of the autos celebrated in Seville since 1719, is vastly more concerned with enumerating the names of officials and familiars, with describing the ceremonial and dilating upon the crimson velvet chairs and cushions and canopies embroidered in gold and silver, and the diamond badges worn by the functionaries, than with the real work of the tribunal, grim and cruel though it continued to be. These gauds might gratify the vanity of the inquisitors, but the old attractiveness of the imposing public ceremonial had vanished. The population no longer poured in from all the surrounding district, camping out in the fields, in the vast crowds described with so much pride in the relations of the great autos. When we remember the 1,000 familiars and officials in Logroño, and the grandees who eagerly competed for positions of honor in the processions, we can estimate the change that compelled the complaint of the Seville tribunal in 1729. It denounced the lukewarmness of the familiars in accompanying its processions, whereby it was losing the respect of the people, and compared unfavorably with the public demonstrations of the audiencia and civic authorities. It was with this object that the familiars had been so greatly increased in numbers, and had been favored with so many privileges and exemptions. Besides the occasional autos, the tribunal made salidas, or processions, on 5 principal feasts of the year, and it ordered the Hermandad de San Pedro Martir to nominate 8 familiars, from among whom it would select 4, 2 to accompany it on the regular salidas, and 2 for the autos, with threats of fine and imprisonment for neglect of duty. Yet it would not be safe to conclude from this that fanaticism was extinct. At the Llerena auto of June 25, 1752, there were 6 effigies of fugitives to be burnt, and one of a dead woman with her bones. It had always been the custom to have these borne in the procession, and to the brasero by carriers of the lowest class, drawn from the hospital for vagrants who were paid for the service. But on this occasion it chanced that none of these could be had. The inquisitors were greatly exercised, and, as a last expedient, they represented to the lieutenant governor, Don Manuel de la Fuente y Davila, that this was an exalted religious duty which the noblest might be proud to perform, and they offered that the officials of the Inquisition would carry the effigies to the church and then to the secular magistrate, if Don Manuel and other nobles would bear them thence to the brasero. Don Manuel assented, and as his example was followed by the governor, the Marquis of Torre Mejia, and other nobles, the officials were persuaded to do their share, and thus, we are told, the old custom, so derogatory to the sacredness of the function, was successfully discarded. The procession to the brasero was a triumphal march, to the sound of trumpets, with the escort of all the troops that could be assembled. Notwithstanding such occasional bursts of zeal, the glory of the Inquisition was rapidly departing, and, with the extermination of the few remaining Judaizers, its functions continuously dwindled. In the Toledo tribunal, the last auto held in a church was on March 7, 1778, for a single penitent condemned to vergüenza for sorcery. After that, to the close of the century, it had but 9 autillos, all held in the audience chamber, sometimes with open and sometimes with closed doors, and in each of them there was but a single penitent. 5 of the cases were for propositions, 2 for solicitation in the confessional, 1 for bigamy, and 1 for administering sacraments without priest's orders. To this had shrunk the activity of a once prominent tribunal, and with this shrinkage the power to impress the popular imagination with its imposing demonstrations. There is one aspect of the auto de fe which reflects the intensity of Spanish fanaticism in a most suggestive manner. When the Spaniard regarded it as a celebration fitted for a day of rejoicing, or as a spectacular entertainment acceptable to distinguished national guests, he did so in the conviction that it was the highest exhibition of piety and a service to God, glorious to the land which organized it, and stimulating the devotion of all participants. Probably no autos were celebrated in honor of Ferdinand and Isabella, for the stern and rapid work of the period scarce admitted of the pageantry requisite to adapt the spectacle to royal courtliness, and the Burgundian fashions had not superseded the ancient Castilian simplicity. None of their successors, however, of the House of Habsburg, were without such a testimonial of pious loyalty. When, in 1528, Charles V passed through Valencia, there was celebrated in his honor an auto, in which there were 13 men and women relaxed in person, besides 10 in effigy. In 1560, the Toledo tribunal contributed an auto, with several relaxations, to the joyous celebration of the marriage of Philip II with Isabel de Valois, daughter of Henry II of France. It was a notable spectacle, for the royal wedding and the meeting of the Cortes to swear allegiance to the young Don Carlos brought to Toledo all that was most distinguished in Spain. When, in February, 1564, Philip was in Barcelona for the Catalan Cortes. An auto was arranged in his honor, in which there were 8 relaxations in person and numerous condemnations to the galleys. They were mostly Frenchmen whom Saint-Sulpice, the French ambassador, had vainly sought to protect. The Ascension of Philip III was celebrated by an auto at Toledo, March 6, 1600, in the presence of the king, his queen, Margarita of Austria, the Duke of Lerma, and all the court, where Philip took the oath to protect and favor the Holy Office. Toledo had but few culprits, as it had held an auto the year before, but a total of 46 were accumulated by drawing upon Córdoba, Granada, Cuenca, Llerena, Valladolid, and Seville. There were but 2 relaxations in effigy and 1 in person, the latter being a Huguenot named Jacques Pinzon, whom the Granada tribunal had been leisurely endeavoring to wean from his heresy for a couple of years. He was needed to complete the attraction at Toledo, and his trial was concluded so hurriedly that the Suprema ordered his transfer thither before it had received for confirmation the vote condemning him, so the sentence was made out in blank and sent after him for the Toledan inquisitors to sign. As he is characterized as pertinacious, he was probably burnt alive. The great auto of Madrid in 1632 was held there by the special order of the king in celebration of the recovery from confinement of Isabel de Bourbon, wife of Philip IV, and was graced with the presence of both and of their son Don Carlos. There were 37 penitents besides 7 relaxations in person and 2 in effigy. The revolted Catalans, who had given themselves to France, took the same means of honoring the Viceroy Condé, on the eve of his departure for Paris, by an auto celebrated November 7, 1647, in which there were 2 relaxations in person and 2 in effigy. The ostensible purpose of the crowning glory at Madrid, June 30, 1680, which fitly ended the long series of autos publicos generales, was to honor the marriage of the young Carlos II with Louise Marie de Orleans. There were 67 penitents and 51 relaxations, of which 19 were in person. A Compañía de la Zarza was formed, numbering 250 members, with Francisco de Salcedo as captain. On June 28th, they were taken to the Puerta de Alcalá, where each man was furnished with a faggot. Then they marched to the royal palace, where Salcedo took a faggot, specially prepared for the purpose, and handed it to the Duke of Pastrana, who carried it to the king. Carlos with his own hands bore it to his queen and exhibited it, and then sent it back by Pastrana with the message that it should be taken in his name to the brasero and be the first that was thrown upon the fire. The religious training of the young monarch had evidently not been neglected. It was an earnest of better things in store for Spain when, in 1701, Philip V refused to be present at an auto general proposed to be celebrated in honor of his accession, and the project was abandoned. We have thus considered the organization of the Inquisition and its general methods of action. It remains for us to examine the application of these methods to the various classes of offenders subjected to its extensive jurisdiction. End of section 28.
Section 29 of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Sherman, Jr. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 8, Spheres of Action. Chapter 1, Jews, Part 1. As the apostasy of the enforced converts from Judaism was the proximate cause of the establishment of the Spanish Holy Office, so they continued to be almost the exclusive object of its energies, until the similar treatment of the Moors created, in the Moriscos, a class with even greater claims on its solicitude. The rooting out of the latter, however, in the early years of the 17th century was so complete that they virtually disappeared from the records of the tribunals, while the Jewish New Christians remained and, for more than another century, provided the major portion of their more serious work. It had been easy since 1391 to compel baptism by the alternatives of exile or death, but it had never been deemed necessary to supplement this by instruction in the new faith or by efforts to effect a real conversion. When Ferdinand and Isabella were aroused to the fact that the conversos were Christians only in name, terrorism was the sole method that suggested itself of accomplishing the great task of securing the desired unity of faith. So, when the expulsion of 1492 filled the land with a new multitude of neophytes, there was the same disregard of the duty of persuasion and instruction. The only utterances on the subject seemed to assume that they would in some way instruct and fortify themselves in their new religion. When in 1496 a royal pragmatica forbade them for 3 years to farm the royal revenues, the reason alleged was that such occupation would distract them from obtaining due instruction in Christian doctrine. In 1499, the Suprema ordered that the conversos anterior to 1492 should live scattered among old Christians, while the recent ones should be separated from their rabbis, living by themselves in towns, and strengthening their faith by punctual attendance on divine service. It was not until 1500 that it bethought itself to provide that all the banished Jews who returned, claiming to be baptized, must exhibit certificates of baptism for themselves and their children. They must observe the feasts and attend Mass and sermons, and all children over 6 years of age must, within 6 months, know the 4 prayers, the 7 mortal sins, and the confession of faith. When the enforced conversion of the Moriscos created an even greater multitude of nominal Christians, there were a few equally ineffective instructions issued as to both classes, to which little attention was paid. The simplicity of belief in the adequacy of these measures was apparently grounded on faith in the effectiveness of the inquisitorial process, of which we have incidentally seen so many illustrations during the early period. That confidence continued unabated, and the enforcement of uniformity in this fashion was followed energetically, with only such intermissions as might arise from the lack of accessible material or from indolence in searching for it. Where there was zeal, there was little scruple, as appears from a letter addressed, about 1540, by the Tribunal of Llerena to the Inquisitors of Spain and Portugal. It had arrested 21 persons, in addition to 3 fugitives and 2 deceased, on suspicion, probably because they were on their way to Portugal, and it now asked to have all the registers of the peninsula ransacked for evidence to justify their prosecution. We have had occasion to see how slender was the proof required for this. The slightest adherence to any of the ancestral customs of Judaism, whether of religious significance or not, sufficed, and lists of 3 observances were carefully drawn up for the guidance of inquisitors. The more obvious, such as the avoidance of pork and lard, the removal of fat from meat, the observance of the Sabbath by changing linen, lighting lamps, and abstaining from work, the killing of fowls by decollation, the keeping of stated fasts, eating meat in Lent, and the like, were known of all men, and perpetual watch was kept by old Christians on the household of conversos, so that all such lapses were eagerly reported to the tribunals, as required by the edicts of faith. They furnished ample ground for suspicion, justifying arrest and trial, when inquisitorial methods ensured that no lurking Judaic tendencies could escape detection. An illustrative case was that of Elvira del Campo, tried at Toledo in 1567. She was of converso descent and was married to Alonso de Moyo, a scrivener of Madridejos, who seems to have been an old Christian. According to witnesses who had lived with her as servants or were her near neighbors, she went to Mass and confessed and gave all outward sign of being a good Christian. She was kind and charitable, but she would not eat pork, and, when she cooked it for the household, she handled it with a rag so as not to touch it, which she explained by saying that she had a throat trouble which made it disagree with her, and that handling it made her hands smell. There was a little cumulative evidence about putting on clean linen on Saturdays and not working, but this was insignificant and the case rested on pork. The chief witnesses were 2 of her husband's employees, Pedro de Leano and Alonso Collados, who lived in the house, and their evidence went much into detail as to their spying about the kitchen, peeping into cupboards, and watching all the details of her housekeeping. Leano testified that once he and Collados talked about her putting a leg of mutton into water to soak overnight, when Collados said he thought there was some Jewish ceremony in this, and it would please him much to know it, for he would accuse her to the Inquisition, as he was on bad terms with her. Yet Collados before the tribunal concluded his testimony by saying that he wished her well for her good treatment of him, that he held her to be a good Christian because she went to Mass and spoke ill of no one and was very reserved, rarely leaving her home and talking with but few people. Elvira was arrested early in July, and at first her trial was pushed with speed as she was pregnant, but her confinement, August 31st, caused a delay of 3 months. She admitted not eating pork, but attributed this to medical advice, for a disease communicated to her by her husband, which she desired to conceal. Little stress was laid on the other charges, and she strenuously asserted her orthodoxy. Of the 12 witnesses against her, she identified 6, but her effort to disable them for enmity failed, except as regarded the 2 most damaging ones, Collados and Diego Hernandez. Of 13 witnesses for character, consisting of ecclesiastics and neighbors, all but one, who professed ignorance, gave emphatic testimony as to her being a good Christian, attentive and regular in all religious duties, obedient to the precepts of the Church, and in no way the object of suspicion. There was evidently nothing to do but to torture her. This, as we have seen above, see page 24, was administered twice, and resulted in her stating that when she was 11 years old, her mother had told her not to eat pork and to observe the Sabbath, and she knew this to be against the Christian law. But, as her mother had died when she was 11 years old, we cannot unreasonably doubt its truth. The next day a ratification was obtained in the shape that her not eating pork, changing her chemise, and observing the Sabbath were in pursuance of the law of Moses as taught her by her mother. She had never mentioned this to anyone, for her father would have killed her and she feared her husband. On the strength of this, in the consulta de fe, there was one fanatic who voted her relaxation, but the rest agreed upon reconciliation with its disabilities, confiscation, and 3 years of prison in San Benito, which were duly imposed in an auto of June 13, 1568. But in a little more than 6 months, the imprisonment was commuted to spiritual penances, and she was told to go where she chose. Thus, besides the horrors of her trial, she was beggared and ruined for life, and an ineffaceable stain was cast upon her kindred and descendants. What became of the infant born in prison is not recorded, but presumably it was fortunate enough to die. Trivial as may seem the details of such a trial, they are not without importance as a sample of what was occupying the tribunals of all Spain, and they raise the interesting question whether in truth the inquisitors believed what they assumed in the public sentence, that they had been laboring to rescue Elvira from the errors and darkness of her apostasy and to save her soul. The minute points on which the fate of the accused might depend are illustrated by the insistence with which they dwell on her abstinence from pork, on her refusal to eat buttered cakes, on her use of 2 stewing pots, and on the time at which she changed her chemise and baked her bread. Subjected on the one hand to the ceaseless espionage of servants and neighbors, and, on the other, to the pitiless zeal of the tribunals, even the heroic obstinacy of Judaism, which had triumphed over the countless miseries of the dispersion, gradually succumbed to this all-pervading persecution, so ceaselessly and relentlessly applied. As generation succeeded generation, with no hope of relief, this unremitting pressure seemed gradually to be attaining its object. The prosecutions for Judaism commenced to diminish sensibly. Valencia had a large converso population and, during the first quarter of the 16th century, the trial averaged between 20 and 40 a year. Then came the enforced baptism of the Moors, who for some time furnished a predominant contingent. The latter were temporarily released from inquisitorial jurisdiction in 1540, and during the 3 years 1541, 1542, and 1543, there was not a single trial for heresy. In 1546, they were again relieved from the Inquisition and, in the following 16 years, until 1562, the total number of trials for heresy was but 48. In fact, in the 10 years between 1550 and 1560, there were but 2, showing that Judaism there had almost ceased to be the object of inquisitorial activity. In Toledo, which included Madrid, during the 16 years 1575 to 1590 inclusive, there were but 23 cases. In 1565, an auto at Seville presented 74 penitents without one Judaizer, and there were none in the Cuenca auto of 1585 in which figured 21 Moriscos. Even as early as 1558, when the Suprema was magnifying its services to obtain from Paul IV the grant of prebends, it admitted that for some years there had been but few Judaizers found, but it alluded vaguely to some recent discoveries of them in Murcia, who would soon be punished. In fact, not long afterward, Paolo Tiepolo, the Venetian envoy, alludes to the arrest in Murcia of a large number of Jews. In 1567, Pius V, at the request of Philip II, empowered Inquisitor General Espinosa for 3 years to have the Judaizing new Christians of Murcia and Alcaraz absolved, either publicly or privately, with a salutary and benignant, but not pecuniary, penance. Clerics, however, were not to be habilitated to obtain orders or benefices. There is a story that Dom João Soares, Bishop of Coimbra, after the Council of Trent, made a pilgrimage to Jerusalem, in the course of which, at Cyprus, he met many Spanish and Portuguese refugees, from whom he gathered information which he communicated to the tribunal of Llerena, resulting in the detection of many Judaizers in Extremadura. They were treated like those of Murcia, for Philip, in 1573, obtained from Gregory VIII a brief similar to that of 1567 for the benefit of the Judaizers of the district of Llerena, except that the faculty was limited to 1 year. Even greater privileges were granted in a brief obtained by Philip in 1597 to the Judaizers of Écija and its district. For not only were they to be absolved like those of Murcia, but all prisoners under trial were to enjoy the benefit of the pardon, with no note of infamy on themselves or their descendants, and this time of grace was to endure for 4 years. These may not have been the only instances of such favors, and they indicate a tendency towards an entire change of policy. That there was hopefulness that the Inquisition was accomplishing its work is seen in a careful state paper drawn up for the Suprema in 1595 by a distinguished prelate, Juan Batista Perez, Bishop of Segorbe, who felt justified in assuming that the baptized Jews remaining in Spain after the expulsion of 1492 had now become good Christians, except one here and there, and that their law was forgotten. In this, the good bishop was careful to limit his praise to the descendants of those who had been baptized a century before, 3 full generations having passed under the chastening hands of the Holy Office. He evidently was aware that a new factor had been injected into the religious problem, a factor which was to give the Inquisition occupation for nearly a century and a half more. This was due to the conquest of Portugal by Philip II in 1580. Although the union of the two kingdoms was merely dynastic, and their separate organizations were preserved, the facility of intercourse which followed led to a large emigration of new Christians from the poorer to the richer land. They had not been exposed as long as their Spanish brethren to inquisitorial rigor and, for the most part, they were crypto-Jews. The fresh justification which they afforded for the activity of the Inquisition, after the suppression of spasmodic Protestantism and the expulsion of the Moriscos, and the part which they played in Spanish Judaism, seemed to require a brief review of the curious history of the early Portuguese Inquisition. It also affords an insight into the relations between the new Christians and the Holy See, and thus throws a reflected light on the struggles of Ferdinand and Charles V with the Curia. End of section 29. Recording by Robert Sherman, Jr., Washington, D.C., www.nyckidd.com. Section 30 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Sherman, Jr. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 8, Spheres of Action, Chapter 1, Jews, Part 2. We have seen, see Volume 1, pages 137 and 140, the reception by João II of the multitudes who flocked to Portugal at the time of the expulsion, and their kindly treatment by King Manuel at his accession in 1495. In contracting marriage, however, with Isabella, daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, the condition was imposed on him of expelling all refugees who had been condemned by the Spanish Inquisition, and, under this impulsion, seconded by his confessor the Frade Jorge Vogado, he issued a general edict of expulsion, excepting children under 14 who were torn from their parents. A measure which caused the most deplorable distress, many of the Jews slaying their offspring rather than surrender them to be brought up as Christians. By various devices, the departure of the exiled was delayed until after the time when they incurred the alternative of slavery, and thus they were coerced to accept baptism. To temper this, Manuel granted, May 30th, 1497, that for 20 years they should be exempt from persecution. that subsequently all accusations of Judaism should be brought within 20 days of the acts charged, that the trial should be conducted under ordinary secular procedure, and that confiscations should inure to the heirs. Moreover, he promised never to legislate for them as a distinct race. This latter pledge was soon broken by edicts of April 21st and 22nd, 1499, forbidding them to leave the kingdom without royal permission and prohibiting the purchase from them of lands or bills of exchange. Popular aversion increased and culminated in the awful Lisbon massacre of 1506. This wrought a revulsion of feeling. In 1507, the restrictive laws of 1499 were repealed. The new Christians were allowed freely to trade and to come and go. They were in all things assimilated to the natives, and were entitled to the common law of the land. In 1512, the 20 years exemption was extended to 1534, and although, in 1515, Dom Manuel applied to Leo X for the introduction of the Inquisition, on the request being delayed, the matter was dropped and was not revived. Until Manuel's death in 1521, the new Christians thus enjoyed toleration and flourished accordingly. They grew rich and prosperous, they intermarried with the noble houses, and they largely entered the church. Externally, their religious observance was unimpeachable, and Portugal naturally became a haven of refuge for Spanish conversos, nor is it likely that the restrictions on such immigration, enacted in 1503, were rigidly observed. His successor, Dom João III, a youth of 20, was a fanatic of narrow mind and limited intelligence. But the influence of Manuel's counselors, who continued in the direction of affairs, procured between 1522 and 1524 the confirmation of the privileges granted by the late king. Ecclesiastical pressure and popular prejudice, however, made themselves felt, and, in 1524, a secret inquest brought the testimony of parish priests that the new Christians were suspected of being Christians only in name. Then, João's marriage in 1525 with Catalina, sister of Charles V, the only Portuguese queen admitted to a seat in the Council of State, brought a powerful influence to bear. The growing strength of these tendencies gradually overcame considerations of plighted faith, and, early in 1531, Dr. Braz Neto, the ambassador at Rome, was instructed to procure secretly from Clement VII briefs establishing in Portugal an Inquisition on the Spanish model. We have seen in Spain the objections of the Holy See to the royal control of the institution and to the abandonment of all share in the confiscations, and these probably explain the delays which postponed until December 17th the issue of a brief conferring on the royal nominee, Frade Diago de Silva, the requisite faculties as Inquisitor General. This was followed, January 13, 1532, by one ordering him to assume the office. The two reached Lisbon in February, but it seems to have been feared that their publication would lead to an immediate exodus of the new Christians, and they were kept secret until laws could be framed reviving, with additional rigor, the edicts of 1499, prohibiting, for 3 years, departure from the kingdom, the sale of real estate, and the negotiation of bills of exchange. These were issued June 14th. After which there was a pause, explicable only by the lavish employment of money in both Lisbon and Rome. The new Christians evidently had obtained knowledge of the threatened measure. Much of the active capital of the kingdom was in their hands, and the danger called for energetic work and sacrifice. A fitting emissary to Rome was found in Duarte de Paz, a converso of no ordinary ability, energy, and audacity. The king was entrusting him with a mission beyond the borders, under cover of which he made his way to the papal court, where for 10 years he continued to act as agent for his fellows. Then, in September, there came Marco della Rovere, bishop of Sinigaglia, sent as nuncio on this special business, who was speedily bought by the new Christians, and they probably won over by the same means the Frade Diago de Silva, who complicated matters irretrievably by refusing to accept the office of Inquisitor General. Duarte de Paz also was not idle, and the confusion became inextricable when, by a brief of October 17th, Clement VII suspended temporarily the one of the previous December, and prohibited not only de Silva, but all bishops from proceeding inquisitorially against the new Christians. As we have seen in Spain, the Curia recognized that here was a numerous and wealthy class of heretics, to whom it could sell protection and then abandon them, until their fears or their sufferings should produce a new harvest. This speculation in human agony was all the more undisguised and lucrative that Portugal was a comparatively feeble kingdom, which could be treated with much less ceremony than Spain, and João III a man of wholly different type from Ferdinand or Charles V, while his invincible determination to have an inquisition in his realm prolonged the struggle and rendered especially productive the game of inclining to either side by turns. This was so self-evident that João almost openly reproached Clement VII with it, and the Committee of Cardinals entrusted with the conduct of the affair rejoined that inquisitors were ministers of Satan and inquisitorial procedure a denial of justice. João's reproaches were justified when Clement, by a brief of April 7, 1533, granted what was virtually a pardon for all past offenses, without disability to hold office in church or state, while those defamed for heresy could justify themselves before the nuncio, a function which he turned to account for when, recalled in 1536, he was said to have carried with him to Rome some 30,000 crowns. João threw obstacles in the way of the execution of this brief, which called forth from Clement, in July and October, strenuous orders for its enforcement, followed by another of December 18th suspending it. It became the subject of active negotiation, and Carl Pucci or Santiquatro, the protector of Portugal, suggested that it might be modified and, in the guise of fines, some 20 or 30,000 ducats be extorted from the New Christians to be divided with the Pope. In transmitting this proposal, Henrique de Menezes, the Portuguese ambassador, added that nothing could be done in the Curia without money, for this was all they wanted, and that Clement was dissatisfied with João because he had received nothing from him. Clement, however, who was rapidly approaching his end, on July 26th, ordered the nuncio to overcome by excommunication all opposition to the pardon and forbade all prosecution for past heresies, moved to this, as Santiquatro told Paul III, by his confessor, who insisted that, as he had received the money of the New Christians, he was bound to protect them. Clement died September 25, 1534, and the struggle was renewed under Paul III, who referred the matter to a commission, and meanwhile suspended the pardon brief but ordered that all prosecutions must cease, for an active episcopal inquisition had been organized, which continued its operations in spite of the papal commands. The commission reported in favor of the pardon brief, and of an inquisition under limitations, with appeals to Rome. João refused to accept this, and a lull in the negotiations occurred, during which the Nuncio della Rovere entered into a contract with the New Christians, dated April 24, 1535, under which they promised to pay Paul III 30,000 ducats if he would prohibit the Inquisition. The Curia honestly endeavored to earn the money, and made several propositions to João, which he rejected. Then, on November 3rd, a bull was solemnly published in Rome, renewing the pardon brief, annulling all trials, releasing all prisoners, recalling all exiles, removing all disabilities, suspending all confiscations, prohibiting all future prosecutions for past offenses, and enforcing these provisions by excommunication. In this, Rome held that it had fulfilled its part of the bargain, but the New Christians thought otherwise. They declined to pay the full amount, and Della Rovere was not able, at least so he said, to remit more than 5,000 ducats. This parsimony came at an unfortunate moment. Charles V was in Rome, radiant with the glory of his Tunisian conquest, and warmly supporting the demands of his brother-in-law. The result of this was seen in a brief of May 23, 1536, which constituted an inquisition on the Spanish model, except that for 3 years the forms of secular law were to be observed, and for 10 years confiscations were to pass to the heirs of the convicts. Diego de Silva was to be Inquisitor General, with the right of the king to appoint an associate. Diego was solemnly invested with his office October 5th, and the brief was published on the 22nd. This probably taught the New Christians a lesson on the subject of ill-timed economy, for a brief of January 9, 1537, addressed to Girolamo Recanati Capodaferro, a new nuncio appointed for Portugal, gave him complete appellate power, even to evoking cases on trial and deciding them, while a supplementary brief of February 7th authorized him to suspend the Inquisition. His instructions also required him to labor vigorously for the repeal of the law prohibiting expatriation, and this was emphasized by a brief of August 31st threatening excommunication and suspension for any interference with those leaving the kingdom to carry their grievances and appeals to Rome. These appeals were a source of large profit to the Curia, which sold at round prices absolutions and exemptions to all applications. The tribunals threw all possible obstacles in the way of this traffic, and it was important to Rome to keep open the course of the Golden Stream. At the moment it was of less interest to the new Christians, for Capodiferro was as venal as his predecessor and exploited his large powers to the utmost, selling absolutions and pardons for what he could get. As Joao asserted in a letter of August 4, 1539, his scandalous traffic had rendered the Judaizers so sure of impunity that they sinned with audacity. While demanding his recall, the king sought to curb him by appointing his brother Dom Henrique, a young man of 27, to the vacant post of additional Inquisitor General. Henrique was Archbishop of Braga, a post which he resigned in favor of Diogo da Silva, who retired from the Inquisitor Generalship, and Henrique remained, until his death in 1580, at the head of the Inquisition. At the moment the plan was one of little avail, as Capodiferro treated him with imperious arrogance, and even called in question his powers owing to defect in age, and Paul III refused to confirm him. Paul yielded in so far to Joao's urgency as to promise that Capodiferro should leave Portugal on November 1st. At the same time, as the 3 years were about to expire during which the Inquisition was restricted to secular procedure, he listened to the supplications of the new Christians, and in the bull Pastoris Aeterni, October 12, 1539, he modified in many ways the inquisitorial process so as to limit its powers of injustice and to provide ample opportunity of appeals to Rome. A leading clause was that witnesses' names were only to be suppressed when grave dangers to them were to be apprehended. Through the treachery of a courier employed by the new Christians, this bull did not reach Lisbon until December 1st. Capodiferro delayed his departure until December 15th and then left Lisbon without publishing it, because, as Mascarenhas, the Portuguese ambassador, reported, the new Christians refused to pay the extortionate price demanded for it. Mascarenhas intimates that the Pope was privy to this, which is not unlikely, for Capodiferro was received with all favor. He and Della Rovere were placed in charge of the affairs of the Portuguese Inquisition. He was soon afterwards promoted to the great office of Datary, and eventually reached the cardinalate. His nunciature had not proved as profitable as he had expected, for he lost 15,000 cruzados at sea, and brought with him to Rome only as much more. On his arrival in Portugal, he had demanded of the new Christians 2,000 cruzados to start with, and was regularly paid by them 1,800 per annum during his stay, and this in addition to his pardon traffic. There was nothing unusual in this. In 1554, Julius III, in a moment of wrathful candor, told the Portuguese ambassador that nuncios were sent there to enrich themselves as a reward for previous services. With the return of Capodiferro, after a little diplomatic sparring, Paul III dropped the whole question for nearly 2 years. Joao was quite content. The 3 years' limitation to secular procedure had expired. The bull Pastoris Aeterni had not been published, the Inquisition had full swing, and its activity began to rival that of Spain. Its first auto de fe was celebrated in Lisbon, September 20th, 1540, with 23 penitents and no relaxations, and was speedily followed by others. It was not until December 2nd, 1541, that Cristóvão de Sousa, then ambassador, refers to the new Christians who, he says, were earnestly at work to have another nuncio sent, and he had had 1,000 discussions over it with the Pope, whose intention was fixed, because so many were burnt and so many thousands more were in prison. The new Christians offered to pay 8 or 10,000 cruzados to the Pope, and 250 a month to the nuncio. At a subsequent audience, Paul said that the nuncio would have a salary of 100 cruzados a month, to which the new Christians could add 150, thus raising him above the temptation of bribery, to which Sousa rejoined that this would convert him from their judge to their advocate. Then, on a later occasion, he read a remonstrance from the king so vigorous that the Pope walked up and down the room, crossing himself and saying that it was the work of the devil. Celsa replied by dwelling on the misdeeds of preceding nuncios, and even offered to let the Inquisition be withdrawn if it would relieve the kingdom from the evil of a nuncio. Further discussion was abruptly terminated by an explosion. Miguel de Silva, Bishop of Viseu, and Minister of João, a man of high culture, had been ambassador at Rome in the time of Leo X, and had formed lasting friendships with the future Clement VII and Paul III. He had recently fallen into disfavor at court and was about to be arrested, when he fled and found refuge in Italy. João tried to entice him back with flattering letters, while employing, as Silva says, bravos to follow and assassinate him. Paul could wound the king in no more sensitive spot than by announcing, as he did on December 2, 1541, Silva's appointment as cardinal. João's rage was unbounded. He promptly deprived the new cardinal not only of his offices and temporalities, but of his citizenship, thus rendering him an outlaw, and, on January 24, 1542, a special courier carried to Celsa peremptory orders to leave Rome as soon as he could present his letters of recall. His report of the manner in which this abrupt sundering of relations was received indicates that it gave rise to fears that Portugal was about to withdraw from the Roman obedience. This deprived the new Christians of such aid as they had purchased in Rome, and left Henrique in peaceable possession of the inquisitorship, which he improved by establishing 6 tribunals: Lisbon, Evora, Coimbra, Lamego, Porto, and Tomar, of which the first 3 remained permanent and the others were subsequently discontinued as superfluous. On the other hand, Paul III persevered in his intention to inflict another nuncio on Portugal, and appointed to that post Luigi Lipimano, coadjutor bishop of Bergamo. An intercepted letter of Diogo Fernandes, the Roman agent of the New Christians, May 18, 1542, shows the anxiety with which his coming was awaited, and throws light on their relations with the Curia. He is expecting the money with which to pay the 1,000 cruzados to the nuncio, who demands it at once, although his orders were not to pay it until Lipomano was outside the walls of Rome. Everyone is clamoring for money, until he is near losing his senses. He has agreed to pay 140 cruzados apiece for the pardons of Pedro de Nonanja and Maria Tomas, which he sends, and asks for an immediate remittance. Then, on the 19th, he adds that he has that day been compelled to pay the 1,000 cruzados to the nuncio. He has raised the amount by giving security, and, though he has disobeyed orders, he prays that the money be sent, as without it all their labor and expense would be wasted. A postscript on the 20th alludes to a general pardon which the Pope had agreed to grant at a future time. People, he says, are wasting their money and getting special letters. The Pope prefers that it should all be done in a general provision, to which all should contribute, and it is the most important of all things to accomplish. It would appear from the case of Antonio Fernandez of Coimbra that, when letters of exemption were obtained, the king promptly banished the recipients, who then procured fresh letters requiring the king to grant them safe conducts and permission to sell their property, real and personal. João wrote to Lipomano not to come, and he persisted in this against the entreaties of Charles V. Nevertheless, the nuncio set out, and we hear of him in Aragon in August, where he encountered the Portuguese treasurer sent to detain him. The latter was fully aware of the payment of the 1,000 ducats and of the monthly stipend, as to all of which the nuncio professed the most innocent ignorance, and he further stated that the intercepted letters showed that Cardinal Silva was to receive 250 crowns a month to act as protector of the Jews. Nevertheless, the treasurer was finally persuaded to write favorably to his master, and Lipomano resumed his journey towards Valladolid. João refused to be placated. On learning that the nuncio had reached Castile, he wrote ordering him to advance no further until he should hear from the Pope, to whom, on September 18th, he addressed a vigorous letter, demanding that no nuncio should be sent to interfere with the Inquisition. He was not actuated, he said, by greed, for there was no confiscation, and indeed, from another source we have the assertion that the maintenance of the Inquisition was costing him 10 or 11,000 ducats a year. Lipomano had assured the Portuguese treasurer that he did not come to interfere with the Inquisition, that his orders were only to see whether the inquisitors observed justice. If they did not, conscience would require the Pope to make the necessary provisions. His secret instructions, however, were of a very different tenor. he was told that he need not hesitate to act with energy, though observing external courtesy, for Portugal was fatally weakened and approaching ruin. The king was completely impoverished, oppressed with debt, at home and abroad, hated by his people, and wholly under the influence of the friars, while his relations with France and with the emperor were unfriendly. As for the infant Henrique, if he was not to be deprived of the inquisitor generalship, he must at least seek a dispensation for lack of age, ask absolution for the past, and ratify or annul all the preceding trials. As for the Inquisition, it would be a most holy thing to abolish it, and commit the jurisdiction to the bishops. The nuncio was furnished with faculties to do this, or to suspend it, and these he was to show openly, that it might be known that this was at his discretion. Meanwhile, he could issue letters to all who asked for them on their making payment, and even if the piece was small, the aggregate would be large, as there were 50,000 of them. The declaratory bull of November 13, 1539, suppressed by Capitaferro, was to be published without consulting the king. It need not be affixed to the church doors, but copies could be given to all who asked, so that they could use it when on trial, and Henrique was to be notified that all procedures must conform to it. If he protested, he was to be told that such was the papal will, and he could write to the pope if he so chose. Lippomano was finally told that pressure of all kinds would be brought to bear on him, but he must be firm and remind them that he had power to abolish the whole institution. Whatever we may think of Joao's blind fanaticism, we cannot wonder at his objection to admitting in his kingdom an emissary who came to set him at defiance and to upset all his most cherished plans. On the other hand, a letter in December from the spokesman of the New Christians to their Roman agent, remitting to him 2,000 cruzados, depicts their agonized anxiety for the coming of the nuncio. It will be their salvation, and his absence is their destruction. It is useless to spend money on briefs when there is no one to enforce them. They might well feel desperate, for the Inquisition was active and unsparing. At an auto held in Lisbon, October 14, 1542, there appeared 100 culprits, of whom 20 were relaxed, and João de Melo, in reporting this to the king, complained that it left the prison still crowded with those on trial. Nor was this all, for Herculano gives a terrible picture, full of revolting details, of the atrocities perpetrated everywhere, such as we have seen set forth in the memorials of Llerena and Jaén. End of section 30. Recording by Robert Sherman, Jr., Washington, D.C., www.nyckidd.com. Section 31 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Sherman, Jr. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea, Book 8, Spheres of Action, Chapter 1, Jews, Part 3. Although ignorant of the nuncio's instructions, João persisted in refusing him admittance, until he should have an answer to his letter of September 18th. This was long in coming, and Lippomano vainly complained of the disrespect to the Holy See shown in making him wander from one tavern to another. For a while he remained in Salamanca, and then, on false news that he would be received, he went to Badajoz, only to find the frontier closed to him, and there he was forced to stay, for some months, hopeless and querulous. Meanwhile, Francis Botelho, who had been sent with João's letter, was conferring with the Pope, who blandly assured him that Lippomano's mission was only to notify the king of the approaching convocation of the Council of Trent. At length it was arranged that he should confine himself to this, and to such other matters as the king should permit. A brief to this effect, satisfactory to the Portuguese agents, was framed and dispatched from Rome November 3rd. It can scarce have reached Portugal before the early months of 1543, for a letter of João of March 2nd mentions its arrival and his satisfaction at the settlement, in which he hopes that the Pope's acts may correspond with his words. Lippomano, thus shorn of his powers and with no financial prospect before him, was anxious for his recall, but he was not permitted to return until the close of 1544. He obeyed the final instructions and abstained from aiding the New Christians. Possibly Paul's yielding in this may be explained by a negotiation on foot early in 1543. Through the Cardinal of Burgos, it was proposed to João that the Pope would concede to Portugal an inquisition identical with that of Castile, if, for a term of years, 1/2 of the confiscations should belong to the Holy See. This cold-blooded offer to sell out the new Christians shows how purely mercantile had been the fluctuating protection accorded to them hitherto, and it was met by João in the same spirit. Protesting that he had never sought for gain in his efforts to serve God, he instructed his envoy that he might agree to 3 years, but must endeavor to reduce the papal share to 1/4. The attempted bargain came to naught, but Rome was apprehensive that Portugal might follow the example of England, and João was propitiated with a renewed offer of a cardinal's hat for the infant Henrique. To this he at first replied surlily that when he had asked for it, it had been given to Silva, and now that he had not asked, it did not seem fitting to accept it. Subsequently, however, he assented, and, in December 1545, Henrique received the honor. Moreover, in October 1543, a signal favor was granted to the Inquisition, by a perpetual brief empowering the officials to enjoy the fruits of benefices in absentia, although, as we have seen, in Spain the grant was only quinquennial. It is true that this was not wholly gratuitous, for it cost 250 cruzados in addition to the regular fees of 70. The Inquisition was assisted in another way. Through the subsidized Cardinal of Paris, the Portuguese ambassador, Baltasar de Faria, was enabled to inspect all paper letters granted to new Christians. In a letter of February 18, 1544, he describes the use made of this information, for he opposed each one, and it was fought over bitterly, the unfortunate Pope being assailed on both sides and driven to change his decisions repeatedly, as the rival influences prevailed. Information, moreover, was sent in advance to Henrique, so as to enable him to forestall the papal graces or render them ineffective. Henrique was instructed to disregard as surreptitious everything that Faria had not seen, to appeal to the Pope and to report to Faria, for this was the way that the Castilian inquisitors managed. It was a kind of guerrilla warfare in the interval of the greater struggles. One of these conflicts was close at hand. Paul III resolved to send another nuncio, charged with the duty of wrenching from the king Cardinal Silva's temporalities and of moderating the severity of the Inquisition. For this he selected Giovanni Ricci de Montepulciano, who at the same time was advanced to the archbishopric of Siponto. Faria flattered himself that he had succeeded in postponing the nuncio's departure till the king should be heard from, but in spite of this, Ricci started July 17, 1544. He traveled leisurely, and did not reach Valladolid until November 5th, where he found awaiting him Cristóvão de Castro with letters from the king forbidding his admittance. He succeeded in making de Castro believe that he had no instructions concerning Silva or the Inquisition that would offend the king, who accordingly wrote November 28th, cautiously admitting him under these presumptions. It so chanced, however, that, before the courier started with this letter, Lippomano, who was still acting as nuncio, received and affixed at the church doors a papal brief of September 22nd, inhibiting all inquisitors and ecclesiastical judges from executing any sentences pronounced on new Christians, or from proceeding to sentence in any cases until Ricci should arrive, investigate, and report as to the conduct of the Inquisition, after which the papal pleasure should be made known. This settled the question. Copies of the brief were sent to de Castro to justify to the Spanish court the absolute refusal to admit Ricci until João should have an answer to letters demanding explanation and reparation, dispatched by a special courier. At the same time the brief was obeyed, for there were no more autos after June 1544 until 1548. Considering all that had occurred during the past 10 years, there was an inexcusable aggravation about all this, which it is difficult to understand in the absence of information as to the secret working of the new Christians in Rome, unless it was to convince João that he would have to pay roundly for the pleasure of persecuting his subjects. He exhaled his wrath in 1 or 2 letters to Baltasar de Faria, and, on January 13, 1545, he dispatched Simão de Veiga in hot haste with instructions to demand the installation of the Inquisition in satisfaction of the royal grievances. The recent brief must be revoked, and Ricci must come under the limitations imposed on his predecessor and must say nothing about Cardinal Silva. A prolix letter to the Pope to be read in consistory was free-spoken but not intemperate, and, considering the provocation, was much more moderate than the papal duplicity had deserved. This letter remained unanswered for nearly 6 months, during which another experiment was tried on Joao's credulity. Cardinal Sforza, one of the papal grandsons, wrote in the name of the Pope that, if the nuncio was admitted, all that he asked for the Inquisition would be conceded, and Cardinal Crescenzio confirmed this verbally. As late as June 22, 1545, he was writing in this sense, not knowing that on June 16th the Pope had responded to his letter in a brief in which, with exasperating affectation of benignity, he pardoned Joao's asperity. Against Joao's assertions of the wickedness of the New Christians and the mildness of the Inquisition, he set the constant complaints reaching him of its cruelty and injustice, and the numerous burnings of the innocent. As it was under his jurisdiction, he was responsible, and he could not forego the duty of investigating the truth of these conflicting statements. There was also the spoliation of Cardinal Silva, which must be redressed. The brief closed with the significant threat that, if these matters were not remedied, he could not expose himself before Almighty God to the charge of negligence in an affair of such moment. The devious ways of the papal court are hard to follow. 4 days before the date of this brief, on June 12th, Cardinal Sforza sent to Joao the written assurance that was demanded, promising that if he would admit the nuncio, the Pope would grant all that he desired as to the Inquisition. On receiving this in August, the king at once replied that, in reliance on the cardinal's assurances, he would permit Ricci to enter Portugal, and he asked to have the necessary bull made out and sent by Simão de Veiga. At the same time, he gave Ricci permission to come, cautiously adding that it must be under the limitations imposed on Lippomano. Ricci, detained by sickness, did not arrive until September 9th, and then he was the bearer of the minatory brief of June 16th. That Joao was thunderstruck may well be believed, and he wrote to his envoys that he knew not what to say. The Pope had sought a compromise, offering to revoke the brief of September 22, 1544, and that, after the nuncio had reported, he would leave everything in the king's hands, but he refused to carry out the promises of Cardinal Sforza. No answer was given to this, but the brief of revocation was made out and reached Ricci, January 18, 1546, accompanied with one empowering him to act in case he discovered abuses in the Inquisition, but the only investigation that Joao would permit was that he should examine the papers in 4 or 5 cases and interrogate the inquisitor concerning them. The first case submitted was that of a septuagenarian, burnt some years before. He was one of those who had been converted by force. He had at once confessed more than had been testified against him, and had begged for mercy. Ricci asked the inquisitor, João de Mayo, why he had burnt him, as this was not a case of relapse, to which Mayo replied that his repentance was simulated because he had varied in the 3 examinations. But on investigating the record, the variations were found to be trifling. Ricci asked for a copy of the process to send to Rome, and it was promised but not given. His report was naturally adverse to the Inquisition, and the Pope, assuming that the brief of 1536 had established it for 10 years only, notified Joao that the term had expired. In deference to him it was prolonged for a year, but he was told that, within that time, the question as to the New Christians must be definitely settled. It was suggested that a general pardon could be granted, or that he could banish them all from his kingdom. We may fairly assume that, in such a crisis as this, the gold of the New Christians had not been spared in Lisbon or in Rome. Joao evidently felt that the turning point had come, and that some supreme effort must be made to outbid his subjects. He had not been niggardly on his side in responding to the urgent calls of his ambassadors for liberality towards the cardinals. Cardinal Farnese, the favorite grandson of Paul III, and the most influential member of the Sacred College, had a pension from him of 3,200 cruzados, assigned in 1544 equally on the sees of Braga and Coimbra to assure its continuance. At a critical moment in 1545, the arrearages and 2 years in advance were paid to him, in a lump sum of 13,000 cruzados. So little reserve was there in these matters that, after the death of Cardinal Santiquatro, the protector of Portugal, Joao actually suggested the employment of Paul III as his successor, pointing out the large propinas that would inure to him from certain provisions as to bishops which the king was soliciting. For these and for the payment to Farnese, he forwarded bills of exchange for 33,000 cruzados. Julius III was as mercenary as his predecessor. In 1551, João, in response to a hint that a present was desirable, sent him a magnificent diamond, valued by the Roman jewelers at 100,000 cruzados. Julius was greatly pleased and declared that he would make it an heirloom in his family. But when the next year he intimated that another gift would be acceptable, João, who was dissatisfied with him at the time, refused to respond, saying that when the Pope acceded to his demands to make Henrique perpetual legate, it would be time to think of giving him something. This brought Julius to terms. In 1553, the appointment was made, and in 1554, João sent him a brooch. In such matters it was difficult for subjects to compete with their monarch. Under the pressure so skillfully applied by Rome, a brilliant idea occurred to João and, in a letter of February 20th, 1546, to Balthazar de Faria, he suggested that, in return for a free inquisition, he would grant to Cardinal Farnese the administration and revenues of the See of Viseu, which he had been withholding from Cardinal Silva, thus at once obtaining the object of his desires and gratifying his rancor against that unfortunate prelate by depriving him of papal support. This dazzling bribe overcame Paul's scruples as to his responsibility to the Almighty and his friendship for Silva. The Holy See has been stained with many examples of nepotism and rapacity, but its history has furnished few transactions of more shameless effrontery in sacrificing those whom it was pledged to protect. Still, Paul strove to maintain some semblance of decency in abandoning the new Christians, and he advanced a demand that there should be a general pardon for past offenses and the granting of a term during which those desiring to emigrate could leave Portugal. João was determined to get all that he could, and a series of intricate negotiations took place, occupying the whole of 1546 and 1547, in which each side endeavored to outwit the other with little regard to consistency. Matters were complicated by the question of the accrued revenues of Viseu, which João was loath to refund, and which Paul demanded, for the convenient receptacle of the fabric of St. Peter's. Ignacio Loyola took a hand in the fray, and so did two members of the Council of Trent, Frade Jorge de Santiago, an inquisitor, and the Carmelite Balthazar Limpo, Bishop of Porto, an honest and free-spoken fanatic, who was much scandalized by ascertaining that a brief of safe conduct had been secretly issued, inviting the Portuguese New Christians to Italy, with assurance of not being disturbed on account of their religion. Thus, as the bishop said, those who had been baptized at birth came and were immediately circumcised and filled the synagogues under the very eyes of the Pope, the inference being that he desired free emigration from Portugal, in order that Italy might benefit by the intelligence and industry of the apostates, an argument which was freely used and was not easy to answer. In the spring of 1547, as matters seemed to approach a settlement, the necessary briefs were successively drafted. One of May 11th granted a general pardon for past offenses. All prisoners were to be released, all confiscations returned, all disabilities removed, and reincidence was not to incur the penalty of relapse. One of July 1st, addressed to Cardinal Henrique, announced to him that the Pope had granted the Inquisition, with full powers of procedure. One of July 5th, to João, informed him that the bearer, Cavalier Giovanni Ugolino, a nephew of the late Cardinal Santiquatro, carried the bull for the Inquisition, and exhorted him to see that the inquisitors exercised their powers with moderation. Ugolino was also empowered to take possession for Farnese of the See of Viseu and the other benefices of Silva, and to collect the arrears of revenue for the fabric of St. Peter's. There were two briefs of July 15th, one appointing Farnese administrator for life of the See and the benefices. The other withdrew and annulled all the letters of exemption from the Inquisition which the New Christians had been for so many years purchasing at heavy cost. Finally, under date of July 16th, came the long-sought-for bull, Meditatio Cordi, instituting for Portugal a free and untrammeled Inquisition. It declared that the Pope, desiring the rigorous punishment of the atrocious crime of heresy, revoked all previous limitations on its powers, and conferred on it all faculties at any time granted to inquisitors. To render effective the withdrawal of the letters of exemption, it evoked to the Pope all cases pending before other judges than Cardinal Henrique, and committed them to him and his deputies with full powers. That Paul did not, without some qualms of conscience, thus abandon the new Christians who had contributed so liberally to the Curia, is suggested by a subsequent brief of November 15th, in which he told the king that, as he granted to Portugal a free inquisition, he earnestly exhorted him to see that the inquisitors acted with charity and not with judicial severity, in consideration of the weakness of the neophytes, for this would be most gratifying to him. The Pope's anxiety to save appearances is visible in the instructions to Ugolino. Those from Paul bore that his wishes were that, under the pardon brief, all prisoners were to be discharged, that for a year no one was to be relaxed, no arrests were to be made save for public and scandalous offenses, and prosecutions were to be conducted as in other crimes, while, if the law prohibiting emigration could not be repealed, it should be kept quiet for a year, thus hiding for a 12-month his betrayal of the friendless. The instructions from Farnese were more openly cynical. To disarm Joao's distrust, he had agreed not to take possession of Silva's temporalities until the affair of the Inquisition should be settled, while Ambassador Faria and the Bishop of Porto had pledged that Joao should raise no difficulties. It was on that condition that the Pope had granted the Inquisition, in the confidence that both should be settled together. Joao was to be persuaded to accede to the general pardon and graces asked for, in lieu of the permission to emigrate, for that would enable the Pope to answer the appeals and complaints of the new Christians, by telling them that these were sufficient. The Pope was anxious that, for a year, the Inquisition should not employ rigor, and that procedure should be that of secular law. This was of slender importance, but it would seem to them a great matter. They were also to be told that, as in previous cases, the Pope could have had from them 20,000 cruzados for the pardon, while he had granted it without getting a single farthing. It was further significant that both Ugolino and the Nuncio Ricci were warned to be specially careful to exact nothing from the new Christians. How Joao regarded these pleadings for the victims is seen in a letter to Faria after the settlement. He had accepted, he said, the conditions as to the Inquisition, knowing that further protests would only bring worse terms, but he intended that the Inquisition should proceed in the form conceded by the bull. Those pardoned under the pardon brief, if they committed heresy during the year, could be arrested and prosecuted at once, but should not be sentenced or relaxed until after the expiration of the year. For a year the inquisitors should be directed to proceed mildly, but as for treating heresy like other crimes, it would be unreasonable because the Pope ordered otherwise in the bull itself. As for the prohibition of emigration, it was not for the service of God to repeal the law as the Pope desired. The pardon should be published and the prisoners released. Those who had to abjure should not do so on a staging, but publicly at the church doors. Thus brutally was brushed aside the mask under which Paul had sought to disguise his abandonment of the new Christians. End of section 31. Recording by Robert Sherman, Jr., Washington, D.C., www.nyckidd.com.